Prologue, November 12th, 1981. Under normal circumstances, she would savor the bouquet of the wine she was sipping. But as it had these past few years, the usually sweet vintage left a bitter taste in her mouth. In truth, Cassiopeia didn't know why she continued to indulge. Perhaps she hoped that it would dull the heartbreak and pain of watching from afar the demise of her family. Maybe it had just become habit to seek solace in the bottom of a glass that would never be empty. Regardless, she drank, and though it brought her nothing of what she sought, she had nothing else. As Voldemort rose, her family had fallen, many becoming puppets who had their strings cut, and others simply unable to weather the storms that life brought. Cassiopeia was still here, however, without purpose, an existence she had endured for more decades than she cared to count. She had grown old over the passing years, her once luxurious, dark hair now marred with gray, and the wrinkles around her eyes growing only deeper. Still, she was alive. Even if she couldn't fathom why, she yet breathed whilst all others she held dear had perished. She took another sip of wine to swallow the painful lump that had formed in her throat. Cygnus and Drula had been the first to go. From what little she had heard of their fates, they had died in service to Voldemort, as had Regulus early in the conflict. The boy had been too keen to please his mother, who had also died, though Cassiopeia knew no more details than that. A simple check of her own copy of the family tapestry had confirmed it. Orion, too, was gone, and once more, Cassiopeia didn't know the circumstances surrounding his passing. Andromeda had left the family years ago and married a mudblood, and Narcissa had been married off to a spawn of a Malfoy. What Cygnus was thinking allowing that, Cassiopeia didn't know, but the man had never been especially bright. Dorea, her sweet, strong-willed sister, had died from dragonpox, and according to Arcturus, Charles had followed soon after. Cassiopeia didn't know the man so well other than for his part in the war on the continent, but he had a reputation for being an exceedingly gifted wizard. Arcturus had suspected, and Cassiopeia agreed, that the man had died from a broken heart. Despite her feelings about him, Cassiopeia couldn't deny the love Charles had for Dorea. Bellatrix had joined the Dark Lord, but had been captured after attacking the Longbottoms with her own foolish husband and his brother. The woman would never see the light of day again. Arcturus had died during the conflict, likely from a mixture of despair and disappointment at what had become of their once great family. The man had been too lax as their lord, had allowed the family too many liberties, in Cassiopeia's opinion. Still, there was nothing to be done about it now. He was dead. Most of them were no longer carried the family name. The biggest surprise out of them all was what she had just learned about her great-nephew, and was the reason Cassiopeia found herself hosting the man who had introduced himself as the family solicitor. "Would you mind repeating yourself, Mr. Moon?" Cassiopeia requested. Moon nodded. "Sirius has been sent to Azkaban for the murder of 12 muggles and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew." Cassiopeia frowned. The name Pettigrew was not familiar to her, but she was taken aback by the revelation that Sirius had proven himself more of a Black than any other in several generations. "Are you sure of this?" Moon nodded. "There are several witnesses who saw what he did," Moon explained. Cassiopeia released a deep breath as she placed her glass on the table. "I am flabbergasted," she admitted. "Sirius never seemed the type, but I do not see how this is any concern of mine." Moon rubbed his eyes tiredly. Evidently, he'd had a long, stressful day. "Usually, I would not interfere, but I liked and respected your brother," he sighed. Arcturus was concerned about the succession and only took comfort in his last days knowing that Sirius would replace him as the Lord Black. Cassiopeia raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The last I heard, he was cast out of the family." "Not officially," Moon explained. "Arcturus never ratified the request." Cassiopeia snorted amusedly. That would have displeased Walburga if she was still alive. "So, he is the new Lord Black." Moon shook his head. He is a known murderer and will either spend the rest of his days in Azkaban or be executed. Had he formally accepted his title, he would be the Lord until his eventual death, but he did no such thing. So that means what exactly? That the title will immediately pass on to the next eligible male from the Black line. In this case, it would usually be Lady Malfoy's son, Draco. Usually, Cassiopeia asked suspiciously. Moon swallowed deeply as he nodded. There is a complication, and that is why I am here. A complication. Moon released a labored breath as he shook his head. Sirius, as the heir, created a will only a few months ago, he explained. He left everything to his godson. Including the title of Lord Black, Cassiopeia asked confusedly. Unintentionally, I believe, Moon murmured. Sirius believed that he had been cast out. Even though he hadn't, Cassiopeia mused aloud. I still don't understand how this complicates things. No one other than a Black can inherit the title. Correct, Moon confirmed, but Sirius's godson is a Black by blood. The boy in question is none other than Harry James Potter, son of James Potter. Son of Doria Black, Cassiopeia whispered sadly. She had never gotten to know her nephew, but what she had heard was that the boy had been quite the pain at school. Harry Potter was a name that had only become familiar to her over the past week. The stories she heard from the Greek locals, whilst she was out buying wine, as fantastical as anything she'd ever heard. According to the rumors, the babe had killed Voldemort and had even survived the killing curse. Hogwash, as far as Cassiopeia was concerned. No one survived the curse, and bobbies did not vanquish Dark Lords. Moon nodded, pulling her from her thoughts. Son of Doria, he confirmed, his own tone matching Cassiopeia's. So he will be the next Lord Black, she asked hopefully. Anyone else would better than the family name being absorbed into the Malfoys. It seems that way, but that is not the end of the complications. Why does that not surprise me? Cassiopeia huffed irritably. Moon chuckled as he slid a pile of parchment towards Cassiopeia. This is the marriage contract your brother and Charles Potter signed for Doria's hand. Really? Cassiopeia asked interestedly as she picked up the hefty document. Most of it is innocuous enough, Moon explained, but the part that should interest you is the part I have highlighted. Cassiopeia frowned at the document until she found the page that had a green circle drawn around a section of text. At the request of both parties, should either family find themselves in a position where they are unable to provide suitable care and upbringing for an heir befitting their station, that care will, without prejudice, revert to the other family to ensure suitable preparation for future responsibilities. This is to coincide with the second term of this agreement, and in addendum to that, the heir should be educated in the traditions and practices of their primary paternal family. That was quite the addition to a marriage contract, and Arcturus had once more, though unwittingly, proven his brilliance. So, does that mean that James's son's claim is stronger than that of the Malfoy boy? Moon smirked this time as he nodded. Harry James Potter was not only named Sirius's sole heir, but he fulfills the criteria of being a Black. He has as much Black blood as he does Potter. But the boy is a mudblood, Cassiopeia pointed out. Moon grimaced at her rebuke. It was common knowledge that James Potter married a Muggle-born. True, he conceded, but does that matter? Your family is done, Miss Black. It is now your choice whether or not it falls into the hands of the Malfoys or to your sister's grandson. I know what Arcturus would prefer, and that is why I am here. Moon wasn't mincing his words, and Cassiopeia respected that about the man. Read the section of the contract again, really read it, he urged. Cassiopeia did so, and the reality of what the man was trying to do set in. You want me to raise the boy? She choked in disbelief. Yes, and Arcturus would ask the same of you if he was here, Moon pointed out. The boy is already famous. He defeated a Dark Lord. Think of the potential he must have and think of your brother. He would be heartbroken to know his legacy was going to be squandered. At least this way, you can shape the boy and your family would be put to rest in one that is respectable. one that Doria married so wholeheartedly into. Cassiopeia deflated as another thought crossed her mind, one that should have come before her first observation. Does that mean James and his wife are dead? Moon nodded solemnly. Voldemort killed them, he confirmed. From what little I know, he then turned his wand on the boy, but his killing curse backfired and killed him instead. How? Moon shrugged. I don't know. Cassiopeia swallowed deeply. Doria would be devastated that her boy had died so young, but if he was anything like Charles, James Potter would have died defending his wife and son. Who has the boy? Albus took him into custody for his protection, Moon explained. The Death Eaters are still out there, and he fears they will look for him. Cassiopeia's nostrils flared at the mention of the man. What has Dumbledore got to do with it? She growled. Who knows, Moon sighed, but he made it very public he is the one caring for the boy. Without Voldemort, I doubt anyone would attempt to attack the boy if he is with him. Cassiopeia conceded the point with a nod. I don't get it, she mumbled. Surely he can't raise the boy. He has a school to run. He shouldn't be raising the boy anyway. No, he shouldn't, Moon agreed. The wishes of the family were that he is raised by a Black, according to the contract at least, he added, tapping the document with a finger. Cassiopeia smirked. Moon was not a foolish man and knew exactly what he was doing. He disliked the Malfoys as much as he did Dumbledore, but his heart was in the right place. He had been Arcturus's confidant for years when it came to the legal matters of the family, and both men considered the other a close friend. No, I have no idea how to raise a child, she huffed. You have an elf, Moon pointed out. He can take care of the early years, and you can take over when he is old enough to learn what he needs. He will be an influential wizard, Cassiopeia, merely for what happened between him and the Dark Lord. Cassiopeia worried her lower lip as she pondered what Arcturus and Doria would want. The former would inform her of her responsibility as a daughter of House Black pertaining to the contract he had signed with Charles, and the latter would ask her to for no other reason that the boy was her great-nephew. Cassiopeia cursed her siblings under her breath. Despite everything that had happened throughout her life, she couldn't shirk her duty, and she could not allow Doria's grandson to be raised by any other whilst she lived. How she would cope, she knew not, but it seemed that she now had a purpose in life, a reason to live for. Besides, this was the perfect opportunity to exact some revenge on Dumbledore and irk the Malfoys in one fell swoop. She'd never had much to do with children, but it seemed that she would soon become familiar with having one around. I'll do it, she said in little more than a whisper. Moon grinned before standing. They'd be so grateful, Cassiopeia, he said sincerely. Leave it with me, and I will begin the process. It may take a few weeks, but I have no doubt that we will be successful in this endeavor. With that, Moon swept from the room, and Cassiopeia immediately began to regret her decision. What was she thinking? She didn't know the first thing about raising a baby, but she knew an elf that did. If Harry Potter truly was the heir of the Black family, and she was his legal guardian, he would answer her call. Elgar. With a loud crack, the elf Arcturus had employed when he left Grimmauld Place so many years ago appeared before her. Miss Black, he greeted her with a low bow. It seems that we will soon have a guest. Can you see to it that we have everything we could possibly need for a future Lord Black? The elf smiled sadly as he nodded. Elgar will see to it at once, miss. He vanished with another crack, and Cassiopeia picked up her glass of wine, noticing that some of the sweetness she enjoyed had returned with her next sip. Break. Albus exited the Pensive, having reviewed the memory for what must have been the 100th time since he had walked into the Potter residence in Godric's Hollow. No matter how often he reviewed it, what had occurred did not make sense to him. He was dealing with magic that was unprecedented. After all, however, he had hoped to grasp a semblance of understanding. James and Lily were dead. That was an undeniable fact, and Harry was alive, a peculiar but no less truth of what had happened. Tom. Although there had been an unmistakable permeation of death, dark magic, and despair, no body of the man had been discovered. Albus had no doubt that Tom had been physically destroyed by the magical backlash, and that Harry had somehow indeed survived the killing curse. The essence of sacrificial magic, belonging to Lily Potter that hung over the darkness, was more than enough for Albus to deduce what had happened. Still, there was still very much something of Tom within the room, not dead but not quite alive, and despite his best efforts, Albus realized he was out of his depth. It would take time to discover just what had happened, but for now, Harry was safe and that was all that mattered. The boy would grow without the burden of fame and the death of his parents hanging over him. He should be granted a snatch of innocence before he came to Hogwarts in a little less than a decade. Housing him with Petunia also meant that Albus could watch him closely to ensure that the magic he had been subjected to at such a vulnerable age would not prove to be detrimental in any way. It was a concern of the headmaster, and he hoped beyond hope that it wouldn't be so, but such a dark unknown was worrying to say the least. No, Harry would be better off with his aunt, unburdened and allowed to enjoy something of a childhood. The world would one day look to him, more so than they did Albus after he had defeated Gellert, and expect young Harry to continue being their savior. Albus pitied the boy. He would one day be pulled from pillar to post by those that would wish to use him for their own gain, and Albus knew not what to do. It was difficult to decide what was worse, the vultures that would come or the monsters that lay in wait. Even now, Harry Potter had enemies, dangerous ones that would do all they could to get their revenge against him. The war was being lost, but the babe had changed that. Tom's followers were being round up, but Albus was under no illusion that they would all be caught, and in truth, he was not even convinced that Tom Riddle was dead. Baby Harry's room may have reeked of it, but there was more life than death, two contradictories painting a bleak future for a boy who did not know just how special he would one day be. Neither can live whilst the other survives. The words that had been spoke to him, as ominous and poignant as they were, sent a shiver down his spine. No, Albus could not yet explain what had happened in Godric's Hollow, but he did not believe that it was the end. If anything, this was only the beginning. Break. November 15th, 1981. It had been many years since Cassiopeia had been in Britain, but now felt compelled to return. Perhaps she wanted to understand just how devastating the war had been for the country, or she was curious to experience the mood for herself. Regardless, she was here now, and neither Diagon Alley nor Nocturne Alley had changed much. Most of the establishments she had visited during her teenage years could still be found in the former, and though the names had changed over the years, Cassiopeia quickly discovered the shops in the latter were owned by the same shady characters, for the most part. It was not the shops that she was interested in, however. Cassiopeia found herself in a rather seedy pub she had visited once or twice in the past, nursing a glass of whiskey, her disguised features hidden beneath a robe. She was no more out of place than any other person here, and she listened to the nearby conversations. The furore of Voldemort's downfall had slowly ebbed away, and now it was those that had supported him that were left to pick up the pieces of what remained of their lives, if they could avoid being arrested by the Aurors. "You're joking," a voice hissed a few tables away. "Crouch's own son." Cassiopeia frowned as she sipped her drink. "Karkaroff dropped him in it apparently," the man's companion informed him. "Old Barty arrested him on the spot." "His own son," the other murmured. "He'll have to resign to save face. Can't have a head of department with that blemish." It doesn't look good, does it? Just imagine what information the boy could have passed on over the years. No wonder he was so successful. Still, he's gone now, and the less we talk about him, the better. The two men fell silent, and Cassiopeia pondered just how far Voldemort's influence had reached. If the son of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had been involved with him, then it couldn't have stretched much further. "Are they still looking for the boy?" one of the men asked. The other looked around to ensure they weren't being overheard and nodded. Not that they will manage much, he snorted before draining his glass. Not until he is older and away from Dumbledore. The Dark Lord will be forgotten by then. No, not whilst there are those that remain loyal, the second man countered. There was no body, and most of his followers believe he is still alive. That's why the Lestranges went after the Longbottoms apparently. Well, that's what Lucius told me before he was taken in. Well, if he is alive, he will be back. And I will be ready. What will you do now? The second man stood, and Cassiopeia realized how enormous he was. With fingernails like claws, and his face illuminated by the dim light, she finally recognized him. I'm taking my pack to the continent, Fenrir Greyback announced. They need to be fed, he added with a raspy chuckle. Clapping his companion firmly on the shoulder, he left the bar, and Cassiopeia followed a moment later. The infamous werewolf was gone, but she had heard enough. Despite what was believed to have happened to Voldemort, Harry Potter still had enemies here, and if the Dark Lord was indeed alive, the boy was in more danger than he could comprehend. Regardless of where Dumbledore was keeping him, Harry was not safe, and with the buffoon in charge of his care, he would be ill-prepared for what the future held for him. Releasing a deep breath, Cassiopeia activated her portkey and was whisked away from Britain, a place where war may no longer be ravaging the country, but a conflict that was seemingly far from finished lurked on the horizon, her thoughts focused on the task ahead of her. She was still not sold on the idea of raising the boy, but he was family, and though Cassiopeia had no clue what she was doing, she had to try, for those she had already lost. Break. November 19th, 1981. Life in Britain seemed to be finally settling down, with the Death Eater trials finally underway, and Albus couldn't be more grateful for it, though it appeared that there would be little consequence for those that had supported Tom in his endeavors. Already, many prominent lords and ladies that had found themselves embroiled in the pureblood movement were claiming that they were not acting of their own accord, and much to Albus's dismay, Millicent seemed to be buying into it. Whether she genuinely believed it or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that she would likely accept what was being said, if only to put an end to the unpleasantness Britain had endured these past years. Albus sighed as he shook his head. Only today, an unusually bedraggled Lucius Malfoy had all but begged for forgiveness on his hands and knees, promising to pay charitable restitutions for his unwitting participation. Albus, among many others, were not falling for the theatrics, but the minister and others had. The man had escaped a stint in Azkaban by the skin of his teeth. Lord Doge had even gone as far to suggest the use of Veritaserum, but that idea had been dismissed. Lucius's lawyer, another who had likely supported Tom, had pointed out that the Lord Malfoy's mind was vulnerable from his time under the Imperious Curse, and that the use of such a potion could be dangerous. Having consulted several healers on the matter, they had agreed with the assessment, meaning that Lucius, and any other claiming they were not acting willfully, would be spared. Coincidentally, many others were scheduled to be represented by the same man, and Albus had no doubt that they too would get away with their crimes. It left the headmaster feeling disappointed in the justice system, and the minister for being so forgiving. Albus believed in second chances for the most part, but there was never an excuse for what atrocities the Death Eaters had committed, and many would be allowed to walk free and continue to live amongst them as though nothing had happened. He was pulled from his maudlin thoughts as the fire flared into life, and the head of one of his least favorite people appeared before him. "Millicent," Albus greeted the minister tightly. "How may I help you?" The woman was tired. The war had taken its toll on her, and Albus knew she wouldn't be in office much longer. "I think you had best come through, Albus," the minister sighed deeply. "Something has been brought to my attention that will concern you." "That sounds rather ominous," Albus mused aloud. "What is it?" Millicent nodded. "I don't think it is wise to discuss it here," she said pointedly. "Come through." With that, the woman's head vanished, but the flames remained a flickering, emerald, green where she had left the connection open. With a shake of his head, Albus stood and approached the fireplace, wondering what could be so important that it couldn't wait until the morning. Stepping through, he entered an office that was usually as well organized as the woman it belonged to. However, the room was untidy. Stacks of parchment were piled on the desk and floor. "Are these all upcoming trials?" Albus asked. Millicent nodded. "They are," she confirmed, "and everything else pertaining to the war from start to finish, but I didn't ask you here to witness my misery. Take a seat and read this," she urged, sliding a folder towards him. Albus opened it and frowned. "That was given to me an hour ago by Ambrosius Moon," Millicent explained. "A formal notification of the intent to house Harry James Potter with his legally recognized guardian," Albus read aloud. The more he read of the document, the deeper his heart sunk into his very core, and when he read whom had signed the declaration, his blood felt as though it had frozen in his veins. Cassiopeia Black. The woman had not been seen nor heard of in decades in Wizarding Britain. Just what she was playing at, Albus knew not, but this wasn't good. How she believed she had any claim to guardianship was baffling, but Cassiopeia Black was nothing if not ruthless and thorough. Albus remembered her as a girl when she had passed through Hogwarts, but even more so for her association with Gellert. She had been his most ardent supporter, and when he had been defeated, the woman had vanished into obscurity. Until now. What did Ambrosius say? That he would be returning with Miss Black shortly, and that he would prefer for this to be dealt with quietly and out of the public sphere. "She's coming here?" Albus asked worriedly. Millicent nodded. "That is what Moon said," she reiterated. "What would she want with the Potter boy?" Albus couldn't even begin to imagine her reasoning, but Cassiopeia Black never did anything without purpose. She had been quite the brilliant witch, but a misguided one in her youth. A Black through and through. "We can't allow this," Albus said firmly. "We will not," Millicent assured him, "but we must tread carefully with her." Albus nodded his agreement as a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Millicent called, sitting straighter in her chair. Albus recognized Ambrosius Moon immediately. He was perhaps the best wizarding lawyer in Britain, the very reason the Blacks paid him handsomely for his services. The lady that entered behind him was aged, but appeared considerably younger than the years she had lived. Cassiopeia Black retained much of the beauty the Blacks were known for, and there was no questioning her sharpness. Her gray eyes were as lit with intelligence as they had been in her formative years, and though she glared grudgingly at Albus, she said nothing. "I must say that I am taken aback by this," Millicent began, retrieving the declaration from the desk and holding it aloft. "What is there to be taken aback by?" Ambrosius questioned. "The form is quite simple, is it not?" Millicent's nostrils flared at his mocking tone, and Albus intervened to prevent the already delicate situation deteriorating any further. "I'm afraid I do not understand your reasoning," he broke in. "Surely you have heard of the circumstances surrounding Sirius and what he has done." Albus had not believed the young man would betray James and Lily in such a way, but there was no denying the evidence of those that had witnessed what had transpired. Sirius had not helped himself with his own admission that he was to blame for the death of the Potters, and his mad ramblings had seen him sent to Azkaban on a dozen counts of murder. The man, by all accounts, was quite insane, the madness that famously plagued his family having infected him also. Perhaps it was the months living in isolation in such trying times that had done it, but Sirius Black had indeed cracked. "I know what the boy did," Cassiopeia snapped irritably, "but I am not here to discuss Sirius. My only interest is in my great-nephew." Albus leaned back in his chair. Even he had forgotten that Harry was in fact related so closely to the Blacks. But if this was the only justification Cassiopeia had for claiming guardianship, she would be leaving disappointed. "He is your great-nephew," Albus acknowledged, "but that does not give you guardianship, not when Harry has closer relatives than yourself." Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at him, but it was Moon that spoke next. Unless you have magicked another Potter out of thin air, then you may want to read this, he suggested, removing a thick document from within his briefcase and handing it to Albus. A marriage contract between Charles Potter and Arcturus Black, the headmaster murmured. Read the circled section, Cassiopeia instructed, grinning gleefully. At the request of both parties, should either family find themselves in a position where they are unable to provide suitable care and upbringing for an heir befitting their station, that care will, without prejudice, revert to the other family to ensure suitable preparation for future responsibilities. This is to coincide with the second term of this agreement, and in addendum to that, the heir should be educated in the traditions and practices of their primary paternal family. Albus leaned back in his chair. The contract was signed by William Potter, but that did not mean all was lost. Albus could use Harry's unfortunate circumstances to his advantage. I will personally educate Harry to prepare him for his eventual responsibilities, he declared. Is that so? Cassiopeia questioned, raising a delicate brow. Moon. The man handed Albus another document, and the headmaster knew that all was lost. Sirius made Harry his heir, he muttered tiredly. Which means that the boy must know how to run the Black affairs, Cassiopeia pointed out. Only a Black can teach him that, and those lessons must begin during childhood. With Harry as the heir to both families, he will need to be raised by a suitable person, and in this case, I am the best available. Albus could not deny that, but that didn't mean he was comforted by the situation. Why? He asked simply. Because with no one else available, it is my duty, Cassiopeia answered. The boy is also family, my sister's grandson. Oddly, her last words seemed to be sincere, something that Albus had not expected. Without Harry, the Black name will disappear into the Malfoy line. Arcturus would turn in his grave if that happened, Cassiopeia continued, the harshness in her tone fatting the more she spoke. Harry Potter may be the last chance for the Black line to continue, or at the very least, be absorbed into a worthy family. Albus understood the sentiment the woman held for her name. The Blacks had once been among the most prominent, a position that had declined over the past century or so, the last few years more than ever. Still, he couldn't give in. You do not understand the danger Harry is in, he sighed. I understand, Cassiopeia growled. I have spent time listening to those that would see the boy harmed for what happened. He has enemies, and when they can, they will come for him. I do not know what you have done with the boy, but he will never be safe, Dumbledore. He must be ready for what he will one day face, and you do not have the balls to do what is necessary. You couldn't even bring yourself to kill Gellert. Albus could not deny the truth of her words, but he couldn't just pass Harry off to the woman. You think that I would harm him, don't you? Cassiopeia accused. If you believe that, then you do not understand our magic. If Sirius wasn't Orion's heir, Walburga would have throttled him in his sleep. I could not harm the boy if I wished to. If anything, I would be compelled to protect him, as I did Arcturus even when we fought on opposing sides of a war. Albus eyed the woman questioningly. The thought of her wanting Harry to harm him, or hand him to someone who wished to, had crossed his mind. You may not like it, Dumbledore, but I am the best hope he has to be prepared for the future, the best option to ensure he is raised knowing what he needs to, and that he is kept safe. Even you couldn't find me or breach the defenses of my home. Albus rubbed his temples as he felt a headache begin to set in. I am here now because I wish to keep this as quiet as possible, Cassiopeia huffed. I could have done this very publicly, and even in front of the Wisengamot if I wished to. Do you think any of them would vote against the wishes of two well-respected lords of their families? Albus knew it was unlikely. The bond between two lords was of paramount importance to the purebloods. That was one of the very few things the Wisengamot would agree unanimously on. Although every instinct was telling him to not concede, Albus could see no way out of this, and evidently, neither could the minister. But there was still one more test Cassiopeia Black would need to pass before he was satisfied. You will care for him, he asked, as I would for any that has my blood flowing through their veins. You will protect him, with my own life, if necessary. You will teach him. Cassiopeia smirked. By the time I am done with him, anyone would be foolish to cross his path. He will be the best of both of his families. The declaration sent a shiver down Albus's spine, but not one that was unsettling. If anything, it brought a semblance of comfort to the man. Both families had produced notably strong and intelligent men. With the ruthlessness and cunning of the Blacks, and the stubbornness and honor the Potters were renowned for, Harry would indeed be an influential man, something he already had the makings of from his incredible feat of magic. Perhaps it would be best for him to be raised by Cassiopeia Black. After all, something Albus had not though he would be considering by the end of the conversation. Still wary of doing so, he however nodded, conceding to the woman. He may one day regret the decision and would always have his reservations, but he truly wanted the best for Harry, and though he was reluctant to admit, Cassiopeia Black was just that, under the circumstances. "Where is he?" the woman asked. "I will take you to him," Albus declared, curious to see what would happen when they arrived at the address of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. "May I use my portkey, Millicent?" The minister nodded her consent, and Albus offered his arm to Cassiopeia as he stood. With a grimace, the woman took hold of the sleeve of his robes and Albus removed the phoenix pendant he wore around his neck before activating the portkey. "I would have always been on hand if he needed me," he assured the woman when they arrived at their destination. Cassiopeia looked around, a deep frown marring her features. "Muggles," she hissed. "You would have had him raised by Muggles." Albus held up a hand to placate the woman. "What would you have done?" he returned gently. "Who could I have trusted with his care?" Cassiopeia deflated as she pondered the question. "The people living here are Harry's family, the last that he has," Albus explained sadly. "He has me," Cassiopeia said firmly. Albus watched as she walked towards the house, not truly surprised that wards did not react to her. If she meant to harm Harry, the results would have been most unpleasant for her. "Are you coming?" the woman asked irritably. With a nod, the Albus followed and tapped smartly on the door. It was nearing 9 p.m., but the lights were still on, and the door was answered by a burly man. "We don't buy or sell here," he said gruffly. "We're not interested in religion." "Mr. Dursley," Albus greeted him, "we are here to collect young Harry from you." The man began to purple, his bushy mustache twitching. "You're from that lot," he growled accusingly. "I told Petunia to get rid of the boy, but she wouldn't listen, said that she'd been threatened." "Vernon, who is it?" a thin blonde questioned as she came to the door, cradling a bundle of blankets to her chest. At the sight of Albus, she paled. "What do you want?" she whimpered. "Mrs. Dursley, we have come to collect Harry. He will be staying elsewhere from now on," Albus explained. The woman swallowed deeply and began sputtering as though she had been caught doing something she shouldn't. "Hand him over," Cassiopeia demanded angrily, holding out her arms. Petunia held the blankets tighter to her chest. "This is my son, Dudley," she explained frantically. "The boy is—" "Is where?" Albus interjected. Petunia began to tremble, and her eyes darted towards the cupboard under the stairs. Not for the first time this evening, Albus felt his heart sink, and he pushed past the Dursleys. Opening the door, he was mortified to find Harry sleeping in a basket, shoved in the cupboard as though he was nothing more than a vacuum cleaner. "You put him in a cupboard," Cassiopeia whispered furiously as she drew her wand. Albus intervened, diverting the sickly yellow spell she cast away from the Dursleys into the wall. The paint began to bubble and drip to the ground, much to the horror of the Muggles. "Don't," Albus said sharply. "The wards will not take kindly to them being harmed." Cassiopeia's nostrils flared, but she reined in her anger in favor of retrieving Harry. "He looks like one of us," she commented almost affectionately as she looked upon him. Albus nodded. Harry already had many features shared by the Blacks, but there was no denying his Potter heritage either. He looked very much like James, but had one defining feature of his mother. "Perhaps we should leave," Albus suggested, wishing to avoid any more unpleasantness. Cassiopeia nodded, but glared at the Dursleys, a final time before exiting the house. Albus followed suit and closed the door behind him, horrified at what kind of life Harry would likely have had here. Was Petunia so petty to treat her nephew so poorly? And you believed he was safe here? Cassiopeia snarked as she adjusted the sleeping boy in her arms. I will not forget this, Albus, she warned. Albus deflated as he looked at the woman. She had no idea what she was letting herself in for, not really. The day will come where we will have to discuss many things, he said sadly, but they can wait until it is necessary to do so. Raise him well, Cassiopeia. He will need to be ready for more than you could hope to know. Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at him. Were she not such a stubborn woman, she may have questioned Albus further, but instead, she simply nodded. He will be ready for anything, she replied confidently before activating her own portkey. I hope you're right, Albus murmured into the night before he too vanished from Privet Drive. Break. Moon had been waiting for Cassiopeia to return home, and Harry had remained asleep since doing so. It had been much than anticipated to convince Dumbledore to surrender the boy to her, but Cassiopeia had been left unsettled by the final part of their conversation. May I make a suggestion? Moon broke into her thoughts. Cassiopeia nodded and gestured for the man to continue. The family affairs will need to be looked after until the boy is old enough to do so himself, both families. Cassiopeia frowned thoughtfully. She didn't have the faintest idea how to fulfill the duties of a head of house. Are you volunteering? Moon chuckled as he shook his head. No, I am a solicitor, Cassie. I wouldn't know where to begin, he explained. I will continue representing the Blacks where required, and also the Potters if you wish me to. Cassiopeia nodded gratefully. Then who? Well, during the war with Grindelwald, Arcturus placed Lord Parkinson as his proxy. The man did a more than admirable job in the position. Can he be trusted? I believe so, Moon assured her. He is a friend of mine and admitted that he helped fund the pureblood movement but did not become a follower. Most families did so, whether they will admit it or not. It was the best way to ensure their safety. Do you believe him? Moon nodded. He is unmarked and not an evil man, Cassie. I would trust him with this. He knows what he is doing. Cassiopeia released a deep breath, not having considered this. Bring it up with him, she instructed, but only the black side of things to begin with. Moon offered her a bow as he stood. I will do so tomorrow, quietly, of course. If you have any further need of me, I will be available. Cassiopeia nodded gratefully, and Moon exited the room, and only a moment later, the front door closed, leaving Cassiopeia cradling a still sleeping babe. Elgar, she called. The elf appeared immediately, his gaze shifting to his new master. He is the Lord Black, Elgar confirmed. Potter, Cassiopeia corrected. He is the Lord Black, but he carries the Potter name. Like Master Charles. Cassiopeia nodded. He is Charles's grandson. Elgar smiled fondly. Master Charles was a good man. Cassiopeia hummed. She and Charles had never gotten along. Her respect for him as a wizard, and as her brother-in-law, could never overshadow the fact the man had fought against Gellert. Watch him, Elgar, she instructed, handing the elf the bundle of blankets. If he wakes, feed him. Elgar will protect the Lord Black, the elf assured her proudly. He would too, and as Cassiopeia took her leave of the house, she couldn't help but wonder just how different her life would be and what the future held for the boy she had taken in. Already, he was unique simply because he would be the lord of two prominent families, but the circumstances surrounding the fall of Voldemort made him even more so. Cassiopeia could not comprehend any kind of magic or power that would have resulted in such a feat, but there was one person who just might. Break. For 36 years, he had been housed within his own prison, and for most of that time, Gellert had wished that Albus had killed him. If there was anything he couldn't stand, it was living a tedious existence. Still, things had improved since his initial imprisonment. He was allowed books, and even some small birds to keep him company. Of course, he wasn't allowed a wand, but that was for the best. Gellert still craved power, and keeping his means of obtaining it away from him meant that the world was safe from his more visceral inclinations. "Did I miss another sleep?" he asked as he heard footsteps approaching his cell. "No, it is just late," Cassiopeia replied as she reached his cell. Gellert greeted the woman with a smile. Besides Albus, she had been his only visitor over the years. "What is bothering you, my dear?" he asked, nodding her uncharacteristic expression of worry. The explanation he received was not anything Gellert would have expected in his wildest dreams, but he did not interrupt the woman as she spoke, allowing her to vent until she was breathless from doing so. "The boy is the grandson of Charles Potter?" Gellert asked interestedly. Cassiopeia scowled as she nodded, and Gellert chuckled. "You still hold a grudge against the man," he sighed. "You hold on to the past too much, my dear. I have let it go, and so should you." Cassiopeia raised an eyebrow at him, and Gellert shook his head. "You're certain he survived the killing curse?" "Dumbledore is." "Then that is indeed what happened," Gellert mused aloud. "Albus is not prone to lies or flights of fancy. I don't suppose he was too pleased that you bested him." "No, but I don't know what to do, Gellert," Cassiopeia murmured. "The boy has powerful enemies and will likely have more when certain people learn of his position." Gellert nodded thoughtfully. If the boy was anything like his grandfather, he would be a capable wizard, and with Cassiopeia raising him, he would be as ruthless as her brother had been. Quite the combination indeed, but with so many enemies, and a potential Dark Lord still out there somewhere, would it be enough? If Albus believed this Voldemort was still alive, then Gellert had no reason to think otherwise. Cassiopeia had taken on quite the task indeed. Did Albus say anything else? "Only that there were things that I didn't understand, and that we would need to discuss them when Harry is older." Gellert shook his head. Albus, as ever, was holding back vital information, but Gellert knew him well enough to know he would not give it up until he was ready to do so. "The boy must be prepared for anything," Gellert sighed. Cassiopeia nodded her agreement. "I will need your help, Gellert," she almost pleaded. Gellert reached through the bars and grabbed the woman comfortingly by the hand. "You will have it," he assured her. Cassiopeia Black had remained loyal to him, and the least he could do was return that loyalty. Besides, Gellert was very interested to see just what such a boy could be capable of. If anything, he was looking forward to it. "Keep me updated on him, my dear, and when the time is right, I will help you ensure that there is nothing that he won't be able to face. If Voldemort comes for him, he will be ready, and if any other chooses to make an enemy of him, they will regret doing so," he mused aloud. "You have a plan," Cassiopeia said almost accusingly. "I always have a plan," Gellert replied. "Now, off with you, I need to finalize it." Cassiopeia frowned, but bid him farewell before leaving, and Gellert took a seat at his rickety desk to ponder everything he had learned. Humming to himself, he reflected briefly on the absurdity of the situation. Cassiopeia Black was raising the grandson of who had been one of his greatest foes. And Gellert would now be dedicating his time to helping the boy. The irony was not lost on the former Dark Lord, and he chuckled to himself as he set to work. "You'd better appreciate this, Potter," he grumbled to himself. Chapter 2, An Animated Child, December 1984. It was not often that Julius Parkinson donned his best robes, but today was such an occasion that he would. Checking his reflection in the mirror, he straightened them, and his gaze shifted to the unmoving portrait of his late father. Julius had not expected his time to ascend to the position of the head of his family would come so early in his life, nor so suddenly. His father had been a strong man, and intelligent to boot, so his rather abrupt departure after a short illness had come as quite the shock. From since he had been but a boy, Julius had spent many hours at his father's heel, watching how he conducted himself, learning the ins and outs of the family businesses. But he had never comprehended that there would be additional duties he knew nothing of, things that had not been disclosed to him until he had been summoned to his father's deathbed the previous year. Flashback August 1983. According to the healer caring for him, Lord Thomas Parkinson was not long for this world, and there was nothing that could be done except to ensure he passed painlessly and comfortably as possible. Julius had often envisioned the day his father would pass the mantle of head of the Parkinson family onto him, but not as the man was soon to breathe his last. It had been retirement that Julius had expected, not the death of the man he so adored. Still, he knew what his responsibilities were, and they would begin the moment his father was no longer with them. Julius swallowed the lump that formed in his throat at the thought, and released a deep breath before entering his father's private chambers. Never had he seen the man looking so frail, and as he seated himself in the chair next to the bed, he took the man's hand. "You sent for me, father." Thomas nodded before a coughing fit took him. "Water," he gasped. Julius poured him a glass and helped him take a sip to cease the coughing. Thomas nodded gratefully and patted his son's hand. "You're upset," he croaked. Julius snorted humorlessly. "You're dying." Thomas nodded. "All men must die, my son," he pointed out. "I did not wish for my time to come so soon, but it will soon be here, and there are things we must discuss." He coughed once more and waved Julius off as he reached for the glass of water. "I know what my duties are," Julius assured him. "You do," Thomas agreed, "and you have learned everything I have to teach, but there are things you must be made aware of, things that could be as dangerous as they are advantageous." Julius frowned questioningly, wondering if his father's mind had been weakened by his ailment. No, his eyes, though heavy, were as sharp as they had ever been. "During the war with Grindelwald, I was tasked with the overseeing of the Black family affairs," Thomas whispered. "It was an honor to do so, and because of it, I earned the trust and respect of Arcturus Black." Julius's eyes widened. To be asked to fulfill such a role by any lord was an honor, but there was none higher than the Blacks, not a few decades ago, at least. 2 years ago, I was asked to fulfill the same role, Thomas continued. On behalf of Lucius's son. Thomas shook his head, a mischievous smirk tugging at his lips. "No." Julius frowned. "But with Sirius in prison, Draco is the heir of the family," he pointed out. "Lucius has taken much glee in bragging about it." "Lucius is a fool who does not know what he speaks of," Thomas muttered. "No, it is not Draco that will be the head of the family." "Then who?" Thomas met his son's gaze, his expression becoming stern. "What I am to tell you is not to be spoke of with any other," he said firmly. "I want your word that this will remain a family secret." "You have it," Julius assured him without hesitation. Thomas nodded satisfactorily. "Before he was imprisoned, Sirius Black named his godson his heir, and that boy will inherit the title upon reaching his majority." "His godson?" "None other than Harry Potter." Julius choked at the revelation. "Potter?" Thomas nodded severely. "When he comes of age, he will be one of the most powerful and influential men in the country," he explained. "I need not remind you of his already envious fame. That, coupled with the power of 2 prominent families behind him, means that he has the potential to be one of the most influential men in the country, and we are currently in a position to be in his good graces." Julius nodded his understanding, though he had his concerns. "So, what shall I do?" "You will fulfill the role I accepted to look over the family matters on his behalf and ensure they remain profitable," Thomas informed him, "for no other reason than it is an honor to do so, and that Arcturus Black was a man I respected greatly. I would not see the Black family squandered by us. And the Potter boy should be afforded the respect of the positions he will one day hold," Thomas instructed. "This is quite the opportunity for us, and I would see that we keep the promises made." "Understood," Julius assured his father. "Good," Thomas sighed. "I'm sure you will have the opportunity to meet the boy in the future, but you should know that he is being raised by Cassiopeia Black." Once more, Julius's eyes widened. "Cassiopeia," he gasped. Thomas nodded. Now you understand the magnitude of your responsibilities to them. Cassiopeia is a dangerous woman, and the Potter boy will be more so when he is grown if she has a hand in his upbringing. Remember, Julius, he has the blood of the Blacks and the Potters running through his veins. Merlin, even if he was a squib, he could have most eating out of the palm of his hand. He could, Julius agreed, but remember, this is not merely about what we can gain from this. It is about a promise to a man who I considered a close friend. That is what you must bear in mind first and foremost. I will, Father, Julius promised. Good, now let me rest, boy, Thomas sighed. End flashback. Thomas Parkinson had passed away only a day after that conversation, and the weight of the responsibility Julius had inherited weighed heavily on his shoulders. Still, he had done as he had been bid by his father, and had ensured the continued growth of the Black and Potter family wealth. Today, at the behest of Cassiopeia Black, he would be meeting with the woman for the first time. He had written to her upon his father's death to inform her of his ascension, and to ensure her that the Parkinson family would continue to look out for her interests, and would do so discreetly. Cassiopeia's response to his letter had been terse, but not unexpected. Parkinson, give me no reason to regret my decision to seek your help, and you may live to see old age. C.B. Julius had been nothing but beneficial to both additional families and had invested wisely on their behalf. Nonetheless, the letter inviting him to meet with her had been quite the surprise. Cassiopeia Black expected a report of what had been done over the past few years, something Julius had prepared down to the very finest detail. How do I look, Daddy? Julius smiled as Pansy entered his study. She was wearing a green dress with a matching ribbon in her hair, and she gave him a twirl that elicited a chuckle from the man who bent down to pick her up. You look wonderful, he replied. Pansy beamed at him, and Julius adjusted the bow in her dark hair. Now, you remember where we are going today. Pansy nodded. Her light brown eyes widened in excitement. We are meeting a very important lady. Good. And it is a special secret, Pansy continued. Exactly, Julius praised. What does that mean? That only you, me, and Mummy can know. Julius smiled once more before placing a kiss on his daughter's cheek and placing her back on the ground. You're a smart girl, Pansy. Now are you ready? Pansy nodded eagerly, and Julius removed the portkey Cassiopeia had delivered to him via their family elf. Remember, hold on tight. Pansy rolled her eyes at him. I know, Daddy, she huffed. With a snort of amusement, Julius activated the portkey, wondering what kind of reception he would receive. Regardless, this was an opportunity that Pansy should not miss out on. It would one day be important for her to make connections, and this one could, as his father had explained, perhaps be the most beneficial one available. Break. Cassie had intended to take Moon's advice by allowing Elgar to raise Harry during his early years. She'd never been a maternal woman, never had the urge to have children of her own, not even when her younger siblings had been born. Her interest in them had been minimal. Nothing more than a curious glance at their faces as their mother held them. Beyond that, she had mostly ignored Arcturus and Doria until they could speak. Little Harry, however, had not made such a thing possible. The morning after she has fetched him from the Muggles, she had entered the kitchen to find the elf feeding the boy in a high chair, and not having the easiest time in doing so. Harry had porridge smeared over his cheeks, and had been giggling as Elgar patiently tried to feed him. But as the boy noticed Cassiopeia, he had looked up at her with those brilliant green eyes of his. Cassie had never seen such a shade. They almost glowed like gently flickering flames, and the expression of curiosity was not one she could easily be so dismissive of. What she did know was that they were not inherited from the Potters. Both William and Charles had brown eyes, and she was certain that James did too. Harry must have gotten his from his mother. Still, she didn't know what to do with a baby, and had merely smiled awkwardly at him before fixing her own breakfast. For the first week, she barely saw Harry, and continued living her life the way she had been for the past several decades. But she should have known better to believe that things could progress so smoothly. The first indication she got that something wasn't right came in the middle of the 8th night he had been with her. Cassie had been woken in the early hours to the sound of whimpering coming from the adjoining room she had allocated to the boy, a more appropriate place for the future lord of 2 houses to sleep. The thought of him being left in a cupboard still angered her, and the urge to throttle his relatives had yet to abate. With a sigh, she had left her own room and entered his, to find a worried Elgar holding the seemingly sleeping boy to his chest. "Is he sick?" "No, Miss Black," Elgar whispered. "He is having bad dreams." Cassiopeia frowned. What kind of baby had bad dreams? Still, Harry whimpered pitifully, and continued to do so when his eyes shot open a moment later. There was a fear within them, a fear that did not belong on the face of a babe. "Elgar doesn't know what to do, miss," the elf murmured. "He wakes like this every night." Cassiopeia released a deep breath as she approached, and Harry looked up at her almost pleadingly. To this day, Cassie didn't know why she had done it, and often wished she hadn't, but with a gentle probe of legilimency, she saw what it was that haunted the boy. She would never forget seeing the red-headed woman pleading for Harry's life, nor the mocking laughter of the Dark Lord as he murdered her in front of her infant son, before turning his wand on the boy. The killing curse. Cassie had been skeptical of the veracity of the claims that Harry had somehow survived it, but having seen the memory of the boy for herself, she no longer doubted the truth. For Harry to remember it so vividly, it was something that would haunt him for the rest of his days, something that would undoubtedly play a part in shaping him as he grew. "Oh, you poor boy," she had choked as she took him from Elgar's arms and held him clumsily in her own. "He remembers it." Elgar had nodded in response. "He does, miss," he whispered, "and the scar will always remind him." "Scar?" Elgar gently moved Harry's fringe away, revealing the red, puckered mark that marred his skin. "That is where the curse hit him," the elf explained. "Very bad magic, miss, very, very bad." Cassiopeia swallowed deeply as she rocked the boy in her arms. Harry's dreams had continued throughout the years since, but they had eventually become less common. Though he never spoke of them, not even now at the age of 4, but other than the occasional night he needed to be comforted, he had proven to be resilient. He would need to be. He was proving to be quite the curious child, too, always asking questions to the point that the incessant pestering annoyed Cassie, something that Harry seemed to get a kick out of. There was undoubtedly a mischievous side to him. The victorious grin he wore when he got a rise out of her, however, was still preferable to the broken child she still sometimes saw in the small hours of the night. Harry was becoming quite the character, and Cassie had no doubt that he would get into more than his fair share of trouble in the years to come. "Merlin, help me," she murmured as she watched him playing with some of his toys in front of the fireplace. Despite everything, Cassie was happy with how he was progressing. Harry already had a deep interest in magic, and always watched with interest whenever she used her wand, even for the inanest things, almost as though he was trying to work out how she was doing what she was. It was amusing to see his little face scrunch up in concentration, and how he would pout when she put her wand away. "Harry, Lord Parkinson will be arriving shortly," she announced. Harry only nodded in response as he set a dragon upon a score of knights, cheering as the figures ran from the beast. Cassiopeia snorted as she shook her head. He loved his toy dragon. It had been a gift from Gellert for his previous birthday. Not that Harry knew that, of course. Cassiopeia had not mentioned the man to him, but had kept Gellert abreast of all that had happened with the boy since his arrival. She was pulled from her thoughts by the arrival of Elgar, who offered her a low bow, his gaze shifting briefly towards Harry before he spoke. The elf had grown very fond and protective of his charge. "Miss Black, Lord Parkinson has arrived at the front gate." "Show him in, please, Elgar." The elf offered her another bow, before disappearing with a gentle crack. The death of the previous Lord Parkinson had come unexpectedly, and Cassiopeia had been wary about the man's son taking over Harry's interests. She had never met the man in any capacity and didn't know how much he could be trusted, but he had written to her and assured her the arrangement would continue as it had. Cassie had been reluctant, but without bringing another in on her secret, there was little else that could be done. She had given Parkinson the benefit of the doubt and knew she would have to make his acquaintance in person. For more than a year, she had put it off, but she could do so no longer. So long as the Potter and Black family interests were being cared for suitably, she saw no reason to end the arrangement. Cassie took a seat in a nearby armchair and watched as a tall, well-dressed, and groomed man entered with a girl no older than Harry. He had chestnut brown hair and matching, intelligent eyes. His features were sharp, but not offensively slow, and he gave her a shallow bow. The smile Lord Parkinson offered was reserved, but not insincere, a gesture Cassiopeia appreciated. Parkinson was not here to attempt to flatter, nor charm her with flowery words, but he understood his position, the privilege he had inherited. "Miss Black, it is nice to finally meet you." "And you, Lord Parkinson," Cassiopeia replied in kind. Parkinson chuckled. "I suppose this is quite pivotal moment for both of us. You are unsure if you can trust me the same way your brother trusted my father, and I am still unsure if I am able to assist you as well. Though I dare say, I think I have done a fair job since taking over," he spoke, removing 2 folders from within his robes and handing them over. Cassiopeia accepted them and opened the first. "I do not wish to be condescending, Miss Black, but I took the liberty of creating a simple breakdown of what I have done this past year." Cassie nodded appreciatively as she read the figures of the Black account. Parkinson had indeed done well. The businesses the Blacks had invested in over the years were still profitable, and those that weren't had been sold off before they had lost any gold of note. The Potter accounts were doing similarly well, though it was clear there was a period of time they had not been looked after well. Still, Cassiopeia had never known how wealthy the family was, and it proved to be considerably more than she had anticipated. "You are doing well," she commented. Parkinson deflated, relieved that she was content. "Thank you," he replied. "It has been quite a daunting period after losing my father." Cassiopeia nodded her understanding. Thomas Parkinson had not been so old that it wasn't out of the question that he could have lived for a few more decades at least. "I see no reason why the arrangement cannot continue," she decided. "You can continue to claim 5% of profits made from both families as compensation. And our business will remain firmly between our families," Parkinson assured her. "I, like my father, am a man of my word." Cassiopeia had heard the man's words, but her gaze had shifted towards Harry and Parkinson's daughter who had joined him in front of the fireplace. She watched curiously how they interacted. Harry had not socialized with any other children, thus far from fear that he would be recognized. Cassiopeia knew that it was unlikely in Greece, but she did not wish to take any risks. The 2 children seemed to be interacting well enough, and the girl was even laughing at something Harry said. "He is quite the boy, isn't he?" Parkinson questioned as he too watched them. "Even now, a week barely passes without the media mentioning him, wondering where he is." Cassiopeia frowned at the revelation. She didn't like anyone taking too much interest in Harry. "Are those that supported him still looking for Harry?" she asked bluntly. Parkinson swallowed deeply. "I don't know. I do not associate with them much outside of the Wisengamot or functions I am required to attend, but I would assume they are. The boy inadvertently caused more problems than you can understand and has enemies." Cassiopeia nodded. "If by some chance you hear anything, Parkinson, I would suggest that you remember what Harry will one day be. He may be a boy now, but he won't be forever, and if he decides to return to Britain, I will ensure he does so with every possible resource to bring any that would wish him harm to their knees. He will be a man to be feared and respected." Parkinson became pensive for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. "I do not doubt you," he replied. "Good. Now, would you and your daughter like to join us for lunch?" she asked. I would not send a guest away without refreshments. Lord Parkinson looked towards his daughter, who had joined in playing with Harry, before nodding. Pansy and I would be honored. It was an opportunity for Cassie to continue watching Harry and how he interacted with others. It would be an important skill for the boy, after all. It also gave her the chance to question Lord Parkinson further, to get to know the man and perhaps his experiences in parenting. Even after almost 3 years of raising Harry, Cassie felt as though she was out of her depth. She knew nothing of children, except her experiences with the Potter Black heir. Harry, Lord Parkinson has agreed to join us for lunch. Go and wash your hands. You too, Pansy, Lord Parkinson instructed. I'm sure Harry can show you the way. The 2 children left the room, both smiling with Pansy chasing after the energetic boy. It makes me feel old just watching them, Parkinson sighed amusedly. Cassiopeia hummed. Harry is a good boy, she declared. Even after everything he went through. Cassiopeia nodded. Despite everything, he is one of the good ones. Parkinson looked at her questioningly, but thought better than to pry. The children returned only a moment after the 2 had taken their seats, breathless from running through the corridors of the house. Harry's robes were soaked, and Cassiopeia raised an eyebrow in his direction. I made a mess, he murmured. Pansy rolled her eyes. I splashed him, she declared, only because he was going to do it to me. I was not, Harry denied. Well, maybe a little bit. Pansy grinned victoriously, and Lord Parkinson shook his head. Perhaps you should both sit, and then the urge to throw water at one another will be quelled, he suggested. The children smirked sheepishly at each other before doing so, and Cassie watched them as they put their heads together and began talking animatedly. It was as though they had been friends for years, and she felt a pang of guilt for isolating him from the world, but it was for his own safety. How old was Pansy when she had her first bout of accidental magic? Cassiopeia asked Lord Parkinson curiously. Just before she turned 3, the man answered proudly. Her mother's hair was orange for a week. What about Harry? Around the same age, Cassiopeia lied before taking a mouthful of soup Elgar had served them. Harry had only been with her a month before his magic had begun manifesting, and seemed to become more volatile when he experienced heightened emotions in the middle of the night. Cassie had lost count of how many times she'd had to repair things in his room. Was it just the hair? Parkinson chuckled as he shook his head. We've had plates of vegetables banished across the room, and even a cat being levitated after it tried to run away, he explained. If only Cassiopeia had to deal with such simple incidents. Along with his tendency to destroy things, Harry had somehow managed to summon things from across the room several times, and even heated up considerably when Cassiopeia had forgotten to add more wood to his fire. The most impressive feat of magic, however, had been when he'd set fire to a nest of hornets in the garden after one of them had stung him. Not that she would mention such things to the man she was sharing lunch with. It was not something he needed to know, though it did make Cassiopeia question just how normal these bouts of accidental magic were. Perhaps she would discuss them with Gellert. She was due to visit him, and hadn't done so since he had presented her with Harry's birthday gift. They had not parted on the best of terms when Gellert had refused to share his ever-developing plans for Harry with her, but it wasn't the first time they had fallen out, and nor would it be the last. He looks very much like his father, Lord Parkinson commented, pulling Cassiopeia from her thoughts. The eyes are definitely his mother's. The redhead mudblood. Lily Evans, Parkinson confirmed. She was a very gifted witch. I suppose that is why Charles Potter agreed to allow his son to marry her. Cassiopeia frowned. She had pondered why Charles would break tradition, and her sister even more so. Doria may have been more tolerant than the rest of the family, but she was still a Black, a traditionalist at heart. You knew her? Not as such, Parkinson denied, but my generation knew of her, even more so now. There are rumors that she found a protection against the killing curse. It was something else that Cassiopeia had spent time thinking about. Just how had Harry survived the killing curse? She knew that Dumbledore undoubtedly had a theory, but she had heard nothing from the man since the night they had retrieved Harry. "What do you think?" she asked. Parkinson shook his head. "I wouldn't even wish to speculate," he sighed. "It is fantastical enough to believe without the added headache of questioning how." Cassiopeia agreed wholeheartedly with the man, but she was still determined to uncover the truth. If Lily Potter had managed to discover such a protection, she must have been certain of it to have enough faith that it would protect her son. "No, not Harry." The final plea of a desperate mother sent a shiver down her spine, as it always did whenever Cassie thought of it. There was no denying that Lily Potter loved her son, and it saddened Cassiopeia to think that Harry would never know his parents. The boy had never even asked about them, the dreams that haunted him evidently enough of an explanation. It was something Cassie was grateful for, but sometimes she wished he would ask for the sake of closure. "Can we play in the garden, Aunt Cass?" Harry asked, breaking into her thoughts. Cassiopeia offered the boy a smile and nodded. "Stay away from the cliffs," she warned, and out of the broom shed. "I do not think Lord Parkinson will be pleased to find Pansy in the air." "Yes, Aunt Cassie," Harry sighed before leading the girl from the room. "He flies already?" Parkinson asked. "I wish he wouldn't," Cassie huffed, "but it makes him happy and he's a natural." Parkinson chuckled. "I suppose he gets that from his father," he mused aloud. There were rumors that James Potter had been approached to play Quidditch professionally. If it wasn't for the war, he probably would have played for England. I remember him at Hogwarts. He was an excellent flyer. "Did you know him?" Parkinson shook his head. "No, he was a Gryffindor and a few years younger than me," he explained. "I remember Lucius complaining about playing against him. McGonagall used to gush at how gifted he was at Transfiguration." Cassiopeia hummed thoughtfully. "What about Harry's mother?" "Well, she spent a lot of time with Slughorn, so I suppose she was quite brilliant at potions if he took so much interest in her. But if I'm remembering correctly, she was more interested in charms." Cassiopeia appreciated the information. Although James Potter was her nephew, she knew nothing about him. Her existence had been an isolated one, so her knowledge on those back home was sorely lacking, something she would need to rectify in the years to come. "I think we should perhaps check on them," Cassiopeia sighed. "Harry has quite the mischievous side to him when he's in the mood." "All boys do," Parkinson pointed out as he stood to follow. "Oh no. Harry is exceptionally cheeky when he feels the need to be. Just ask Elgar what the boy did to his apron when he refused him extra dessert." "Master is a naughty boy," Elgar muttered, though a smile tugged at his lips as he cleared away the plate and bowls. Parkinson had an expression of curiosity, but he didn't press the matter and followed Cassie as she headed towards the back door. "They seem to be quite taken with each other," he commented when he spotted Harry and Pansy hunched by one of the bushes. Cassiopeia raised an eyebrow at the man. "I do hope that you're not cementing an early intention for a marriage contract, Lord Parkinson." The man held up his hands, placatingly as he chuckled. "I know my place in our society, Miss Black," he assured her. "For my daughter to marry into either the Potter or Black family would be more than I could ever expect for her, let alone the lord of both. No, I was merely pointing out that they seem to be getting on." Cassie deflated as she nodded. "They are," she conceded. "Harry doesn't get to mix with others for his safety." Parkinson nodded his understanding. "I would be equally cautious if I were in your position," he explained, "though your reputation is still rather formidable back home. Even if it was known he was here with you, very few would be foolish enough to try anything." "My reputation would only ever go so far to protect him," Cassie pointed out. "It will have to be Harry they respect, and they will, Lord Parkinson. By the time I am done with him, he will be more than capable of putting anyone in their place." "I do not doubt it," Parkinson replied with a bow. Cassiopeia nodded, pleased that the man had gotten the message before turning her attention to her charge. "What are you doing, Harry?" she questioned as she approached the children. "Harry is talking to the snake," Pansy explained excitedly. Talking to the snake, Cassiopeia asked confusedly, her mouth falling agape and her heart sinking as she came upon them. Harry indeed had a brown snake with black markings down its spine wrapped around his arm, and the flat head resting on his bicep. Even more shocking, however, was that the boy was hissing gently, and the creature was seemingly listening to him. Harry put the snake down, Cassiopeia gasped as she drew her wand. No, Aunt Cass, he's friendly, Harry protested. He just wants something to eat. Cassiopeia swallowed deeply. Can you understand it? Harry nodded as he smiled brightly. He says that he's been living in our garden since he hatched. Much to Cassie's surprise, the snake actually nodded at her. Her gaze shifted to Lord Parkinson, who was in a similar state of disbelief as her. Okay, Harry, put the snake back, she instructed calmly. You can visit him again later. Fine, Harry conceded grumpily, placing the hissing snake back in the bush. Now go and wash your hands. Merlin knows what germs he has on him. You too, Pansy, Lord Parkinson added. The children left, both seemingly unaware of the magnitude of what had happened. He's a Parselmouth, Parkinson murmured. How is that possible? I don't know, Cassie replied, her mind drifting to the only other known Parselmouth who had been in Harry's life. She had been learning what she could about Voldemort over the past couple of years, and though there was little information readily available, the man had publicly claimed to be the heir of Slytherin and a known, prolific Parselmouth. Is it possible Lily Evans was related to Slytherin? Parkinson questioned. She was a mudblood, Cassie pointed out, but there is always a chance. She didn't believe for one moment that Lily Potter was a relative of the Slytherin family, and was more inclined to believe that Harry came about his ability via what transpired the night Voldemort had come for the Potters. I would urge you to keep this information quiet, Parkinson spoke urgently. You know who was one, and the reputation has only suffered more over the years he was around. I will, of course, say nothing of what I saw, and neither will Pansy. Cassiopeia nodded gratefully. Your discretion on the matter is appreciated, Lord Parkinson. Julius, the man corrected. If I am to oversee the affairs of both families, you may call me Julius. For now, I will continue with my work, and I must say, I look forward to seeing the boy grow and what he will become. Pansy, it is time for us to leave, he declared as the children returned. Say your goodbyes. I'm sure Miss Black will allow you to visit again. Both children looked hopefully at her, and with a nod, they wore matching smiles as Lord Parkinson took his daughter by the arm and activated a portkey that would take them home. Suddenly, the urge to see Gellert had become pressing, the latest development with Harry having unsettled the woman. And yet, the innocence of the smile he wore brought her a semblance of comfort, despite the trepidation she felt. Break. Gellert was tending to his birds when he heard the familiar footfalls of one of his visitors, though the pace of them was much more frantic than usual. Placing the little thrush in its cage, he turned to be greeted by the sight of a pale Cassiopeia, her worried expression causing him to frown. He's a Parselmouth, Gellert, the woman whispered. Who is? Harry. I see, Gellert murmured. The Potters have never married into the Slytherin line. Cassiopeia shook her head. His mother, perhaps. No, she was a mudblood. Gellert tutted. I do not believe Harry will appreciate you referring to his mother as such, he chided. Just because you believe she was a Muggle-born, it doesn't make it so. It is possible that a member of the Slytherin family had a child that no scholar knows of. Albus investigated them thoroughly enough. What was her name? Evans. Evans, Gellert murmured. I feel that I should know the name, but its meaning escapes me. He didn't get it from his parents, Cassiopeia snapped. It came from him, didn't it? He somehow infected Harry with his magic. Gellert shook his head. No, magic does not work that way, he mused aloud. Any of Voldemort's magic should have been purged from Harry's system by his own. If Harry did indeed inherit the ability from him, then something else must have occurred that night. What? Cassiopeia asked desperately. I do not know, Gellert admitted, but I will ponder it. I expect I will have an explanation in due course. And what am I supposed to do in the meantime? Nothing, Gellert answered. So long as Harry is happy and healthy, then I do not believe you need to be alarmed. If it were something so serious to him, I believe it would have manifested itself by now. Cassiopeia seemed to be comforted by his words and deflated. How is the boy, other than the latest development? The question brought a rare smile to Cassiopeia's lips, and Gellert smirked too. She had come to care for the boy, though she would likely deny it if he mentioned such. He's quite brilliant, Cassiopeia praised. He's inquisitive and interested in magic. Excellent, Gellert declared. And he really loves the dragon you made for him, she continued. He uses it to attack his other toys, and they have to try to fend off the marauding beast. Gellert chuckled amusedly. I did not expect him to get so much joy from such a simple thing. Cassiopeia rolled her eyes at him. Only you would call that magic simple. Magic? Gellert questioned confusedly. Cassiopeia nodded. It's so lifelike the way it flies around, she explained. It even flies above him when he is sleeping at night. Harry says it helps keep the bad dreams away. Cass, the dragon I gave you was nothing more than a piece of wood I carved. I do not have the means to animate or enchant anything. But it flies, Cassiopeia said dumbly. It even roars and sits on his shoulder. Could Harry have done it by accident? Gellert shook his head. Accidental magic is a sudden occurrence, a short burst of unrestrained power that has an unpredictable effect. What you're describing is quite an intricate animation at the very least. Maybe the elf. No, Cassiopeia denied quietly. Elgar didn't touch it. It came to life the moment Harry did. Gellert sunk into his chair. No, it couldn't be possible that the boy had done it at such a young age, but there was no other explanation. If the elf didn't do it, it must have been Harry. Gellert chuckled to himself, out of the excitement and curiosity he felt. I think it is something you should discuss with the boy, he declared. Ask him just how he managed it. You truly believe it was Harry? Gellert nodded. I think it is a distinct possibility, Gellert replied. Now leave me to my thoughts. You have given me much to consider. Cassiopeia said nothing else as she was bid, and Gellert simply shook his head. The parcel-tongue ability had raised many questions, and what Harry had seemingly done with the dragon only added more. Gellert faced quite the conundrum indeed, but he had meant what he'd said to his former protege. He had no doubt that he would figure it out, but what he'd learned was unheard of. Such a magical feat at such an early age certainly meant that the boy was possibly exceedingly talented. But Gellert could not ignore the thought that the inherited ability he shared with his parents' murderer was quite troubling indeed. Chapter 3, The Hard Way, August 1990. Cassie watched as Harry picked half-heartedly at his breakfast. He'd had that dream again, and though he never cried or whimpered in the night anymore, he did a poor job at trying to hide the fact he was still haunted by it. Still, they didn't come as often as they once had. The occlumency lessons she had been giving him over the past few years undoubtedly helping him. She had begun doing so at the urging of Gellert, who believed it would be an invaluable skill for Harry, and the man had taken no small amount of smug satisfaction when she'd informed him of Harry's progress. He was still learning to master the art, but none managed it on such a short period of time. It took years to do so, and some practitioners never truly managed it. Harry would. Of that, Cassie had no doubt, but until then, he would continue to live with the dreams and bouts of anger he exhibited. She shook her head as she looked upon him. It was hard to believe that 8 years had passed already, and in only one more, he would be heading to school. Cassie wasn't sure if she was ready for that day to come, but it was approaching quickly, and it was something that needed to be discussed with the boy. She had avoided doing so long enough, after all. Harry, she called. The boy looked up at her questioningly. We need to begin thinking about school, Cassie pointed out. You'll be going next year. Harry nodded. Where will I be going? He asked. Well, that is your choice. Just because I went to Hogwarts and... My parents. Cassiopeia nodded. They had discussed James and Lily Potter and what had happened to them. It was not a conversation that Cassiopeia relished, and she had seen just how vulnerable and furious Harry could be when he was at his worst. The pain and unnecessary guilt he carried, coupled with the anger, had been a sight to behold. It had taken Cassie the best part of an entire day to repair the damage his unrestrained magic had done to the house, and though she felt sorry for him, she would feel it more for any who crossed his path. Harry had the potential to be a powerful wizard in his own right, and were it not for his usually kind and thoughtful nature, Cassie would perhaps be concerned. That doesn't mean you have to go there. Harry fell silent for a moment as he pondered her words. I have enemies there, he murmured, but I'm not ready to face them, not yet. Cassie nodded her agreement. You have nothing to fear from them, Harry, she said firmly. Your enemies are mine, and I will do whatever is needed to keep you safe. He smiled appreciatively at her. I know, but I want to fight my own battles one day, he explained. I would like to go to Hogwarts, but it is not what is best for me. What other options do I have? Well, there is Beauxbatons. That's a school in France, a very prestigious one, Cassie explained. It is an excellent choice and has some of the very best people in their fields as instructors. France could be nice. I liked the Eiffel Tower when we went. Cassie smiled at the memory. As much as she wished to keep Harry safe, she realized she could not simply lock him up for his entire life. Under the guise of concealment charms and a plethora of disguises, she had begun taking him places. France had been one of the first, and Harry had truly enjoyed his time there. Where else? He asked, pulling her from her thoughts. The other well-known school is Durmstrang, Cassiopeia explained. It has a reputation for being more liberal on their views of magic, but some of the greatest witches and wizards in history attended. We could always visit both if you wish to see what one feels right for you. Thanks, Aunt Cass, Harry replied gratefully. I will make the arrangements, but for now, don't you have some work to do? Harry huffed as he pushed his plate away before heading towards his room, where he would continue his work on magical theory and other studies he had taken an interest in. If Harry had his way, he would spend his life on a broom, and though Cassie encouraged him to be active, she would not have him slacking when he could be getting quite the head start. He would one day be the lord of two prominent families, and there were expectations he must meet. Cassiopeia's for the most part, but her high standards would see to his success. With Harry set to work, she fetched what she would need to send the 2 required letters, addressing them for the attention of the headmaster of each school. When they were written, she sealed them with the crest of the Black family affixed and sent them off with her own owl, pleased that Harry had decided for himself to avoid going to Hogwarts. As much as Cassiopeia had enjoyed her time there, she did not want Dumbledore to have any influence over Harry, nor for Harry to be targeted before he was ready to face down his enemies. Going to school elsewhere would prevent that, but such avoidance, she knew, would only ever be temporary. One day, Harry would return to Britain. It was not in his nature to cower or hide from anything, and though the thought filled Cassiopeia with trepidation, she equally looked forward to it. Break. Olympe Maxime was no stranger to receiving missives from prominent families from across the globe. Her position as head mistress of one of the premier academies meant that she often rubbed shoulders with upper echelons of magical society, but nothing could have prepared her for the sight of the coat of arms for one of Britain's most notorious families. France, like the rest of the magical world, had not involved themselves in the domestic vying for power during the Voldemort years, but news of what was happening trickled steadily across the continent, and from what Olympe had heard, the Blacks had sided with the Dark Lord, resulting in the death or incarceration of most of them. So, to receive a letter bearing the family crest was not something she had expected. Even before today, as far as she was aware, Beauxbatons had never educated any member of the family. It was with a curious frown that she removed the parchment from within the envelope, her eyebrows almost vanishing into her hairline when she glimpsed the name of the sender. Cassiopeia Black. The woman had perhaps been Grindelwald's most ardent supporter during his rise some 5 decades prior, and had seemingly faded into obscurity when the man had eventually been defeated. Olympe couldn't fathom what the woman could possibly want with her, and her frown fell into place once more. To whom it may concern, I am writing to you to request a tour of your academy for myself and my nephew, who will be of attending age for your next intake of cohorts. Currently, he has not decided what school he wishes to attend, but has shortlisted Beauxbatons for his consideration. Please send a response of a date and time that this will be convenient for you to accommodate. I eagerly await your reply and ask for discretion on this delicate matter. Regards, Cassiopeia Black. Olympe released a deep breath as she laid the parchment down and rubbed her temples. In truth, she did not even wish to accommodate the request, the reputation of the sender not something she wished her or the school to be associated with. However, despite her feelings on the matter, the Black name, even now, still carried considerable weight, and Olympe could not be seen to spurn them. What harm could a tour of the school cause? She was also curious as to the identity of the mystery nephew the woman had mentioned. As far as Olympe knew, the only male alive in the Black family was the rather infamous Sirius, who was currently being held in Azkaban and would be much too old to be considered for a place in any school. The headmistress hummed thoughtfully as she drummed her fingers atop her desk. No, something was certainly afoot, and though Olympe couldn't possibly determine what that was, she was no fool. Cassiopeia Black would not send such a request without good reason, not having lived in isolation for half a century. Still, Olympe's curiosity had been piqued, and with a sigh, she sent off her response, inviting Cassiopeia and her nephew to the school the following week. There would be no students here, so they would be safe, and the entirety of the staff would be back in the palace and would be on hand to ensure nothing nefarious happened. With her letter sent, the headmistress remained pensive at who this nephew could be, but without any information to hand, she would remain stumped until the boy arrived and she could look upon him for herself. Break. Igor Karkaroff scowled at the letter he had received, the name of the sender pulling his lips into a sneer. Black had been a known supporter of Grindelwald, the very same man that had been expelled from the very institution he was now headmaster of. Although he could not comprehend the audacity with which the woman had written to Durmstrang, reading the name sent a spike of worry down his spine. It was the first time in almost a decade that he had received a letter from someone British, his last excursion there having seen him almost sentenced to an exceedingly long stint in Azkaban. Much to his relief, however, his nomming of Crouch's own son had bought his freedom, but also left Igor vulnerable to the Death Eaters that had escaped justice. He had needed to hide, and having learned a position to teach the dark arts at Durmstrang had become available. He had taken the job gladly where he would be safe from any reprisals from his former comrades. In only a matter of a few years, he had ascended to his current position and had become accustomed to a somewhat comfortable life. The school didn't care about his past associations, only that he was a capable instructor, something that could not be denied by any. Igor had learned the dark arts at this very institution and had excelled in them. His nostrils flared at the letter he had balled up and thrown across his office. "Nephew," he grumbled. There were no Blacks of school age, other than Lucius's boy, but the fool would not risk sending his spawn here from fear of provoking Igor. The headmaster had more than enough dirt on the man to see him spend his remaining years with the Dementors, but if not his son, then who? He needed to know, to ensure his own safety if nothing else. Igor knew there were those still out there that would see him dead, but within the walls of his fortress, he was protected. Even the Dark Lord himself could not get to him here. The thought made him relax considerably, but he was still curious as to whom Cassiopeia Black was referring to as her nephew. With an irritable huff, he sent his own missive, inviting the woman and the boy to visit the school as requested before pouring himself a large mug of ale. Why could he not just be left alone to live his life? He had left the past where it was, and though the mark of his former master still marred his arm, the man was dead, yet he still somehow managed to haunt him from beyond the grave. Igor winced at the phantom pain he received from the mark. They didn't come often, but when they did, they still felt as real as they had when the Dark Lord would summon him. Break. Gellert had grown used to the tedium of his existence over the years. He had his birds and his books for company, and the past years had seen him invest much of his time pondering the enigmatic boy that Cassiopeia had taken in as her charge. Harry Potter. He remembered the boy's grandfather well enough. Gellert's finger trailed across the thin scar on his cheek, a gift from Charles Potter during one of their confrontations. He had been a gifted wizard, one that Gellert had come to grudgingly respect, so much so that he felt compelled to assist his grandson. He would have done it for Cassiopeia's sake regardless, but there was something undeniably pleasing about paying homage to one of his greatest foes. In a way, it was almost as though Gellert was getting the last laugh, though there was very little humor to be found in the circumstances. His findings over the years had been as curious as they were surprising, but equally daunting. Although he couldn't be certain of his theory, he was as close to certainty as can be. He had not mentioned his thoughts on the matter to Cassiopeia. The woman would just panic unnecessarily when what the boy had been inflicted with could prove to be quite the boon. Gellert nodded as he made another note in his book. From his feat of magic in animating the wooden dragon he had gifted him, to the many other traits Cassiopeia had mentioned throughout her visits, Harry Potter was shaping up to be a very interesting boy indeed, and Gellert was eagerly anticipating his growth. The former Dark Lord rolled his eyes as he heard the unmistakable footsteps of the only person other than Cassiopeia to visit him approached his cell. Placing his notebook under his pillow, Gellert turned towards the door and folded his arms. "Do you never grow tired of mocking me, Albus?" he snarked. "I do not mock you, Gellert," the man replied. "I thought my visits were a reprieve from the drudgery of your prison." Gellert snorted. "What do you want this time?" he sighed. "You only ever come here if something is bothering you." Albus released a deep breath. "Alas, old friend, there is much on my mind." Gellert shook his head. "Then speak, and perhaps we can assuage your worries," he murmured. "It's not as though I have anywhere better to be." Albus raised an eyebrow at Gellert's flippant behavior. "My concern is something that has been with me for some time now," he spoke, undeterred by Gellert's demeanor. "I know that Cassiopeia still visits you. Has she perhaps mentioned the boy she is housing?" "Naturally," Gellert replied guardedly. Albus gestured for him to continue. "The boy is safe and thriving," Gellert assured him. Albus nodded appreciatively, and Gellert smirked, unable to resist the urge to goad the man. It was not as though he could do anything in his position, after all. The boy's mother, is she somehow related to the Slytherin line? It was the final piece of the puzzle that Gellert needed to confirm his thoughts on Harry's seemingly inherited ability, and a part of him was hoping Albus would answer in the positive. "No, there is no connection," Albus denied firmly. "Why do you ask?" "The boy is a Parselmouth," Gellert huffed, Albus's reply all but corroborating what he'd already believed. "Truly?" Albus asked. "That is concerning." "No, it isn't," Gellert returned irritably. "It is quite clear how he inherited the ability. Now is not the time for denial, Albus. Think, how could someone seemingly take a magical ability from another that is exclusive to one line?" Albus frowned at the question. "I would assume that a transference of magic must have taken place when Tom attempted to kill Harry, but I have never heard of such a thing. Magic cannot be simply gifted or stolen in such a way." "It cannot," Gellert agreed, pleased that Albus's mind appeared to be as keen as ever. "I find myself at a loss," Albus admitted, though Gellert was not surprised. "I don't suppose you ever looked into that magic much," he sighed. "Magic cannot be gifted or taken, but it is a part of every bit of us. It is in our minds, in our bodies, and in our souls." He emphasized the final word, and Albus frowned thoughtfully. You believe that a part of Tom's soul somehow attached itself to Harry, he mused aloud, his eyes widening at the realization. Correct, Gellert confirmed. It is the only explanation that would account for the boy's ability. Although the Slytherins did marry into the Peveril, Harry's own family did not descend from that branch. Albus looked at him in shock, and Gellert smirked. I researched the family thoroughly, and lo and behold, I found the connection the Potters and the Peverils share. I should have known, Albus sighed, but I believe the pressing matter is that Tom's soul is somehow inhabiting Harry's body. Not his entire soul, Gellert pointed out. It can only be a fragment, fractured from the Dark Lord when he cast the killing curse at the boy. Even a fragment is too much, Albus balked. How do we remove it? Gellert shook his head. It cannot be removed without the boy dying, he said gravely, and nor should it be attempted. The soul fragment represents a boon for the boy. If it has manifested Parseltongue within him, there is no telling what else he could possibly acquire from it. But such a thing must be dangerous. No, Gellert denied. I believe the soul will merely become a part of his own. Two souls cannot occupy one body, and a fragment, regardless of how powerful it is, will never be able to overcome a complete soul. You are certain of this? No, but magically speaking, it is an impossibility. Albus seemed to relax somewhat, comforted by Gellert's deduction. I still believe he should be watched closely, just in case something was to go amiss. He is being watched and cared for as best as possible, Gellert assured him. Think what you will of Cassiopeia, but she is doing a fine job raising the boy. Your influence would only be a hindrance. A hindrance, Albus retorted, seemingly offended. Gellert nodded. The boy has enemies, Albus, those that will not hesitate to kill him for what he inadvertently did. He will be safe at Hogwarts. No, he would become weak under your tutelage, Gellert countered. Your morals and influence would only get him killed. He must be ruthless, Albus, willing to defend himself by any means necessary. He will need to if he wishes to survive. Albus visibly winced, but schooled his features quickly. You would have him become a monster, he accused. I would have the boy live, Albus, Gellert corrected hotly. Albus deflated. You always were weak, Albus, Gellert continued. You could not even bring yourself to kill me when you knew it would be best for all. Instead, you have locked me in a cell and show your face occasionally just so you can claim to have the moral high ground. The boy would die because you would wish for him to be like you. You have never truly had enemies, so you do not understand the tenacity he will need to have. Albus was taken aback by the passion with which Gellert spoke, though he did not deny his thoughts. So, I should simply allow him to be raised by Cassiopeia. Gellert nodded. When the time is right, he will return to Britain, Albus, and he will do so having been tutored by me. By you? Albus asked worriedly. You may not agree with my worldly ambitions, but you cannot deny that I am the best chance he has to survive whatever it is he will one day face, Gellert returned. If this Voldemort is still out there, Harry will need to be ready to face him. Albus eyed him for several moments, before conceding with a nod. Perhaps you are right, old friend, he muttered. You have given me much to consider. Albus turned to leave, and Gellert felt a stab of pity for the man. I will not turn him into a monster, Albus, but I will give him the tools he needs to live a long and fruitful life. Why? Albus asked. Because despite what you and the rest of the world thinks of me, an innocent child deserves a chance. Without the right guidance, he will not have that. Albus nodded his agreement. It is unlikely, though there are powerful magics at play here, Gellert, more than you can comprehend. Harry will always have a chance, with or without you. But an undeniably better one with me, Gellert pointed out. Undeniably, Albus agreed before turning away. Are you willing to give him the tools he will need? Gellert questioned. He is a Peveril, after all. Their blood flows through his veins. The wand should be his. Even with my help, the odds are not in his favor. Albus nodded. They are not, he acknowledged, leaving without another word. Gellert simply sunk into his chair. Albus was perhaps the most frustrating person he had ever met, but despite his often aloof countenance, he was far from foolish, and Gellert hoped he would not become so in the years to come. Break. Cassie watched as Harry took in the Beauxbatons palace. The boy was impressed to say the least, and in a state of awe, though no more shocked than the enormous woman that had greeted them upon their arrival. Madame Maxime had barely said a word since she had been introduced to Harry, choosing to simply gawp at the boy in disbelief. Harry had not noticed, his attention focused on the intricacy of the large hall they had been shown into. Cassie cleared her throat, pulling the headmistress from her thoughts. "I'm sure my nephew would like to know what classes you offer, Madame Maxime." "Of course," the woman replied apologetically. "At Beauxbatons, we offer an excellent, varying curriculum that will prepare you for any career you may wish to pursue. We are specialists in enchanting and charms, but you will find that all our instructors are highly regarded in their fields. We have had many students go on to be successful politicians, duelists, curse breakers, and even professional Quidditch players. Whatever you wish to do, we are equipped to assist you in achieving it," she finished proudly. Cassiopeia had never visited the school before, but she was impressed by what she was seeing. The palace was a magical marvel, not as large as Hogwarts, but certainly more homely within the walls. She was beginning to understand how the Beauxbatons Academy had cultivated its renowned reputation. It had much to offer. "What do you think, Harry?" Cassiopeia asked. Harry nodded appreciatively. "It's nice," he replied. Madame Maxime smiled. "It truly is a wonderful school," she said affectionately. "I attended myself, and being made headmistress is my proudest moment. The professors are passionate, and our students are excellent learners. We strive to push them to be the best they can, and they rise to the challenge most admirably. We have standards and expectations here, Mr. Potter, and expect them to be met." Harry offered the woman a respectful bow. "I can see that," he returned. Madame Maxime offered him a penetrating stare before nodding. "You have ambition," she declared. "You have goals in mind, and you are willing to work for them. You could very well fit in here, Mr. Potter." "Thank you," Harry murmured. Cassie watched the back and forth between the two. Maxime was sharp, and Harry's gaze was unwavering as he looked up at the woman. "What magic interests you most?" the woman asked curiously. "I need to be strong," Harry answered simply, "stronger than my enemies." Cassie smiled sadly at the boy, and Maxime offered him a look of sympathy. What had happened on that fateful Halloween night had not remained a secret, and it didn't take much pondering to deduce that Harry had inadvertently made many powerful enemies. "Those with enemies need friends," Madame Maxime murmured. "You will make many loyal friends here." Harry nodded, but said little else as they were shown around the rest of the palace. The library was certainly impressive, as were the stables and other habitats that had been created to house the school's various magical creatures. But Harry had become introverted, something he did when he was thinking deeply. "That completes the tour," Maxime announced as they returned to the front of the palace. "Do you have any questions?" "Harry," Cassie prompted. The boy shook his head and offered the larger woman a polite smile. "I have seen everything I need to," he explained. "Thank you, Madame Maxime." The headmistress offered him a bow, and Cassie led Harry towards the gates in the distance. "What do you think?" she asked. "It seems like it would be a good school," Harry answered thoughtfully. But nothing," Harry returned with a shrug. "I won't make any decisions until I have seen Durmstrang." Cassie nodded approvingly. "It will be quite different," she pointed out. "Different might be just what I need," Harry replied quietly, a frown marring his features. Break. Igor watched through narrowed eyes as the woman and boy approached the front gates, their heads bowed against the southerly, icy wind. Even in August, it was cold here. It was always cold here. For the headmaster, it was a part of the charm of the school and made him feel safer whilst behind his walls. His enemies were plenty, but even the hardiest of them could not hope to reach him at Durmstrang, even if they could find it. Igor's gaze swept over the boy, reading his body language. There was none of the arrogance he would have perhaps expected from someone who had defeated a Dark Lord before he could wipe his own nose. If anything, the Potter was reserved and rather difficult to decipher from sight alone. "Welcome to Durmstrang," Igor greeted the duo as they reached him. "My name is Igor Karkaroff. I am the headmaster of this institute." Evidently, Cassiopeia Black knew who he was. For a moment, Igor thought the woman was going to draw her wand on him, but he held up his hands to prevent her from doing so. "I make no secret of what I once was," he said unashamedly, "but I left that behind. I paid my penance as you did, Miss Black." Cassiopeia's nostrils flared. "If I get even a whiff of treachery from you, Karkaroff, I will ensure you die the most unpleasant of deaths." Igor smiled. "You have nothing to fear from me," he assured the woman. He met her stony glare, and she nodded after a moment, seemingly satisfied. Throughout the conversation, the boy had looked at them both curiously, and Igor released a deep breath as he rolled up his sleeve, exposing the faded mark he had been branded with. "I was once a follower of the man that you are credited with defeating," he admitted. The Potter boy's eyes widened in surprise, and there was a part of Igor that hoped he would decide to leave. The other part of him was curious to see what had been so special about Harry Potter that the Dark Lord had perished at his infant hands. "Does that make you my enemy?" Potter asked. Igor chuckled as he shook his head. "I believe that, if anything, your enemies and mine are one and the same," he replied. "He means that, when he was captured, he turned others in to ensure he received a lighter sentence," Cassiopeia explained. "I did," Igor answered the questioning look the boy gave him. "I was a fool and did not want to pay for a foolish mistake for the rest of my life." Potter nodded his understanding. "You chose life," he murmured. "Others were not given that choice." "I did." Igor acknowledged as he gestured for them to follow him inside. Over the years, the headmaster had cursed the boy for what had happened, but he had come to realize that the Dark Lord's downfall had been a blessing for him. In the beginning, the war had been going well for the Death Eaters. They had struck fast, destroyed key enemies, and established themselves as a true threat. However, Wizarding Britain had shown their grit, had brought the fight to the Dark Lord's forces. The war had been the result, neither side willing to concede defeat, and once more, the Death Eaters had seized an advantage, and victory was all but within their grasp. Suddenly, it had come to an end, all because of the boy he had greeted only moments ago. Igor and many others had been quickly apprehended, and he had done what was necessary to mitigate his circumstances. In truth, he had no ill feelings towards the boy, not anymore at least. Igor had moved on, had worked tirelessly at Durmstrang, and he now found himself in a prestigious position. Much more valuable than he would have ever been to his former master. Even so, Igor was not certain he wished to have the boy at Durmstrang. If any were to get wind of it, unwanted attention would shift towards the school. Not that the likes of Lucius, or any other that avoided Azkaban, would be able to do anything with the information. Within these walls, Igor held every advantage. The dreary gray stone walls were around 20 feet thick and imbued with an enviable assortment of protective measures, many that would make those who attempted to breach them wish they hadn't. There were no weaknesses here. Durmstrang was a fortress of ice and stone, an unyielding and unforgiving structure. "Well, at least it is warmer inside," Cassiopeia commented, rubbing her hands together. Igor nodded, a grin tugging at his lips. "It is a hard climate that produces hard people," he replied. "Part of the experience of our school is surviving the terrain here." "What about the rest?" Potter asked curiously. Igor smiled appreciatively at the question. "We run a strict establishment based on respect which must be earned throughout your years here. You will be expected to perform magically, physically, and mentally to prove yourself. There is no such thing as an easy day at Durmstrang, but you will only get out of your time here what you are willing to put into it." Potter hummed thoughtfully. "What lessons do you offer?" "A mix of studies," Igor answered cryptically. We take a strong, militaristic approach to our teaching. Here, we embrace all magics, and those that show an aptitude can pursue them. However, not all magics are available to all. We welcome any that possess magical ability, regardless of their origins. We accommodate magic in all forms here, Mr. Potter, and Durmstrang is not for the faint-hearted. As you can understand, we are protective of our secrets. To learn them, you must choose to study here. Now allow me to show you around. Igor did so, showing them the various study rooms used by the professors, the main hall where the students ate, and even the dormitories where they slept. The school grounds were mostly barren, and no amount of magic could change that. The Quidditch pitch was thickly coated with ice, as were the stand hewn from stone. To most, much of what was on show at the school would be lackluster, but those who lived here cared little of aesthetics. Durmstrang was functional, minimal in many ways, but it produced durable, well-educated students. So long as they were willing to work hard for their achievements. As the tour came to an end, the boy took a final long look around the entrance hall and nodded to himself. "Thank you, Headmaster Karkaroff," he offered sincerely. "You have given me much to think about." Igor nodded and watched as the boy and Cassiopeia Black left to brave the wilderness once more. Harry Potter had not been what he had envisioned. He was quiet, observant, and rather measured for someone his age. Still, Igor did not believe he would see him again. Boys of such a privilege as Harry Potter did not thrive in such adverse conditions. The landscape and weather notwithstanding, Durmstrang required a toughness, and though the boy had somehow been the downfall of the Dark Lord, luck was not a factor here. It took toughness, perseverance, and durability to survive this part of the wizarding world, and Igor had not seen enough grit from Harry Potter to give him much faith he could make it. Break. Harry did not have much of an appetite after returning home, and had picked at his lunch as he pondered the two very different schools he had visited whilst Cassie watched him, waiting for him to speak. Beauxbatons had been wonderful. The climate, the palace, the grounds, and even all the creatures the school kept on hand for the students to enjoy. Harry would have liked to experience his formative years there, but he had been right in his observation that he needed something different. Durmstrang was almost the opposite of the prestigious French institution. It was unbearably cold, and Karkaroff had made it abundantly clear that his time there would be difficult, and that despite the man seemingly holding no grudge against him, that he would not be welcomed with open arms. "How did Karkaroff serve Voldemort?" he asked. Cassiopeia shook her head. "I don't know," she answered. "No one truly knows the role that each Death Eater played, but he was one of them, Harry. A dangerous, violent man who likely did unspeakable things to many." Harry nodded his understanding. "Durmstrang," he said firmly, "that's where I need to go." Cassie seemed concerned by his choice, her jaw noticeably tightening. "You're sure?" "I am. I need to be as strong as I can be, and Durmstrang is the best place for that," he explained. "France would be nice, Aunt Cass, and I'd love to go there, but it isn't right for me, not with what I have to do." "With what you have to do?" Cassie questioned curiously. Harry nodded. "I need to be ready for them, and for him." "He's dead, Harry," the woman assured him, and Harry deflated at her words. "No, he isn't," he denied. "He's out there somewhere, I can feel him up here," he explained, pointing to his scar. For as long as he could remember, Harry could feel something within him, someone else within him. Occasionally, he would see things that he shouldn't know about, see the world through the eyes of another before he would be transported back to himself with a pounding headache to remember it by. Those had become less frequent since he had learned occlumency, but he still saw things, new things that no mere boy should. Cassiopeia was looking at him worriedly now, and Harry offered her a reassuring smile. "It doesn't matter," he comforted. "If anything, I'm glad he's still out there because it means I get to destroy him properly for what he did to my parents, make him really suffer for it. That's what we do to our enemies, isn't it?" Cassiopeia nodded, her gaze shifting to his own. "It is," she agreed quietly. Harry nodded gratefully as he stood, and rounded the table where his aunt was seated. "Thank you," he said sincerely, offering her a rare show of affection by wrapping his arms around her, "for teaching me. We have a year together yet, and your lessons with me are only just beginning," the woman replied. "Every summer and every Christmas, you will be here with me, and I will be sending additional things for you to work on whilst you are at school. When the time comes for you to return home, it will not matter who your enemies are, Harry." "No, it will not," Harry vowed. Chapter 4, Half-Bloods and Half-Breeds, August 1991. It was difficult to believe that a year had passed since Harry had made his decision to attend Durmstrang, and from that moment, it seemed that a fire had been ignited within the boy. He had always been a little too courageous for Cassiopeia's liking, attempting ridiculous stunts on his broom, and unafraid at attempting whatever trials and tribulations were placed in front of him. It was an admirable quality to possess, but the woman wished he would allow himself to simply be a child. It wasn't to be, however. Only the day after they had returned from meeting with Madame Maxime and Igor Karkaroff, Harry had requested that he be taken to Godric's Hollow, his reasoning being so that he could confront what had happened and ready himself for the path that lay in front of him. Reluctantly, Cassiopeia had done so, and though she knew that he hadn't gotten the closure he was hoping for, he had at least begun to grieve properly for the parents that had been taken from him. It was the first time she had seen him truly cry over their loss, but his tears had dried quickly, replaced with the fire of determination she saw whenever she now looked upon him. Harry had come away from the house, a changed boy, and nothing other than a torn photo of himself and his parents within a broken frame. He had not even allowed Cassie to repair it, choosing to leave it in its state as a reminder of what had happened. Ever since, Harry had spent his time reading, flying, and preparing himself for when he would be able to leave for school to begin what he had aptly named his pursuit of justice. He had not disclosed what he meant by the term, but Harry was making plans, and Cassiopeia could only wonder just what they would entail. "Did you receive a reply from Pansy yet?" she asked. The girl had been a frequent visitor with her father over the years, and she and Harry had struck up quite the close friendship in the process. They wrote to each other often, and Pansy sometimes came to stay with them for a few days. It was a reprieve for Harry, who seemed to relax from his workload when she was here, and Cassie didn't mind. She was pleased that Harry simply had a friend that helped him escape his often maudlin thoughts. "I did," Harry sighed. "She's disappointed that I chose to go to Durmstrang, but she understands." Cassiopeia nodded. "And has Julius forgiven you for what you did to him last time he was here?" Harry shrugged, a grin tugging at his lips. "I didn't ask, but I expect they only lasted a few days." Cassiopeia pursed her lips. Much to the Harry and Pansy's amusement, Harry had managed to slip the Lord Parkinson a rather odd tonic in his body that had caused him to grow quite the impressive pair of breasts. Unfortunately, Harry had not thought to either purchase or brew the antidote, and Julius had left in quite the huff. Still, there was no harm truly done, and it was quite the amusing sight. Not that she hadn't punished Harry for the transgression. The boy had spent a week with his library privileges revoked, but had merely spent the time on his broom and completing Quidditch exercises he had read in a magazine. If anything, the punishment had only given him something else to focus on, and he had maintained his new routine and incorporated into his schedule. A healthy mind and body make for strong and healthy magic. Cassiopeia couldn't be certain of the veracity of that statement, but it seemed that Harry had indeed taken on board everything Igor Karkaroff had said he would need to endure at Durmstrang. Still, a part of her wished he would reconsider his decision. The school would indeed prepare him for what he would face when he chose to return to Britain, but having him so close to a former death, Eater was not something Cassie would ever be comfortable with. "Have you packed your trunk?" Harry nodded. "I have everything in there I will need," he assured her. "You're more worried about this than me. Will you miss me that much?" he asked cheekily. "I'll miss cuffing the back of your head for your cheek," Cassie huffed. The boy grinned at her impetuously, and she narrowed her eyes at him. I'll be glad for the peace." "No, you won't," Harry returned evenly. "You'll be writing to me all the time." "Is that so?" "Yes," Harry sighed as he drew his wand and muttered an incantation. From the tip, he produced a single, black rose and handed it to her before kissing her on the cheek. "Thank you for everything, Aunt Cass," he murmured, "for taking me in when you didn't have to." Cassiopeia smiled. Despite his rather serious attitude towards his studies and the bouts of mischief, there were moments like this when she was reminded that Harry was, deep down, a very sweet and caring boy, and it gave her hope that he would maintain some of that. In many ways, he reminded the woman of her younger sister. Doria was the quietest of the siblings, but had the most beautiful of souls to match her appearance. No wonder Charles Potter had fallen in love with her so easily. "You do realize you shouldn't be attempting magic," Cassie pointed out. "Not even to do something nice for you." Cassiopeia shook her head amusedly as she eyed the wand the boy had acquired. Petrified elm with the fang of a horned serpent, the key to the underworld, and the bringer of the rain and storms. That was the description that Gregorovitch had given as he looked upon Harry with the most curious of expressions. "I believe we can expect quite extraordinary things from you, Mr. Potter." Those had been his parting words, and he had not even accepted payment for crafting the wand for Harry. It had been a rather odd experience, and though Ollivander himself was an eccentric character, he never forgot to collect his fee. What Gregorovitch had meant by his statement, Cassiopeia knew not, but once more, she found herself equally anticipating and fearing what the future would hold for her great-nephew. Break. Although he had been expecting it, Albus could not prevent the pang of disappointment he felt as he looked upon the missive he had received from Harry Potter, stating that he would not be accepting his offered place at Hogwarts. A part of the headmaster knew that Gellert was right, that if Harry was to survive his impending collision with Voldemort, the boy would need to be ready. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The words spoken to him so long ago now had sealed the fate of James and Lily Potter, and Harry even more so. Now the shaping of the boy was out of Albus's hands, and though Gellert was right that Harry needed to be suitably prepared, it did not sit well with the headmaster that he would have no part in that. "What is it, Albus?" Minerva asked, noticing his rather downtrodden demeanor. Albus said nothing as he slid the letter to the woman. "Harry Potter will not be attending Hogwarts," she gasped. "This is the work of the Muggles. I told you the boy should not have been left with them." Albus held up a hand to placate the woman, whilst the other members of staff looked on concernedly. "It has nothing to do with Vernon and Petunia Dursley," he sighed. "Harry was not left in their care for more than a few weeks." "Then who has the boy?" Severus asked, a displeased frown marring his features. Albus offered the man an apologetic smile. He had done all he could to keep Lily Potter safe, but he had failed. Harry was taken into the care of his legal guardian not long after he was placed with the Dursleys, and done so with reluctance on mine and Millicent's part, he explained. Her reasons were ironclad, and had we not surrendered Harry to her willingly, it would have created quite the public debacle that would have seen him in even more danger. "Who?" Severus asked confusedly. The boy had no living relatives other than Petunia. Albus released a deep sigh as he met the curious gazes of the professors. "Cassiopeia Black." Severus's eyes widened comically, and Minerva was simply aghast at the very thought. "Cassiopeia Black," she whispered furiously. "You allowed him to be raised by that woman." "Reluctantly," Albus reiterated. "Legally speaking, after Sirius was imprisoned, she is his recognized guardian." "Good grief, what an upbringing he must have had," Phileas squeaked worriedly. "We have all heard of her, know what she did during Grindelwald's uprising." The other members of staff nodded their agreement, but none commented. Then why has he declined his place here? Severus asked. It was almost as though the man was disappointed Harry would not be coming, though Albus suspected he would not be pleased if he had. Where Severus concerned, there was no scenario here that he would have been truly happy with. Harry has opted to attend Durmstrang, Minerva announced, reading that art of the letter aloud. He thanks Professor Dumbledore for honoring the wish of his parents for him to have a place here, but he will not be accepting it. Durmstrang, Severus scoffed. Isn't Karkaroff the headmaster there? Albus nodded. He is, he confirmed. The man was a Death Eater, Severus snapped angrily. The boy will be murdered within a year. Albus shook his head. No, Igor is not so foolish to do something like that, not when his safety is all but assured whilst he remains within the school, he said thoughtfully. He may not take kindly to Harry's presence, but if there was ever a resurgence of the Dark Lord's followers, he, like most others, will look to the boy who brought about his downfall. Severus's nostrils flared in disbelief. Are we to just simply allow this? Minerva asked quietly. We have no say on the matter, Albus pointed out. Harry has chosen to seek his education elsewhere and has seemingly done so willingly. I respect his decision, even if it brings me no pleasure. Severus and Minerva seemed to be the most displeased by the news, and Filius even a little upset. He had been very close to Lily during her years here, and Albus suspected he had been looking forward to teaching Harry. It was only mere moments later that Albus dismissed his staff before taking a seat behind his desk, stroking Fawkes' plumage as he pondered the situation. Are you willing to give him the tools he will need? He is a Peverell, after all. Their blood flows through his veins. The wand should be his. Even with my help, the odds are not in his favor. Albus removed the Elder Wand from his sleeve and looked upon it. He had been carrying it since he had defeated Gellert so many decades prior, and had held on to it for reasons he himself could not be certain of. He no longer craved the power of the Hallows, not the toe he currently had in his possession at least. He sighed as he removed the cloak he had borrowed from James Potter from one of the drawers in his desk. Albus had suspected the Potters were the keepers of the cloak, but it seemed that Charles had not explained to James just how spectacular or unique the one he'd inherited was. James had been only too pleased to hand it to Albus when asked, and any man who knew what it was he possessed would have guarded it with his life. Still, this wasn't Albus's to keep, and with a wave of the wand, the cloak was wrapped neatly before the headmaster penned a missive. Would you take this to Harry when you can, Fawkes? He requested. With a trill, the phoenix took the package in his beak and vanished in a column of fire. When he was alone, Albus turned his attention back to the wand. If Gellert had his way, the wand would have been sent also, but Albus was not ready to part with it yet, not until he knew the kind of man Harry was growing into. High former friend may have convinced himself that the soul fragment within the boy would not have a detrimental effect on Harry, but Albus was taking no chances. The last thing he needed in his advanced years was another Tom Riddle at large, and armed with such a powerful artifact. No, he would hold on to it for now, and reserve his judgment of Harry's character when he met him himself, something he hoped would be sooner rather than later. Break. Students are to arrive on the northeastern coast of Terraburka by 8 a.m. on September 1st, in full formal attire, where you will be transported to the Institute. The welcoming letter had been rather vague in nature, and Harry deduced that it had to do with how secretive Durmstrang as a school was in general. He'd received only a list of books and equipment he would need for his first year of education, along with another explaining what animal companions were and were not acceptable. Harry had opted to not bring one. He simply didn't want the responsibility of a pet. For the time being, Cassiopeia had urged him to keep his parcel-tongue ability to himself, unless absolutely necessary. It wasn't that he would be scorned for it in this part of the world, but it could prove to be a useful skill for him to implement that others would not be aware of. Do I really have to wear this? Harry groaned as he took in his appearance in the mirror. Yes, Cassie answered simply. The woman was too amused for Harry's liking. It wasn't that the formal attire was awful in any way, but the stark redness of the military-style jacket clashed horribly with his bright green eyes. "Is it time to leave?" Cassiopeia checked the clock on the wall of Harry's bedroom and nodded. "I do wish you would have gotten an owl," she sighed. "I would like you to write to me." "The school will have owls that I can use," Harry pointed out. "I will write to you every day if it makes you feel better." "Not every day," Cassiopeia snorted. "I'm only just getting rid of you." "Have I been so bad?" Harry asked, clutching his chest dramatically. "You've made my life interesting, to say the least." "I love you too, Cassie," Harry replied. Despite her best effort not to, the woman smiled warmly before pulling him into a tight embrace. "Remember who you are, Harry," she whispered, "and remember what you will one day be. In the coming years, you will be the head of two of the most prominent families in Britain, and that means something, even in the cold wastelands of where you're going." "I know," Harry murmured. "I won't let you down, Aunt Cassie." "I know you won't," the woman sighed. "Come on, we'd best leave. I don't think it would do you any good to be late." Harry nodded as he fetched his trunk and looked around the room. He'd spent the best part of almost 10 years in. He would miss home, and the woman that had taken him in, but he needed to do this. Needed to be somewhere that would challenge him every day he was there. "Let's go then." Without another word, Cassiopeia offered the other end of the letter she held, and when Harry took it in his grasp, she activated the portkey. The first thing that Harry noticed when he arrived was the sudden drop in temperature. It was freezing here, unbearably so, and were it not for the thick uniform he had been instructed to wear imbued with warming charms, he was certain he would have turned to ice the second he appeared. Cassie immediately drew her wand and cast several charms on herself, her teeth still chattering, nonetheless. "You must be insane for wanting to go to Durmstrang," she commented as she shivered. "France was so nice." "It was too nice," Harry commented, looking around at the other gathered students that had arrived. All were around his age, the boys dressed identically to himself, and the girls sporting thick woolen dresses in the same color, with many adding their own layers to stave off the chill. Already, some seemed to be familiar with each other, and had gathered in groups where they chatted away, whereas others were keeping their distance, their expressions guarded. Harry was among the latter. The only friend he'd ever had was Pansy, and if truth be told, he never felt that he'd missed out on companionship. But as he looked upon those smiling and mixing with others, he thought that perhaps he might like a friend or two whilst he was at school. However, he then saw how some of the groups were undeniably talking about those that were standing alone, some without their parents with them. It angered him to see the others being mocked so openly, and he decided he didn't want to be a part of that. No, perhaps he would be better served avoiding those peers. He was pulled from his thoughts by the sudden sound of splashing water and turned to see a ship breaking the surface of the sea only a short distance away. The ship was emerging from the water, and he could only stare at the feet in awe. When it was fully in the open, Harry was very much reminded of a pirate ship he had seen in a book, and he turned to Cassiopeia, who was smirking at him. "It's impressive, isn't it?" she asked. Harry could only nod in response. He had expected that they would be met by one of the professors with a portkey, but had not even considered something like this. "You'd best get on," Cassie said sadly, "or it will leave without you." Harry pulled the woman into a final hug before kissing her on the cheek and taking hold of his trunk. "I will write as soon as I can," he promised. Cassie nodded and shooed him away, and Harry was unsure if the tears that stained her cheeks was from the icy chill of the wind, or she was genuinely upset to see him leaving. He liked to think it was the latter, and as he boarded the ship, he gave the woman a final wave, doing his best to ignore the overwhelming sadness that washed over him. He knew he would miss the woman dearly, but it wasn't until he was leaving her that he truly realized how much. "I will take your trunk," a gruff voice broke into his thoughts. "Thank you," Harry replied to the burly, older teen. The boy nodded stiffly. "Make your way into the hold. There are compartments down there. It will take around 8 hours to reach Durmstrang." Harry did as he was bid, and as one of the first people to descend into the depths of the ship, he quickly found an empty compartment and settled in for the journey, enjoying the gentle swaying of the waves on the outside. "Sorry, would you mind if I joined you?" A voice sounded from the door around 15 minutes after he had arrived. "The others have more people in, and some of them won't welcome me." Harry frowned as he took in the girl's appearance. She seemed to be normal enough at first glance, but there was undoubtedly something different about her. He couldn't quite work out what it was, and before he could ponder it further, the girl began to retreat from the room with an irritable huff. "You don't have to leave," Harry called. "Please take a seat." The girl remained cautious as she did so, her posture stiff, and she didn't meet his gaze. It was then that he realized just how different she was seeing her up close. Her features were sharper than any other person he had met, and though that had been few, it was clear that this girl was not entirely human. Her skin was pale, and her eyes a golden color, wider and longer than what most would consider the norm, but proportionately so. Her mahogany hair was well kept, but it had a texture to it that suggested she spent much of her time outdoors and by the sea. "It's not very polite to stare," she muttered, her eyes still not meeting his own. "Sorry," Harry replied sheepishly. "Why wouldn't some of the others welcome you?" The girl looked at him in confusion, as though she was trying to ascertain if the question was genuine. "You really don't know, do you?" Harry shook his head, and the girl rolled her eyes at him in a mixture of frustration and amusement. "I'm what some of them would call a half-breed," she revealed. "My father is a wizard, and my mother is a forest elf. It turns out that I can use both types of magic," she finished with a shrug. She briefly moved her hair to show her prominently pointed ears, before covering it once more. "Why are you sitting alone?" she asked curiously. "Are you a half-breed?" "I'm a half-blood," Harry replied. "So, a wizard then," the girl snorted. Harry nodded. "It matters where I'm from," he explained. "There are some purebloods that will hate me because my mother came from a Muggle family, even if she was a witch." "It's like that everywhere," the girl sighed. "That's why we have the black band on our left arm instead of our right. It's so the purebloods can identify us as different to them." Harry frowned as he looked at the black strip of fabric around his arms. "So, they can discriminate against us." The girl nodded. "My father told me that we will be separated when we eat, in the dorm rooms, and even in the classroom," she explained. "He said it is best to avoid the purebloods and not to speak to them unless they speak to us first." "That's stupid," Harry muttered. "It is, but they won't take kindly if you approach them," the girl pointed out. "They see themselves as above the rest because they have a pure, human, magical lineage dating back for hundreds of years." Harry snorted at the thought. The purebloods here sounded like those Cassie had described to him. It mattered not to Harry. He already knew he would have to prove himself when he returned home, so doing so here was nothing he hadn't expected to deal with in the future. "You said your mother was a Muggle-born. Does that mean your father is a pureblood?" "He was, but I don't know him or my mother." "Why not?" "She's dead. Both of my parents are." The girl balked and began stuttering a hurried apology that Harry waved off. "It's okay," he assured her. "I was just a baby." The girl offered him a sympathetic smile. "My name is Anna, by the way, short for Inanna, but only my father calls me that." "I'm Harry, just Harry as far as I know." "Well, just Harry. Thank you for not being like the others," Anna said gratefully. "Are most of them like that?" The girl shrugged. "You get used to it," she sighed. "Humans fear what they don't understand, even magical ones." Harry nodded his agreement. "Why do they fear you?" Anna raised an eyebrow at him. "They don't, not really," she replied thoughtfully. "Elves stay away from others and can be fiercely protective of their lands. I think our reputation comes from the old tales of the elf wizarding wars, and that my ancestors killed a lot of goblin tribes. I suppose we're not very welcoming, but with good reason. Wizards have tried to take our lands for thousands of years." "So, you consider yourself an elf?" Anna nodded. I was raised with them, and they accept me for what I am. The same can't be said for any witch or wizard I have ever met. My father's family disowned him when they found out about me." "That's just stupid," Harry muttered. "They're your family." Anna shrugged. "They don't see me that way, so the other elves are my family and my people. But they can't teach you human magic." "My father could, but he thinks going to school will be good for me, and believe it or not, Durmstrang is the most tolerant of them. I didn't want to come, but my father thinks I will thank him for it." "Maybe you will," Harry pointed out. "You wouldn't have met me if you hadn't come." The girl giggled as she shook her head. "That is true," she conceded. "Is there anything else interesting about you other than being a half-blood?" Anna questioned as she leaned back in her chair, her posture much more relaxed than it had been when she entered the compartment. "If only you knew," Harry thought to himself. Before he could answer, however, the two were intruded upon by a sudden burst of flames. Instinctively, Harry drew his wand and pointed it towards the magnificent bird that had appeared, and Anna simply stared at the creature in awe. "You have a phoenix," she whispered. Harry shook his head. "It's not mine," he replied, neither his eyes nor his wand leaving the bird. It trilled, and Harry felt a sense of calmness wash over him. "He doesn't mean us harm," he assured the girl as he lowered his wand and allowed the phoenix to deposit the package it carried on the floor in front of him. It then turned its attention to the wand he carried and nudged it with its beak, trilling again, though this time the tune was mournful. After meeting Harry's gaze with its own, it took to the air and disappeared in another burst of flame. It was Anna that pulled Harry from his thoughts a moment later. "It's addressed to you," she explained, pointing to the parcel. Retrieving it, Harry took his seat once more and removed the accompanying note. "Your father left this in my possession when he died. It is time that it was returned to you. Use it well." With a frown, Harry unwrapped the paper and caught the silvery cloak within before it spilled to the ground. "What is it?" he asked. "An invisibility cloak," Anna gasped. "Who would send you that?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know, but the note says it was my father's." "That doesn't make sense," Anna mused aloud. "If your father died when you were a baby, the magic should have faded." "It might not work anymore then," Harry sighed, as he stood and wrapped the cloak around his shoulders. "It works," Anna declared. "That's some cloak if it works after all this time." Harry nodded. His body was tingling within the artifact, and though he couldn't discern exactly what was causing it, he knew it was whatever magic had been used to create it. It felt heavy, but not uncomfortably so, and almost as if the cloak itself was welcoming him. "I'd keep that to yourself if I were you," Anna advised. "Someone might try to take it." "You already know about it," Harry pointed out. "True, but friends keep each other's secrets, don't they?" Her tone was almost hopeful, and though Harry had decided that he may be best suited to staying away from the others, he found that he was enjoying Anna's company. Besides, if the purebloods were going to potentially be a problem whilst he was at Durmstrang, it was best if those that wore the black band on their left arms stuck together. They would undoubtedly be outnumbered, after all. Cassie had explained that many of the students here would be purebloods, and it would be good practice for him to learn how to deal with them now rather than inexperiencedly in the future. He offered Anna a smile and nodded, realizing that he was yet to answer her. "They do," he agreed warmly, his thoughts drifting to what kind of mischief he could get up to with the unexpected gift he had received. Break. She had watched until the ship had returned to the depths, and even remained for several minutes after until the cold chill of the wind bit into her cheeks. Already, she missed the boy, something she would not have thought possible a little less than a decade ago when she had first brought him home. Cassie felt lost without Harry, and there was only one place she could even think of going. Not that it would make her feel any better, but it would at least serve as a distraction. With a sigh, she activated her portkey and arrived outside of the prison that Gellert had constructed himself, the very same place he now ironically found himself exiled to. With her thoughts still on the departed Harry, she made her way inside, her feet carrying to Gellert's cell where he eyed her curiously and waited for Cassie to speak. "He's gone," she whispered, feeling much more emotional than she had let on. "His journey has truly begun," Gellert corrected. "You knew this day would come, and you know the man he must be. His enemies are plenty. And he will have to be able to destroy them. But he's just a boy, Gellert." "For now," the man agreed, "but not for much longer. They will come for him, Cass, and he must be prepared for that." "Will they?" Gellert nodded darkly. "Harry represents the single blemish on Voldemort, and when he returns, Harry is the loose end he will wish to tie up first." "When he returns." "Neither Albus nor I believe he is truly dead," Gellert sighed. "He is in no state to exact his revenge for the time being, but that will undoubtedly change one day. It may not be until long after Harry himself has died from old age, but we cannot place faith in wishful thinking. We must ensure Harry is ready for when that time comes." Cassie swallowed deeply as she nodded. "Where shall we start?" Gellert smiled as he handed her a roll of parchment. "These are all the secrets of Durmstrang that I discovered whilst I was there, and they will be most useful for the boy. See that he gets them, and I believe with the character he has demonstrated, he will begin the necessary work himself." "Will this get him into trouble?" Gellert chuckled as he shook his head. "Not unless someone else discovers those secrets, something that is frankly unlikely. I believe I hid them well enough." Cassiopeia accepted the roll of parchment and eyed her former mentor questioningly. No, Gellert would not wish for Harry to be expelled from Durmstrang, not when he had been so pleased the boy had chosen to attend. "I will send it tomorrow," she assured him. "Good," Gellert declared happily. "Now, how are you really feeling, my dear? I know you too well for you to hide from me, Cassiopeia Black." Cassie offered the man a sad smile. He did indeed know her too well, and she wouldn't insult his intelligence by lying. Right now, she felt terrible, and wanted nothing more than to drag Harry home and keep him there away from all the monsters he would have to confront. Break. Anna had fallen asleep a few hours into the journey, and Harry had busied himself by practicing some of the magic Cassiopeia had been teaching him over the past year. Although he had only gotten his wand recently, the woman had been drilling him on the basics of the Black family magic, and from what Anna had told him, some of the spells may come in handy sooner rather than later. The curses seemed to be working well for him, and coupled with the other things he had been teaching himself since he'd been able to read, he felt that he would be able to assert himself when it became necessary to do so. Not that he was relishing the thought of doing so, but he had grown up expecting he would need to. He was pulled from his thoughts by a knock at the door, and the same older student who had greeted him on the gangway peered around the door. "We will be arriving shortly," he announced, disappearing before Harry could even respond. With a sigh, he gently nudged the sleeping girl awake. "We will be there soon," he explained. Anna yawned and nodded before straightening her dress. "How long was I out?" she asked. "About 4 hours. "I didn't sleep much last night," she defended, narrowing her eyes at Harry's amused expression. "You were nervous." "I still am," Anna admitted. Harry offered her a comforting smile. "I won't let anything happen to you." The girl raised an eyebrow at him. "And what makes you think that I can't defend myself?" "I never said you couldn't," Harry pointed out, "but I've got your back if you need me." Anna looked at him oddly for a moment before nodding. "You know, if you don't associate with me and the others, you'd probably be left alone. You're human, at least." Harry shook his head. "What kind of friend would I be if I did that?" he returned. "Besides, if they want to separate us, why would I try to be around people that wouldn't accept me?" Anna smiled at him. "Then that already makes you a better person than them." Harry said nothing. On the surface, he may appear to be the better person to Anna, but she didn't know him. More often than not, he found himself lost in thoughts of vengeance, of what he would do to those that were responsible for the death of his parents. That was what motivated him to work as hard as he did, to persevere when things became difficult. Of course, he wanted to make his parents proud, so he would always give everything he did his all, but it was his need to avenge them that made Harry push his limits. There was a darkness within him that he kept at bay, like an itch that would eventually need to be scratched before it consumed him fully. They spoke only a little more before they were called to disembark the ship, and when they did so, Harry was greeted once more to the sight of the stone fortress that was Durmstrang, though this time it was in the dark. It was indeed a foreboding structure, cold and seemingly unwelcoming. However, when he crossed the threshold, it was to find that the fires had been lit, and the school itself was not as cold as it had been during his previous visit. Now, it was almost as though the school was alive, the flurry of activity of the students returning having breathed it into consciousness. This way, a gruff voice commanded. The main hall, where they would seemingly be having meals, was filling up when they were ushered inside. "Your seat will be marked with your name," the same man explained. "If your band is on your left, you'll be on the left side of the hall. Find your seat and take it. Headmaster Karkaroff will wish to speak before we eat." Harry nodded and followed the rest of those with the band attached to the left arm of the uniform, and he managed to find his seat around halfway down the one table that was reserved for them. There were 5 others, all occupied or being filled by those wearing the band on their right arms. Harry found himself seated between a boy and a girl, the former unable to hide the nervousness that was overwhelming him. The girl was almost stoic, her eerily pale skin and contrasting black hair the least curious thing about her. No, it was her eyes that Harry was drawn to. They were red, and when she noticed him staring, she smirked, and he got a glimpse of 2 elongated teeth protruding from her lower lip. The girl was a vampire of sorts. Anna had been seated further up the table, and she shot Harry a knowing look. Harry did not have time to ponder it for long. However, as Igor Karkaroff stood and held his arms wide to call for silence, the students complied immediately, and his gaze swept across the breadth of the room. "Welcome," he loudly enough for his voice to carry to all. "Tonight, we will feast to celebrate a new year here at Durmstrang, and tomorrow our work begins. For our first years, you will have a day of orientation, so I urge you to eat and drink your fill and to get as much sleep as you can." The man clapped his hands together, and the empty plates and goblets on the tables filled with an array of food and drink. There were many dishes that Harry didn't recognize, and he sampled several, enjoying the experience of the various cuisines on offer. "I don't think you should eat that," the nervous boy next to him spoke as Harry helped himself to a red soup he didn't recognize. "Why?" he asked. "Because that is for me," the vampire broke in, grinning as she nodded towards the bowl of red substance Harry held. "It is blood, not very fresh, but still blood." She proceeded to take the bowl from him and slurp from it loudly, baring her stained teeth in a satisfied manner. "It's all yours," Harry replied, vowing to choose his next dish more carefully. "Are any of these yours?" he asked the boy, who shook his head. "I eat normal food," he answered. "Until you get the hunger for flesh when you change," the vampire interrupted once more. "You're a werewolf. I can smell it on you." "What if I am?" the boy retorted hotly. "Bloody hell, you're sitting at the same table. That should be enough reason for you to not fall out," Harry huffed. The werewolf boy deflated, nodding his agreement. The girl merely licked the blood from her teeth before dipping her finger in the bowl and helping herself to more. Looking up and down the length of the table, Harry estimated there was around 400 students that had been placed here, most likely only half-bloods like himself, but there were certainly some interesting-looking others on display. He would get to know them throughout his time here, but if the glares being sent their way by the other occupied tables was anything to go by, his schooling would not go as smoothly as he liked it. Still, Harry was here to learn what he would need, and he would not allow any to stand in his way, regardless of what blood flowed through their veins. Chapter 5. My journey begins. Harry had always been an early riser. The dreams or visions, he couldn't be certain what they were, not allowing him to slumber peacefully for the most part. This morning, however, He had been woken by the sound of snoring from one of his dorm mates, the werewolf he had met the night before. Kane Jankowski had come to Durmstrang from Poland, and along with 3 others, had been placed in a room with Harry. He was a cautious boy, his eyes constantly shifting back and forth, as though he expected to be attacked at any moment. His hair had already begun to gray, and several deep scars littered his hands, face, and neck, the remnants of the many transformations he had already endured. From what Harry could gather, the boy had been turned as a baby, though when one of the other boys had asked, it had been clear he did not wish to discuss it. They were still strangers, after all, so Harry could understand his reluctance. 2 of the 3 other boys in the room were half-bloods, one hailing from Russia, a bastard son of a nobleman he refused to name through fear of being murdered by the family. Alex claimed that his father acknowledged him in secret, and that he and his mother was well cared for, just not openly to avoid scandal and the inevitable fallout. Not that any of that mattered to Harry. Alex seemed friendly enough, and his personal life was the business of no one else. Bruno Werner, the other half-blood, had joined them from Germany. Harry hadn't spoken to him much, but he was rather quiet and seemed to observe more than join in conversations, choosing to do so only when he had something pertinent to say. He was rather guarded, particularly towards the last person in their group. Jonas Schneider was from Austria, was rather brash, and claimed that his mother was a hag. Harry was unsure of the veracity of the claim, but it didn't seem that it was something to be boastful of, especially with how prejudiced Durmstrang seemed to be. Outwardly, the school claimed to be accepting of all, but there were no Muggle-borns here, and those that were not purebloods were certainly treated differently. Harry suspected he and the others were only allowed to attend because the school needed the funding from tuition fees. Not that Karkaroff was likely to admit it. Still, he was here now, and he was determined to make the most of his time by working towards his own goals, something the headmaster had assured him he would be able to do. With Kane still snoring, the prospect of getting any more sleep was lost, so Harry decided that he would use the time before breakfast to do something productive. Taking his leave of the dorm, he entered the common room to find that it wasn't as empty as he had hoped. The vampire he had met briefly the night before was in there, her pale skin illuminated by the roaring fire she was seated in front of. There were several others in the room also, but they were sleeping, dotted around on the many sofas, and some even on the floor. "I won't bite you, you know," the girl commented dryly. Harry hadn't realized he'd been starring, and offered an apology that the girl waved off. "I don't suppose you've been around my kind." "No," Harry answered. The girl nodded. "What do you know about us?" "Nothing really," Harry answered honestly. "Immortal, vulnerable to garlic." The girl snorted. "Among other things," she replied. "The clan I am a part of don't hunt. It's illegal now, and we would have been slaughtered centuries ago. That's why I have the blood I do. It's provided by people who are paid for it." "But you're here." "I am," the girl acknowledged. "I was not born a vampire. My parents decided they wished to join the clan when I was 3, and I was turned a couple of years later. I still have my witch magic, along with the vampire things." Harry nodded his understanding. "Did you want to be turned?" "I wasn't asked," the girl answered with a shrug. "My parents made that decision for me. Our leader was furious with them." Harry felt sick at the thought of the girl being turned by her own parents, but it seemed to be something she took in her stride. "I'm Harry, by the way," he introduced himself. The girl raised an eyebrow at him. "Lucinda," she replied. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Lucinda," Harry offered as he took a seat next to her. The girl seemed taken aback. She eyed him questioningly. "Is it? Why wouldn't it be?" "Well, most humans hate us," Lucinda pointed out. "It's funny, really. The purebloods are more tolerant of us than others, but they put us in here with you." "Because they're better than the rest of us," Harry snorted. Lucinda grinned, exposing her elongated fangs. "Exactly," she agreed. "We can't forget that. Why are you here anyway?" she asked curiously. "You're British, shouldn't you be at Hogwarts?" Harry shook his head. "It's a long story," he sighed, "but Durmstrang is where I need to be." Lucinda simply nodded in response, not pressing him to elaborate. "I suppose we all have our stories," she murmured. "We have 7 years to tell them." "We do," Harry sighed as he stood, pausing as he reached for the nearby drawn curtains. "The sunlight." "It's fine," Lucinda assured him. "We have spells and other things that protect us from it. Our clan leader gave me this," she explained, showing Harry an amulet that was tucked within her dress. It appeared to be made from amber, but before he could get a closer look, the girl placed it back where it had been. "So, are you a werewolf or any other mix?" Harry shook his head. "No, just a half-blood wizard," he informed her. "My father was a pureblood and my mother a muggle-born." Lucinda nodded, but they were interrupted by the arrival of another group before the conversation could continue. It was a retinue of other first-years that entered the common room, Anna amongst them. She gave Harry an enthusiastic wave as she made her towards them with another girl in tow. "How did you sleep?" she asked. "I don't sleep much," Harry snorted. "I never have." "Oh," Anna said quietly. "Well, this is." Eleanor Summerby, the girl that had followed, broke in. Her blue eyes were alight with mischief, her smile matching, and her long blonde was tied in an elaborate braid. "Summerby," Lucinda questioned, "aren't your family all purebloods?" "Disgraced purebloods," Summerby corrected with a grin. "My grandmother is a rather famous thief. She stole several hundred thousands of galleons from different branches of Gringotts in the 30s. The girl seemed to be rather proud of the feat, and Harry nodded appreciatively. Gringotts was supposed to be amongst the most secure banks across the world, after all. "How did she manage that?" Harry asked. Eleanor taped the end of her nose. "Family secret." Harry snorted amusedly as he checked his watch. "Shouldn't we be heading down for breakfast now?" Lucinda nodded as the other boys Harry shared a room with arrived. "Where did you get to, Harry?" Kane questioned. "Well, with you snoring like a beast, I didn't feel like sticking around," Harry replied dryly. "So I imposed my company on Lucinda for a while. She even offered to turn me if I get bored of being a human." "I did not," Lucinda retorted hotly. "Ah, maybe you'll make the offer another day," Harry sighed airily, smirking at the glaring vampire. "Come on, we don't want to be late." Without waiting for the others, he made his way towards the exit, an enormous stone sliding door that led to one of the first-floor corridors. This meant that the walk to the main hall wasn't a long one, and he arrived only a few minutes later with the others trailing behind. It was difficult to miss the looks of mistrust from the purebloods that were already here, and though none of them passed comment, Harry suspected things would not remain so when they interacted with each other more. Still, he cared little for their opinion of him, or even the others he had been banded with. Harry was here for his own reasons, and so long as he was left to pursue his goals in peace, he would not be the one to instigate any unpleasantness. "Not a bad selection of food," Jonas declared as he helped himself to a few sausages. The group said little as they ate, and Harry watched with interest as they selected their chosen meals. "So you don't eat any normal food?" he asked Lucinda. The girl licked a trail of blood from her forefinger and shook her head. "Your food all tastes like ash to me," she explained. "I only need this." Harry nodded his understanding. "What about you, Anna?" "My people eat mostly fish, vegetables, and some types of insects," she informed him. "Forest food." "Urgh," Jonas grimaced. "Unless you have tried it for yourself, you shouldn't judge," Anna replied politely. "We have a very healthy diet unlike some," she added. Nodding towards the platter of sausages, the boy had taken a second helping from. Jonas merely shrugged and continued eating. "Bruno," Harry pressed. "We eat a lot of liver, well, my mother does," the Austrian explained. "I can't stand it personally, but I get sick if I go too long without it. Something about the stuff helps keep us healthy." "Is that a hag thing, then?" "I think so," Bruno replied. Even though only a female can be considered a hag, I still have some of the magic and physical traits. I didn't even know hags could have boys, Elinor broke in thoughtfully. It's quite rare, Bruno explained, but it does happen occasionally. My mother was surprised when I came along. I'm surprised she didn't have me gelded and raise me as a girl. The others laughed, though it died abruptly as Professor Karkaroff approached, his gaze shifting to each of them before coming to a rest on Harry. First years will remain within the hall when breakfast is concluded, he announced, turning away before any could pester him with questions. He's happy, Elinor giggled. I wonder why he's so miserable. Because he has to run a school full of your kind, a sneering voice answered as a group of boys passed. Our kind, Harry asked. Filthy half-breeds, the boy sneered. Rather a half-breed than an inbred, Harry returned with a shrug. The others around him gasped as some laughed, but the boy he had spoken to reddened considerably. You'd best watch that cheek, he advised through clenched teeth. There are some of us here that don't take kindly to be spoken to in such a way by those that should not be breathing the same air. I'll remember that, Harry replied. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish my half-breed breakfast. Lucinda, would you mind passing me some of the blood? The boy paled as Harry took a sip and fought the urge to vomit. He didn't know how Lucinda could stomach the viscous fluid, but he managed to play it off as though he was enjoying it. Without another word, the boy and his group left the hall and Harry immediately reached for a goblet of water, draining it in only a few sips. Remind me to not do that again, he pleaded. Idiot, Lucinda muttered as she took the blood from him. It was worth it, Harry replied, nodding as Karkaroff returned with several other professors joining him this time. The older students took this as their cue to leave, and those that remained fell silent and waited for the man to speak. Again, I welcome you all to Durmstrang, Karkaroff began, though his tone lacked any sincerity. The people you see before you will be responsible for your education for the first 2 years here, and you will meet all of them over the course of the next week as they introduce you to the studies they teach. Some of the professors waved, some offered nods, and others remained unmoving as Karkaroff gestured towards them. Now, I will explain a few things that apply to all of you, the headmaster continued. Firstly, there are extensive charms and other wonderful magics used at this institute solely to ensure that languages are not a barrier. The magic translates over 600 known tongues from each corner of the earth so that we can communicate with one another. If you are a speaker of Russian, any words spoken are translated into your language. No other school has this magic in place, so I would still advise you to learn some languages you are not familiar with. Harry was impressed. It was not something he'd even considered, but with almost all the people he had conversed with being from different countries, he perhaps should have. Also, the dueling room is off limits to all first years, Karkaroff said firmly. You will be able to attend from the beginning of your second year if you so choose to. There are no exceptions to this rule. Do I make myself clear? The students nodded their understanding. Now, for how the next 2 years will unfold for you. Here at Durmstrang, we do not have a set curriculum. We believe in finding your strengths and developing them beyond the norm. Why waste time working on transfiguration if it is something you lack the gift in? No, the first 2 years will be spent identifying your strengths through rigorous examinations and assessing your aptitude for each of the subjects on offer. Of course, we encourage you to broaden your studies in your own time, but we will find where you thrive. And when your second terms is coming to an end, you will meet with your head of year to discuss your future education. Harry liked how the system worked here and was eagerly anticipating what subjects he might do well in. Before I leave you, I would like to introduce Professor Sidorov, who will be your head of year for the duration of your time here. The woman that stepped forward was tall and lithely built, silver-haired, and with the most brilliant blue eyes that Harry had ever seen. Although he was not really interested in females in any other way than friendship, he knew that she was beautiful, and judging by the way the other boys were staring, they thought so too. He shook his head of the thought and frowned at the odd tingling that had overcome him. Impressive, Sidorov acknowledged, eyeing him with curiosity. "It will become easier to ignore the effect the more time we spend together." Harry had no idea what the woman meant, and she offered him a smile. "For those of you that haven't figured it out yet, I am a Vila," she explained. "You will learn about my species in one of your magical creature lessons, but for now, please do not be alarmed by the magic you can feel. It will not harm you, and your body will eventually build an immunity to it. Some quicker than others," she added, looking at Harry once more. "I am the charms professor here, and as Headmaster Karkaroff explained, I will be your head of year." "Thank you, Professor Sidorov," Karkaroff interjected. "For the first 2 weeks here, you will be given an introduction to each of the subjects taught. The list is quite extensive, and you are expected to perform at your very best in every session. Firstly, you will follow Professor Sidorov for a charms lesson, and then she will take you on to the next. Any questions?" No one raised their hands, something Karkaroff was seemingly pleased with as he nodded and took his leave of the hall. "If you would all please follow me," Sidorov requested. The boys all but jumped to their feet, and did so whilst some of the girls looked on confusedly at their behavior. "What's going on?" Harry asked. Lucinda rolled her eyes. "Vila have natural magic that is designed to draw the attention of the opposite sex," she explained. "It can be quite a problem for those that have not been around it for long enough, but you seem to be getting used to it quickly." Harry frowned as he nodded. "I can feel it," he admitted, "but it's not overwhelming." "It is for most," Lucinda snorted. "Look at the idiots. I'm surprised most of them aren't actually drooling." "I think Jonah's might be," Anna broke in amusedly. Harry snorted and shook his head as he walked with the girls who were lagging behind the gawping boys. "You should watch yourself with the purebloods, Harry," Lucinda warned. "That stunt with the blood won't endear you to them, and some of them are from very powerful families." Harry merely shrugged. "I'm not here to make friends," he replied simply. "I'm here so that I can deal with my enemies. If I make more on the way, then so be it, but I will never end up worse off than any of them, not again." The girls looked at each other questioningly, taken aback by Harry's change of demeanor, though the opportunity to press him further never came as they arrived at the classroom for their first taste of a Durmstrang education. Break. Pansy had been prepared to be sorted into Slytherin. Having been groomed by her father for the house her family had been a part of for more generations than she could count. She had even been prepared to deal with her housemates. She had met most of them, after all. What she hadn't been prepared for, however, was the fixation they would have on Harry and the fact that he had not arrived as many had been expecting. Draco was the most vocal of the students, his theories as to why Harry wasn't here only becoming more ridiculous. "I bet he's a squib," the blonde declared gleefully. "The Dark Lord must have damaged him. That's why no one has seen him." Some of her other housemates seemed to consider the notion. It was more plausible than him being taken in as an unspeakable and trained to be a secret weapon for the ministry, but he was still wrong, and Pansy snorted internally. Why Draco was so fixated, she didn't know, but it was becoming tiresome very quickly. "You're acting as though you wouldn't have tried to befriend him," Theo muttered amusedly. "I'm sure your father would have insisted on it." Draco nodded unashamedly. "He did suggest it, but Potter isn't here," Draco pointed out. "He's probably crying over his mudblood mother's grave." He laughed as if he had made the most comical of jokes, and most of the others joined in. If Harry was here, Draco would not make that kind of quip a second time, but as he had rightly said, he wasn't, something that Pansy was still upset about. She had been convinced Harry would come to Hogwarts, though she understood his reasoning for not. Still, she couldn't rid herself of the disappointment and hoped that whatever he was doing at Durmstrang, it would make him happy, and that she would still be welcomed to visit him during the summer. He had been her first friend, and despite enjoying the company of most of her housemates, none of them were Harry. Break. The first charms lesson had been little more than a brief overview of how their time during the first 2 years under the tutelage of Professor Sidorov would be spent, with a rather impressive demonstration from the woman as a finale. Harry knew he would enjoy those lessons, but he was not as certain with the dark arts under Professor Novik. The man was almost as pale as Lucinda, and even had a similar shade of red eyes, though he was no vampire. Harry had felt a sense of unease wash over him as he entered the room, his skin tingling as he did so. He couldn't be sure if it was Novik or something else, but it was something he couldn't ignore. The dark arts, the man begun reverently, speaking just loud enough for his voice to carry across the room. To truly master them, you must understand the nature of the magic. Let it become a part of you. They are forever changing, never the same from one moment to the next. If they are not respected, they will either consume you or they will destroy you. If you can allow them to permeate within, they can be the greatest of allies. The students remained silent as Novik began packing slowly back and forth, staring intently at a few before continuing. Not all of you will have an affinity for them, the willpower to keep the undesirable effects at bay, but those few of you that possess the potential to unlock the power of the magics will benefit greatly. The reverence had not left his tone, but it had also taken on an edge of warning. Nevertheless, for the next 2 years, you will undergo a journey to see if you have what it takes, and if you do not, you will at least gain enough understanding to combat them in a defensive manner. No, your time here will not be wasted, he assured them. Who can feel it? He asked curiously. The students looked at one another confusedly, but Harry raised his hand and Novik nodded. Find it, he instructed. Harry stood and followed the magic to the corner of the classroom where a cabinet rested, aware that all eyes were on him. He paused as he reached the cabinet and held out his hand hesitatingly. What is it? The voice sounded in his ear. Harry had not felt Novik following him, and he swallowed deeply as the magic of the cabinet pulsed against his consciousness. It wants me to touch it, he whispered, but it will harm me if I do. Novik smiled, but it was not a pleasant expression. What is it? He repeated excitedly. Harry frowned thoughtfully. The magic felt familiar, though he was certain he had never felt anything like it, not even from his studies of the black magic. It will burn the flesh away, he answered, but it can be stopped. Without considering what he was doing, he drew his wand and placed the tip against the cabinet. In truth, he didn't know what he was doing, but it felt almost instinctual, his own magic knowing how to combat what he faced. After a moment, the cabinet crumbled to dust, and an unpleasant scream rent the air. Harry didn't realize that he had been sweating, but the voice of Novik pulled him from the haze that had overcome him, and he was distinctly aware of the chattering of the students. I did not expect that from any, Novik whispered, let alone you, Mr. Potter. Who would have thought that such a beacon of light could possess such talent? Yes, your time here will be very interesting indeed. Harry met the man's surprised gaze before taking his seat. Novik watched him with interest as he made his way back to the front of the classroom. Harry felt nothing but confusion. He didn't know how he had done what he had, but he was pleased that the curse had been broken, nonetheless. Of course, we will cover the basics of the dark arts first, Novik declared. What are the most well-known curses widely considered to be of the branch? None raised their hands to answer. There are 3 spells in particular that the ICW deem to be unforgivable if used, Novik hinted, emphasizing the word unforgivable. The Imperious Curse, one of the purebloods answered. Correct, Novik confirmed. A dangerous curse in the wrong hands. Seizing control of someone's mind is a deadly weapon, not just against the victim, but to any they come across. They can be used as a tool to murder or carry out any other act the caster wishes if the victim is unable to defend themselves from the effects. It is something we will look into further into your studies. Another one, he requested. The Torture Curse, Lucinda called. Novik nodded. The Cruciatus Curse, he corrected. Another unpleasant spell, one that will cause the victim so much pain that they will plead for death. Those held under it for a prolonged period can also have their minds irreparably broken and become nothing but a shell of themselves. A deeply unpleasant fate where you merely wait for your body to die so that your mind can be freed from its prison. The last. The Killing Curse, another pureblood called. Novik nodded. Instant death, he murmured. Many a man, woman, and child have met their ends in such a way. A clean and painless end for any that finds themselves the victim, their life snuffed in a mere second. Only one person is known to have survived it, something widely considered by any expert in the dark arts to be an impossibility. As he spoke, his gaze had shifted to Harry, flicking towards the scar on his forehead. Even this far north, your story is a famous one, Mr. Potter, he murmured. The vanquisher of a dark lord before you could even hold a wand. Yours is already quite the story. Let us see how many more chapters we can add to it, shall we? Harry met the man's stare as the others around him began to whisper amongst themselves. He had hoped that what had happened between him and Voldemort had not become known so far from home, but that hope had evidently been in vain. Novik knew of it, and even if Karkaroff hadn't told him, Harry suspected the man would have heard of it. It was Novik that broke his stare first, his eyes drifting towards the clock before offering Harry what he believed was a nod of acknowledgement. Until next time, he called before disappearing through a door at the back of the classroom. Harry immediately took hold of his bag and left the room, taking a deep breath to calm himself. The entire lesson had been quite the experience, and though he didn't appreciate Novik revealing his past, he didn't believe the man had done so maliciously. If anything, it was likely to have been an act of kindness. It would make the purebloods more cautious of attempting to bully or belittle him, or it may just have the opposite effect. It mattered not to Harry. "Wait!" a voice called as he made his way towards the main hall. Harry paused to wait for the others to catch up. "Did you really survive it?" Elinor asked. Harry nodded, and each of them eyed him curiously. "Voldemort," Kane clarified. "It was him, wasn't it?" "It was." Kane released a deep breath. "I heard Greyback speaking about it," he explained. "We are a part of his pack, me and my parents," he explained. "Not by choice, but for safety." "Why would he try to kill you?" Lucinda asked. Harry shrugged. "I don't know," he answered, "but he murdered my parents." The others offered him a look of sympathy, and Harry shook his head. He didn't want sympathy, for anyone to feel sorrow for what he had endured. "That's what you meant about enemies, isn't it?" Anna questioned. "He had followers." Harry nodded. "I will return home to face them one day," he explained. "They will not be pleased to see me, not when I was the cause for so many problems for them." "What will you do?" Jonas asked. "I will live my life," Harry answered. "I will serve as the head of my two families, and if any take exception to it, they will be more than welcome to raise their grievances with me." The others said nothing for a moment, taken aback once more by his shift in demeanor. "You know, you're quite scary, Harry," Bruno chuckled. "Remind me not to get on the wrong side of you, especially now that you're Novik's favorite." "I thought he was going to wet himself with excitement when you broke the cabinet. How did you do that, anyway?" "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "I just did it." The others didn't seem to believe him entirely, but they didn't question him further. "Come on, let's get some lunch," Anna urged. "We've got Transfiguration next." Harry followed the others as they made their way to the main hall, undecided if it was best his past had become known early on rather than later. He remained unsure as he took a seat to eat his lunch, but joined in the conversation with his classmates, who did not mention anything that had happened in the dark arts classroom, but he could not ignore the curious looks they sent his way. Break. Holding regular meetings was an integral part of the schooling at Durmstrang. The second years needed to be closely monitored and reported on so that decisions could be made as to what subjects they would be eligible to study from their third year onwards, and it was an opportunity for staff to raise any concerns they had observed. The culture in the school was very much divided between the pureblood students and the others, and although Igor couldn't care less if they occasionally collided, there were children here of some very influential figures across the wizarding world, and it would not do for the school to receive negative attention. Life at Durmstrang was all about balance, about ensuring those students who would one day succeed their fathers felt that they were above the others, but not allowing excess unpleasantness to become rife. Our first years, Igor began. What do you think of them thus far? They seem to be a bright group, Sidorov replied. The purebloods have of course been told what to expect, but the others did not seem perturbed by my expectations of them. I think when they have settled, we will have a much better grasp of where each of them are heading individually. Igor nodded his agreement. Dunbar, he questioned the Transfiguration professor. Some already have a reasonable grasp of the fundamentals, he explained. I have seen nothing to suggest that there are any who will need to be excluded from the subject moving forward. Igor hummed as he turned his attention to the dark arts professor. Novik was an odd man who openly admitted that he had made many mistakes during his pursuits throughout his life, but he was perhaps one of the best and most experienced practitioners of the dark arts in the world. I had a very interesting lesson with them, the man answered quietly, though his eyes were alight with a spark of excitement. The Potter boy is certainly a surprise. Potter, Igor asked suspiciously, what has he done? Nothing nefarious, Novik assured him. On the contrary, the boy is quite remarkable. Igor frowned and gestured for the pale professor to continue. He not only identified my curse, but he found and countered it, Novik explained, and he did so with skill, Igor. I believe the boy could be a natural in the arts if only he has the mental capacity to succeed. Igor nodded thoughtfully. He is a curious boy, he murmured, the only person to survive the killing curse, and seems to have the ability to wield much more dangerous and evocative magic, Novik interjected. He is quite the enigma, no? Igor hummed. What are everyone else's thoughts on the boy? He managed to resist my allure almost immediately, Sidorov answered. I seemed to have little effect on him at first, and then he shook it off as though it was nothing. It is quite impressive. Impressive indeed, Igor acknowledged. I would like him watched closely during his lessons, he instructed. There seems to be much potential there, and I would see how far he can be pushed. Why? Sidorov asked, a frown marring her features. Because even before he could speak a full sentence, he became the downfall of the most powerful wizard I have ever met, and all of these little things you have mentioned do not strike me as coincidences. Potter could be an exceedingly powerful wizard and would be quite the man to boast of if his talents are nurtured. It will draw some unwanted attention to him from some of the purebloods that will not take kindly to him succeeding. Igor snorted as he shook his head. Some of the purebloods will one day ascend to lofty heights, he conceded, but Harry Potter is already there and will ascend only further. I have it on good authority that he is to inherit the titles of Lord Potter, his birthright of course, and Lord Black, two exceedingly prominent positions in wizarding Britain. Whose authority? Sidorov asked curiously. Mine, Igor answered simply. I do not believe the infamous Cassiopeia Black is choosing to raise the boy out of the goodness of her heart, is she? Black, Sidorov gasped. It is her who wrote to me to give the boy a tour a little over a year ago, he explained. It is not common knowledge that he is living with her. There will be many that do not like that, Novik pointed out. Many still remember what she did during the Grindelwald years. Then we keep the knowledge to ourselves unless it proves to be to our advantage to make it known, Igor decided. But for now, I wish to see just what Potter is truly capable of. Push him, but do not break him. Olafsson, I'd like you to do the same. I want him durable and resilient. The enormous Icelandic man grunted and nodded his understanding. Olafsson was in charge of the physical activities that the students could choose to take part in. Quidditch, self-defense, and fitness for magic were his forte. Igor was truly interested to see what Potter would become throughout his time here. If Novik was taking a keen interest in the boy, he undoubtedly had potential that, coupled with everything else that seemed to be happening around the boy, suggested that he would indeed become quite the formidable wizard. If he could endure and overcome the adversity he would undoubtedly face in the coming years. Break. It had been an interesting first day for Harry, but he was pleased that it had finally come to an end, and he could simply enjoy some time to relax in the common room with the other first years he had been housed with. Durmstrang was already proving to be more than he had anticipated, but what had become clear immediately was that his journey here would very much depend on how he performed in each of his lessons for the first 2 years. How much help he would get from the professors seemed to depend on that. Still, he was focused, determined to succeed, and ensure that he was in a position to see an end to his goals in the future. "Did you really survive the killing curse?" Kane asked, pulling Harry from his thoughts. His peers had been shooting his questioning glances for much of the day, and Harry knew that it was inevitable that they would soon be unable to hold their tongues. He nodded as he released a deep breath. "Voldemort murdered my parents and tried to do the same to me. He failed," he finished with a shrug. "Damn," Kane whispered. "I'm sorry about your parents." The others nodded. "How did you survive?" Lucinda pressed. "I don't know," Harry replied honestly. "I don't know if I will ever understand it, but I'm here, and he isn't." "For now," he added internally. His classmates seemed disappointed with his explanation, almost as though they were expecting an incredible story in which an infant Harry had somehow managed to overpower the Dark Lord. It had been nothing of the sort, and more likely nothing more than a fortuitous encounter in his favor. Not that Harry could rely on such things in the future. He could not hope that his enemies would somehow destroy themselves. No, Harry would need to do that off his own merit and ability. "What about what happened in dark arts?" Anna questioned. Once more, Harry did not have an explanation to give. He had felt the magic upon entering the room, and had even been able to identify what it was despite never having encountered it, not that he knew of at least. However, it definitely felt familiar, and it was almost as though his own magic was guiding him in how to eradicate the curse. It was a confusing experience, and frustrating that he didn't quite understand how he had done what he had. "I don't know," he answered again. Before his housemates could voice their disappointment in his explanation, a tap on the window interrupted the conversation. "Calidora," Harry said enthusiastically, greeting Cassie's bird as he opened the window to admit her. "What have you got for me, girl?" He relieved the owl of her burden, a note penned in Cassiopeia's familiar scroll, and a roll of parchment that had been sealed. "Harry, I hope your first day has been everything you wanted it to be. The scroll is from a friend of mine who attended Durmstrang some years ago. I would urge you to keep the contents to yourself. The house is quiet without. Cassie." Harry smiled. Although she wouldn't openly admit it, the woman missed him, and he felt a sudden wave of homesickness wash over him. He missed Cassie too, but he turned his attention to scroll before tapping it with his wand. His smile widened as he read the unfamiliar handwriting. Durmstrang had already been interesting, but with the knowledge he had just been handed, it had only become more so, and he was already looking forward to investigating the school with the help of someone who had already done so. Chapter 6. School Life Halloween 1991. Harry had been at Durmstrang now for a little under 2 months, and had begun to feel like he was finally settling into life here, something not made so easy by the ever-changing tide of the school. Nonetheless, he had more than sampled the studies available to him, other than those the first years were excluded from for various reasons, and he truly believed he had found those that he would thrive in. The dark arts were indeed something he had a natural affinity for, as were charms, transfiguration, and runic studies, among others. He found he cared little for herbology, nor was he drawn to the clairvoyancy classes that also required a natural affinity for them. Harry was fascinated by the study of magical mathematics. However, it was not something he thrived in despite giving his best effort during the lessons, and as many others had experienced during lessons he seemed to do well in, he was mostly ignored. Still, it wouldn't deter him from trying to learn. "Keep going, Potter," Olafsson instructed as he passed him for another lap of the Quidditch pitch. Harry cursed under his breath. Why the man had taken such an interest in him, he knew not, but Olafsson was either determined to make him the fittest, strongest person at Durmstrang, or kill him. Harry couldn't be certain which, but didn't like the enormous Icelandic very much. The man was of few words, something that mattered little when all he was required to do was bark a simple instruction, and students were expected to comply. Few enjoyed fitness for magic, and though Harry would like nothing more than to turn his wand on Olafsson from time to time, he was feeling the benefit of being under the man's tutelage for an extra 45 minutes a day. "That will do," Olafsson called. "Go shower." Harry hunched over and took a few deep breaths of the frozen air, wincing as it burned his lungs, and by the time he straightened up, Olafsson was gone. "Maniac," Harry muttered as he made his way back inside the school to take the man's advice. A hot shower was needed to help thaw him out. His journey into the fitness regime had begun before the end of the first week, when Olafsson had fetched him from the common room after dinner one evening and merely instructed him to follow. From then on, it had been a nightly occurrence that Harry had been put through his paces, and with no satisfactory explanation as to why. He'd asked but had received only a grunt in reply from the man, but Harry knew there was a reason behind what he was doing, even if it would not be revealed to him. Shaking his head of thoughts that only served to frustrate him, he entered the common room and immediately moved to stand by the fire. He frowned as Alina giggled at him. "It's not funny," he muttered. "Awa, poor Harry," the girl cooed, shuffling to the other side of the sofa she was sitting on. Come take a seat." With a huff, Harry did so, only because his legs were aching. He groaned as he sat, not from relief, but irritation as Summerby whooped joyfully. "I finally got him." She was dancing victoriously as Harry removed the inflatable piece of rubber from beneath his cushion. Since the beginning of term, the girl had been trying to prank him, and had been unsuccessful until now. "A whoopee cushion?" he asked disappointedly. Summerby grinned, that mischievous grin that Harry had come to associate with her. The girl was trouble personified, but she was kind also. Not a day went by that she didn't check on the rest of the group to make sure they were okay, and it wasn't as though mischief was her only talent. Alina Summerby was already proving to be excellent in charms, and with transfiguration, a proclivity she claimed to have inherited from her grandmother. "All right, you got me," Harry conceded, an amused smile tugging at his lips. "Does that mean it is someone else's turn now?" Summerby nodded. "I suppose it does," she sighed. "I'll miss trying to get you." "I won't," Harry snorted. Alina pouted as her eyes roamed over the rest of the group, before falling upon Kane. "Thanks a lot, Potter," the werewolf grumbled. Harry had really come to like the boy. Despite struggling with his condition the week leading up to the full moon, he was pleasant to be around, would often offer quips, and wasn't without talent himself. Unfortunately, the full moon was drawing closer, and though Harry felt useless to help his friend, Kane wasn't left alone to cope. The other werewolf students would look out for him during the difficult days, and ensure he was with them during their transformations in the dungeon reserved for them. It helped Kane considerably having some of his own kind with him, and the camaraderie amongst the werewolves was strong. Those that experienced Durmstrang on this side tended to look out for one another. The others were what most purebloods referred to them as, and the less so flattering called them the half-breeds. The older non-pureblood students adopted the moniker, the Misfits, a name they affectionately gave to all that joined them each year. Harry found the name to be apt. He had always been something of a misfit, and here he felt as though he was amongst people who were just as unique as him. "He only does it because he likes you," Steiner, an older werewolf student, grunted. Harry looked at the boy questioningly. "Olafsson, he only makes those he takes a liking to do the extra exercises. He does it with some of the older students, usually the Quidditch players. You should think yourself lucky that you're not Krum. He takes him twice a day." "Krum?" Harry asked. "Viktor," Steiner clarified. "He's a fourth year and has just been signed to play for a professional team in Bulgaria. The rumor is that he will be the best seeker in the world in only a few years." Harry nodded appreciatively. The first years had not been allowed near the Quidditch practices, or to even hold a broom yet, not until after Christmas when their flying lessons would commence. Twice a day. Steiner nodded. Viktor is always cursing the man, but swears it has helped him considerably. Harry hummed thoughtfully. Perhaps Steiner was right, or perhaps Olafsson truly wanted to break him. That remained to be seen. "Where's Lucinda?" he asked. "Gone for her evening lesson," Jonas informed him. The vampires of the school had additional lessons at night, something they did not divulge the contents of to the other students. It wasn't that they weren't permitted to, but it was something of a personal study for them, so none pressed them for information. "Anna." "Sleeping," Alina sighed as she rested her head on Harry's shoulder. The girl was outwardly rather affectionate with everyone in the group, something Harry was still getting used to. Anna did sleep more than the rest, particularly as the weather was becoming steadily worse as the winter months drew in. "I think I will shower and do the same," Harry decided as he stood. Olafsson had tired him out. "I'll try not to wake you," Kane called as Harry headed towards their room. Harry waved the boy off. For the most part, he didn't snore so badly, but the nights before and after the full moon, it was quite unbearable. Still, Harry did not wish for the boy to feel guilty for something he had no control over. Evidently, it was a part of the disease he carried along with the horrific transformations, and fatigue he often felt. Harry wouldn't wish the illness on any, especially a boy as kind as Kane. Rubbing his temples in an attempt to stave off the headache that was setting in, he turned on the water in the shower before undressing, breathing a sigh of relief as the hot water began to cascade over him, though it only made his headache worse. They had become more frequent since he'd arrived at Durmstrang, and if he did not keep up with his occlumency practice regularly, the dreams would return too. However, these were not always the same ones that had always plagued him. Occasionally, there would be new ones, broken visions of a man he did not recognize seemingly talking to himself. Harry could make no sense of them, but a throbbing headache always followed. With a gasp, he pressed his palm into his scar as a wave of agony washed over him. But before he could reach for the tap to turn off the shower, he collapsed to his knees, his vision fading as a voice that was not his own filled his mind. The troll was a foolish idea. "I'm sorry, Master. I will be more considerate in the future." It was the man garbed in a purple turban again, though this time he was without it, staring at his reflection in a hand mirror that Harry seemed to be peering the other side from. "See that you do, Quirrell. Severus is suspicious of you. Shall we not just reveal you to him, Master? He could prove to be a useful ally." "No." Harry swallowed deeply at the reply. He knew that voice, and though this was not the most prominent nightmare that had haunted him, he would never forget it. "Stand aside, girl." The voice was labored, lacking the same power and smugness behind the words, but Harry knew who it was that was speaking. "Voldemort. We must be in a position of strength when we bring Severus into the fold," Voldemort explained. "Yes, Master," the other replied, bowing his head compliantly, and Harry found himself looking up at the ceiling of the room they were in. "Good, now we must venture into the forest once more. I need sustenance." His view of the room began to fade, and the sound of rushing water filled his ears. Opening his eyes, Harry found himself breathing heavily on the bathroom floor, the hot water of the shower hammering down on him. With a groan, he pushed himself to his feet, his legs trembling as he pondered what it was he had witnessed, the vision already becoming disjointed and incoherent. There had been a familiar voice, and one that he had only begun hearing recently. Had there been mention of a troll? Harry pushed his hair out of his eyes, frustrated that there was no clarity left of what he had seen, but he was pleased that his headache had eased off somewhat to something more bearable. Until the next one, at least. Releasing another deep breath, he finished cleaning himself up before switching off the shower and barely managing to prepare himself before he fell into bed, spent, and no longer remembering even the vaguest detail of the dream he'd had only moments ago. Break. Albus peered over his steepled fingers towards the dying fire in the hearth. The evening had been a disaster, and he was fortunate that no one had been severely injured. Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom were no worse for wear other than a few cuts and bruises, but had he and the other members of staff not arrived when they had, the consequences could have been dire. "How is your leg, Severus?" he asked the wincing potions master. The man grimaced as he poured a sizzling concoction over the wound. "Sore," he answered simply. Albus offered the man a look of sympathy. "Have we discovered why Miss Granger was not at the feast this evening?" Minerva pursed her lips. "She was upset by comments made to her by Mr. Malfoy," she explained. "The boy is a vile bully, Albus, and something must be done. I hear the Weasley twins are most displeased with him and his cohorts. If we do not nip this in the bud, it will develop into a very unpleasant situation. Why are the older Slytherins not keeping him in line?" "Because they do not wish to provoke the ire of Lucius," Severus answered. "Many of the parents are either indebted to the man or in no position to stand up to him." Minerva shook her head. "So Draco will continue getting away with his behavior," she murmured unhappily. "I've had him in detention several times already, but it does nothing to deter him." "I will speak with him for all the good it will do," Severus assured her. "The boy believes he is untouchable, and in many ways he is. There are few willing to stand up to him, and those that are will only make life difficult for themselves and their parents." Albus frowned unhappily. He could see the already mounting tension, devolving into something deeply unpleasant, if Draco did not curb his behavior. Much like the years during Gellert's rise had been before Arcturus Black and Charles Potter had brokered a peace, of sorts. Would Harry be able to do the same if he were here? Albus shook his head of the thoughts. Harry was not here, and the headmaster knew next to nothing about the boy other than what Gellert chose to share with him. His frown deepened as he pondered the boy. Quirinus was displaying some very concerning behavior from merely sharing his body with whatever essence of Tom had found him. Albus knew he was playing a dangerous game, but any approach where his former student was concerned was dangerous. This way, he could at least monitor what remained of the Dark Lord, though he was beginning to question his approach in dealing with the threat. Quirinus himself was not an ungifted wizard, and playing host to perhaps the most dangerous wizard Britain had produced in centuries would only bolster his already impressive ability. No, Albus knew he must tread carefully from here on out, and add to the already significant protections around the stone. He nodded to himself as an idea began to form. It would be a difficult feat of magic to achieve indeed, but if he managed it, the stone would be safe from the Dark Lord, though Albus knew it was inevitable that Tom would one day return. For now, he merely needed to delay it until Harry was ready to face his destiny. "I would suggest that we keep Miss Granger away from Mr. Malfoy as best we can," he sighed. "Severus, I am relying on you to speak with the boy. Remind him that bullying is not tolerated here at Hogwarts, and any further incidents will incur severe punishments." Severus offered him a bow as he stood. "As you wish, headmaster," he replied. "Minerva, do keep an eye on Miss Granger. Assure her that you are at her disposal if she needs any support. I will speak with her and Mr. Longbottom in the morning." Minerva nodded before taking her leave of the office. "What of Quirrell?" Severus asked. "I did not expect something like this from him." "I did not anticipate something so brazen," Albus sighed, "and I can assume that his attempts will only become more desperate in the coming months. I will secure the stone, Severus, and find a way that I can confront the man in a way that would not see the students harmed. Is he not enough of a danger to them now?" Albus shook his head. "So long as he believes the stone is still available to him, he will continue to bide his time, and I will use that to my advantage." Severus did not appear to be pleased by Albus's intentions. "Very well," he murmured before following in Minerva's wake, leaving the headmaster to his thoughts, which inevitably drifted to the boy, who already carried a seemingly insurmountable burden on his shoulders. If Quirinus was beginning to display such reckless behavior and traits of the Dark Lord, how much was the Horcrux within Harry truly affecting him? It was a pertinent question, and one that would only become more burning as the years went by. Albus needed to meet Harry, to see the character of the boy for himself, but until then, he would be relying on Gellert to share what information about him he chose to. "Break. And 6th brick from the left," Harry whispered, tapping the wall with his wand from beneath his cloak, taking a step back as an opening just small enough for a person to pass through appeared. Entering the hidden room, he smiled to himself. Within was a large enough space for him to practice just about any type of magic he wished in privacy, or he could simply use the room as a getaway if he needed to. Whoever it was that had provided Cassiopeia with the list that she had passed on had undoubtedly spent many years uncovering the secrets Durmstrang had. From shortcuts that would reduce his journey time around the school significantly, to hidden rooms like this one, and even another that contained personal notes in the same writing scribbled on the scroll, Harry had been introduced to a veritable treasure trove he could take advantage of whilst he was here. Retreating from the room, he sealed it behind him before making his way back towards the common room. It wasn't as easy as he wished to sneak off to explore, not even in the dead of night with Lucinda and the other vampires awake, but he usually managed a little time to himself after Olafsson had released him for the night. Stowing his cloak back within his robe, he entered the common room to find that most had gone to bed by now, and when he checked his watch, he realized how long he had been away for tonight. Only the vampires remained, and Lucinda quirked an eyebrow at him as he approached. "Been somewhere nice?" she asked. "Just walking after my work with Olafsson." Lucinda hummed. The girl was quite standoffish in nature, but Harry suspected that was due to not spending any significant time around others for much of her life, not of her own kind, at least. Still, he liked to think she was warming up to him. She had a dry sense of humor that he appreciated, and was rather protective of him and the others they shared classes with. Even if she could be rather cold at times, Harry found that he liked the girl. "Do you ever sleep?" he asked curiously. Lucinda shrugged. "Not often," she answered. "I don't need to, but it is nice sometimes." "Another weakness of being human," Harry snorted. Lucinda grinned. "I could always turn you," she quipped. Harry released a dramatic sigh in response. "I don't think my aunt would like that very much." "Shame," Lucinda replied with a smirk. "You'd make a good vampire, and then we could live together forever." Harry smiled at the girl. "That sounds like the beginning of a story where we try to take over the world, and both end up dead." "It does," Lucinda agreed, eliciting a chuckle from Harry. "Is that why you don't let anyone close to you?" he asked gently. "Because we will all die one day and you will still be here." Lucinda narrowed her eyes at him. "Don't ask questions you won't like the answer to, Harry." "That's it though, isn't it?" The girl swallowed deeply before nodding. "If you tell any of the others, I will bite you," she warned, "and it won't be to turn you." Harry winced at the thought as her gaze burned into his before he stood and wrapped an arm around her. Her skin was cold to the touch, but that didn't deter him from kissing her on the cheek, causing the girl to shudder. "I won't say anything," he promised, "but that doesn't mean I will let you push me away. Just because you'll outlive me, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be friends, does it?" Lucinda shook her head uncertainly. "Good," Harry declared as he stood, "but as a human, I do need to get some kind of sleep." Lucinda grinned, exposing her fangs. "Pathetic, given to your weakness if you must," she said dismissively. "Thank you, O merciful dark princess," Harry returned with a bow. "Never call me princess again," Lucinda growled. Harry merely smiled at her once more, before walking towards the room he shared with the other boys. "I mean it, Potter," Lucinda called after him. Harry only waved in response, laughing as he heard the girl cursing him. Break. Pansy knew that her father was coveting the idea of an eventual marriage contract with Draco. It wasn't something she had been against entirely, but her mind had quickly been changed since starting Hogwarts. She had known Draco had an ego, that his opinion of himself would never be matched by anyone else, but she hadn't known just how cruel, malicious, and deeply unpleasant he could be towards others. Not that she had observed him much during the years before school. She had met the boy on a number of occasions, at functions or when her father and Lord Malfoy conducted business, but seeing him for what he truly was away from the forced politeness and bows of respect he offered other lords, Pansy dreaded a contract being brokered between them. It wasn't just how he treated those that he deemed to be inferior like the Granger girl, but it was those who he seemingly considered friends that were often the butt of his cruel whims. Crabbe and Goyle both came from considerably lesser families than most, but they were purebloods nonetheless, and Draco treated them no better than house elves. Of course, they were rather dim and slow-witted, which to Pansy only made their treatment worse. Even Theo wouldn't stand up to the blonde, and Draco was wary enough of Blaise and his family reputation to not push his luck, not yet at least. Millicent did her best to blend into the background whenever Draco was around, and the only other in their year was Daphne Greengrass, who Draco had not yet gotten around to attempting to torment. Pansy did not believe that would end well for the boy. The girl had often vocalized her wish for him to try, so that she could put him in his place. Perhaps that was what he needed. Draco had no one to stand up to him for the things he'd done. The Weasley twins had tried, only for Snape to have them both in detention for weeks at a time. Admittedly, they may have crossed a line by trying to flush Draco down Moaning Myrtle's toilet, but Pansy could not think of any reason the boy didn't deserve it. She shook her head as she looked over her Transfiguration homework. Once more, Draco was holding court, throwing his weight around even with the older Slytherins that did not wish to invoke the boy's ire. "Have you seen how useless he is?" Draco guffawed. "How is Longbottom even here? He's no better than the squib caretaker." The others laughed forcefully at the unfunny observation. "And Granger, if her teeth were any bigger, I'm sure the Ministry would be taking her away to make sure she is actually human." Pansy met Daphne's eyes, and the other girls snorted. "What about Weasley?" Crabbe asked. "Blood traitors, all of them," Draco declared smugly. "They're an embarrassment to purebloods. Honestly, Hogwarts really has scraped the bottom of the cauldron for the dregs that are here this year." Pansy tried to ignore the blonde as she began penning a letter to Harry, using her Transfiguration text to hide what she was doing. More than ever, she wished her friend had decided to come to Hogwarts. Draco certainly wouldn't be acting as he was with someone like Harry around. Breakfast was always a lively at Durmstrang, partly because it was the best meal of the day here, and because the mail was delivered, something that all students, irrespective of their status within the school, looked forward to. It was delivered by a post office in Austria, the climate much too cold for most owls or any other creatures to endure. Calidora had needed to rest for a few days after she had arrived with Harry's scroll, and he had sent a return note to Cassie advising not to send her again. "Potter," the postmaster called, dropping a single envelope in front of him. Harry recognized the scrawl immediately as Pansy's. She wrote often, telling him of how much she was enjoying Hogwarts, and lamenting on the fact that he had chosen to come to Durmstrang. The girl was hoping that he would change his mind, something that wouldn't be happening. Despite how difficult it could be at times, Harry liked it here. "Who's the letter from, Harry?" Kane asked. Harry did not answer immediately, choosing to read the missive before doing so. "Dear Harry, I hope this finds you well. Hogwarts was attacked by a troll a few days ago. No one knows how it got into the castle, but Professor Dumbledore dealt with it. No one was seriously hurt, but I wonder how it got here. Trolls do not live in the Forbidden Forest. Anyway, Draco is worse than ever. If someone doesn't do something soon, he will really hurt someone. A girl almost got killed by the troll because she was hiding in the toilet after he was mean to her. Write back soon. Pansy." Harry's frown had deepened the more he read the letter. the mention of a troll triggering a very vague memory he had when he'd been plagued with a headache on Halloween. Pansy had already mentioned the Malfoy boy, a family that Cassiopeia had already warned him about. Lucius had been a Death Eater, and Harry had no doubt that he and the man would come to blows in the future, especially when the fool discovered his precious son wasn't the Black Heir as he believed. "Harry, are you okay?" Anna asked. "You look as though you're going to kill someone." Harry waved the girl off as he smiled. "I'm fine," he assured her. "It's just a note from my personal healer informing that I've not caught any diseases from hanging around the likes of you." Anna raised an eyebrow in his direction, and Lucinda aimed a kick at him under the table as he chuckled. "Is that possible?" Kane asked worriedly. "Well, unless you bite me when you're transformed, I don't think so," Harry replied thoughtfully. "But then again, I suppose you could give me a nasty case of fleas." "I don't have fleas," Kane retorted heatedly. "He's just winding you up," Lucinda huffed. Harry smiled innocently, though it fell as he spotted one of the third-year purebloods approaching one of the tables he did not belong at. "What's he doing?" he asked. "He's going after Steiner," Kane murmured, his gaze shifting to his plate to avoid drawing attention to himself. "Why?" "Because Barkus hates us, and he's decided it's Steiner's turn." Harry's nostrils flared as he watched the pureblood attempting to goad Steiner by pushing his plate of food to the floor, his eyes trailing towards the staff who were choosing to ignore the incident. "Harry, don't," Lucinda warned as he stood. He pushed the hand that had gripped his jacket away and made his way towards the werewolf who was offering no resistance. "Steiner," Harry greeted him enthusiastically, "how are you today?" He pointedly ignored Barkus, and Steiner looked at him questioningly, almost pleading him to move along. "Can't you see that Steiner is busy?" Barkus growled. "He has a mess to clean up." "Oh, I'm sorry," Harry replied politely. "I don't think we've met." "Jean Barkus," the boy clarified, standing at his full height. "What kind of name is Arskis?" Harry asked confusedly, eliciting a bout of laughter from the students nearby. The boy flushed in a mix of embarrassment and anger. "It's Barkus," he corrected hotly. "I got it right the first time," Harry said dismissively. "Now, why don't you go back to your own table? There's a lot of dangerous beasts over here." "Filthy half-breeds," Barkus sneered. Harry hummed as he nodded. "Maybe," he returned, "but we really don't want this situation to become more unpleasant than it already is, do we?" Barkus narrowed his eyes at Harry. "Are you threatening me?" he questioned. "I think I might be, Arskis," Harry confirmed as he turned to face the boy. "I asked you nicely, now you're starting to annoy me. Piss off before I really lose my temper with you." His tone had become cold, and Barkus hesitated before his hand twitched towards his wand. Harry did not, and he reached his first, sending the older boy sprawling across the stone floor where he began gasping for breath. "Potter," Karkaroff shouted warningly. Harry's eyes remained on Barkus as he returned his wand up his sleeve. "Self-defense, headmaster," he replied. "Barkus just didn't manage to draw his wand in time." The slightest of grins tugged at Karkaroff's lips as he nodded. "Return to your seat," he instructed. "You too, Barkus. Any more incidents like this, and I will have you both running laps with Professor Olafsson until you pass out, understood?" The large Icelandic man positively beamed at the thought, and Harry nodded. "Understood, headmaster," Harry responded, offering the man a bow before returning to his seat. "There'll be trouble," Lucinda chastised. "Barkus won't let it slide." Harry shrugged carelessly as he helped himself to some eggs. "There will be trouble for him if he doesn't," he murmured. Lucinda merely shook her head, and the rest of the group stared at him questioningly. "You know, Potter, I do wonder if you're all there at times," Jonas chuckled. Harry said nothing as he pondered just why he had gotten so angry. He despised bullies, but it was an everyday occurrence at Durmstrang. Maybe he was just tired, or he had grown tired of how some of those he considered his friends were being treated. People like Barkus made him sick. His thoughts drifted to the letter that Pansy had sent, and he nodded to himself before sending a reply. She had her own Barkis to deal with, and though Draco had not attempted to pick on her, there was no telling what the boy would do if he was left unchecked. He may not be a Hogwarts student, but that didn't mean he was helpless in the matter, and as he finished up writing his note, he took his leave of the breakfast table to fetch something to include with it when he sent it back, a mischievous grin cresting his lips. Break. It had taken a little less than a week for Harry's reply to arrive, though it wasn't the letter itself that had occupied Pansy's mind since. The boy had sent a small pouch of white powder, his only reference to it being, "If Draco wants to act like an ass, maybe he should become one for a while." Pansy had almost thrown the stuff away, but had held on to it, and had considered sending it anonymously to the Weasley twins, but had decided against doing so. No, if it was going to be used, she would have to do it herself. The thought of doing so left her feeling uneasy, but the longer she possessed the powder, and the more unbearable Draco became, the harder it was to resist. The blonde's bullying was only becoming worse with each day that passed. Only the previous day, he, along with Crabbe, Goyle, and Theo, had attempted to push Longbottom down the third-floor stairs. McGonagall had been furious, but with Longbottom refusing to tell her who had done it, there was nothing the woman could do, even if she knew who had been behind the incident. For Pansy, that had been the final straw. She didn't like Longbottom, nor the Granger girl he spent time with, but their lives shouldn't be made miserable by Draco and his ilk. What would Harry do? That was the question she had asked herself, and immediately her thoughts had drifted to the powder he had sent. Pansy's mind had been made up, and though she was not relishing her decision, something had to be done to humble Draco. It was for the good of everyone, after all. She had arrived at breakfast with the other girls in her house, and was relieved that they were engaged in a conversation about their potions homework. Tracy and Daphne were helping Millicent, who was not the most confident in the subject, and whilst they were not paying attention to her, Pansy added the powder to the goblet Draco always drank from. Crabbe and Goyle would flank him either side, and Theo would sit on the left of the latter. Slipping him, the powder had been too easy. The boys arrived only a few minutes later, and Paney felt both relieved and filled with trepidation when Draco took the expected seat, complaining about the fare on offer at the castle. "We have fresh fruit available for breakfast at home," he informed the others. "There's fruit," Theo pointed out, holding up an apple and banana. Draco scoffed. "We have better ones." Theo rolled his eyes at the boy, and Pansy busied herself by buttering some toast, her gaze shifting to the blonde from time to time. After what seemed like an eternity filled with nervousness, he eventually took hold of his goblet and drained it, grimacing slightly at the taste. "The pumpkin juice tastes worse than usual," he muttered. Pansy did her best not to stare at Draco and took a bite of her own food. She had slathered it with butter, but the bread felt dry in her mouth. "Tastes fine to me," Goyle shrugged before he drained his own drink. It was then that Pansy knew her efforts had been successful, and that Harry had once more proven his proclivity towards causing trouble. Draco attempted to reply to the boy, only for a loud braying sound to escape him. His eyes widened in horror as a large pair of ears grew from the top of his head, and the lower part of his face began to elongate. He brayed once more as he shot to his feet, only to trip and find himself sprawled on the floor. The reason for him losing his footing quickly became clear. Draco no longer had feet. Hooves had formed, and Pansy began to feel guilty as fur began to sprout all over the boy. Crabbe and Goyle, the ever-devoted fools, attempted to help the boy from the floor as the shock of the students wore off, and the hall filled with laughter. Even those at the Slytherin table joined in, only serving to annoy Draco, whose braying became louder and more frantic. "Silence!" Dumbledore called loudly as he stepped off the dais and approached Draco with his wand drawn. The headmaster attempted to undo the transfiguration, to no avail. "Oh dear," he murmured. "Phileas, Could you assist Mr. Draco in reaching the hospital wing? The diminutive professor nodded, though it was clear he was trying to hide his own amusement at the situation, and Professor Dumbledore's attention immediately shifted towards the Weasley twins. I will deal with them, McGonagall declared as she stalked towards the redheads. Wait, this didn't have anything to do with us, one of them protested. We swear, the other added. We will see about that. My office now, McGonagall growled. Professor, I think you might have gotten this wrong, the older Weasley brother interjected. Fred and George have not been near the Slytherin table, and they didn't leave the common room last night after they returned from their detention with Mr. Filch. You're certain of this? The Weasley boy nodded, and McGonagall hummed. Very well, I will give you the benefit of the doubt this time, she conceded before returning to the staff table, and Pansy breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to get anyone else in trouble. But whoever did it, one of the twins called, we would really appreciate you telling us how. Send us a note, we won't say anything. We promise, they finished together, each sporting an innocent smile that none would be convinced by. With Draco having been helped from the hall, Pansy returned to her breakfast feeling rather pleased for herself, though she hoped her father would forget any notion he had of seeing her married to him. Draco may grow to be handsome, but the tendencies he displayed were already concerning, and Pansy could only imagine the kind of monster he could become if he was allowed to continue doing what he was. Chapter 7, Friends. December 1991. The final day before the Christmas holidays had finally arrived, and Harry, just like the rest of the students, was eagerly anticipating a respite from the daily grind of Durmstrang. Although he was looking forward to the festivities, his own excitement could not compare to Aline's. For the past fortnight, the girl had been almost unbearably invested in the holiday, resulting in some growing rather irritated with her. The final straw for Lucinda had been when Aline had let off a glitter bomb in the common room, and the vampire had been covered from head to toe in the sparkly substance. Harry and the others had been amused, but Lucinda had not seen the funny side and had banned Aline from anything Christmas-related for the rest of the day. The thought still brought a grin to Harry's lips. Something funny, Potter? The vampire asked, raising an eyebrow in his direction. Nothing at all, Princess, he replied, causing the girl's nostrils to flare. She had given up chastising him for his chosen moniker for her, but Cain had only dared use it once when he learned of it. Harry didn't know what Lucinda had done, but the werewolf had kept his distance from the irate girl for a while. Lucinda hummed, shooting Aline a warning glare as she removed the box of tricks she kept her festive items in. I wasn't going to set any off, Aline huffed. Good, Lucinda replied, doing her utmost not to smile. Harry believed she had secretly enjoyed Aline's exploits since the beginning of the month. Not that she would admit it, of course. Are you packed? Harry asked her. Lucinda nodded as she patted the pocket of her robes. I can't wait to be away from you all. You're a terrible liar, Harry sighed. You'll miss us when you're at home, sleeping upside down in a shed or wherever you live. I do not sleep upside down. Harry waved her off dismissively as he finished packing his own trunk. One of these days, Potter, you're going to push your luck too much, Lucinda warned, though there was no hint of malice in her tone. And then what? Harry asked curiously. Lucinda narrowed her eyes at him. Maybe you'll find out, she said airily, giving him a smile that made him shudder. Are you almost done? I will be in a moment. Bloody hell, what's the rush? Lucinda smiled once more. I've decided that I'm going to introduce you to my mother, she informed Harry. We will see how cheeky you are then. Your mother? Lucinda nodded as she licked her lips. She will make a meal out of you, Potter. Harry looked towards Aline, who merely shrugged. It was nice knowing you, Harry. He had looked in the wrong direction for assistance, and he cursed under his breath. Before you meet your maker, I'm sure my mother would appreciate meeting you first, Aline continued. Why yours? Aline shrugged once more. Why not? She asked. What is this? Try to intimidate Harry Day. Harry asked no one in particular. My mother is a very sweet woman, Elinor defended. Mine isn't, Lucinda added. Harry could only shake his head, relieved that Anna, Kane, and the others had already left. He didn't know how many more sets of parents he could face in one day. I'm done, he declared after he had finished packing his trunk. With a tap of his wand, he shrunk it and placed it in his pocket, finally allowing himself to feel excited for his time at home. Come on then, let's get to the courtyard, Lucinda urged, threading her arm through his and leading him out of the corridor. I can walk by myself, Harry protested. You can run too, Lucinda pointed out. We can't have that, can we? Elinor took him by the other arm before he could reply, and Harry resigned himself to being escorted, hanging his head and eliciting a bout of laughter from the two girls. One for the gallows, he called somberly. Stop being so dramatic, Lucinda snorted. You will be fine. Harry said nothing else, but looked up as he felt the icy wind blowing through the front doors, carrying the voice of the dozens of people gathered in the courtyard. He smiled as he caught sight of Cassiopeia standing off to the side, and the woman shot him a questioning look. Before he could respond, however, he was pulled in another direction entirely by Elinor, who was waving enthusiastically at a woman who she shared little resemblance to. Harry never would have guessed the short brunette was her mother, but Elinor was pulled into a tight embrace, leaving Harry half free from his escorts. Mother, this is Harry, Elinor introduced him before he could plan his escape. It's very nice to meet you, Harry, Elinor's mother greeted him, shooting her daughter a questioning look. He's one of my friends, the girl explained. The woman nodded, her gaze shifting towards the vampire who was still holding his arm. This is Lucinda, Harry explained. She is my bloodthirsty vampire mistress. Elinor giggled, and Lucinda swatted his shoulder. The girl was much stronger than she looked, and Harry rubbed the afflicted area as he scowled at the girl. Vampire mistress, Elinor's mother asked confusedly. Harry is just being silly, Elinor sighed. He does that a lot. I see, Elinor's mother acknowledged, seemingly breathing a sigh of relief. I thought. You should never take him too seriously, Lucinda urged. He has a habit of saying things just to shock people. I will remember that, Elinor's mother said amusedly as she eyed Harry. Well, it was nice meeting you both. Come on, Ellie, your grandmother is waiting. Elinor's eyes lit up, and she threw herself into Harry's arms briefly. I'll see you soon, she gushed, taking her mother's hand before the woman activated the portkey. That girl is mad, Lucinda murmured. Come on, it's my mother's turn now. The grin she sent his way left Harry feeling unsettled, but he allowed her to lead him towards where a tall, pale woman was waiting a short distance away. There was no mistaking the relationship between Lucinda and her mother. They were almost identical in every way, from the pale skin, black hair, and eerily red eyes. Mother, the girl greeted the woman as they reached her. There was no affection in her tone, nor was there any warmth coming from the older vampire. Lucinda, the woman greeted her daughter before her eyes came to rest on Harry. And who is this? This is Harry. I mentioned him in a few of my letters. Harry's gaze shot towards the girl, though she ignored him. Ah, of course, Harry Potter, the woman murmured. Yes, what a curious tale you have to tell. Harry swallowed deeply as he frowned, noticing a similar habit Lucinda shared with her mother. Do you all do that? He blurted. Lick your lips all the time. Lucinda looked horrified by the question, but her mother grinned almost amusedly. We do, she confirmed as she leaned forward until she was only an inch or so from his ear, but only when we get the sudden urge to feed. Harry shuddered, and the woman laughed heartily. How many times do you get the urge to bite me? He asked Lucinda. Only a few times a day, she answered casually. Don't worry, I won't, she assured him. I couldn't imagine living forever with you hanging around. I don't know whether to be relieved or offended, Harry murmured. It is a compliment, Lucinda's mother explained. We only get those urges when we are fond of someone. Harry smirked at Lucinda, who would undoubtedly be blushing if such a thing was possible. Instead, she shot him a warning glare, almost daring him to pass comment. "I'm not so fond of him," she denied. Her mother hummed skeptically. "Well, say your goodbyes," she instructed. "Bye," Lucinda said shortly. Harry offered the girl a nod. "I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Potter," Lucinda's mother offered cordially. "Until next time." The two vanished in a puff of smoke, and Harry simply stared at the space they had been standing, wondering if he could learn to do that without becoming a vampire. "You've made an interesting friend." The voice of Cassiopeia broke into his thoughts. Harry nodded. "I have," he agreed. "It looks like I have a few presents to buy." "Do vampires celebrate Christmas?" Cassiopeia questioned. "I don't know," Harry answered thoughtfully. Cassiopeia shook her head. "Nevertheless, you should be careful of the girl and her mother," she urged. "Vampires are dangerous creatures, Harry. They are not like us." "They're not," Harry acknowledged, "but different can be a good thing. If I didn't think that, I wouldn't have come here," he reminded her. "Break. You are playing a very dangerous game, Albus," Gellert warned. "What were you even thinking allowing him into the school?" Albus deflated. "I didn't know until it was too late," he explained sadly. "Now I must find a way to be rid of him." Gellert hummed unhappily. "The stone is safe." Albus nodded. "He cannot get to it," he assured him. "Only someone who wishes to take the stone but not use it can retrieve it." Gellert nodded appreciatively. "That is quite the piece of magic," he mused aloud. "However, there is still the problem of the Dark Lord possessing your foolish professor. What are you going to do?" "I don't know. I am unsure of how to confront the situation." Gellert nodded his understanding. "This Quirrell must be killed," he decided. "It is the only way to end the possession." "I feared as much," Albus sighed. Gellert snorted. "It has always been your weakness," he pointed out. "Even if it is to save the lives of many, you refuse to take a single one. The world should be grateful that it will not be down to you to kill Voldemort." Albus hung his head ashamedly, and Gellert felt a stab of guilt for the jab. "How is Harry?" Albus asked hopefully. The question brought a sly grin to Gellert's lips. "He is doing remarkably well," he informed his old friend. "Would you believe that he has quite the inclination towards the dark arts?" he added as he leaned back in his chair. "The dark arts?" Gellert nodded. "Cassie received a letter from his professor asking how much coaching he'd had in the subject before attending," he explained. "She had only just begun tutoring him in the Black family magic, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is unique in nature." "The Black family magic?" Albus asked worriedly. Gellert chuckled amusedly. "He will be the Lord Black," he pointed out, "and it will prove to be useful when he eventually meets Voldemort, as will everything else he is studying at Durmstrang. The boy is shaping up to be quite the wizard, even if he does have a tendency to get himself into trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "Nothing nefarious," Gellert assured him. "Cassie received another letter explaining that Harry had intervened when one of his peers was being bullied by an older student. He dealt with the situation rather amicably." Albus seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "So, he stands up for others." Gellert huffed irritably. "He is a fine young man, very different to yourself, but strong and will have the tools he will need to survive what he will one day face. I would urge you to not judge him if you are ever to meet. He will not thank you for it." "I will bear that in mind," Albus murmured. "I am pleased to hear he is doing well. Is he happy?" Gellert nodded. "He is," he replied. "Cassie has surprised me with how fond of him she has become. The woman would protect him with her life if needed. And from what I have heard, she means the world to the boy. When the time comes, he will bring any to their knees who may wish her harm, and those he considers friends." "Has he made many?" "I believe so," Gellert said thoughtfully. "He has of course been placed with the students that are not purebloods, but from what I do know, he prefers it. He has made the acquaintance of a werewolf, a vampire, a half-elf, and even a boy whose mother is a hag." Albus seemed to be alarmed by the revelation, and Gellert laughed at his expression. I thought that you would be happy that he is not prejudiced towards those that many would see as lesser. I am, Albus replied quickly. I just find myself unsurprised. His parents were close friends with a werewolf. Then perhaps he is more like them than I had led you to believe. Perhaps, Albus acknowledged. James was a brilliant wizard and quite the character. He often found himself in trouble for his mischievous ways. Harry is very much the same, Gellert sighed. What of his mother? Lily was a very bright witch, excellent with charms and potions, but always stood up for what she believed in. She could be a stubborn woman, but was one of the kindest I have met. That sounds like Harry, too. Maybe he got the best of them both. I like to think so, Albus whispered, offering Gellert a questioning look as he frowned. I see you did not take my advice and send him the wand. I did not, Albus confirmed, but he does have the cloak. The cloak, Gellert gasped as he stood. Albus nodded. It has been in the possession of the Potters since Iolanthe Peveril married into the family, and it is where it belongs. And what of the wand? Albus released a deep sigh. I will pass it to Harry when the time is right, he assured Gellert. I do not believe it would be best for it to be in the possession of one so young when it could be taken so easily. Reluctantly, Gellert agreed with the man. See that you do, Albus, he warned. It truly could be the difference between life and death for the boy, and I will not have that on my conscience. Nor would I, Albus replied sincerely. Break. Cassiopeia watched as Harry finished wrapping the last of the presents he had bought for Pansy. The girl would be spending Christmas Eve with them, and she knew that Harry had missed her dearly. The presents he had purchased for his other friends had already been sent, something he had done from the post office in Bulgaria where they had done their shopping. It was rather endearing to see this side of the boy who was, more often than not, quite serious in his ways. But as he finished the final touches to his work, the smile that graced his lips was unguarded, free of all the things Cassie knew plagued him. Is that the last of it? She asked. Harry nodded as he piled the gifts next to the Christmas tree. I even got Lord Parkinson something for looking after the family accounts. Cassiopeia nodded approvingly. Julius had continued to do an excellent job over the years, something that she and Harry both appreciated. What did you get him? She asked curiously. A weekend away for him and Lady Parkinson on the French Riviera. I think they will enjoy that. They will, Cassiopeia agreed. What about the others? Harry had been rather tight-lipped about what he had bought for his school friends, and he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, I had to look into what would be suitable gifts, he explained. I didn't want to unintentionally offend anyone. Vampires can be quite prickly, and I wouldn't want a clan after my blood. That could be problematic, Cassiopeia acknowledged, or a werewolf pack. Harry nodded. Are elves dangerous? Cassiopeia frowned thoughtfully as she pondered what she knew about the rather elusive race. If they are attacked, they can be very dangerous, she replied, but they rarely leave their lands unless it is of the utmost importance. Have you ever seen one anywhere we have been? Harry shook his head. No, I can't say that I have. Honor is the only one I've met. And will likely be the only one you ever will, Cassiopeia pointed out. Harry nodded his understanding. What did you get the girl? Harry smiled as he began to explain, and Cassiopeia found herself impressed with the thought he had put into the gift. Break. Anna was grateful for her time away from the rather dreary fortress of a school, and had been enjoying her time back in her natural home within the trees, rivers, and enormous lake only a short distance away. It was serene here, with mostly the pleasant sounds of birds and flowing water to wake up to. Still, she missed her friends, but there truly was no place like home. Inanna, this was just delivered for you to the elder tree, her mother announced confusedly as she entered the room. For me, Anna replied. Her mother nodded as she handed over the wrapped package with a note attached. It's from Harry, she explained. Dear Anna. I know that you don't really celebrate Christmas, but I wanted to get you a gift anyway. Merry Christmas. Harry X. Harry, her mother questioned, pulling Anna from her thoughts. He's a friend of mine from school, she replied as she opened the box and looked curiously at the tube of metal within. Inside was another note, and she removed it before reading. The man I purchased this from assured me this was made by a race of elves that no longer exists and is thousands of years old. I do not know how true this is, but the magic feels like nothing else I have ever come across, and much older than what I experienced during my visit in the ancient Greek tombs with my aunt. I thought it should be returned to your kind, at least. Once more, Anna was pulled from her thoughts by her mother, who gasped as she removed a tube that began to glow eerily at her touch. Is that Ithelmer? The woman whispered. It is, she added as she pointed at the prominent, unfamiliar runes that had formed. What is Ithelmer? Anna asked confusedly. It is a metal that was once used to forge weapons and many other things, her mother explained, her eyes not leaving the tube. The secret on how to forge it has been lost for centuries, and none has been mined since the tribe of dwarves that did so were wiped out. So it is rare. Her mother nodded slowly. It is perhaps the most valuable thing an elf can possess, she informed her. What you hold there, many would give everything they own for and more. How did your friend find this? Anna could only shrug. Harry has a tendency of doing things you wouldn't believe, she snorted. He probably has no idea how big a gesture this is. Big enough for Ilarion to wish to meet him. Really? Anna asked. Ilarion was the leader of their people and had only ever left the forest twice in his many centuries of life. He was mistrustful of people, even her father who had chosen to live amongst them with her mother. Yes, her mother confirmed. What a curious little friend you have made. I too would like to meet him. With that, her mother shot a final look of reverence towards the metal tube before taking her leave of the room, and Anna's own gaze shifted towards it too. It was light but felt strong in her hand. What she would do with it, she knew not, but evidently the gesture that Harry had made was more worthy than the boy could understand. Anna allowed a smile to grace her lips. It wasn't the monetary value of what she held that had elicited the response, but that Harry had taken the time to find such a thoughtful gift for her, even if he didn't truly know how thoughtful it was. Break. His transformations at school were somewhat easier than being at home, but they were still deeply unpleasant experiences, nonetheless. With the pack, there was always a tension in the air the week leading up to the full moon, something that created many fights amongst the werewolves. Many here had been turned involuntarily, Cain and his parents included, but being snubbed by wizarding society meant they had little choice but to find a pack to live with for their own safety. Others here, however, relished being what they were, and enjoyed nothing more than purposely placing themselves in populated areas days before they transformed. During that time, they would identify potential victims and target them in their wolf forms. Cain did not enjoy that aspect of his culture, and though his parents did not join in with this practice, they did not speak out against it. Fenrir Greyback, however, was their best bet for safety, so Cain did understand their reluctance, and he couldn't say that he was not cared for by the other members of the pack. Even Fenrir would check in on him from time to time, and had encouraged his parents to send him for schooling. Still, he knew how the world viewed his kind, even those that did not wish to be what they were. Having seen how others lived, Cain realized that he did not want to be a werewolf. He didn't want to become a monster, but he also knew there was nothing he could do about it. He frowned as an owl landed outside his window and began gently tapping on the glass. Curiously, he opened it, and the bird offered his leg where a scroll had been tied. Unraveling it, he read the familiar scrawl of his friend, one of very few who was not a werewolf. Wolfie. Sorry I missed you before you left. Have a good holiday. Harry X. Cain rolled his eyes at the given nickname from the boy. Harry had the habit of giving them to his friends, and no matter how many times he was warned not to, he never relented in using them. If anything, he did it even more. Even Lucinda had given up chastising him for it. Attached to the letter was another piece of parchment, one that made the breath hitch in Kane's chest, as did the second note written at the bottom. Wolfie, one day I will find a way that I can be with you at your worst, but for now, this will have to do. I hope it helps as much as I believe it will. Harry X. The gift was a monthly supply of the Wolfsbane potion that would be delivered to him and the others whilst they were at school. Kane had heard of it, and many werewolves whispered of it when Greyback wasn't around, but it was too expensive to brew or purchase. He could only stare at the declaration, as his eyes welled with tears. This gift wasn't just for him, but all of the 24 or so werewolves at Durmstrang. It must have cost Harry a fortune, but more than that, it truly was the thought that went into the gift that counted. Harry cared enough to think of them all, and had ensured that their transformations would be that much more tolerable. Kane had never experienced the emotions that he was in this moment. It was overwhelming, and he could only laugh through his tears as he held on to the piece of parchment for dear life, shaking his head at gesture. Break. Lucinda had returned to the coven with her mother, had finished all of her homework within the first few days of doing so, and had even begun reading ahead in the subjects that she had really taken an interest in. Although she had human magic, and she thrived in many of the branches, she felt herself drawn more to the obscure magics she had been able to sample during her evening classes with her fellow vampires. She knew that she would be naturally drawn to blood magic, a subject that was on offer to all students, but studied very differently by her kind. The humans would explore their own blood and unlock the capabilities it possessed, but vampires were focused more on the life force of magical creatures that roamed the earth. It was a fascinating topic, but it was runic studies and the dark arts that had piqued her curiosity. As a creature of darkness, she had quite the talent for the branch, even if Harry seemed to have an even more natural affinity for them. Harry seemed to be talented at almost everything he tried, and would likely become an exceedingly gifted wizard in the years to come. Lucinda wasn't jealous. Harry would one day perish, whilst she would live on century after century. If anything, she admired the boy for his work ethic and talent, even if he did have a tendency to push his luck with her. Still, the thought of him brought a smile to her lips. She wouldn't admit it, but she had grown rather fond of him. He judged no one for what they were, and took a genuine interest in her culture. Harry was just one of the rare, good people her mother sometimes spoke of, but there was no ignoring the other side to him. He carried a lot of anger and hatred towards those that had wronged him, and when he thought that no one was watching or he allowed himself to become lost in his thoughts, it was possible to get a glimpse of his innermost turmoil and emotions through his blazing eyes. Nonetheless, Lucinda did not hold that against him. Anyone whose parents were murdered in front of them, as a babe would carry it with them wherever they went. A knock on her bedroom door sounded, and Lucinda adjusted her hair before answering it. "Is this handwriting familiar to you?" her mother asked the moment she did so. "Harry," Lucinda whispered, reaching for the missive the boy had sent. Her mother grinned as she held it out of reach for a moment before handing it to her, when Lucinda glared in response. "No, not fond of him at all," her mother commented amusedly. "What does Mr. Potter have to say?" Lucinda said nothing as she opened the note, a frown marring her features as a necklace spilled to the ground. Before she could grab it, however, her mother retrieved it, holding it between her long, pale fingers as she inspected the jewelry. Lucinda's eyes widened as she noticed the shape, and she vowed to herself that she would bite the boy the next time she laid eyes on him. "A crown?" her mother inquired. Lucinda swallowed deeply as she turned her attention to the note. "Princess, I didn't know what kind of gift you'd like, but I thought you'd appreciate it this. You're probably promising to hurt me in some way when we are back at school, but just look into the pendant before you do. It reminded me of you when I saw it, and I just added my own little touch to make it more personal. Harry X." Lucinda frowned, her anger already fatting at his words. Harry had a way of infuriating her, as easily as he did in calming her. It was frustrating, but something Lucinda had grown used to since knowing him. "He says to look into the pendant," she murmured. Her mother was already doing so, wearing an expression of surprise. "What is it?" Lucinda asked. "Look into the red stones," her mother whispered as she handed her the silver chain, licking her lips hungrily. Lucinda held it up to her eye, her gaze sweeping across the stones, her skin tingling as a familiar smell filled her nose. "It's a constellation," she declared when she saw the formation of stars within. Her mother nodded. "That's not the important thing," she pointed out. "The stones, they are formed from his blood. He has given you a promise of protection. It is quite the vow. The constellation denotes the family that is protecting you." "The Potters," Lucinda acknowledged, only to be taken aback by the sudden serious look her mother gave her. "No," she denied. "The constellation only brings one family to mind, one even more prominent than the Potters in Britain." "Who?" Lucinda asked curiously. "The Blacks," her mother said thoughtfully. "Harry must somehow be the future Lord Black." The woman fell silent as she pondered her observation, and though Lucinda did not fully understand the significance of it, she had heard of the Black family. There wasn't a person in the magic world that hadn't. They were among a few families so prolific that their names were whispered and held with respect, even amongst the vampires. The Flamels were perhaps the most recent addition to that exclusive list, the Blacks and Slytherins predating them considerably, but even more so was the name Peveril, the three brothers that had bested death and been rewarded by the deity that couldn't harvest Lucinda's kind. "He will be Lord Potter and Lord Black?" she asked. Her mother nodded. "And with it, he will become an exceptionally influential man," she mused aloud. "With what he achieved as a babe and the prominence of his blood, he could well become more than most can begin to anticipate. It will be interesting to watch him." Her mother left after making the rather ominous comment, and Lucinda looked upon the necklace once more, still deciding whether or not she was going to bite the boy when she saw him next despite what he might one day become. "Break. He truly is quite the thoughtful boy, isn't he?" Gellert asked. The former Dark Lord felt a sense of pride in the boy he was coaching, albeit unknowingly to all other than himself and Cassiopeia. It gave him hope that Albus was indeed wrong to be concerned about the Horcrux that dwelled within Harry. None suffering the ill effects of the vile influence of such magic could show such compassion. "He is," Cassie agreed. "I believe he will make a fine lord." Gellert nodded his agreement. "I am inclined to agree, however, it is Christmas Day," he pointed out. "Go and spend it with him before he is away until the summer." "His little friend is there," Cassie snorted. "And so should you be," Gellert returned. "In case you haven't noticed, my dear, you are all the family he has. He thinks more highly of you than any other. If what he has done for those he knows for such a short time is astounding, imagine what he would do for you." Cassie shook her head. "There is nothing I want from him," she murmured, "just to see him live." Gellert smiled at the woman. When she had first broached the subject of fostering the boy, her focus had primarily been on ensuring the continuation of her family, so that it would not be absorbed into the Malfoy line. Now she didn't make such comments, only wishing Harry well and to live a happy, fulfilling life. "I suppose I had better go home," she decided, eliciting a nod of agreement from Gellert. "Enjoy your time with him," he urged. "You will miss the boy when he's gone." Cassie narrowed her eyes at the man as she left, though there was no hint of malice or irritation in the glare. She truly had grown fond of the boy, more than she would ever likely say, but Gellert could see it. He always could seemingly read the woman's thoughts. Break. It had been only a little less than 6 months since Pansy had last seen Harry, and in that time he seemed to have changed considerably. He looked older, more focused than ever, and even carried himself differently. Whatever he was doing at Durmstrang was having a positive impact on the boy. It wasn't as though he had ever been lacking in any way, But he was more self-assured now, confident, and Pansy was truly pleased for him. Despite her wish for him to have joined her at Hogwarts, she couldn't deny that he was in the right place. "So Draco spent most of the day as an ass?" Harry asked amusedly. Pansy nodded, laughing at the memory. "I wish I could say that he learned something from it, but he hasn't," she sighed. "He's still unbearable." Harry hummed disapprovingly. "He will get what he deserves one day, as will his father." Harry had never made any secret of his disdain towards the Malfoys, nor any other that had followed Voldemort. As far as he was concerned, they were just as responsible for the death of his parents as the Dark Lord had been. "How is Hogwarts anyway?" he asked curiously. "I like it," Pansy declared. "It's clear to see why it is considered one of the best schools in the wizarding world. The professors are amazing at what they do. Even if Binns is boring, he knows his subject." "And you study all your subjects until 6th year?" Pansy nodded. "We pick additional ones at the end of 2nd year, and if we do not perform well enough in our OWLS, then we are unable to continue with them for Newts." "That makes sense," Harry murmured. "We study everything until the end of 2nd year, and then the professors decide if we are talented enough to continue with them moving forward." "That makes sense too," Pansy replied thoughtfully. "Our schools are so different." "They are," Harry agreed, "but Hogwarts sounds good apart from prats like Malfoy." "You must have some too." Harry frowned as he nodded. "More than a few," he acknowledged, "but they leave us alone for the most part, and if they don't, they will learn to." Pansy did not doubt his words, but Harry didn't comment further as he handed her a wrapped package from a pile below the Christmas tree. "Enough about school and open your gifts," he urged. Pansy smiled as she accepted the present and nodded for him to do the same. "Harry, you shouldn't spend so much gold on me," she chastised as she held up the potions kit he had brought her. The silver cauldrons alone would have cost a fortune, and everything else in the set likely matching them in value. "I have more gold than I will ever be able to spend," Harry said dismissively. "Why wouldn't I spend it on my friends too?" Pansy smiled at the boy. "Have you made a lot of friends?" "A few," Harry confirmed. "Kane is a werewolf, Lucinda is a vampire, and Anna is a half-elf. There are others, but they're the ones I'm closest to." "Girls?" Pansy questioned. Harry nodded as he handed her another gift. She didn't know why she felt a pang of jealousy at the revelation, but it was a feeling Pansy could not ignore so easily. "What about you?" "Well, all of the first-year Slytherins stick together," she explained. "It's the easiest way to survive the scorn from the other houses. Daphne, Tracy, and Millie are okay, and you know all about Draco. Theo and Blaise keep to themselves mostly, but Crabbe and Goyle are stuck to Draco's side. Like simple bodyguards." Pansy giggled as she nodded. "They are quite simple." Harry snorted amusedly and held up the leather bracelet adorned with the silver wolf head Pansy had bought for him. It had reminded her of Harry when she saw it in Nocturne Alley, so she had gotten it for him. "A wolf?" he asked, "not a snake." Pansy shook her head. "You're more like a wolf," she replied. "You're a leader, kind to those you see as your family and quite terrible to your enemies." Harry smirked as he nodded. "I suppose that's true," he conceded. Pansy offered him a smile as they continued opening their presents, and when the last had been divested of its paper, she pulled him into a tight hug. "I've missed you," she whispered. His grip around her tightened. "I've missed you too," he replied as he released a deep breath. "We will have the summer, and we can do this every year," he promised. Pansy smiled once more as she nodded. "I'll hold you to that, Harry." She would, and she had no doubt that Harry would keep to his word. He was her first and best friend, and there was no amount of distance or any other that could change that. She hoped he felt the same, and though he had never given her a reason to doubt him, it worried her that when he realized his worth in the world, that he would perhaps move on. No, that wasn't Harry. Pansy knew him better than any other, and he would not simply abandon her. No matter what happened, Harry would be her friend for life, and for that she would always be grateful. Chapter 8. Visions and Vulnerabilities. Fade May. Harry was drifting through a thick copse of trees, the scent of oak, elm, and birch filling his nose, the sound of running water trickling somewhere in the distance. He shouldn't be here. Every instinct was on alert, and he felt dozens of pairs of eyes on him, though nothing confronted him as he sniffed the air, hunting for his prey. Unwittingly, he swooped down on a glowering creature that had been cowering behind a bush, and it shrieked as he buried a crude blade into his throat. With only a few kicks of resistance, it fell still, and he licked the thick, almost glittery blood from the blade. Smacking his lips in satisfaction, he lowered his hood and sucked greedily at the leaking wound, feeling his strength return with every swallow. "Master, we must be quick," a voice said urgently. "The oaf is coming." Harry looked up to see the glow of a lantern ambling towards them, and he cursed under his breath. He should have killed the fool long ago, and yet, even with the blood he had consumed, he was not strong enough to do so. Taking a few more desperate mouthfuls, he growled irritably as he shot into a thicket of trees, just in time to avoid being seen. "Another one," the lumbering fool whispered sadly as he attempted to heal the unicorn, but it was too late. The creature was dead. Harry smiled at the sight, licking the last of the blood from his lips, before he felt the instinct to leave overwhelm him once more. "Potter." He felt his blood run cold at the whispering of his name. "Potter." Harry's eyes shot open as he was shaken awake. His breathing labored as he looked into the concerned gaze of Lucinda. "Are you okay?" Harry nodded as he sat up and wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve. He could still taste the blood, but he was no longer in the forest. The Durmstrang ship had collected the students several hours ago, and he was on his way back to school. "I'm fine," he said dismissively. "I just dozed off." Lucinda looked at him questioningly for a moment, but didn't comment further. "You're wearing the necklace," Harry pointed out, spotting the chain and pendant around her neck. "My mother said it would be rude not to," Lucinda replied, the ghost of a smile tugging at her lips as she held the pendant in her fist. "Thank you," she added before wrapping her arms around briefly and fleeing from the room. Harry chuckled to himself. That was about as affectionate as the vampire would ever likely be, but he would take it. The same couldn't be said for Anna, however, who had seemingly fallen asleep also at some point during the journey. She had greeted him a little too enthusiastically, proclaiming her love of the gift and that even the elven elders were impressed that he had not only acquired something so rare, that he had simply given it to her. Evidently, the metal inscribed with runes was much more precious than Harry or the vendor who had sold it to him had known. "Who is it?" he called as someone knocked at the door. Alina peered around it. "Can I come in?" she asked. Harry nodded and gestured for her to sit. "I just wanted to say thank you for the gift," she began. "My grandmother was very amused that you managed to find all of the articles pertaining to her and her capture. My father was not so impressed, which makes it all the funnier." Harry chuckled. It had merely been a matter of writing to the publications for a copy of their articles to obtain them. He'd placed them in a leather binder for Alina. Though he had been irritated, he'd not been able to send it until the day after Boxing Day because of how long it had taken for all the responses to be received. He'd sent a note, and some of the girls' favorite sweets too, so she hadn't been upset his present had been late. "It's fine," he returned. "It was amusing to read about her antics. She is quite a woman." Alina nodded excitedly. "She really is," she insisted. "If you think I'm trouble, you should meet her." "You are trouble," Harry pointed out. "I bet you'll give her a run for her money when you're older." Alina hummed thoughtfully. "Maybe," she conceded, "but I don't plan on spending any time in prison. I don't think it would suit me." "The world would be safer," Harry quipped, avoiding the swat the girl aimed at his shoulder. Alina narrowed her eyes at him before shaking her head. "Thank you, Harry," she offered sincerely. "As much as most of my family are ashamed of what she did, I'm not. It was nice to be able to learn of it." Well, if you have any other family members that are felons, let me know. I'm sure I can dig anything up you need. Elinor giggled amusedly. No, it was just my Nan, she assured him. My mother says I'm just like her. From what little I know, I can't help but agree, Harry sighed. At least you keep things interesting. Oh, I promise to always keep things interesting for you, she declared as she stood. Anyway, there is someone I need to speak with about something you shouldn't know about. What shouldn't I know? Harry asked curiously. Elinor said nothing, but gave him a wink as she left the room, and Harry couldn't help but think she was already looking for trouble. He could only release a deep breath as he leaned back in his chair. Summerby would bite off more than she could chew one day, but until then, Harry planned to enjoy the entertainment she provided. Who is it now? He grumbled as another knock at the door sounded. He was trying to remember the dream he had, but all that came to him was the sweet taste of the blood in his mouth when he had been woken up by Lucinda. The door opened once more, but it was not someone Harry considered to be a close acquaintance that entered. Sergei Gilak was a 7th-year werewolf, a stern and rather large boy that even the most ardent of purebloods were cautious around. He spoke little to any outside his own kind. 7 years of segregation would do that. I was hopping to have a word, Potter, Gilak spoke as he eyed Harry curiously. Will you come with me? Harry eyed the sleeping Anna before nodding and followed the boy from the room. Gilak said nothing else as he led him towards the stern of the ship and gestured for him to enter the furthermost room. Harry did so and found himself facing the entire population of werewolves at Durmstrang, each of them evidently having expected him. Kane was there too, his expression one of nervousness, though he offered Harry an encouraging smile. What's this all about? Harry asked. Again, Gilak said nothing as he removed a familiar slip of parchment that bore Harry's signature. Why? The older boy questioned simply. Harry's gaze swept around the room at the mistrustful stares of the creatures, and he nodded his understanding. What he had done for them was not something many others would, and they were suspicious of his motivation for doing so. Because I can, he answered with a shrug. Because I see what all of you endure every month, and I am in a position to help you. You are not my enemies, and I do not like to see people suffer who don't deserve it. The werewolves murmured amongst themselves, most seemingly surprised by his explanation. That's it, Gilak asked suspiciously. That's it, Harry confirmed, meeting the gaze of the boy unwaveringly. The slightest of smiles tugged at Gilak's lips as he offered his hand. Harry accepted the proffered limb. We are not mindless beasts that will do your bidding, Gilak warned. Harry chuckled as he shook his head. There is not a thing that I want from you, he assured the boy. You all have your packs away from here, and you're a pack together when you are. School is difficult enough without being what you are, and even though the potion won't cure you, it will make your lives easier. That is all I wanted from this, nothing more. Gilak nodded. You are a strange boy, Harry Potter, he sighed. There are few wizards that care for us. Truly, I do not know what to say. You don't need to say anything, Harry replied. I did what I thought was right. Gilak chuckled. Well, for what it is worth, you have earned my respect, as I'm sure you have everyone else in this room. We will not forget what you have done for us. I know, Harry murmured, and I hope you remember that if I ever come across one of you when you're transformed, I'd rather not be eaten, thank you. Gilak laughed heartily as he clapped Harry on the shoulder. That sounds fair, he agreed as he turned his attention towards Kane. You were right, Potter is one of the good ones. Both Kane and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. What if I wasn't? The latter asked. Then I would have made sure I was where you would be during the next full moon, Gilak replied. I would not have let you live to become one of us. The other werewolves shuddered, and Harry did not disbelieve Gilak's words. His eyes shifted briefly to an amber hue, his inner wolf undoubtedly a malicious creature. You can leave now, Gilak permitted, and you do so with our gratitude and utmost respect. Thank you, Potter. What you have done for us will make our transformations much more bearable. Harry nodded and headed towards the door, pausing as he reached it. "I meant what I said, Wolfie. I will find a way to help you more." With his parting words given, he took his leave from the room and returned to his own, where Anna had finally woken up. "Where did you go?" "Just for a meeting with the werewolves," he explained dismissively. "They're not a bad bunch." Anna shuddered. Although she got along well enough with Kane, the rest of them tended to keep to their own kind, the large group making for quite the intimidating presence. "Rather you than me," she replied with a shake of her head. "Come on, we will be docking soon." Harry nodded as he helped the girl to her feet, licking his lips a final time and still tasting the faint sweetness of the blood he had woken to. However, for the life of him, he couldn't remember anything of the dream other than a glimpse of trees and a raspy voice whispering his name before he had been pulled from the vision. "Bloody hell, look at that," he groaned as they left the hull of the ship. The snow was falling thick and fast, and made seeing any further than a few feet in front impossible. "Will they really make us do our flying lessons in this?" Anna questioned. "How long will it last?" "Until about May, if you're lucky," Schneider commented amusedly. "I'd forget any idea of flying lessons until then." Harry frowned. He had been looking forward to flying, but if Schneider was right, then it would be weeks or even months before he would get to sit atop his broom again. "Break." "There was something there, Professor. I got a glimpse of it," Hagrid insisted. "Even the centaurs and Aragog have spoken of it. They say there's something in the forest that don't belong there." Albus nodded his understanding. "I believe you," he murmured. "I strongly suggest that you do not enter the forest for the time being, Hagrid. I will personally investigate the matter." The man looked as though he wished to protest, but as ever, he took the headmaster's advice. "What about the rest of the herd?" he asked. "It was only a foal that was killed, but the others aren't safe." "I will have them moved for the time being," Albus assured Hagrid. "I will create somewhere safe for them." Hagrid smiled sadly. "Thank you, Professor," he said gratefully. "I'll get the little one buried just behind my vegetable patch. It's peaceful there." With a final nod, Hagrid left the office and Albus's expression darkened. He must be very desperate to consume unicorn blood. The voice of Severus broke into his rather grim thoughts. "Indeed," Albus agreed, "but who is it that will live the cursed life?" "Quirrell," Severus answered immediately. "It is his body." "Which makes the situation only more dangerous," Albus murmured as he stood. "His desperation will only grow, and he will make his move soon." "How will you stop him?" "I do not know," Albus admitted with a frown. "I will do it," Severus volunteered. "I will kill Quirrell." Albus shook his head as he smiled sadly. "I have no doubt that you would, my boy, but your cover must be maintained. Regardless of what happens in the coming weeks or months, the Dark Lord will one day rise again. I will need you, Severus." The potions master nodded darkly. "Will Potter be ready to do what needs to be done?" Albus nodded. "I believe he will be," he replied quietly. "The reports I am receiving are that he is quite the talented boy." Severus snorted derisively. "Talent will not be enough. The Dark Lord is perhaps the most talented wizard in half a dozen centuries. The boy will need to be as ruthless as him." Albus released a deep breath, unable to disagree with Severus's assessment. "Then I think we can agree that he has been in the best place to learn that," he returned, the admission still leaving the headmaster feeling rather unsettled. Severus fell silent for a moment. "Do you believe he can win?" Albus nodded firmly. "You heard the first words Sybil spoke the night you overheard our conversation," he reminded the man who grimaced in remembrance. "Their fates are written in the stars, and the prophecy speaks of Harry. Of that, I have no doubt." "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord," Severus said sadly. The words haunted him so, and Albus felt a stab of sympathy for him. Severus could not have known what would have followed that night, but Albus could not deny that his actions had sealed the fate of the Potter family. He was trying to atone for it, but Albus knew that no matter what occurred in the future, Severus would never absolve himself of the guilt he carried. "She would hate that he is there," the man whispered. "She would hate what the future has in store for him." "Lily died for her son, Severus," Albus pointed out, "and you know as well as I do that she would see him live, no matter what he had to do. As would James." Severus's lips curled at the mention of Harry's father. "He would," he replied simply before taking his leave of the office. Harry was a bitter reminder of what Severus believed he had lost to James Potter, and Albus did not believe the man had the capacity to treat the boy with any semblance of kindness. He was much too bitter about the past for that. Still, as much as Albus knew that Gellert was right, and that Harry would receive the education he would need from Durmstrang and Cassiopeia Black to give him the best chance to live, he could not help but wish the boy was here where he could be under Albus's guidance. Break. Schneider's prediction that the flying lessons for the first years wouldn't begin until later in the year proved to be correct. The weather had been abysmal until the end of May, when the final exams for the year had begun. Nonetheless, Harry along with his classmate found themselves on what was deemed to be a Quidditch pitch on a brisk morning. Those who hadn't had the privilege of being able to fly, excited to do so despite their shivering bodies. "Gather round," Olafsson instructed sharply. Harry followed the others to the enormous man, and the older student he had brought along to seemingly assist him. "You all know who I am," Olafsson barked. "This is Viktor Krum," he added, gesturing towards the surly teen accompanying him. "He's the best damned flyer the school has seen in decades, so he will be helping you today." Some of the students began whispering excitedly. Viktor Krum was something of a celebrity in his home country of Bulgaria, having already been signed to play professional Quidditch for one of the prominent teams there. Harry thought the boy could at least be cheerful about his lot in life. Instead, Krum continued to scowl unhappily. "If you have any flying experience, you will go with Krum and he will assess you," Olafsson instructed. "If you have never flown before, you will come with me." Without another word, the man headed towards the far side of the Quidditch pitch, followed by the majority of the students. Harry remained with Krum and 8 others, all of them purebloods including Summerby. Krum eyed them critically, before gesturing for them to retrieve a broom. They had certainly seen better days, but Harry took possession of one of the newer comets. It wasn't anything of the caliber of the Nimbus 2000 Cassie had bought him for Christmas, but it would do. "Let me see what you have," Krum instructed, jamming his hands into the pocket of his greatcoat. Without preamble, Harry mounted his broom and kicked off from the ground, reveling in the freedom of being in the air. He had missed this, and though it took him a few moments to adjust to the slightly less responsive comet, he was soon flying laps of the pitch, weaving in and out of the others. Although it was clear that they had indeed flown before, they were all rather slow, so he climbed higher to avoid a possible collision. The air was colder up here, but it wasn't until he looked down that he realized just how high he had climbed. The other students were mere specks below, and not wanting to incur the wrath of Olafsson, who would undoubtedly make him pay for any deemed slight, he descended in a deep dive, the cold wind stinging his eyes as it whistled in his ears. Break. Viktor had not liked the idea of assisting the first years in their flying lessons, but Karkaroff had insisted he be present to offer his expertise. Reluctantly, he had joined the sadist that was Olafsson, fully prepared to be scooping up those that tried to show off from the dirt where they had overextended themselves. Instead, he found himself watching an 11-year-old boy zooming around the pitch, as though he had been born sitting atop a broom. Nonetheless, a nervous lump formed in his throat as the boy took to the sky, and though Viktor called for him to come back, his words were evidently unheard. All he could do was watch helplessly as the boy dropped into a dive that most professional Quidditch players would balk at. A dozen thoughts ran through Viktor's mind as he hurried to where the unavoidable impact would occur. The boy would be killed from such a height, or every bone in his body broken at least. All eyes were on him as he descended, and even the usually stoic Olafsson looked on in concern. Viktor paused as the boy pulled out of the dive. a beaming smile cresting his lips as the tips of his toes skimmed the frozen ground below. The Bulgarian could only look on in shock at such a daring and foolish feat, his mouth agape. The boy must have been trained from birth to even consider doing such a thing. Even so, it had been foolish, and Viktor felt his ire rise as he stalked towards the smiling boy. "What was that?" he demanded. The boy's smile fell and was replaced with a look of confusion. "Flying," he answered dumbly as he stepped off the broom. "Flying," Viktor scoffed. "You could have been killed." The boy shook his head. "I always do that," he defended. Viktor frowned. "How much training have you had?" "None," the boy answered with a shrug. "I taught myself." "You taught yourself," Viktor snorted, sobering when he realized the boy was telling the truth. "You never had professional coaching." "No, I just got on a broom and realized I could fly." Viktor could only shake his head. "Do you play Quidditch?" "No, I never really got the chance," was the response he received. Viktor hummed as he removed a snitch from his pocket and released it. He always kept one with him, ever since he had been a small boy. "Find it and bring it back," he instructed. "Krum," Olafsson snapped. "The boy is not going back in the air." "Professor, you saw for yourself what he can do," Viktor replied. "Let him humor me." Olafsson huffed irritably. "If anything happens to him, it will be on your head," he warned. The boy looked at Olafsson and then Krum. "Don't kill yourself," Viktor sighed, gesturing for the boy to proceed. With a nod, he did so, and without the fear the boy was in danger, Viktor was able to watch and appreciate his form and the ease with which he flew. Even if he'd had years of coaching, there was no denying his natural ability. Flying was mostly an instinctual art, something that could only be learned to a person's limitations in ability. This boy was simply superb, and Viktor nodded appreciatively as he continued to watch. He was almost unsurprised when the boy returned only 10 minutes later clutching the snitch in his hand, and though it was a beginner's model, the feat was still rather impressive for someone who had never played before. "I got it," the boy declared as he handed it to Viktor. "You did," the Bulgarian observed, wondering what could be done with the boy. He was a natural, and allowing his talent to go unnurtured would be a waste. From his own selfish thoughts, Viktor realized that in only a few short years when the boy had grown a little more, he could be an excellent training partner whilst he was at school. With his mind made up, he nodded thoughtfully to himself. "I would like you to train with me and the other Quidditch players." "Why?" the boy asked confusedly. Viktor beckoned for the boy to follow, and when they were out of earshot of the others, he spoke once more. "For your own benefit, your status within the school will grow. Even half-bloods and creatures are respected if they prove themselves to be good flyers." The boy shrugged indifferently. "I don't care about that." Viktor chuckled amusedly. "Okay, well, for my benefit, I think you have the potential to be a very good training partner in the future," he said honestly. "I need people to work with me whilst I am here, and the ones I have are not good enough. I bet you could beat most of them in a Seeker's duel already." "That still doesn't explain how it helps me," the boy pointed out. Viktor smiled. Already, the youngster was growing on him. He was bright and already looked out for himself, something that was needed at Durmstrang. "I will help you become an even better flyer and even how to become a Seeker if you like," he offered. "I'll even help you with anything else you need if I can. You can think of me as a mentor." The boy seemed to mull it over for a moment before finally nodding. "I suppose having a contact like you could be useful in the future," he mused aloud. "I might want tickets to a cup final or something." "Fine, you have a deal," he finished, offering his hand and a winning smile. Viktor accepted it with a chuckle. "Good," he declared. "Well, if we are going to be working together, I think I should know your name." "Harry," the boy answered. "Harry Potter." Viktor's eyebrows rose in surprise. Just like everyone else, he had heard the name synonymous with not only surviving the killing curse, but for defeating a dark lord as a babe. "It is nice to meet you, Harry," Viktor said sincerely, pleased he had made the acquaintance of a boy just as, if not more famous than he was. They had common ground already, and though Harry believed he had made a useful contact, Viktor believed he had gotten the better end of the deal. Break. I didn't know you could fly like that. Kane snorted as Harry approached his housemates after finishing his rather bewildering talk with Viktor Krum. Harry shrugged. It's just flying, he said dismissively. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal, Bruno laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. What did Krum want? Lucinda asked. He wants me to fly with him and the other Quidditch players. He wants you to train with him, Kane gasped. Harry frowned as he nodded. We made a deal, Harry explained. Kane looked at the others as he shook his head. Lucky bastard, he murmured. Harry didn't quite see it the same way as his friend. Of course, he knew he had considerable experience to gain by flying with Viktor, but that also meant he would have to take time out from his studies to do so. Still, he would make it work. He had meant what he said when he had pointed out that having Krum as a contact could be useful for the future. Come on, we have Transfiguration next, Lucinda reminded them. The group headed back into the school and up to the 4th floor where their lessons in the subject took place. It was a quiet part of the building where few went unless they were attending a lesson. Harry guessed that was why Barkis and his friends decided to confront him here, knowing they were unlikely to be interrupted. He had been waiting for the inevitable confrontation. Since he had returned to school after Christmas, Barkis had not attempted to conceal his intentions, offering threatening gestures and the like at Harry. There's no Karkaroff to protect you now, Potter, the boy chortled, his lackeys joining in. Harry frowned as Kane pulled on his arm in attempt to move him along, but Harry was not going to run from Barkis. The boy was a fool if he believed that Cassie had allowed him to come here, unprepared for such an eventuality. No, Harry was not as helpless as Barkis likely thought, and he would discover that for himself in the coming moments if he chose to proceed with his goading. Just piss off, Arskis, Lucinda growled irritably. Don't you dare talk to me, you filthy creature, Barkis snapped before turning his attention back to Harry. What's wrong, Potter? Do you need your girlfriend to fight your battles? No, Harry denied calmly as he freed himself from Kane's grasp. I can deal with you well enough without my girlfriend's help. He felt the glare Lucinda sent towards him, and it brought a smirk to his lips, or it may have been caused by the impending confrontation. Well, let's get it over with, Barkis, Harry sighed. His wand had been poised and ready the moment he had spotted the other boy, though Barkis wasn't to know that. Without further provocation, the boy launched his attack, and Harry shouldered Lucinda aside as he avoided the sickly blue curse, returning fire immediately with one of his own, courtesy of the Blacks. Barkis managed to duck the offering, but one of his cohorts was not so fortunate, and the boy collapsed to the ground with his hands pressed over his ears. Still, the blood leaked out onto the stone floor, and Harry continued his attack, his temper giving way in the face of being set upon. Cassie had taught him to be ruthless, to strike first and deal with the consequences after. Not that Harry had needed encouragement. It had always been in his nature to do so, a killer instinct he seemed to have been born with. After only a moment, Barkis seemed to realize his error, but it was too late to backtrack now. With a snarl and final flourish of his wand, Harry's spell broke through the boy's pitiful defense, and Barkis crumbled, falling to the ground bereft of his wand, his fingers snapped backwards. He screamed, and it was only Summerby stepping in front of Harry that prevented him attacking further. He's had enough, she pleaded. Harry's nostrils flared, but he nodded nonetheless. What is going on here? Professor Karkaroff had arrived, and he looked displeased by the scene he had come upon. Barkis attacked Harry, Kane defended. Karkaroff looked at the cowering older boy, his jaw clenching in displeasure. Get up, he barked, and get yourself to the medical bay. We will be having words. Barkis wiped the tears from his eyes as he stood, and all but ran from the corridor with two of his companions in tow. The third was still on the ground, whimpering as he continued to clutch his ears. "Potter, undo whatever you did to him," Karkaroff sighed. Reluctantly, Harry complied, and the boy left without being told to. "The rest of you, off to your lesson," Karkaroff instructed. "What about me?" Harry asked. "You too, Potter," Karkaroff replied. "You are not punished for defending yourself here. Barkis should have known better. On your way." Harry frowned at the retreating headmaster's form before turning back towards his friends who were eyeing him cautiously. "Are you okay?" Kane asked. Harry nodded. "I didn't get cursed," he pointed out. "We can see that," Lucinda huffed. "Where did you learn to duel?" "My aunt," Harry shrugged, shuddering at the dozens of memories he had of being under the tutelage of Cassiopeia Black. From when he could walk, the woman had drilled him in being able to dodge unfriendly spells and made him practice his wand movements in preparation for receiving his wand. It had been a daily thing, and something that Harry was now grateful for. Everything he had done had been on instinct, though he did question why he had the urge to continue attacking Barkis when he had already been disarmed. Did he want to hurt the boy? Yes. He could not deny that he had wanted Barkis to suffer for what he had done. "I've said it once and I'll say it again," Kane snorted. "You're quite scary, Potter. I'm just glad I'm on your side." Harry chuckled as he shook his head, falling quiet as Lucinda gripped his arm. "We only have 2 weeks left of the year," she sighed. "Do you think you can make it without getting into more trouble?" "Anything for my girlfriend," Harry replied, ducking as Lucinda growled, baring her fangs as she swung at him. Knowing he had perhaps pushed her too far, he took off running towards the Transfiguration classroom, once more anticipating some time away from the school in a matter of days. He liked it here, but he missed Cassie, and though he knew he would crave the company of his friends, he was looking forward to some time to himself. Break. Albus had made quite the production about leaving the castle, publicly informing Minerva of his intended absence during dinner. Of course, the note he had received from Cornelius requesting his presence to assist on an urgent matter had been a forgery, but having had it presented to him by an official ministry owl, the headmaster knew tonight would be the night. Having left the castle, he had made his exit as obvious as possible, pausing to speak with 2 of the prefects on patrol, and also the fat friar who had been hanging around the 2nd floor. He'd even paused in Hogsmeade to greet a few locals before apparating away to London, where he was currently waiting, a sense of trepidation becoming more prominent with each passing minute. Albus could not return to the castle too soon or Tom would simply abandon his attempt, and he couldn't arrive too late, just in case the Dark Lord managed to break the magic protecting the stone. His former student could not be allowed to obtain it. "One more minute," Albus murmured to himself, preparing to return to the castle, though this time he would be doing so quietly in order to catch Quirrell in the act. The defense against the dark arts professor did not concern him. Quirinus was not without talent, but Albus would be being modest if believed for a moment the man alone posed a threat to him. With Tom possessing the man, however, Albus knew he must be prepared for anything. He was no expert in the art of possession, and he could not be certain if Tom's presence within Quirinus could give the man an unknown edge. Releasing a deep breath, he whistled lowly and took hold of Foxtail as the phoenix appeared in a burst of fire, and immediately transported them to the door on the 3rd floor of the castle. "He is in there," Severus informed him urgently, "and has been for some time." Albus nodded his understanding as he drew his wand. "I would have you guard the corridor, Severus," he requested. "I do not wish for any to come upon us." Severus appeared as though he would protest, but merely nodded his compliance, drawing his own wand as Albus stepped past him and entered the room containing a slumbering Cerberus. With little difficulty, he dealt with the devil's snare below, and managed to summon the correct key to admit him into the next room, where he came upon a troll that had been rendered unconscious. The next room was a matter of formality for the experienced headmaster, as he simply broke the animation charms Minerva had cast on the chess set. The black flames parted with nothing more than a wave of his wand, and when he stepped into the antechamber on the other side, he was greeted by the sight of Quirinus staring at his own reflection in the very mirror Albus had placed here. "How did you fall so far?" he questioned the turban-clad man. Quirrell grinned in response. "The Dark Lord has power that you never will, Albus," he answered. "Now, retrieve the stone for me." Albus shook his head disappointedly. "We both know that will not happen," he sighed. "Has your ego truly grown so much to believe it would?" Quirrell frowned as he continued investigating the mirror. "It is here, I can feel it," he snapped irritably. "Maybe I should break it, yes, that is it." "No," another raspy voice spoke. "If you break it, the stone will be lost to us. We must take the mirror." "But Dumbledore—" "Silence," the raspy voice commanded. "I would speak with him." "No, you do not have the strength, Master." "I do for this," the other voice said firmly. Reluctantly, Quirinus began unraveling the turban he wore, and when the fabric pooled towards the floor, Albus found himself looking at the reflection of a face he would never forget. "Is this what you have become, Tom?" he pressed. "For now," Riddle acknowledged unhappily, "but we both know that it is only a matter of time before I return. I cannot be killed, not even by your savior." Albus shook his head. It seemed that even experiencing such a humbling setback, Tom's ego knew no bounds. "I must admit, I was disappointed to learn the boy had not attended this year," Riddle continued. "I had expected we would meet. Have you kept him hidden, Dumbledore?" Albus shook his head. "Harry chose to not come to Hogwarts this year," he answered vaguely. "But as ever, you overestimate yourself, Tom. You will not be leaving with the stone this evening." The Dark Lord chuckled. "Who will stop me when you're dead?" he replied. "Kill HIM. Break." It was odd watching spells being fired towards him via a reflection in the mirror, and Harry felt a sense of vulnerability that he was not fond of set in, as the man with the white beard continued to attack. Try as he might, he had no control over the body he found himself within, and competing with the conflicting emotions of excitement and fear was enough to induce quite the headache. Harry could only look on, whilst he tried to pull himself away from the situation. The fighting between what seemed to be himself facing away from his opponent and the bearded man only increased in ferocity until a piercing scream rent the air. Harry found himself face down on a stone floor. "Your victory is hollow, Dumbledore," a gravelly voice spat, one that Harry had heard too many times for his liking. "Perhaps," another agreed, "but the stone will remain safe." A manic laughter filled the air. "The stone was only one way I could achieve my return. There are yet many other avenues to explore. You cannot prevent it, Dumbledore." "No," the second voice agreed, "but I will delay it as long as I can." "Master, help me," a third voice pleaded. "Pathetic," Voldemort muttered. "You have failed me, Quirrell." A blood-curdling scream escaped the third man, and Harry felt himself being torn painfully until he was free of the body. Quirrell, whoever he was, fell silent and unmoving as Harry found himself suspended several feet in the air, glaring at the bearded man with his wand pointing towards him. With roar of fury, Harry felt himself being propelled towards him, only to be sent off course and through the ceiling above. Harry woke with a start, his head feeling as though it had been split in two, and he was gasping for breath, his shirt soaked through with sweat. "Harry, are you okay?" "Of course he isn't. Send for the matron." "No," Harry mumbled as he rubbed his aching scar. "I'll be fine in a minute." "Are you sure?" Kane asked. Harry nodded as he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. It was just a bad dream. Kane's eyes were full of concern. "You were screaming," he explained. "I know you have nightmares." "We all do, but nothing like that." "It's fine," Harry said dismissively as he stood. "Only if you're sure." Harry offered his friend a smile. "I am," he replied, though he could not help but think that what he had experienced had not merely been a dream. It felt too real to be so, and the same vulnerability he had felt whilst within the chamber with the bearded man returned. "Where are you going?" Kane asked as Harry began retrieving some of his belongings. "Just for a walk," he replied as he took his leave of the dorm. He hadn't lied, but he would only be walking to one of the secret rooms he had uncovered. He would sleep no more tonight, and with some time on his hands, he needed to work, needed to do all he could so that he never experienced that vulnerability outside of the visions that haunted him. Chapter 9. Connections. Late August 1992. Harry took a large swallow of the cold water, the heat of the Greek sun bearing down on his back. Although flying and the other exercises Viktor Krum and Olafsson had insisted he did were more pleasant to complete in this climate, they were certainly more taxing. He had spent considerable time over the summer atop his broom, and when he wasn't, he could be found in the basement, his other training having taken precedence since returning from Durmstrang. The vision he'd had of the fight still haunted him so, though the dreams of his mother's final moments still came sporadically amongst them. The commanding voice of Voldemort, the laughter, and the mocking often making it difficult for Harry to maintain his usually cool composure. There was something about the man that made him furious, vengeful, and even murderous. In truth, anything pertaining to the loss of his parents made him feel this way, but Harry would ensure they had not perished in vain. Those who had a hand in Voldemort's successes would pay dearly. Of that, he had no doubt. "Harry, a letter has arrived for you," Cassie called from the back door. With a nod, Harry retrieved the t-shirt he had removed and made his way back to the house. He had exchanged letters with all of his friends during the break, each of them writing to him weekly at the very least, and Lucinda, much to his surprise, more so than the others. Alina usually sent too, as did Anna and Kane, something that Harry appreciated. He did miss his friends, and though he had not seen any of them other than Pansy over the holidays, he was looking forward to the impending reunion. "Who's it from this time?" Harry asked as he entered the kitchen. "From the school," Cassie explained as she slid the missive across the table. Harry frowned as he opened it and removed several sheets of parchment from within the envelope. "Dear Mr. Potter, please find enclosed your academic report from the school year 1990-11992. We look forward to welcoming you back to Durmstrang shortly. Professor Igor Karkaroff. Headmaster, Professor Misha Sidorova. Head of first year." "It's a school report," he explained to the waiting woman. Cassiopeia nodded and waited for Harry to finish reading the enclosed documents. "Grades. Your grades are awarded based on the system outlined below. If you wish to discuss them in further detail, please arrange an appointment with Professor Sidorova, who will be happy to do so. Grading system. Grades are given based on expected levels achieved for the academic year you have completed. Each year, the grading boundaries and expectations change as you progress through a subject. Grading classes. First class, the highest attainable grade at Durmstrang. You are working considerably beyond what is expected at the level of study. First class, you have accomplished beyond what is expected at your level of study. Second class, you have achieved all that is expected of you at your level of study. Third class, you have not achieved all that is expected of you at your level of study. Your performance will be closely monitored throughout the next year. Unattained, you have not reached an acceptable level of progress completion of the subject matter. You are no longer eligible to continue studying the subject. Results for Harry James Potter. Academic year, 1991-1992. Charms, first class. Dark arts, first class. Defensive studies, first class. Enchanting, first class. Herbology, first class. History of magic, second class. Magical languages, first class. Magical mathematics, first class. Potions, second class. Runic studies, first class. Study of magical creatures, first class. Study of Wandler, second class. Transfiguration, first class. Congratulations, Harry. I am very pleased with your results this year and look forward to seeing what you can achieve moving forward. Professor Sidorova. Please note, during the next academic year, you will be introduced to further subjects to supplement your education. These are listed below. Arcane and esoteric magics, blood magic, elemental magic. Also, please find enclosed the list of items you will require for your next academic year at Durmstrang. Harry nodded satisfactorily at his grades before handing them to Cassiopeia. The woman took her time to read them, but when she was done, she offered him a bright smile. "Well done," she said sincerely. "Not that I expected anything less from you." "Does this mean we have to go shopping?" Harry asked, holding up the accompanying wad of parchment. "It does," Cassiopeia snorted amusedly as Harry grimaced. The woman would insist on buying him new robes and anything else she could think of whilst they were there. "Your robes should always be pristine. My father insisted on that with Arcturus." Harry understood the positions he would hold one day were prominent, and there were expectations for both lordships he would need to adhere to. Cassiopeia insisted that get into some of those habits now, and though it could be frustrating at times, he accepted her advice, knowing she had much better knowledge than him on the subject. "I'll get ready then," Harry sighed. Cassiopeia merely smirked in response, and Harry muttered under his breath before taking his leave of the kitchen to get himself cleaned up. "Break. If that man has achieved even a tenth of the feats he claimed, I will eat my hat," Minerva declared after Gilderoy had sauntered from the room. "Honestly, Albus, could you not find a better candidate?" The headmaster deflated. "No," he admitted. "Mr. Lockhart was the only one willing to take the job." Minerva pursed her lips in irritation, but didn't comment further. "The man is a braggart and a liar," Phileas squeaked. Albus could not disagree with the assessment of the new defense against the dark arts professor, but he had spoken truthfully. He had been unable to find any other candidate on short notice to fill the role. However, his search would continue throughout the year. "Well, let us hope that he experiences the same misfortune that all others have during the short tenures here," Severus broke in, his lip curling in distaste as he glared at the door Lockhart had just exited through. Albus silently agreed with the man, though he did not wish for any harm to befall Gilderoy. He had undoubtedly fabricated much of his collective tales, but he had to be good at something to be able to fool so many. "I will monitor him closely," Albus assured the other staff members. "For now, I wish to bring something else to your attention pertaining to Lucius and Arthur Weasley. It is my understanding that there was quite the unpleasant incident between them both in Diagon Alley. I do not wish for that to continue between Draco and the Weasleys that are here." "I will ensure it does not," Minerva declared. "Unpleasant incident?" Pomona questioned curiously. "The two of them were brawling," Professor Sinistra explained. "They caused quite the scene." Pomona rolled her eyes as she shook her head. "The Weasley/Malfoy unpleasantness has lasted for generations. You would think they would have put their differences aside by now." "Both families are too stubborn," Minerva sighed. "I had hoped with Arthur's more kindly nature he would have moved past it." "That will never happen," Severus snorted as he stood. "If you don't mind, I have potions brewing for the hospital wing. I expect we will need them this year." Without another word, Severus left and was followed by the other professors when Albus made no protest. When he was alone, he stroked fox feathers as he pondered the upcoming year. Gilderoy would likely prove to be a disappointment, but the school had been unable to retain any instructor in the subject for more than a year for some time. Perhaps the position truly was cursed. Not wanting to expend too much energy pondering that possibility, Albus began busying himself with some of the considerable paperwork that came with being the headmaster of one of the most prestigious institutions available. The schooling of his students would be resuming the following day, and though he was always eager to greet them when they arrived, he had sneaking suspicion that this year would be more eventful than he wished. Between the disaster that Gilderoy could prove to be and the brewing unpleasantness between Slytherin and the other houses, things could become rather unsavory indeed. "Break. I'm pleased to see that you have been practicing," Viktor praised as Harry touched down on the ground. It was only the morning after they had returned to school, and the Bulgarian had dragged him from the common room before the sun had risen. Not that Harry minded. He had already been awake. "I have," he replied with a frown as Krum circled him. "You have grown a couple of inches, too," the older boy mused aloud. "Good work, Potter." "Well, it would have been rude if I didn't choose to grow a little for you," Harry remarked, eliciting a smirk from the Bulgarian. "The others will like you," Krum declared. "What others?" "The rest of the students that help me with my training," Krum explained. "They'll even keep Barkus off your back." Harry snorted as he shook his head. "Arskis can do as he pleases," he returned evenly. "If he's too stupid to not have learned from the last time, then he deserves whatever he has coming." Krum chuckled, nodding his agreement. "He is an idiot and will not let it go," he sighed. "His father is high up in the German ministry, so he thinks he's untouchable." "That really worked out for him, didn't it?" Harry replied pointedly. Viktor eyed Harry speculatively for a moment and patted him on the shoulder. "You're already making a name for yourself here," he murmured thoughtfully. "What you did for the werewolves last year and sticking up for your housemates, people are taking notice. Other than Barkus and his friends, even the purebloods are beginning to respect you, even if they don't agree with you." "Don't agree with me?" Harry asked. "The wolf's bane," Viktor explained. "Many purebloods in Europe will be displeased that you are supplying even a small number of werewolves with it. We are more tolerant of them in all than in most places, but they are still below us. Your being so generous with your gold towards them will not be well received." Harry shrugged carelessly. "If anyone does have a problem with what I do, they are welcome to take it up with me." Viktor smirked once more and ruffled Harry's hair. "I like you, Potter," he declared. "Just be careful. It is not so difficult to make enemies." "Look who you're talking to, Krum," Harry returned. "I already have many of them. A few more won't make any difference." Viktor nodded as he eyed Harry. "Well, I'm already glad that I have no intention of becoming one of them," he said sincerely. "In only a few years, you would not be an enemy I want. Now, come on, we'd best get to lessons or Olafson will have us both out here at the crack of dawn if we're late." Harry nodded and followed the older boy back towards the school. He wouldn't put it past the Icelandic monster to do just that. "Same time tomorrow?" Harry asked as he and Viktor reached the courtyard. "No, today was just a test to see if you would be ready if I needed you early," he replied with a grin. "You passed." With that, Viktor left a scowling Harry, where he was standing and headed in the opposite direction of where he needed to be. This morning, he would be experiencing his first lesson in elemental magic, something he had been eagerly anticipating. "Where have you been?" Kane asked as Harry joined him and the others in the main hall. "With Krum," Harry explained as he helped himself to some bread and bacon to eat on the way to the classroom. "He meant it then," Kane pressed excitedly, "that he wanted you to train with him." Harry nodded as he took a mouthful of food. "He meant it," he confirmed when he had swallowed it. "He meant it so much that he would have been dragging me out of bed by my feet if I hadn't been awake at 5. 5, Kane groaned in displeasure. The werewolf was not an early riser and chose to remain in bed until the last possible moment each morning. "Not all of us are lazy wolves," Harry quipped. Kane narrowed his eyes at him, but Harry finished his breakfast before they arrived at the classroom. Come in," the professor urged excitedly. They entered, and Harry took a seat next to Anna, who had been looking forward to this lesson even more than him. "We will give the others a few more minutes to arrive, and then we will begin," the professor declared. She was a younger woman, with curly red hair, bright blue eyes, and porcelain skin. The rest of the students arrived only a moment later, and the professor greeted them all with a beaming smile. "Welcome to your first lesson in elemental magic," she began enthusiastically. "Whilst you are here, we will explore the elements themselves and discover what, if any, elements you may have an affinity for. However, I must warn you that this particular branch of magic can be exceedingly dangerous if it is not given the respect it deserves. Although her tone carried the hint of warning, the smile never left her lips as she spoke. My name is Professor Ida Larson. I am from Denmark, and I have an elemental affinity with fire. To accentuate her point, she summoned the flame from one of the torches on the wall and began manipulating it in her hands, shifting it into shapes of different creatures. When she was done, she threw it back towards the torch where it continued to flicker merrily. The students clapped, and the woman offered them a bow. Now, she continued when the applause died down, I must explain to you that not everyone has such an affinity with any element. With that being said, there is much you will learn during these lessons that will aid you in your magical journey. Shall we begin? Harry's curiosity had been piqued, as had the rest of the class who were paying rapt attention to the woman. Noticing this, she offered them another smile. What do I mean by elements? She asked. Fire, one of the purebloods replied. Larson nodded. Fire is indeed an element, but I am looking for something else, an answer that is more encapsulating. Natural energy, Anna broke in. The elements are natural phenomena that create their own magical energy. Larson positively beamed at the girl. Exactly, she confirmed. Fire, wind, water, and air are the most common of elemental affinities, but there are others, some that work in conjunction with the 4 primary practices. Does anyone have any ideas what they may be? Earth, Anna answered. There is a never-ending supply of energy that runs beneath our feet. Larson nodded. Indeed, there is, she confirmed. Practitioners of earthen magic are quite rare amongst humans, but not amongst other races. Hags and elves are rather proficient in it. Anna nodded this time. Any others? What about volcanoes? Kane questioned. Lava is a natural energy, Larson acknowledged, and it can be used to a degree but is difficult to harness. If I attempted to manipulate lava as I do fire, it would burn me horribly. As with all magics, elemental practices are limited and extremely dangerous if these limits are pushed. Kane nodded his understanding. There are dozens of natural energies, Larson explained, some more difficult to tap into than others. Now, what we will be doing today is studying some of these elements and seeing if we can recognize the magic in them. I am not expecting much during our first attempt, but it is something we will revisit throughout the year. You will work in pairs for this. Larson proceeded to hand out glass jars full of fire, water, and some seemingly empty that represented air. She handed an additional one to Anna that contained dirt, and the girl nodded appreciatively. Do not be disappointed if you feel nothing, Larson urged. Having an affinity with an element is not common. Harry nodded before turning his attention to Anna. Do you think you will have it with Earth? He asked. I already have, the girl murmured as she placed the jar on the table. She stared at it for a moment before the glass shattered, and the dirt was flung in Harry's direction. I'm sorry, Anna said hurriedly as she brushed it from his robes. Harry waved her off, chuckling amusedly. Don't apologize, that was great, he praised. Anna offered him a sheepish grin as Larson approached, clapping gleefully. Excellent, she declared, but if you could refrain from throwing it at your fellow classmates, that would be most appreciated. Anna's cheeks reddened as Larson's attention turned to Harry. Let us see what you can feel, Mr. Potter, she said interestedly. Pick up one of the jars and allow any magic you become aware of to wash over you. Harry frowned as he picked up the jar of fire. He could feel the heat and even something beyond that, but it did not feel welcoming. It doesn't want me, he whispered. Excuse me, Larson asked. The fire doesn't want me, Harry replied. It's warm and I can feel something, but it is pushing me away. Larson's eyebrows rose considerably. You can feel it pushing you away. Harry nodded. When it touches my magic, it retreats. Larson's lips quirked in a grin. Try the water, she urged. Harry did so after replacing the jar of flames, and when he allowed the water to reach him the same way he had with the former, he shuddered. It's cold, he murmured. It's pushing me away too. Larson shook her head. The fact that you can feel them so well is rather astounding, she commented. Most would not even be able to feel acceptance, let alone rejection. You have quite a keen sense for magic, Mr. Potter. Try the air and the earth. Harry did so, and received similar results, much to the confusion of the professor, who hummed thoughtfully to herself. You're certain you can feel the magic within them? Harry nodded, and the woman reached into her bag and removed another from the bag slung over her shoulder. Try this, she urged as she handed it to him. The jar was empty, but as Harry took hold of it, he felt a wave of powerful magic wash over him, and the glass began to tremble in his hand. A deep rumble sounded from within, and Harry found he couldn't release his hold. The rumble grew louder, and the force within shook his arm almost uncomfortably, until a flash of light blinded him. When Harry managed to catch his bearings, he was sitting with his back to the wall, a dozen feet away from where he had been, his entire body tingling. Bloody hell, he gasped. What was that? Larson was looking at him, with a raised eyebrow of amusement and mixture of curiosity. Are you all right, Mr. Potter? She asked as she approached. Harry nodded as he pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the stares of the rest of the class. What happened? You overexerted your hold on the element, Larson explained. Are you injured? Harry shook his head. He felt fine, other than the throbbing tingle in his right arm. I think I'm okay, he replied as he pulled his sleeve up to his elbow. Or not, he added. From his finger and all around his arm was a dark, sporadic pattern that split in several directions. You've been burned, Larson sighed. Not to worry, the healer will be able to put that right. Burned? Harry asked. It doesn't hurt. Well, you're very fortunate, the woman returned. It is my fault for allowing it to go on as long as I did. I got overexcited and forgot that you have no idea how to control it. Control what? Harry questioned. The lightning, Larson informed him. You have quite the affinity for it. Lightning. Larson nodded. It is not an unheard-of ability, but not as common as the other elements. You took the stored energy in the jar and created quite the storm. I did not expect such a volatile response, though I should have. Lightning, Harry asked again. Larson laughed as she inspected his arm. It is more common among Native Americans, she explained, but just as a wand chooses a wizard, the elements do too. Have you ever been struck by lightning? Harry frowned as he shook his head. No, I think I'd remember that. You would, Larson agreed. Has there been a significant moment in your life when there was a storm? Harry swallowed deeply as his mind drifted back to the only storm he had a vague memory of. That had occurred during the most significant and defining moment of his life. The night I got this, he whispered, the tips of his fingers trailing over his scar. Larson's eyes widened at the revelation before she cleared her throat. That will be all for today, she announced. We will continue next lesson. You may leave when you have gathered your things, not you, Mr. Potter, she added. Harry sighed as he made his way back to his table and took a seat. Are you okay? Anna asked as she collected her bag. Harry nodded, and the girl offered him an encouraging smile. Don't worry, I'll tell Gerhardt you're here, she assured him, referring to the Transfiguration professor. When the other students had left, Larson joined Harry, taking the seat next to him. I apologize if I made you relive a painful memory, she began sincerely. It was not my intention to cause you upset, but to identify when your connection to the element was made. Do you think it happened then? Harry asked. Larson nodded. It was a deeply traumatic experience coupled with unprecedented magic taking place, she explained. If there was indeed a storm, it is likely then the magic recognized your strength and chose you. You speak as though it is alive, Harry snorted. Isn't all magic alive in some way? Larson returned. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I suppose it is. So, it would make sense that magic itself can use its sentience to forge an equally beneficial bond. Equally beneficial. Larson grinned. You created the storm in the jar, Mr. Potter, she informed him. The energy was there, but it was you that put it to use. If you become attuned to it, and you find common ground with that energy, you could potentially create storms on a much larger scale. Your ability with lightning spells will at least be exceptional if you explore and deepen your relationship. How do I do that? You practice, Larson said simply. You must embrace it, respect it, and welcome it. If you do, then it will reciprocate. I just practice. Larson nodded. There is only so much guidance I can give you, she explained. Journeying into elemental magic is a personal endeavor, an exploration between you and the element that chose you to see how deeply you can forge the bond. That makes sense, Harry murmured. Larson rubbed his shoulder. What happened to you is truly awful, Harry, and I will not pretend to understand what magic was at play that night, but you managed to gain an ever-present ally. Your element chose you for a reason, and I would urge you to explore your bond with it. I will, Harry assured her. He was curious about it, and though he was nervous about attempting to wield such an unpredictable and chaotic thing, he was excited by the challenge it presented to him. Good, we will discuss it throughout the year, Larson declared as she stood. There is much I need to ponder also. Like what? Harry asked. You didn't just summon or create lightning, Mr. Potter. You created a storm, she reminded him. That is quite the feat, and something I need to look into to see if there is any further help you need or guidance I can offer. Now, off you go to your next lesson. It was a thoughtful Harry that gathered his bag and left the room, but he did not head towards the Transfiguration classroom. It had been some time since he had discussed anything pertaining to what had happened to his parents, but he vividly remembered the striking of lightning as Voldemort forced himself through the door to Harry's room where he had murdered Lily Potter. Harry had never really been frightened of lightning, but it never failed to remind him of that night, and speaking of it with Larson had left him feeling rather maudlin. Still, if lightning had indeed chosen to form a bond with him, he would be foolish to not explore it, despite the emotions the memory it brought forth invoked within him. Fear, sadness, and helplessness, 3 things Harry never wished to experience again. Break. Halloween 1992. You'll be next, Mudbloods. The boy fell silent when he realized that not even his housemates were willing to echo the sentiment, each of them fixated on the red writing, staining the wall or the cat that hung from the torch bracket. Few would feel much for Mrs. Norris, but the threat of the words of whomever had written them could not be ignored. Albus's mind wandered to some 50 years prior when the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, the culprit none other than the boy who had grown to become one of the most feared Dark Lords in history. The headmaster had no doubt that Tom was somehow behind the opening of the chamber once more, but how? Albus knew not, but it was his priority to uncover the truth of the matter before anyone else was harmed. Prefects, escort your students back to their common rooms, he instructed firmly. Who was the first to come upon the scene? That would be me, Professor, Percy Weasley replied. Did you see anything amiss when you arrived? No, the redhead answered immediately. There was no other here, nor did I hear anything. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Albus sighed. Please continue with your duties. When the students had reluctantly left the area, Albus turned to the rest of the staff. I would have the castle and the grounds searched thoroughly, he instructed. If anything is amiss, even if it seems mundane, I wish to be informed of it. It is like before, Minerva murmured when the other professors had left. Surely it cannot be him. I'm afraid that it is, Albus replied somberly. How he is doing it I do not know, but I will find out. Minerva nodded as she too left, and Albus approached the red lettering. Blood, he deduced, non-magical and not human. However, no other clues had been left behind by the perpetrator. They knew what they were doing as not to leave a trace of their presence. Either they had been instructed carefully by Tom, or somehow, Tom himself had managed to find his way back into the castle. Albus shook his head of the latter thought. No, the soul piece he had chased away was not here. He would be able to feel it if it was, but the question remained, how was orchestrating this latest ploy? Break. Although Harry had only managed to strike himself with lightning during the lessons on elemental magic, he found that he was enjoying the challenge, despite the bruises and minor burns he often left with. Larson seemed to believe he was making good progress, something that Harry could not agree with. No matter what he tried, he found himself propelled across the room with his body tingling for hours after. "You know, if it was anyone else, they'd probably be dead," Lucinda pointed out. "I think that's progress." Harry snorted amusedly. "Well, if me not dying from an element I am supposed to have an affinity for is progress, then call me the Lightning King." "Is she the Lightning Queen then?" Kane asked, gesturing towards the vampire. Lucinda bared her fangs at the werewolf who flinched, but the smile did not leave his lips. Since he and the other werewolves had been given the wolfsbane potion, they were in much better spirits, all of them suffering less as each full moon approached. The same could not be said for Harry, however. Although he was occasionally subjected to the dream of his mother's demise, and even the violent struggle between the bearded man and the one who seemingly had another attached to the back of his head, other dreams he failed to understand had become prevalent. The first he'd experienced had been during the summer, little more than a glimpse of a young redhead looking down on him, but it was disturbing, nonetheless. At first, he had believed that it had been his mother as a girl, but this one did not have the same brilliant green eyes Harry had inherited from Lily Potter. No, this girl had brown eyes, and she appeared to be trying to tell him her innermost thoughts. Harry had been unable to understand any of the words she had spoken, but he did not see himself as a confidant for her. On the contrary, he saw her as a tool to achieve something that he wanted. What that could be, he knew not, but this naive girl was not his friend. The dreams continued to appear sporadically since, often showing the girl simply looking down at him, and sometimes Harry would be shown what the girl herself was seeing. A book she was writing in stone corridors she roamed, and even the inside of a bathroom where her focus was on a particular sink. It made no sense to him, and with nothing malicious or threatening taking place, he did his best to push them to the back of his mind. He had other things that required his attention, after all. Still, they were odd occurrences, and were it not for his increased practice in occlumency, perhaps he would see more than he had been shown. Break. Gellert seemed to be pondering her words carefully as he paced back and forth in his cell. Cassiopeia had explained her more recent concerns about Harry, how he had become even more focused on his work despite having scored so highly in most of his topics. In truth, it wasn't this that worried her as much as his silence on the matter. She had always instilled a strong work ethic within the boy, and he wasn't doing anything that wasn't expected of him, but it was his motivation that had prompted her to speak with Gellert. The man hummed as he paused. "He has said nothing." Cassiopeia nodded. "Have you observed anything different about his behavior?" Cassiopeia frowned. "There is one thing that happened, but I haven't thought much about it," she informed him. "I checked on him when he was sleeping as I always do, and he was talking." "What did he say?" Cassiopeia shrugged. "It was incoherent mostly," she sighed. "Something about a purple turban and a quill." "Quirrell," a severe voice broke in. Cassiopeia glared at Dumbledore, but the man remained almost indifferent to it. She knew that he visited occasionally, though this was the first time she had seen him since the night they had taken Harry from the Muggles. "What if it was?" she asked defensively. Dumbledore looked worriedly towards Gellert, and the two seemed to have a silent conversation before he met her gaze once more. "I believe that there is a connection of sorts between Harry and Voldemort," he said darkly. "It seems that Harry is getting glimpses of what he is up to." The thought concerned Cassie deeply, and she turned towards Gellert for guidance. "He is not in danger from what he sees," the man assured her, "and as much as I wish it weren't true, I agree with Albus that it is what is happening." "Can we not stop them?" Gellert shook his head. "No, I do not think so." Dumbledore offered her a sad smile. What significance does this quarrel have? He was our former defense professor, Dumbledore explained. He fell under Voldemort's spell, and I believe Harry was being shown glimpses of their time together. I would urge you to broach the subject with him as soon as you can and would ask a favor of you. A favor? Cassiopeia asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously at the headmaster. Dumbledore nodded. There has a rather unpleasant incident at the school that I believe the Dark Lord is behind. If there is any truth to the claim, then the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. I believe that somehow Voldemort is behind it. I would have you ask Harry about any other more recent visions he may have had. Your cooperation could save lives. Cassiopeia frowned. She had heard of the Chamber of Secrets. As far as she knew, the hidden room of Salazar Slytherin within Hogwarts was little more than a myth, a children's tale, but Dumbledore's unusually maudlin demeanor gave her pause in dismissing his concerns. Still, she looked towards Gellert, who nodded encouragingly. You may not like him, but you know as well as I that Albus is not prone to flights of fancy, he murmured. At the very least, it will cause no harm to ask the boy. Cassiopeia deflated as she nodded. Fine, she agreed, but I want you both to find a way to stop Harry having these dreams or whatever they are. The boy has suffered enough. With that, she took her leave of the prison, her worries having only been increased instead of assuaged as she had hoped. Chapter 10. The Truth Beyond Dreams, December 1992. Are you sure about this, Harry? Kane asked nervously whilst they laid in wait in the common room. They will be furious with you. Don't worry, Wolfie, Harry said dismissively. I'll take the blame for this one. It was your idea, Kane huffed. Yeah, but if he said it was yours, they'd probably believe him. Bruno snorted amusedly. Kane looked affronted by the very notion, but didn't comment further, choosing instead to pout petulantly. Harry knew he would get the blame, but he didn't mind. With the additional subjects they were studying and the extra homework to complete, everyone had been given something of a pass from his mischief since they'd returned to Durmstrang, but that would change shortly. I think they're coming, Kane whispered. Harry merely nodded as he pretended to read through his Transfiguration homework that he had already completed. His attention, however, was on the sound of the approaching voices, and despite his best efforts, he could not prevent a grin from forming. As planned, a loud bang echoed throughout the common room, followed by a trio of surprised yelps. When the resulting smoke cleared, Harry finally looked towards the disturbance and laughed along with the rest of his housemates. Standing next to one another were three girls dressed in matching green outfits with red and white stripy socks. The ensemble was complete with a pointed hat, decorated with a jingling bell. You have no idea how offensive this is to my people, Anna sighed, though a smile tugged at her lips as she flicked the bell. Summerby squealed with excitement as she began throwing handfuls of glitter over the other two, but Lucinda was motionless, her red eyes boring into Harry's own amused ones. I'll kill you, Potter, she declared in a deadly whisper. I will drain you of every drop of blood you have, and then I will hang your desiccated corpse in my room. Don't you mean shed? Harry quipped. Lucinda bared her fangs and licked her lips as she stepped forward. You'd better run, Harry, Kane urged. Harry didn't need telling twice, and leapt over the back of the chair he was seated on and sprinted towards the door to make his escape. Before he managed to clear half the room, he felt something impact against him, and he found himself face down on the ground. A pair of powerful hands spun him, and he was quickly looking into the eyes of his pursuer. Lucinda's face was only an inch from his own, and though she was glaring at him, it was her fangs that Harry was focused on. How did you get me so quickly? He groaned. I'm a vampire, Lucinda reminded him. No mortal will ever outrun me. I've done it several times, Harry pointed out. Lucinda giggled as she shook her head. Only because I let you, she murmured. Now, undo what you have done to me, and I might not kill you. I can't, Harry replied with a laugh. It will wear off after 2 hours. 2 hours, Lucinda growled. Harry swallowed deeply as he nodded. Then you will be explaining to my mother why I am dressed this way, she decided. Up you get. Harry felt himself pulled to his feet, another reminder of just how strong the girl was. Not your mother, he protested weakly. Is there something wrong with my mother? Lucinda asked, raising an eyebrow in his direction. To prevent himself from finding further amusement at her appearances, Harry peered over her shoulder towards the others, something he wished he hadn't done. Kane and Bruno were blowing kisses and waving at him, whilst Anna and Alina were doing nothing to hide their own humor. She's scarier than you, Harry finally answered. Lucinda nodded. Maybe next time you will reconsider your own stupidity. I doubt it, but I may be surprised, she mused aloud. Come along, Potter, Mummy Vampire won't want to be kept waiting. Without further preamble, she pulled him towards the door he had attempted to flee through only moments prior, followed by the rest of the group that would be returning home for the Christmas holidays. Tough break, Potter, Kane commented. I told you it was a bad idea. It was your idea, Harry returned. Is that so? Anna questioned. He's lying, Kane defended. He only told us about it this morning, he explained, gesturing between himself and Bruno. Tell her. Bruno held up his hands. I'm not getting involved, he declared with a shake of his head. Ow, Kane whimpered as Anna flicked his earlobe. That's just in case you did have any hand in it, she muttered. You at least knew about what he was planning. Fair enough, Kane conceded as he rubbed his ear as Harry shot him a smirk. It's nice to see that you have gotten over the trauma of speaking to my mother, Lucinda commented. Harry's grin fell as he was dragged into the courtyard for the second year in a row, and Cassiopeia rolled her eyes at him, seemingly not needing to question what it was he had done to be given such treatment this time around. You look festive, Lucinda's mother commented with a quirked brow. Lucinda scowled at Harry. Potter here is going to explain why that is, she informed her mother. Go ahead, Harry, tell my mother what you did, she added, pushing him forward. Harry met the gaze of the older vampire. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, terrifying to behold but beautiful nonetheless, from her pale skin, dark, luscious hair, and curious expression. I might have pranked her and the other girls, Harry admitted sheepishly. The woman hummed thoughtfully. And what did my daughter do in return? She threatened to drain me of every drop of blood and hang my desiccated corpse in her room. The woman giggled and looked towards Lucinda proudly before stooping over until her lips were almost pressed against Harry's ear. Then you should feel fortunate that it was merely a threat, Mr. Potter, she whispered. It is never a good idea to provoke the ire of one of our kind. She likes it really, Harry replied. The threat of violence is all part of the fun. The woman offered him a smile as she stood straight once more. You do not fear her. Harry shook his head. Do you fear me? You're frightening, Harry acknowledged. But if you were to follow through with any of the threats that Lucinda made, I'd have no complaints about dying in such a way. Harry, Lucinda gasped. The others that had followed looked on in a mix of shock and amusement as the woman stared at him questioningly, before joining in the merriment with a tinkling laughter of her own. You have a certain charm about you, Mr. Potter, she sighed, but perhaps my husband would not be so accommodating to your wit. He is deathly possessive over me. Then I'm grateful he's not here, Harry replied with a bow. I will remember to watch my tongue if I ever have the pleasure of meeting him. Oh, he would be most interested in making your acquaintance, the woman assured him. Particularly with how Lucinda has taken to you. Come along, child. Let us not keep Mr. Potter away from his aunt any longer. I'm really going to kill you one day, Lucinda whispered as she passed Harry. Harry only responded with a wave before the duo vanished before turning towards the rest of his friends. My mother is waiting for me, Alina declared, pointing towards the familiar woman Harry had met the previous year. Bye, Harry. She wrapped her arms around him briefly and kissed him on the cheek before running towards her mother, and Kane shook his head. I see a lot of trouble in your future where girls are concerned, he predicted. I didn't know you were a seer, Harry replied dryly. Where's your mother? Maybe I can charm her next. I doubt that, Kane snorted. The full moon is in a few days. She won't be in the mood to play nice with you. I'll give it a miss then, Harry chuckled as he clapped the werewolf on the back. Have a good break. Kane nodded, and both he and Bruno left, leaving Harry alone with Anna. You can meet my mother and father if you like, she offered. They won't threaten me with violence, will they? Harry asked. I've had enough of that for one day. Anna laughed as she shook her head, as she took him by the hand. My people are peaceful, unless we are given a reason not to be. Thank Merlin for that, Harry muttered. I didn't want to have to shop for a tombstone for myself this year. Anna rolled her eyes at him. You're so dramatic, Harry, she snorted. Here they are. Harry would never have put the two people in front of him together in any sense, let alone as a married couple. The man was average-looking, middle-aged, and with a slight paunch. His hair was a darker shade of brown than his daughter's, but that was seemingly the only physical trait that was similar. The woman was almost as pale as Lucinda and her mother, but where the vampires had an air of aloofness about them, the elf radiated a warmth. She was almost ethereal, and the air around her seemed to glow. Anna looked just like her, the only difference being that her mother's hair was a bright silver instead of the mahogany of her daughter. Mum, this is Harry, Anna introduced him. The elf stared at him speculatively for a moment before offering him a bow. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry. Her voice was song-like and seemed to carry a slight echo to it. The pleasure is mine, Harry replied cordially, returning a respectful bow of his own. Anna has told us much about you, and you have already honored my people with the gift you gave her last year. Harry nodded. Honestly, I didn't fully understand what it was I had given, he admitted. Not that I wouldn't have done so if I did. Anna's mother laughed. Nonetheless, our leader is most impressed with you, she explained, as am I and my husband. Harry turned his attention towards the wizard and offered his hand. It is nice to meet you, sir, he said sincerely. Maybe you can teach me one day how to get out of trouble with an irritated elf. The man chuckled as he shook his head. I would be useless to you, Mr. Potter, he snorted. I have not figured that out for myself yet. Then I will have to get used to being in trouble then, Harry murmured. Or you could stop doing things to get yourself in trouble, Anna suggested. That would be the sensible thing to do. But you're not sensible, Anna huffed. Have a good holiday, Harry, she added with a grin before she and her parents took their leave. Finally left alone, Harry made his way over to a waiting Cassiopeia, who greeted him with a tight embrace. A good start to the year, she asked. Harry nodded. Not bad, he mused aloud, but I'm looking forward to some time away. Then let's go home, Cassie urged. I will never get used to the cold. Harry laughed heartily. He never thought that he would either, but having been at Durmstrang for more than a year now, the cold no longer bothered him as it once had. Break. Pansy breathed a sigh of relief as she boarded the train to leave Hogwarts for the next 2 weeks. After the incident on Halloween, the atmosphere around the school had been tense, and with 2 more attacks following in the intervening months, the mood had grown somber. A first-year Gryffindor and second-year Hufflepuff were now in the hospital wing, petrified according to what little Dumbledore had told the students. Of course, speculation as to who was behind the attacks was rife, but no one knew what was happening or how the incidents were being perpetrated. Ron Weasley was adamant that Draco was the apparent heir of Slytherin, something that only added to her housemates' already inflated ego. Pansy and the others knew for certain he wasn't. But Draco had done nothing to dispel the accusation, and even basked in the fantasy that he was somehow connected to such a prominent family. It's a shame to be leaving when the school year is so exciting, Draco drawled whimsically. I thought you were staying, Painey replied. I was, but I changed my mind, Draco shrugged. As soon as I learned that Weasel would be there, I wrote to my father to change my plans. Pansy nodded, whilst Crabbe and Goyle chuckled dimly to themselves. Never mind, I'm sure the fun will continue when we return, Draco continued as he leaned back in his chair. I wonder what mudblood will be next. I personally hope it is Granger. Pansy said nothing, not wanting to encourage a rant on just how inferior the girl was despite her being leagues above Draco in every subject. No, remaining silent was always best around the blonde, unless she wished to be treated to a declaration of just how great Draco was. Daphne, however, was not of a similar disposition, and any chance she got to irritate the boy, she took gleefully. Didn't Granger get the best grades last year? She asked airily. Draco, as expected, bristled and rose to the bait as Daphne smirked to herself. Granger is a filthy mudblood that shouldn't even be at Hogwarts, he spat. The sooner the heir of Slytherin deals with her, the better. His ranting continued, and Pansy busied herself by reading her charms text. Anything to drown out Draco's irritating voice. Still, she only needed to endure his company until they arrived in London, and then she would be at home with her mother and father before visiting Harry, something that never failed to lift her mood. Even so, she still wished he would have opted to come to Hogwarts. Things would be different with him there, of that she had no doubt. Break. Cassie watched as Harry ate the beef stew that Elgar had prepared for his return home, smiling approvingly when the boy praised the waiting elf. The two were deeply fond of one another, and Cassie knew that although Elgar would never forget Arcturus, he would serve Harry just as loyally. She took a mouthful of her own food, lamenting at the changes she saw in the boy. Harry seemed to be growing every time she saw him now. One day, he would come home and would no longer be a boy. A part of her dreaded that, but she also knew that, when that time came, he would no longer be so vulnerable to those that wished him harm. Do you have any news to share? She asked. Harry shook his head. Not really, he answered. Not anything I haven't already told you about in the 3 letters a week I send. Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at the boy. You can always stop writing, she huffed. A flash of sadness crossed his features before he realized that she was jesting, and the look was replaced with a teasing one of his own. Oh, Cass, if I did that, you'd be knocking the front door of the school down. Is that so? Harry nodded as he helped himself to some extra bread. Yes, he said simply. As much as you complain about me, you'd be lost without me. His words could not hold any more truth, and the mere thought of not having him filled the woman with dread. As challenging as it had been at times, Harry had changed her life for the better, and Cassiopeia did not know what she would do without him. See, you don't even have an argument to counter with, the boy pointed out, grinning in his infuriatingly charming way. Be quiet and eat your dinner, Cassie huffed. Harry beamed victoriously and continued eating. There is something I have been meaning to ask you, Cassie spoke once more after a moment. What's that? The dreams you had over the summer, Cassie replied, seeing no reason to delay the inevitable. My dreams, Harry asked cautiously. The man with the purple turban. Harry's expression darkened at the mention. How do you know about that? Cassie offered him a sympathetic smile. I've been checking on you every night since you came here, Harry, she explained. You talk when you have nightmares. How do you know it was a nightmare? Because you do not rest peacefully when you have unpleasant dreams. Harry nodded his understanding. What do you want to know about him? I'm just curious, Cassiopeia replied. Why were you dreaming about it? Harry shrugged, his cheeky, lively demeanor all but having evaporated. Cassie hated seeing him like this, but it was necessary. I don't know, he sighed. I was dreaming about him, and he had another person hiding inside him. I haven't had those dreams for a while now. But you have different dreams. Reluctantly, Harry nodded. Now I see a red-headed girl, he murmured confusedly. At first I thought. He broke off almost ashamedly. You thought she was your mother. Yes, Harry confirmed sadly, but it's not her. It's a different girl, and she writes in a black book, a diary, I think. It's either that, or she is standing in a bathroom next to a column of sinks. Why are you asking? Because you should always talk to me about them, Harry, Cassiopeia replied, feeling guilty for tricking the boy. It helps to talk about these things, you know that. Harry deflated as he pushed his plate. I know, he muttered as he left the room, and Cassie's guilt only increased knowing she had spoiled the rest of his evening. I'm sorry, she whispered as she headed towards her study. For what good it would do, she needed to write to Dumbledore to inform him of what Harry had revealed. If it helped with whatever was occurring at Hogwarts, she knew that Harry would understand, and if not, no harm had truly been done. Nonetheless, Cassie felt as though she was betraying his confidence, and she would not be doing so again, not for Dumbledore, nor for any other. Break. December 23, 1992. The letter he'd received from Cassiopeia Black itself had been unexpected, and the contents contained within even more so. Albus was left with no doubt to whom the mentioned red-headed girl referred to, as there was only one student that matched the description that Harry had provided. With the seemingly unwitting perpetrator identified, he knew he needed to act quickly. The girl was in the castle for the holidays with the rest of her school-age siblings, but Albus needed to handle the matter as delicately as possible. As such, he had requested the presence of the girl's parents, who would be arriving imminently. Arthur and Molly would be distraught when they learned the truth of what Ginevra had been exposed, if Albus's suspicions proved to be correct. Just as concerning as the diary itself was just how the girl had come to possess it. Such an object was not something that was handled negligently. No, someone had purposely ensured Ginny Weasley had been given the diary, and though there were numerous suspects at large who would have no hesitation in doing so, Tom would trust few with something of such value to him. Bellatrix Lestrange would be at the top of that exclusive list, but she had been imprisoned since shortly after the fall of her master. The only other Albus would consider to be held in similar esteem was a man who had avoided the fate of the woman, and who bore a grudge against the Weasley family. Not that Albus could prove Lucius's involvement. He was far too slippery to allow himself to be caught up in such controversy. Albus was pulled from his thoughts as the fireplace in his office burst into life, and one after the other, Molly and Arthur Weasley arrived with their eldest son Bill in tow, whom they had been visiting for the holidays. Albus, Arthur greeted him as warmly as ever, though there was more than a hint of concern in his tone. Thank you for coming, the headmaster replied. I wish what brings you here was not of such severity, but alas, it is quite a terrible business. What is happening? Molly asked worriedly. Albus released a deep sigh and gestured for the trio to take a seat. There is no easy way to tell you this, but I believe that Ginevra has found herself the victim of a rather sinister ploy. Did she seem not herself shortly before coming to Hogwarts, or in her letters? I believe she will be fine as soon as the issue is remedied, which is why I asked you here, he added placatingly. Molly and Arthur looked towards one another. She did seem rather upset, Arthur acknowledged. We thought that it was because she realized that Harry Potter wouldn't be here. She has something of a crush on the boy. Molly has been reading her stories about him since she was a toddler. She was upset, Molly broke in. She had her heart set on meeting him. What happened, Albus? Many things that I cannot disclose, Albus replied, but Harry is safe and well. He opted to attend a different school. The Weasleys were intrigued, but did not press for further information. What has happened to Ginny? I cannot be completely certain, but I have it on reliable authority that she has come to possess an item that may be influencing her behavior, Albus explained. It is my intention to retrieve it, and I would have you with me whilst I do so. She will likely not part with it willingly. Of course, Arthur agreed as he stood, followed by his wife and eldest son who had already drawn his wand. I do not wish for her to be harmed, but it is possible she will attempt to do so to us, Albus said gravely as he led them from the office. They made their way towards Gryffindor Tower in silence, none of the accompanying trio truly knowing what it was they may face. Albus did not wish to keep the state of the girl from them, but he would do all he could to keep the nature of the item concealed. Tom could never become aware that his secret was known. "Headmaster," the fat lady greeted him with a bow. "How may I help you this evening?" "You merely need to let us pass, my dear," Albus replied with a smile. With her cheeks blushing, the portrait swung forward and Albus drew his wand, deactivating the protections on the girl's staircase as he did so. "I would ask that you remain silent," he whispered as he ascended. "If we can catch her unaware, it would be best for us all." The Weasleys were truly worried now, the seriousness of the situation having finally set in, but they said nothing as Albus held a finger to his lips. They had reached the dorm belonging to the first-year girls, and the headmaster felt fortunate that the others had returned home for the Christmas break. Carefully, he silenced a door before pushing it open, holding his breath as he approached the only occupied bed within. The girl, much to his relief, was sleeping soundly, but with Tom Riddle's influence apparent, Albus was taking no chances. With a wave of his wand, the sheets she slumbered beneath tightened as Ginevra was hoisted into the air. She awoke immediately with a murderous scream. Her red eyes brimmed with fury as she glared at Albus, her parents, and her brother. "Let me, Gio," she screeched. Albus silenced her with another wave of his wand, but Ginevra continued to thrash desperately whilst Molly sobbed. The headmaster, however, shifted his attention to the bedside table, where the girl's wand was resting atop a black book that had been described in Cassiopeia's letter. He summoned the former and handed it to a catatonic Arthur, who was attempting to console his wife, whilst his fearful gaze was transfixed on his daughter. Bill, too, was in a similar state of horror, as Albus would be if the urgency to act quickly wasn't so prevalent in the moment. Approaching the trembling diary, he murmured a series of incantations under his breath whilst twirling his wand. After a moment, the diary was encased in a white glow of magic, and with the connection between it and the girl broken, Ginevra slumped forward. "No," Albus said firmly as Molly rushed forward. "We cannot be certain if the hold on her has been released." Molly nodded as tears continued to spill down her cheeks, and Albus shifted his attention back to Ginny Weasley, tapping her with his wand as he reached her. Her eyes fluttered open, and Albus was relieved to see they no longer contained the red hue they had only a moment prior. Instead, they were filled with confusion and a trauma that only such an experience she had endured could leave behind. "Mum," Ginny choked. Molly immediately rushed forward and scooped the girl into her arms. "What the bloody hell is that thing?" Arthur demanded, his usually kindly nature all but absent in the face of his distressed family. "An evil object," Albus answered simply. "A piece of magic she should never have been exposed to. She needs her family, Arthur. I would suggest she is checked over by Poppy before you take her home. From there, she will need specialist care to come to terms with what has happened." The redhead nodded. "A mind healer." "Indeed," Albus confirmed. "Fear not, the school will make the funds available for it, and we will do what we can to ensure her education will not be impacted. Her recovery will take time, Arthur. I am only sorry this was not discovered sooner." Arthur swallowed deeply. "Had you known, you would have fixed it," he returned with a weak smile. Albus nodded. "Nonetheless, you have my apologies still." "Who did this?" Bill demanded to know. Albus released a deep sigh. "I cannot say for certain, and I'm afraid proving anything will be impossible. We must be content with the fact that we managed to prevent any further damage happening to Ginny." "What would have happened to her?" Bill asked. "I believe the magic of the object would have taken over her completely." "So few things could do that," Bill mused aloud. "I've never come across anything like it." Albus nodded as he pocketed the diary. "I can assure you that it will be destroyed as soon as is possible. It will no longer cause Ginny or any other harm again." Bill remained thoughtful, but pulled Ginny into his arms as she plowed into him. "I think we should perhaps take her to the hospital wing," Albus urged. "The sooner we get her the help she needs, the better." Arthur nodded his agreement and began shepherding his family from the dormitory, only for the group to be halted by the Weasleys that were also remaining in the castle for the Christmas break, along with a frightened Miss Granger. "Mother, what is going on?" Percy asked. Hermione heard screaming. "Everything will be explained to you," Albus placated. "But for now, we must get your sister to the hospital wing. She will be fine," he added, though he couldn't truly assure them of that. With what the girl had endured, nothing was certain. The other children were not satisfied, but they knew better than to argue with Molly when she was so emotional. Reluctantly, they allowed the group to take their leave of the common room, and Albus deflated as he patted the burden he carried in his pocket. He would need to speak with Gellert to understand the nature of the Horcrux and what could be done to destroy it. Albus was not ashamed to admit he was out of his depth here. No, the only shame he felt was that such a thing could be within the castle walls, and he had remained so clueless to its presence. Break. Christmas Eve. Harry allowed the little snake to slither around his arm and between his fingers, an activity the two had been sharing for just shy of a decade since he had discovered the creature living in the garden. Despite his somewhat somber mood, a smile crested his lips as he heard a familiar footfall approaching. "You don't seem so happy to see me," Pansy commented sadly. "Hector is dying," Harry explained, holding the snake aloft so she could see him. "Oh no," Pansy gasped, her expression matching his own immediately. She had grown fond of the little friend they had found so many years prior now, and stroked his head, much to the delight of the reptile. "He says that we shouldn't be sad," Harry informed her as Hector hissed gently. "He says that he has had a good life, and it is just time for him to move on." The girl was not really placated by his words, and she shook her head. "You tell him that we'll be as sad as we like," she said firmly. Harry chuckled and repeated her stubborn words, eliciting what he could only deem to be an eye roll from Hector. "Let me rest, speaker. I am tired now." Harry nodded and placed Hector back in his nest. "I will check on you later and bring you a nice mouse." The serpent was already sleeping and offered no response, so Harry left him and returned to the house with Pansy, his thoughts still with his little companion. "How's school been?" she asked as they took a seat in front of the fire. Both went to school in colder climates than what Greece was, but Harry was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, despite it being winter here. "Not bad," Harry replied thoughtfully. "The purebloods are still tossers to everyone, but they leave me alone. I think that's mostly because they don't want to upset Viktor." "He's the Quidditch player, isn't he?" Harry nodded. "He's already been picked to play for Bulgaria in the next World Cup." "Then he must be good." Harry snorted amusedly. He knew that he was a great flyer, better than most could ever hope to be, but Viktor was something else entirely. The Bulgarian was all but unstoppable on a broom, and though Harry could keep up with him a minute or so longer than the others that helped Viktor, the boy was so far out of anyone else's league that their best efforts were little more than a token gesture. "If the rest of the Bulgarian team are half as good as him, I can't see anyone standing a chance against them. Anyway, we both know you have no interest in Quidditch," Harry chuckled. "How have things been for you?" He frowned as Pansy deflated. "Not good," she admitted. "Draco is worse than ever. And someone has apparently opened the Chamber of Secrets. There are 2 students petrified in the hospital wing." "The Chamber of Secrets," Harry murmured. It sounded familiar to him, but he was certain he'd never heard it mentioned before. "A secret room that Salazar Slytherin created inside Hogwarts," Pansy explained. "It is said to contain a monster, but can only be opened by Slytherin's heir, according to the tailies." Harry hummed thoughtfully, trying not to get carried away by what was crossing his mind. "What is being done about it?" "Dumbledore says he is doing everything he can to put a stop to it," Pansy shrugged. "We're not being told much." Harry nodded his understanding. Although he understood why Dumbledore would wish to keep tight-lipped about the occurrences, the students were in more danger than they could know, especially if these attacks were being orchestrated by who Harry believed was behind them. Over everything that Pansy had told him, one thing seemed to be most important. Slytherin's heir. Perhaps it needn't be his heir, but merely someone related to him. Harry didn't know the current state of the Gaunt family, but they were the last living relatives of the infamous founder, and there was one other whose origins were not established. Voldemort, at the very least, was a Parselmouth, and if there was something Salazar had wanted to keep to himself and his family, using Parseltongue to protect it would have been perhaps his greatest asset. Still, that didn't explain how people were being petrified. What monster was capable of such a thing? Harry frowned as Pansy looked on, the girl knowing him well enough not to interrupt his thought process. Thinking logically, Harry could only assume that the monster would be a serpent of sorts, but there wasn't any that would petrify a victim, and so few that could live for what must have been close to 1,000 years by now. No, he was missing vital information, but he had almost all the pieces to put the picture together. Regardless, every conclusion he could fathom was not good for anyone. The 3 snakes he could think of off the top of his head with such longevity were extremely dangerous, one having only ever been spoken of in mythical tales, and Harry doubted that even Salazar Slytherin managed to find a Hydra. That left only 2 culprits, and one much more likely than the other, though being almost certain of what the beast was did not assuage his concerns at all. "Shit," he muttered. "What is it?" Pansy asked worriedly. Before Harry could respond, however, Cassiopeia entered the living room and paused as she looked at the concerned children. "What do you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked her. The woman's face fell. "Why do you ask?" she returned cautiously, her gaze shifting towards Pansy. "Because someone has opened it." "I know," Cassie sighed, "but it has been dealt with now." "How do you know that?" Harry pressed suspiciously. It wasn't often he saw Cassiopeia so worried, nor had he ever seen her acting so guiltily. At first, he thought she would make an excuse, or tell him that he was too young to know, but she did no such thing. Instead, she took a seat by the fire and held his hand in her own. "Because it was you that gave me all the information I needed to pass on to Dumbledore to ensure it was handled." Both Harry and Pansy looked at the woman in confusion. "Me?" Cassiopeia nodded. "What I am going to tell you goes no further. Is that understood?" Both of the children acquiesced, and though it was done with no small amount of reluctance, Cassie began an explanation she'd hoped to avoid until he was much older. However, she would not lie to Harry. There were already too many secrets being kept from the boy. "The dreams you have, Harry, are not always just dreams." "What do you mean?" Harry asked worriedly. Cassiopeia released a deep breath. "I don't understand it entirely, no one does, but the night he came for your parents, there was a magical connection forged between the 2 of you. Sometimes, when you are asleep, I believe you get glimpses of the things that he is doing." Harry swallowed at the explanation. "So, the fight with Quirrell that I saw." "That really happened," Cassiopeia confirmed. "And the dream I had last night with the girl." "That too. Dumbledore has dealt with the issues with the chamber, and the girl will be okay, thanks to you." Harry didn't know what to say. He had so many questions, many of which he knew Cassiopeia wouldn't be able to answer, but there was one he needed to ask. "Does that mean he can see what I am doing?" Cassie could only shrug, though her own expression morphed into one of concern. "I don't know, but I would guess that in whatever state he is in, he cannot. For now, he is weak, Harry, and needs others to do his bidding." "For now," Harry pointed out. "He will come back one day, and then what? What if he can just enter my mind whenever he wishes?" Cassiopeia shook her head. "Even the most powerful wizard cannot enter the mind of the weakest in such a way so easily," she explained. "And you are not a weak wizard, Harry. Just because there is a connection, that doesn't mean either of you will be able to exploit it. If anything, if he becomes aware of it, he will do all he can to keep you out. He has much more to lose than he could hope to gain from you. He will not want his secrets accessed by his biggest threat." Harry nodded uncertainly, not mentioning that he had already gained much knowledge already from the connection, knowledge he hadn't understood how he knew, something that now made sense. Unwittingly, Lord Voldemort had given Harry more gifts than just the ability to converse with snakes, and though the boy still didn't understand everything, He knew that all of it would one day become very useful for him. Still, those were things for him to explore, things he would begin doing so when he returned to Durmstrang. Voldemort would return one day, and when he did, Harry knew that he needed to be ready for him. Unbeknownst to the Dark Lord and to everyone else, Cassiopeia was right. Harry was his biggest threat, and when the time came for the two of them to meet, Harry would not be a defenseless babe in a cot. No, he would put an end to Voldemort once and for all, and any other that chose to garb themselves in the Death Eater attire. Oddly, the thought excited the boy, and though he was not foolish enough to not fear Voldemort, the opportunity to tear him limb from limb was something that, deep down, he was greatly anticipating. Chapter 11. A Grim Horizon, June 1993. Harry was breathing heavily as he wiped the sweat from his brow, the smell of burning and fatting magic permeating the smoke-filled room. It had become a daily occurrence, so it was nothing new to the boy, and as he observed the devastation he had wrought, he nodded to himself. Having learned that what he believed to have been dreams had been glimpses of what Voldemort was doing, Harry had become obsessed with his training, so much so that he had even requested additional sessions with Olafsson. The man had happily obliged, and spent their time together trying to break Harry mentally and physically. He would often achieve the latter, and Harry's body would give out long before he would admit defeat. Even if he had to crawl to carry out an instruction, he did so until he could move no longer. The Icelander had not questioned Harry's motivation, but the boy knew he had finally gotten the respect of the man. Not that was what he was seeking. No, Harry merely wanted every advantage he could possess. One day, Voldemort would be successful in his endeavors, and Harry needed to be ready for that eventuality. Steadying his breathing, he took a seat, shivering from the coldness of the sweat on his back. Even in June, Durmstrang remained chilly, just less so than in the winter months. Feeling his wand vibrate in his hand, it reminded Harry that he had only 20 minutes before he was due in the main hall for his exam in blood magic, and not wanting to arrive in his current state, he went about the task of cleaning himself and his clothes. He'd had his exam in dark magic earlier in the day, and without wanting to sound like a braggart even to himself, he knew he had done well. Whether it was his own ability or something he had inherited from Voldemort, it was something he excelled at and something he had dedicated himself to learning. The Dark Lord was an expert in the branch, having studied it extensively throughout his life, and regardless of if Harry's own proclivity for it came from the man who had murdered his parents, the boy had much of if not the same knowledge in the art, just not the practical experience. He had indeed taken more than just the parcel tongue from his foe. Not that he had disclosed that to anyone. It could prove to be his greatest weapon in the years to come, and the less any knew what Harry was capable of, the better for him. Having washed himself and his robes, he dressed before taking his leave of the room and heading towards the main hall, only to groan as he felt a muscular arm wrap around his neck. "Bloody hell, Krum, I've got an exam to get to," Harry huffed. Viktor chuckled as he rubbed his knuckles across his scalp. "I know," the Bulgarian replied. "I just wanted to wish you good luck." "In your own barbaric Bulgarian way." Viktor released him and laughed once more, eliciting a smile from Harry. "Duh, you'll get no pat on the back or hug from me," the older boy said gruffly. "I expect you to do your best." Harry rolled his eyes in frustration. Viktor had taken it upon himself to watch over Harry, almost like an irritating, overbearing brother. "I will," Harry assured him. "Good, now, I have something else for you." "If you're going to hit me, I'll thump you back, you git," Harry warned. Viktor raised one of his thick eyebrows at him. "I'm not scared of you, Potter," he mocked, "but our fight will have to wait until later. I have something nice for you, but I might just give it to someone who will appreciate it." "What is it?" Harry sighed. Viktor grinned as he removed an envelope from within his robes. "Tickets for you and your friends to the World Cup qualifiers over the summer," he announced. "I expect you to be wearing a Krum jersey." "I'll support the other team out of spite," Harry replied as he took the envelope. "Then it will make me want to win more," Viktor declared. Harry snorted as he shook his head. You didn't have to do this. I did, Viktor countered. You've helped me a lot, and I appreciate it. Besides, it will give you something to do instead of brooding about with a face like a smacked backside. I don't brood. Viktor merely hummed as he turned Harry around and pushed him towards the hall. Remember, I expect the best grades from you, he reiterated. Bloody hell, you're worse than my aunt, Harry muttered. He arrived at the main hall, where the rest of the second years were waiting to be admitted to sit the exam, and quickly found Kane and others. They had long given up asking where he spent most of his time now, though that didn't stop most looking upon him with an expression of concern. The only one that didn't was Lucinda, who had been the one to tell the others to leave Harry be when they'd inundated him with questions pertaining to his whereabouts. It wasn't that Harry didn't trust them. He just couldn't expect any of them to understand what he was doing and why. How could he expect them to? His life below the surface of what he allowed others to see was a mess, and it would only become messier when Voldemort inevitably returned. He shook his head of those thoughts. Productive morning, Lucinda asked. Harry nodded in response. You? Lucinda shrugged. I've had worse, she mused aloud. I don't even need to ask if you're ready for this. Harry offered the girl a reserved smirk. He was enjoying learning about blood magic, something he and Lucinda often discussed, as it was something she was becoming rather adept with herself. Well, I won't be carrying on with it next year, Kane declared. The wolf likes the taste of blood, and I can't even use the magic. Me either, Anna echoed. The magic doesn't like me. Nor me, Alina added with a shrug. I don't think many of us will. It'd the same with dark magic. Harry, Kane, and Lucinda will pass that. I don't know how many others will. Any further conversation between the group was halted as the doors to the main hall were opened, and Professor Sidorova beckoned the students to enter, placing a finger to her lips to remind them to remain silent. Harry filed in with the others and took his seat, shooting Lucinda a final nod. The girl didn't need any luck, but they had spent many hours together studying for the final exam of the year, and when it was over, there was nothing more they could do. The rest of their time at Durmstrang would be determined from these results, and though Harry wasn't nervous, he knew his remaining years here would become only more challenging as they delved into more advanced magic. Break. I am pleased to hear that she seems to be doing better, Albus offered sincerely, gesturing for Arthur to take a seat, and you have my congratulations for the win on the sweepstake. I believe you will be all the better for a family holiday. Have you decided where you wish to go? The redhead nodded eagerly. Despite being a head of department at the ministry, Arthur's wages did not afford his large family a life of luxury. It was no secret that the Weasleys were poor, but for the most part, they were a happy bunch. We are going to visit Bill in Egypt, Arthur answered. We've even managed to convince Charlie to come too. Albus smiled at the man. So, you will be away for the entire summer. We will, Arthur confirmed. As much as she will never admit it, Ginny has missed her brothers. But she will not be returning next year. Arthur shook his head. No, Molly is going to homeschool her. The healer doesn't think she is ready yet, but perhaps she will return for her third year. Albus nodded his understanding. The girl had endured a deeply troubling experience, and the trauma would stay with her for many years to come. It may never even leave her entirely. Well, you of course have the full support of the school, Albus assured Arthur. You or Molly need only say the word, and we will help in any way we can. We really appreciate it, Albus, Arthur replied as he stood and offered his hand. The headmaster accepted the proffered limb. Do enjoy your time away, he urged. We will, Arthur chuckled before heading towards the fireplace he had arrived through only a few moments prior. Having thrown in a handful of flue powder, he disappeared, and Albus nodded to himself. The attacks had indeed ceased after he had seized the diary, though he was still unsure what to do with the item. Gellert had urged him not to destroy it. yet under the advice that it could perhaps be used in the future against Tom. Albus did not know what idea his former friend was toying with, but he was yet to dispose of the Horcrux. Instead, he kept it hidden away in his office, under every protection spell he could possibly have placed over it to ensure it never fell into the wrong hands. Still, it was disconcerting to have such a dangerous thing so close, and the mere thought made the headmaster feel very uneasy. Now, however, was not the time to focus on it. He needed to reply to the letters he had received from Igor and Olymp. The three of them had been discussing the possibility of reintroducing the Tri-Wizard tournament and had been entertaining the idea for the past few years. They seemed to be close to reaching an accord to do so sooner rather than later, but would undoubtedly have to meet in person to finalize any arrangements. Both Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman had been easy to convince of the benefits of doing so, though the former had only agreed if extra protections were put in place, something Albus concurred with wholeheartedly. The thought of a cockatrice rampaging through Hogwarts worried him almost as much as the diary that could have quite easily been the death of several of his students. Break. It felt odd having packed to return home for the summer already. It felt as though it was only yesterday that they had returned to Durmstrang, and that something had changed within Harry. He still retained his sarcastic wit, his sense of humor, and even looked out for the rest of the second years they were boarded with, but there was no denying that he was different. For hours at a time, he would vanish, and when asked where he had been, he would close himself off. Elinor had thought at first that he had met a girl, but that wasn't something he would keep from them. No, something had happened over the Christmas break that had caused these changes. Harry had already been a focused and dedicated student despite his proclivity for causing trouble. Now, he was even more so. They were all worried about him in their own ways, and though Harry assured them that he was okay, Elinor did not believe him entirely. "Are you ready, Summerby?" Lucinda huffed, pulling her from her thoughts. "I just need to finishing packing my underwear drawer," Elinor replied. "You could always help me if you like," she added, wagging her eyebrows at the vampire. Lucinda narrowed her eyes at her. "I will not be touching your underwear." "Then shut up complaining about how long I am taking." Elinor had finished packing several minutes ago, but she knew Lucinda was waiting for her, so she decided to take a little longer. There were few things more entertaining at Durmstrang than winding up the vampire. She rose to the bait without fail, every time. Harry always ended up receiving the brunt of her ire, however. He had quite the gift for getting under Lucinda's skin. "All right, I'm done," Elinor declared as the other girl growled at her. "I thought Cain was supposed to be the wolf." Elinor skipped past her friend, followed by a string of rather rude insults. Not that the words bothered her. It was merely Lucinda's way of showing her affection, something the girl would never admit. "What took the two of you so long?" Harry asked as they entered the common room. "Lucinda was folding her underwear," Elinor answered. "Honestly, she's obsessed with the things." The vampire flared her nostrils at Elinor, who offered her an innocent smile. "I am not," Lucinda denied. "You took forever packing yours." "Let's not argue about who has or hasn't got the underwear fetish," Harry interjected amusedly. "Remind me to add extra security to my trunk," he murmured to Cain, who nodded. "Noted," he murmured, laughing as Lucinda lunged at Harry. "Awa, I didn't know you cared so much," he wheezed as the girl sat atop him. This had become a common sight over the past months. Usually, Harry would put his foot in it in some way, and Lucinda would attack before letting him up. "One of these days, Potter, I will not be able to stop myself," Lucinda warned. "Do you promise?" Harry replied cheekily, eliciting a reluctant yet amused grin from the vampire who ran her tongue up the length of his neck, pausing as she reached his ear. "It would be so easy," she whispered. "I can almost taste your blood from here." Harry shivered involuntarily. "Your tongue is cold," he groaned. "How would you like it if I licked your neck and threatened you?" Lucinda grinned. "Oh, she'd love it," Elinor snorted. The others nodded their agreement, and Lucinda huffed as she stood. "Why do you have to make it weird?" she asked. "I didn't lick his neck," Kane defended. "Bruno, did you lick his neck?" "Nope, I didn't see Summerby or Anna do it either, just Lucinda. Is that a vampire thing?" Lucinda shot the boy a glare, and he fell silent immediately. It was one thing for Harry to push the boundaries with her, but the others had learned not to go too far. "Can we leave now?" Harry asked. "The sooner I get away from you lot, the sooner I'll be safe." "Until the Quidditch matches," Kane reminded him. "I might give them a miss if you lot are there," Harry muttered. Kane chuckled as he wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "You'll miss us in less than a week, Potter," he predicted. "You'll be writing letters to us all within a few hours of getting home." "Someone has to look out for you all," Harry replied dryly. "Merlin knows what you would have done if I decided to go to another school." "Did that almost happen?" Elinor asked curiously. Harry nodded. "I had a look around Beauxbatons, and I was registered at Hogwarts since before I was born. I chose to come here." "Why?" Bruno questioned. "Because I knew there would be a group of misfits who would need me," Harry answered with a smirk, though the amusement did not quite reach his eyes. No, Harry had reasons for coming here, beyond what he would be willing to tell them. "Are you sure you're okay?" Elinor asked him when the others had said their goodbyes and headed off to where their parents were waiting for him. "I'm fine," Harry said dismissively. "Harry," Elinor pressed, her glance shifting towards his aunt who was wearing an expression of concern. Harry deflated as he nodded, taking her by the hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. "I promise I will be fine," he said sincerely. There was a steely glint in his eye, an unfamiliar seriousness that did little to put Elinor's mind at ease. "Okay," she relented as she wrapped her arms around him. "Write to me," she all but demanded. "Don't make me come looking for you." Harry chuckled before offering her a sincere smile. "You'll be the first I write to," he promised, kissing her on the cheek before walking towards his aunt. Elinor waited until they had portkeyed away before she found her own mother. "You and Harry were having quite the moment there," the woman teased. Elinor rolled her eyes. "Harry is my friend." Her mother hummed disbelievingly before taking her by the arm and returning them home. Despite his assurances and the prospect of spending the summer with her family, Elinor was worried about Harry. On the surface, he was still the same carefree boy she had met her first night at Durmstrang, but beneath that veneer, there was something else, something she had gotten a glimpse of a little over a year ago when Barkis had attempted to confront him. Harry may seem to be quite a jovial boy for the most part, but Elinor and the others knew there was much more to him. For what he was evidently preparing for, she knew not, but Harry was far from being a normal boy readying himself for his life beyond school. No, there was much more to him than that. "Break. You must eat something, Viktor," his mother urged as he stared at the bowl of oats and honey she had prepared for him. Viktor had no appetite today. Playing for Bulgaria wasn't like playing in the standard Quidditch League. There was much more riding on today than a few lost points and some disappointed locals. The entire country would be watching him closely, scrutinizing his every move, and if he failed to catch the snitch in his first appearance, he may not ever be given another chance. Although his mouth was dry, and it was the last thing he wished to do, he spooned some of the sweetened grains into his mouth, eliciting a smile from his mother. "You'll be fine, son," his father comforted. "You've spent your whole life training for this." Viktor nodded. He had, but the opposing seeker would be suitably prepared. For the most part, Viktor had been relying on Harry and the rest of his schoolmates to help him prepare, and though the former was shaping up to be quite the challenge, none were close to a professional standard. The thought of the younger boy brought a fond grin to his lips. He really liked Harry, his dry wit, and the fact that he didn't care that Viktor was becoming rather famous in their world. The boy gave him as much a hard time as he did any other, something the Bulgarian appreciated. "That's more like it," his mother encouraged. "You should be looking forward to this." Viktor nodded as the kitchen door to their humble home opened and stood as his older sister entered. "Hannah," he greeted her enthusiastically. "What are you doing here?" "I wasn't going to miss your first match for Bulgaria," the woman murmured in his ear as he pulled her into a tight embrace. Viktor was filled with warmth at her words. Hannah had graduated from Durmstrang a few years prior and was living in Germany, where she was training to be a wizarding architect. It was a difficult career path to establish yourself in, and Viktor had barely seen her since she had left. "Thank you for coming," he said gratefully. "Well, you'd better win to make it worth my while," Hannah teased. Viktor nodded, but frowned as he realized something. "I didn't get you a ticket." "She will have mine," his mother insisted. Viktor shook his head. "No, I know where she can sit," he declared. "You won't be with Mum and Dad, but Harry won't mind you being there with them." "Harry?" Hannah asked. "He's a friend from school," Viktor explained. "I got him and some others a box they could watch the match from. Just don't take anything he says seriously," he suggested. "If he can push your buttons, he will." Hannah raised an eyebrow in her brother's direction as she hummed. "Well, he hasn't met me yet." Viktor shook his head. "Hannah, you will not get the better of him," he sighed. "Harry is, well, he's just Harry. Maybe this isn't such a good idea." "Oh, no, I want to meet him now," Hannah countered. "I don't get to meet many interesting people at work." Viktor regretted hatching the idea to have Hannah sitting with Harry and the others now, but since her curiosity had been piqued, he knew he wouldn't be able to change her mind. He shot his father a final look, and the man held his hands up, indicating that he would not be getting involved in the dispute. "Come along, Viktor," his mother broke in. "You'd best finish your breakfast. It won't be long before we have to leave." Sullenly, Viktor did as he was bid, a part of him dreading the meeting of his sister and the boy he had grown fond of, and the other part knowing that Hannah will have met her match by the time the game ended. Break. August 1993. He had been home for almost 2 months, and though he had been writing to his friends, Harry had not seen any of them thus far, not even Pansy, who was spending her summer traveling with her father, visiting all the businesses he held a stake in. With no sons, Lord Parkinson would be leaving the family wealth to Pansy, and whomever she was to marry, undoubtedly with the condition that any first child they produced would bear the family name. Still, Harry's time away from Durmstrang had been productive, and he had kept himself busy with the subjects he planned on continuing, approval pending, and keeping up with his fitness for magic. He would not give Olafsson the satisfaction of breaking him all over again. Aside from his pursuits, he had been spending time with Cassie, and even held a funeral for Hector, whom he had discovered upon his return, curled up in his nest with some of the last meal that Harry had given him remaining. It had been a particularly somber day when he'd said goodbye to his little companion, but Hector had lived a happy and full life, the only things Harry could have wished for him. Along with being put through his paces by Cassie, he'd even managed to continue with the Quidditch practices as part of his leisure time. He'd even purchased a professional-level snitch to chase. Not that he'd had much luck capturing it the first few times he'd tried. Viktor made it look so easy, but the little golden ball was elusive, and when Harry had managed to outmaneuver it, the feat had taken him almost 3 hours. In truth, he'd been merely relieved that he'd managed to catch it at all. Today would be a Quidditch day, but not one where he would be competing against his newfound foe. He would be attending his first professional match, in which Bulgaria would be playing against Belgium. Harry had been looking forward to it, but more so taking what he felt was a well-deserved break and spending some time with his friends. "Will you be taking your cloak?" Cassiopeia asked as he entered the kitchen. Harry shook his head. "I wouldn't want to risk losing it," he replied. "I'll be fine," he assured the woman who pursed her lips unhappily. "Fine," she agreed reluctantly, "but I want you to come straight home when you are finished. You have your portkey, don't you?" Harry rolled his eyes at the woman. "Yes, I have it," he confirmed. "Why not just place a tracking charm on me and be done with it?" "Stop being so dramatic," Cassiopeia huffed. She was worried. It was the first time that Harry would be venturing out in public without her, and she was hesitant to allow him to do so. Harry understood her concerns, but she couldn't simply keep him locked away forever, as much as she likely wished to. "I will be careful," he assured her, placing a kiss on the woman's cheek. Cassiopeia hummed disbelievingly. "The words Harry and careful are not things that go well together," she replied. "I don't know where you get your recklessness from. Actually, it's not so difficult to work out. Your grandfather was like it, and I suspect your father was too." Harry smiled, proudly despite the fact that Cassiopeia was urging him to curb those tendencies. "What was my grandfather like?" he asked curiously. Cassiopeia pondered the question for a moment before answering carefully. "We didn't see eye to eye on much, but Charles Potter was a very highly respected man," she began somewhat reservedly. "He was a powerful wizard in his own right, and no one could question his bravery. He did end up marrying my sister, after all, and didn't care what anyone thought of his choice. He and Arcturus were close friends who both spoke their minds. I suppose you're like them both in that way." Harry nodded appreciatively. "Thank you," he offered. "Anyway, I have to go now. I will be careful and I won't do anything to get myself in trouble." "Good," Cassiopeia replied. "Have fun." "But not too much," Harry snorted. "Not your kind," Cassiopeia sighed as she ushered him out of the door where Harry activated his portkey. It was outside Sophia that he arrived a moment later, only a short distance away from the Quidditch stadium and where he would be meeting the others. Break. Lucinda had never been interested in Quidditch in any way. She could think of dozens of things she'd rather be doing than watching 14 people flying around a stadium chasing balls and doing their best to mutilate one another. However, she knew that it would be impolite to decline the invitation to attend, and it was a day away from what could sometimes be the dreary existence of being in a vampire coven. "How do I look?" she asked her mother as she entered the living room of their home. Her mother looked at her questioningly, a ghost of a smirk tugging at her lips before she began rearranging Lucinda's hair. "You're making a lot of effort for a Quidditch match," she commented. "I've never seen you make so much effort in your appearance for anything. Is there someone you wish to impress?" Lucinda huffed irritably as she pulled away from her mother. "No," she denied hotly. "Not even Harry." Lucinda narrowed her eyes at the woman, her amusement immediately provoking her ire. "Of course not," she replied evenly. Her mother tutted before fussing over her once more. "There," she declared when she was done, "you look beautiful." Lucinda had worn a corset for the first time in as long as she could remember. It was black with red detailing, and she completed her outfit with some matching leather trousers and knee-high boots. She had tied her long hair back in an elaborate braid, her look differing from her usual wear away from school of loose trousers and vest tops. "It's not too much, is it?" Her mother shook her head, gesturing to her own similar outfit. "Does it look too much?" "No," Lucinda replied. "There you go then," her mother replied. "If that is what you wish to wear, then it is your choice. I'm sure Harry will love it." "I'm not doing it for him." Her mother didn't believe her, but Lucinda wasn't going to waste her time trying to convince her otherwise. She was already running late, and if she didn't leave now, the others would likely think she had decided not to go. "I'm leaving now," she declared. "Have fun," her mother said sweetly. Lucinda scowled at the woman before activating the portkey Harry had sent a few days ago, and found herself a short distance away from her friends a moment later. As she had expected, she was the last to arrive, and her attire garnered more attention than she'd hoped it would. "Well, don't you look hot?" Summerby commented as she approached. "Why don't you dress like that at school?" "To stop idiots like this one drooling over her," Anna snorted, elbowing the staring Kane in the ribs. "Down, boy. Your kind and hers don't mix well at the best of times." Kane closed his gaping mouth and shook his head, offering Lucinda an apologetic look. "Sorry," he murmured. "You just took me by surprise." Lucinda merely nodded, doing her best to pointedly ignore Harry, whose gaze she could feel on her. "You look nice," he said simply. As had become a common feeling, were it possible for her to do so, Lucinda was certain she would be blushing from the compliment. Harry had a way of having that effect on her, something she hadn't decided if she liked or not. "Come on, we'd best head in before the match starts," he suggested, leading them towards one of the many entrances into the stadium. When they reached the wizard checking the tickets, Harry handed the man an envelope, and he pointed them in the direction of boxes. "Are you sure this is for us?" Kane asked uncertainly when they entered one of the private sections. "That's what it says here," Harry answered with a shrug, throwing a grape into the air and catching it in his mouth from the large fruit platter that had been left for them. "Maybe Krum is famous." "He's almost as famous as you, Harry," Kane huffed. "Everyone in Bulgaria knows who he is, and almost every Quidditch fan on the planet would have heard of him by now." "He's still a surly git," Harry snorted, taking a seat and looking over the pitch. "He could be worse, though, I suppose," he added. "I could be," a voice from the door sounded. An amused Viktor Krum entered the box with whom Lucinda assumed was his parents, and another woman who was younger than them, but older than Krum. "Here he is," Harry greeted him with a bow. "The next great seeker. You'd better win, Krum. I've bet good gold on you." "You bet on me?" Viktor asked, surprised by the revelation. Harry nodded as he clapped the boy smartly on the shoulder. "It's easy money. Why wouldn't I?" Krum shook his head. "You shouldn't do that, Harry," he murmured. "You should believe in yourself more," Harry returned. "I'm not wasting my time training with someone that won't win." Viktor chuckled heartily. "What brings you here anyway?" Harry asked. "I didn't think you giving me the tickets meant I'd have to spend more time around you." "I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to be," Viktor rebutted. "I need a favor." "A favor?" Viktor nodded as he beckoned the younger of the women forward. "I didn't know my sister would be here, and she doesn't have a seat," he explained. "Would you mind if she stayed in here with you and the others?" "Your sister?" Harry asked too pleasantly. "Don't," Viktor warned. Harry held his hands up innocently. "I was only going to say that she is much too pretty to be your sister," Harry replied with a smirk. "Come off it, Viktor. You look like a caveman whose knuckles skim the pavement when you walk, and you mumble too much when you talk." "I do not," Viktor growled. Harry waved him off. "I will look after her," he assured the Bulgarian. "She is in very safe hands with me." Viktor rubbed his temples, whilst his sister watched the back and forth between them in amusement. "Fine," Viktor agreed eventually. "Harry, this is Hannah." "Hannah," Harry echoed. "Are you sure he's your brother?" The woman's eyes twinkled as she nodded. "He is," she confirmed. "Viktor has already told me so much about you, Harry." "Has he? And what had Viktor told you?" Lucinda and the others laughed. There were so many things that Krum could have told his sister about Harry. "Mostly that I should watch myself around you," Hannah answered. "I think he might be right about that." Harry nodded, agreeing with the assessment. "You have nothing to fear from me, Hannah," he assured her. "Viktor is just overly dramatic with everything. She will be safe with us," he added to the nervous Quidditch player. Viktor shook his head in frustration. "Behave yourself, Potter," he warned. Harry offered him an innocent smile, waving the boy goodbye as he left with his parents before turning back to the young woman who was staring at him wide-eyed. "Was it something I said?" "Why, you're Harry Potter," Hannah sputtered. "He is," Summerby interjected brightly, looping her arm through Hannah's. "Don't worry, you get used to his ways." "My ways?" Harry questioned. "I think she means your tendency to get yourself into trouble," Anna pointed out. Harry frowned as he looked at the others, who offered no words in his defense. "Well, she isn't wrong, is she?" Lucinda snorted, taking pity on the boy and patting his shoulder comfortingly. "Come on, you can try feeding me some of this horrible-looking food to see if it actually tastes of anything," she offered. Harry's demeanor shifted immediately. For some reason, he always got quite the kick at watching Lucinda grimace as she ate human food. even though he knew it all tasted the same to her. Still, she humored him by eating some popcorn, and even some sweets that he insisted were good. Despite his ways of getting under her skin, there was little else Lucinda found she enjoyed more than Harry's smile. Somehow, it brightened the very room and lifted everyone's mood around him. Even hers, and it was one of the things she found she missed during the long months away from Durmstrang at the end of the school year. Break. It was not often Cassie saw the side to Harry where he simply acted as a 13-year-old boy should, but he had returned from the Quidditch match, animated, and was eagerly giving her a running commentary of how his day had unfolded. The woman couldn't prevent the smile from cresting her lips as he spoke of spending time with his friends and them watching the game together. He was so happy, and Cassie felt no regrets for allowing him to go. "Well, dinner will be ready soon," she informed him. "Would you mind fetching the paper?" she asked as she heard the owl tapping on the glass to be admitted. Harry nodded as he bounced from the room, and Cassiopeia shook her head as she set the table. It was nice to see Harry enjoying something so simple and getting so much joy from a normal, teenage pursuit. "Would you mind getting some water?" she asked as she heard him return to the dining room, only to receive no response. "Harry," she sighed as she turned, frowning as she took in his sudden shift in mood. His hands were trembling as his eyes bored into the front page of the newspaper, his eyes alight with unbridled fury. "Harry, what is it?" Cassie pressed. Harry said nothing as he slammed the paper onto the table and stormed from the room, but the reason for such sudden anger became clear as Cassie shifted her attention to the article that had offended him so. She felt it too, a level of anger that had not surfaced within her for many years, and if such news affected her so strongly, then there was truly no telling what emotions Harry was experiencing. With a tightened jaw, she threw the newspaper into the fire, watching as the dark words and accompanying image were feasted upon by the flames. "Sirius Black escapes Azkaban." The face of the man in the image was familiar, but it was not a welcome familiarity, and Cassie knew that she needed to solve this problem. As much as she was loath to admit it, there was only one man who may be able to help her in this, and thinking only of Harry, she began penning a letter to Dumbledore. Sirius needed to be found quickly, before he either attempted to find Harry or did something equally foolish to further sully the Black name. Chapter 12. Liberation. Dumbledore had been all but useless when Cassiopeia had discussed her wayward great-nephew with the man. He had no idea where Sirius may be hiding, or even how he may have escaped the confines of Azkaban. It was disconcerting, to say the least, but Cassiopeia was not one to give up so easily. Her former Transfiguration professor may be willing to leave Sirius at large. Cassiopeia, however, was not. If he had indeed given up the Potters to the Dark Lord, he was a threat to Harry, and so long as such a thing existed, Cassiopeia would not rest until it was mitigated. That was why she had come to the house she had grown up with, a place she had no desire to ever see again. Too many memories dwelt here, both good and bad, but none that would bring her any amount of joy. Her childhood with Arcturus and Doria had been spotty at best, and she had left Grimmauld Place shortly before the former had begun his education at Hogwarts. Cassiopeia had been an idealist back then, had found a cause and leader she had believed in so wholeheartedly that she had abandoned her already fracturing family in favor of greener pastures. Not that her pursuit on the continent had led to anything more than further heartache and several subsequent decades living in isolation, until Harry came along. The thought of the boy filled her with worry. Since he had learned of Sirius's bid for freedom only a few days prior, he had been silent. The rage he felt towards the man, threatening to boil over. Cassie didn't know what more she could do than what she was now, and though she wished to be anywhere but here, for Harry, she would face her demons. "What a mess," she muttered, wrinkling her nose as she entered the main hallway of the home. It had been left to decay, and the smell of rotting wood and dust filled the air. Despite her feelings on her childhood home, it saddened her to see it in such a state. "Who's there?" An unwelcoming voice croaked from the darkness. Cassiopeia lit the tip of her wand and turned towards it, scowling as she found herself looking upon the most unpleasant elf she had ever seen. "Who are you?" she asked. "Creature be the Black family elf," the elf replied, shielding its eyes from the light of her wand. Creature served Mistress Black and Master Regulus proudly. "Walburga." The elf nodded, its eyes full of reverence. Mistress was good to Creature. Cassiopeia grimaced. She had met Walburga on a few occasions, and found the woman lacking in every conceivable way with regards to the name she carried. A Black she was not. She was brash and lacked any subtlety or political acumen. "What about Sirius?" Cassiopeia pressed. "Master Sirius was a blood traitor," Creature spat. "He broke Mistress's heart." That wouldn't have taken much. Walburga often complained about how disappointed she was in her eldest son, not that she would be now, of course. If the woman knew what Sirius had done, she would be most proud. "What happened to Walburga?" "Mistress died of the shame," Creature despaired. "Master Regulus died, and there was none left to serve." Cassiopeia could only shake her head. Only Walburga would actually have died of the shame she had felt. "What about Sirius?" Creature's expression darkened once more at the mention of the man. "He is a filthy blood traitor," the elf spat, reiterating his earlier thoughts. "Have you seen him?" Creature frowned at the question. Creature has not. Cassiopeia believed him, but that didn't mean Sirius would not come here to hide from the Aurors. Grimmauld Place was unplottable, after all, and he would never be found so long as he remained within these walls, as derelict as they were. "Why have you allowed the house to fall in such a state?" Cassiopeia demanded to know. Mistress told Creature to leave it. "Walburga is dead," Cassiopeia pointed out. "You serve the House of Black, and you have neglected your duties." "Creature serves Mistress still," the elf replied defiantly. Cassiopeia raised an eyebrow at him. "You cannot serve someone who is dead." Creature grinned as he beckoned Cassiopeia to follow him down the length of the hall, and paused as he reached a set of what had once been rather luxurious curtains. As the elf pulled them open, Cassiopeia felt a sense of uneasy wash-over at the sight of Walburga Black. Creature had been serving a portrait, and judging by the rather unhinged look the woman sported, one that had taken leave of her senses. Walburga had always been erratic at best, had an overinflated sense of self-import that often landed her in trouble when she spoke out of turn. But the woman Cassiopeia found herself gazing at was maniacal, a wild, feral expression that spoke of the madness that plagued her. "You are following the orders of a portrait?" she asked the elf, who nodded proudly. "Mistress has never left Creature." Cassiopeia turned her attention towards the painting once more, the grin that Walburga sent her way being rather disconcerting. "Why does it not surprise me that you found a way to cling on to an existence of sorts?" Cassiopeia snorted. "Portraits are reserved for heads of the family." "I was the last of us," Walburga spat. Cassiopeia shook her head. "I yet live," she pointed out, "as does Bella, Andromeda, and Narcissa, even Sirius." "Do not mention that boy's name in my house," Walburga hissed. An amused grin tugged at Cassiopeia's lips. She never could resist getting a rise out of Walburga. "Well, it seems as though you got your wish in the end," she sighed. "Sirius will never be the head of the family." Walburga positively beamed at the revelation. "So, it will fall to one of the other's children." Cassiopeia shook her head. "Bella is in Azkaban, childless, and will never see the light of day," she explained, much to the chagrin of Walburga. "Andromeda is a filthy whore who married a mudblood." Cassiopeia nodded. "Narcissa has a son with Lucius Malfoy." "He comes from fine stock," Walburga mused aloud. "He will make for an excellent lord." Once more, Cassiopeia shook her head. "He is not the heir of the family," she said with no small amount of glee. "It seems that Sirius did something right." "What did the boy do?" Walburga growled. "He chose a suitable heir," Cassiopeia replied with shrug. "Before he chose to do what he did, He left everything to his godson, including the title he should have inherited. He can't have done, Walburga denied. You cannot leave the Black Lordship to any who does not satisfy the needs of the position. My Harry does, Cassiopeia returned proudly. Your Harry? Well, Doria's Harry, Cassie corrected. He is her grandson. Walburga frowned thoughtfully for a moment whilst she attempted to piece the puzzle together, a frown that morphed into a scowl. He is a Potter. And a Black, Cassiopeia pointed out. He is a fine boy that I have raised, and one that will see the family right, though I do not believe he will be pleased by the state of his ancestral home. Creature, you will fix it on behalf of the Lord Black, or I will have you replaced with an elf that will. Do you understand? Creature, you will do nothing, Walburga commanded. There will be no filthy mudblood lord of our family. Cassiopeia chuckled to herself. What do you intend on doing about it, Walburga? She questioned. You are nothing but an essence of what you once were, and even if you were alive, there would be nothing you could do to prevent it. Now, if you wish to remain intact, I suggest you shut up or I will reduce you to nothing but a pile of ashes to be blown away in the wind. Walburga glared balefully at Cassiopeia, but the woman no longer had any power or influence here. She could rant and rave all she wished, but it would change nothing. Well, what are you waiting for, creature? Cassie snapped. The elf looked towards the portrait of the woman he revered so much, before disappearing with a pop. As for you, Cassie continued, addressing the portrait, I think it is best that you remain silent for the time being. I will not have you interfering with the elf's work. With a wave of her wand, and before Walburga could protest, Cassie cast a series of charms over the portrait to ensure the woman could no longer speak or interact with anyone that may enter the house in her absence. It would not do for Sirius to be made aware of her visit. When she had replaced the curtains, Cassie shook her head in frustration. She had been convinced that Sirius would be here, and not knowing the man intimately in any way, she was at a loss as to where he could be. Still, she would not give up her search. He would surface eventually, and when he did, she would be ready to ensure that he posed no threat to Harry. Though having spent more than a decade in Azkaban, she doubted he was much of a threat to anyone. If anything, she was more concerned that Harry would take it upon himself to look for Sirius, and though the man would deserve everything he had coming to him, Harry was only 13 years old. The burden to find Sirius should not be on him, not when he had Cassiopeia to carry out whatever fate he wished for his godfather. Break. Harry watched interestedly as the small bolts of lightning danced across the tips of his fingers. Whilst he had been trying to come to terms with the latest of his inner turmoil, he had discovered that his affinity for the element responded more readily to him during periods of heightened emotion. It was quite the breakthrough for the boy, but he could only compare it to his studies in the dark arts, though he was pleased to learn that the lightning did not leave him experiencing any ill effects. The dark arts, as incredibly complicated as they were proving to be, thrived on the emotion of the caster and would allow themselves to be wielded so seemingly freely, but using them was far from being so. Acting emotionally denoted a weakness that the magics would eventually exploit, addling the mind and even leaving their marks on the body. Mastering them, without experiencing such unwanted repercussions, was no minor feat. To do so, the practitioner must first master their emotions and act without their influence. Wielding them whilst being fueled by anger, hate, even the notion of greed. And almost all things that elicited a sense of euphoria would only end in disaster. The magic feasted on these things, used them as a focal point to embed itself within the caster, and would fester, and continue to feed the more it was called upon in such a way. Harry had learned that the dark arts truly were intoxicating, a power that should never be abused, nor allowed to corrupt. He was still learning how to prevent that, something he would continue to do when he returned to Durmstrang in only a couple weeks. He dragged his eyes away from the pulses of energy he was creating and focused them on the unopened envelope that had arrived an hour or so prior. The missive inside would determine his future at Durmstrang, what he would and wouldn't be able to continue to study, And though Harry wasn't truly nervous, he had found a moment of bliss in being ignorant. Shaking his head and releasing a deep breath, he picked it up and broke the Durmstrang seal on the back before removing the thick wad of parchment from inside. Dear Mr. Potter, please find enclosed your academic report from the school year 1990-21993. We look forward to welcoming you back to Durmstrang shortly. Professor Igor Karkaroff. Headmaster, Professor Misha Sidorova. Head of second year. Grades. Your grades are awarded based on the system outlined below. If you wish to discuss them in further detail, please arrange an appointment with Professor Sidorova, who will be happy to do so. Grading system. Grades are given based on expected levels achieved for the academic year you have completed. Each year, the grading boundaries and expectations change as you progress through a subject. Grading classes. First class, the highest attainable grade at Durmstrang. You are working considerably beyond what is expected at the level of study. First class, you have accomplished beyond what is expected at your level of study. Second class, you have achieved all that is expected of you at your level of study. Third class, you have not achieved all that is expected of you at your level of study. Your performance will be closely monitored throughout the next year. Unattained, you have not reached an acceptable level of progress completion of the subject matter. You are no longer eligible to continue studying the subject. Results for Harry James Potter. Academic year, 1991-1992. Arcane and Esoteric Magics, First Class. Blood Magic, First Class. Charms, First Class. Dark Arts, First Class. Defensive Studies, First Class. Elemental Magic, First Class. Enchanting, First Class. Herbology, First Class. History of Magic, Second Class. Magical Languages, First Class. Magical Mathematics, First Class. Potions, Second Class. Runic Studies, First Class. Study of Magical Creatures, First Class. Study of Wandlore, Second Class. Transfiguration, First Class. You continue to impress me deeply, Harry. You should be very proud of what you have achieved thus far at Durmstrang. Although you have more than met the criteria to continue with all of your subjects, we recommend that you select between 8-12 to pursue for the rest of your time at Durmstrang. Please select these by return post at your earliest convenience. Congratulations, Harry, and I look forward to continuing to watch you progress. Professor Sidorova. Harry already knew what subjects he would selecting and put a tick next to 1217 he was eligible for, the ones that would be most useful for him, and the ones he enjoyed most. He would be dropping history, wandlore, and magical mathematics to begin with. The former of the three provided him with nothing of note other than knowledge of the recent war on the continent and the goblin rebellions of old. Wandlore seemed to be a subject that someone who wished to pursue it needed to have an affinity for the art, and although Harry had come to appreciate the complexity of the art, he would never be a wandmaker. Magical mathematics was interesting, but mostly useless unless someone wished to either create spells or analyze established magics, something that Harry doubted he would ever delve into. If he did develop an interest for it later in life, he could look into it further at his leisure rather than spending 3 hours a week studying it in a classroom. Herbology was the next topic he had chosen not to continue with. As useful as it could be, there was little he couldn't learn from referring to a text, as he had no ambition to grow his own crop of magical plants. It was simply something that offered him no stimulus. Much to his own surprise, the final topic he would be forfeiting was his studies in elemental magic. Having identified what he had an affinity for early on, he needed only to continue practicing with summoning and controlling it. There was little more that Larson could do for him, as he had to figure the rest out for himself. He had already discussed it with the professor before he had left for the summer, and she agreed that his time would be better spent studying something else, but had also assured him that she would be available if he required further assistance. It was somewhat reluctantly that he had made the decision, but the only other subject he had been able to consider leaving behind was enchanting, and it was far too intricate to abandon when it could prove to most useful to him in the future. Harry knew that Voldemort was an expert in the art, and though he may not need to enchant anything, he may need to know how to break such creations. As such, his final decision had been made, and he would be pursuing the 12 he had eventually decided upon. Releasing a deep sigh, he placed the piece of parchment into the provided envelope and made his way to where Calidora would be resting. With it being milder weather, the journey to Durmstrang would not be detrimental to the owl, who would enjoy the long flight at this time of year. "I have something for you, girl," he murmured before fixing the missive to her leg. With a loud bark, Calidora took flight, and Harry watched her from the window of Cassie's office, his mind inevitably drifting back to his escaped godfather. Every part of Harry wanted the man to suffer for what he had done, for Sirius to live every last second of what remained of his life in abject misery, and Harry wanted to be the one to ensure that happened. He had never felt such anger towards someone until he had read the article announcing Sirius's escape from Azkaban. Harry clenched his fist at the audacity of the man that had betrayed his parents. Given the chance, he wouldn't even need a wand. He would throttle his godfather, squeeze the life from him, and watch with no small amount of glee as the light left his eyes. Harry took a calming breath. As much as he desired it, he knew that the chance was unlikely to come. Cassie would see to that, and Harry trusted that she would punish Sirius suitably before either ending him or handing him back to the Dementors. Although Harry despised the very thought of the creatures, no fate was too unkind for Sirius Black. With a shake of his head, Harry left the study and headed outside. He had heard the saying that the devil made work for idle hands, and were his to remain so for any longer, he would be unable to ignore the impulse to conduct his own search for his godfather. No, he was much better continuing with his efforts for the wars ahead, but if he did ever happen across Sirius on his travels, he knew that what little restraint he was exercising would no longer be enough to hold him back. Sirius Black had better be hopping and praying that such a meeting between them was never to occur. It would end badly for the man. Of that, Harry had no doubt. Break. Severus watched as Lupin entered the office, his lips curling into a sneer at the sight of the man who looked completely out of place here. The werewolf's robes were shabby, his hair liberally marred with strands of gray, and his skin was heavily scarred from years of torturous transformations. It was not the potion's master's prerogative to have one of his former childhood nemesises here, but Dumbledore's, who was looking to employ the man due to recent events. "Thank you for coming, Remus," the headmaster greeted the man. "Do take a seat." Lupin did so, his eyes darting around the room in discomfort. "I expect that you have heard of Sirius's escape," Dumbledore pressed. Lupin nodded, his jaw tightening at the mention of his former friend. "I have." Albus released a deep sigh as he leaned back in his chair. "I would like for you to take on the defense against the Dark Arts post," he said without further preamble. Lupin shook his head. "You know I cannot do that, my condition." "Can and will be catered for," Albus cut in. "Severus will prepare the Wolfsbane potion for you and will cover any lessons you require. The Shrieking Shack will also be available for you to use." Lupin's gaze drifted towards Severus, who merely offered him a single stiff nod in confirmation. "Is this about Sirius?" "Yes and no," Albus answered. "I will admit that his escape is unsettling, but it is no secret that you are a most competent practitioner of defense, something that is sorely needed after our previous instructor." Once more, Severus's lip curled in distaste. Lockhart had indeed been a buffoon, but evidently not as foolish as he believed him to be. At the news that Black had escaped Azkaban and Albus's revelation that he may find himself here, Lockhart had terminated his employment under the guise of being needed urgently in South America. He had given no further details, but had left the castle within the hour. "You think that he will come here?" Lupin mused aloud. Albus nodded somberly. According to the Azkaban guards, he had been muttering in his sleep the days leading to his escape. He repeatedly referred to someone being at Hogwarts. An expression of guilt formed on the werewolf as he looked towards Albus tiredly. Harry? I believe so. Lupin deflated. How is he doing? Severus's jaw tightened, and he had to bite his tongue lest he lost his temper with the man. It had been almost 12 years that Lily was murdered, 12 years since her son had been made an orphan, and no one had seen hide nor hair of the werewolf. Quite well from what I hear, Albus answered. From what you hear? Lupin questioned confusedly. Albus could only nod. Sirius is evidently under the impression that Harry attends Hogwarts. He doesn't. He does not, Albus sighed. He chose to go to Durmstrang instead. Durmstrang, Lupin gasped as he stood. Was that your idea? Albus shook his head as he held up a placating hand. Indeed not, he assured the man. Harry made the choice himself. The answer only served to confuse the werewolf more. I don't understand, he murmured. How did this happen? I suspect that his guardian was very reluctant to allow him to attend Hogwarts, Albus mused aloud, likely to spare him from his fame and from my influence. She is not very fond of me. She, Lupin pressed, who has been looking after him? Severus felt no small amount of amusement at seeing Albus experiencing the slight discomfort the question gave him. Potter has been raised by none other than Cassiopeia Black, Severus answered. Lupin scoffed in disbelief, but when he realized there was no jest from either Severus or Albus, his confusion was replaced with a look of horror. The Cassiopeia Black, he choked. Albus nodded. She claimed him as her ward, he explained. There was nothing that could be done to prevent it. She used the marriage contract signed between Charles Potter and Arcturus Black and Sirius's status as Harry's godfather. As Sirius's heir, Harry will be the next Lord Black. Lupin seemed to be experiencing a bout of information overload and simply collapsed in his chair at the revelation. Is he okay? According to what I have been told, and on good authority, Harry is doing remarkably well. Lupin shook his head. James and Lily would never have wanted him to go there. No, Albus agreed, but it was Harry that made the choice, and despite my misgivings and concerns of him being raised by such a woman, she seems to be doing an admirable job. Bloody hell, Lupin muttered. So, Sirius is going to come here, attempt to break into the castle and murder Harry, who will not be here. I believe that to be his intention. Lupin released a labored breath. He will not struggle to find his way in, he sighed. There are many hidden passages in and out of the school he could use. That is part of the reason I wish for you to come on board, Albus replied. I would like the entrances watched closely. I have little faith that the Dementors will either be successful in capturing him or deterring him from whatever plan he has made. Dementors. By order of Cornelius, they will be stationed here until Sirius is captured. What a stupid idea, Lupin snorted humorlessly. It is far too dangerous to allow them free roam of the school. For once, Severus found himself in agreement with the man. They will not be allowed onto the grounds, Albus said firmly, but they will be in Hogsmeade. Cornelius was very adamant about it. The two men fell silent for several moments before Lupin spoke once more. I'll do it, he agreed reluctantly. To make sure no one is harmed by him, I will take the job. Excellent, Albus declared happily, shaking Lupin by the hand. Severus offered no such congratulations, but instead took his leave of the office. The school year would be interesting, to say the least, with a werewolf and Dementors around the place. What could go possibly wrong? There were too many things to choose only one, but the potion's master had little doubt that something would go amiss in the coming months. Still, he truly hoped it was him that found Black. Severus carried his guilt, had inadvertently betrayed Lily to the Dark Lord, but Black had done so willingly, had sold out a woman who was supposed to be his friend, and for what? It was a question that had plagued Severus for many years now, but until he found Black, he would not get an answer, and when he did, the man would die by his hand. Break. He sniffed at the scraps he had been able to gather from the bins in the village. A veritable feast for a starving man that had barely seen a meal in over a decade. Sirius had managed to begin playing the part of a lovable stray, but even with the lady who ran the pub and the jolly owner of Honeydukes handing him morsels, it wasn't enough to build the strength he would need for the task ahead. Wormtail. Just thinking of the name made his blood boil in his veins, and a low growl passed his canine lips. It wasn't that the rat had managed to trick him, resulting in Sirius spending the past years in Azkaban, that bothered the escaped prisoner. No, it was what he had done to Lily and James that angered Sirius. He had been their friend, one of the 4 marauders that had plagued Hogwarts with their pranks for 7 years, and the sniveling coward had thrown it all away for Voldemort. Sirius shook his head as he turned away from the food he had scavenged, his hunger having left him. He too had been foolish, and were James and Lily alive now, they would both be unspeakably furious with him. In his rage, he'd abandoned the one thing they would insist he focused on instead of the vengeance he so desired. Harry. If the thought of Peter angered him, the thought of his godson left the man feeling distraught. He had promised them that he would care for Harry if the worst was to happen, that he would protect the boy with his own life, a promise he still wished to uphold. He's at Hogwarts. However, Wormtail was there too, which meant that Harry was in danger. Learning of this had given Sirius the strength to slip past the Dementors in his animagus form and swim from the island prison to the mainland. He needed to save Harry. His thoughts shifted to his godson, and Sirius wondered what Harry was like. Was he quiet and reserved like his mother, but passionate and brilliant? Was he gifted in transfiguration just like James, a brash and mischievous boy? Sirius remembered the babe he had held the very night Harry had been born, the same moment that James and Lily had asked him to be the boy's godfather. He remembered crying from joy, vowing to be the best godfather Harry could ever want. Sirius had failed on that front. Harry had grown up without his parents, and without the man that should have been there for him when James and Lily couldn't. It begged the question of who had raised him. Sirius didn't know, but he hoped that it had been Moony in his absence. The werewolf would have made a fantastic guardian, despite his furry little problem. No one else came to mind as a potential parental figure for his godson, but if not Remus, then who? Sirius could only speculate, each person who came to mind as unlikely as the last. Whomever it was, he hoped they had told Harry all about his parents, how amazing they were and how much they had loved him. Although his appetite was all but absent, he forced himself to consume the food he had gathered. For Harry, he hoped the boy would understand why he had done what he had, and that he didn't truly believe that Sirius was the one to betray James and Lily. Sirius would have died before doing so, and still would for their son. If only he could speak with the boy for a few minutes to explain what had happened and who the traitor had been. Such a thing was unlikely, however. Having finished eating, he sat back on his haunches and whined to himself pitifully. Nothing would ever absolve him of the guilt he felt for abandoning Harry in favor of seeking justice. It was something he would always carry, even when he was inevitably returned to Azkaban. So long as Wormtail was dead and Harry was safe, Sirius would gladly spend the rest of his days with the Dementors, content in the knowledge that Harry was safe from the scum that had sold his parents out. He merely needed to get to the rat first, and then it would be done. Break. Have we done something to offend him? Lucinda asked as Harry left their cabin without saying a word. He had been unusually quiet since they'd arrived to take the ship back to Durmstrang, only speaking when spoken to, and his answers short and lacking interest. Don't you know? Elinor questioned. Don't any of you? Lucinda frowned confusedly as she looked towards the others. Kane, Bruno, and Anna all seemed to be as clueless as her on the matter. Know what? She asked irritably. Elinor shook her head as she removed a Bulgarian newspaper from within her trunk and handed it to Lucinda. Sirius Black, she murmured. Is he one of Harry's relatives? Alina nodded as she released a deep breath. A cousin of sorts, but also his godfather, she explained. He's the one that betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort. Black is the reason Harry is an orphan. Bastard, Kane growled as he snatched the newspaper away from Lucinda to take in the image of the man. How did he escape from Azkaban? Isn't that supposed to be impossible? Alina nodded. No one has ever done it before, she confirmed. So, he's escaped to kill Harry. Alina shrugged. It would make sense. Lucinda's nostrils flared in anger, a rare feeling of protectiveness washing over her. Anna and Kane had a similar reaction, the latter's eyes flashing a brilliant amber whilst Anna's hand flexed towards her wand. Well, if Black wants to try something, he'll have to get through me and the others first, Kane declared before storming from the room, undoubtedly to discuss what he'd learned with the other werewolves. And me, Anna muttered, her usually affable demeanor all but absent. Alina simply nodded her agreement with the sentiment, and Lucinda stood and took her leave of the room also. She had no need to plot with the other vampires. She merely wanted to find Harry to make sure he was okay. Having searched most of the ship before she came upon him, she found the boy staring almost aimlessly out of one of the viewing windows on the lowest deck. Without saying a word, she pulled him into her arms and just held him for a moment. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked, more firmly than she'd intended. Harry shrugged. "It wouldn't have made a difference," he answered. "Yes, it would," Lucinda countered. "You don't get to just come back like this, not when you don't deserve it. Black will be captured, and he will spend the rest of his days rotting in his cell, or with a bit of luck, they'll just execute him." A slight smirk tugged at Harry's lips. "Careful, Princess. People will begin to think you care." Lucinda narrowed her eyes at the boy before taking hold of his earlobe. "I do care," she hissed, "but if you tell anyone that, you'll drain me of every last drop of blood and allow the wolves to have my corpse," Harry interjected. Lucinda nodded. "Now you're getting it," she snorted amusedly. "Ah, the joys of being friends with a vampire," Harry chuckled. "Are all of you so sentimental?" Lucinda shook her head. "No, most of us don't care for your kind, and often enjoy your suffering." "That sounds just like you," Harry replied. Lucinda frowned thoughtfully before nodding. "Maybe you're an exception, Potter," she conceded. "The difference is, I only enjoy seeing you suffer when it is me administering it. No one else is allowed that privilege." Harry laughed heartily. "I'm not sure if I should be offended, worried, or flattered." "Why not all three?" Lucinda suggested. "Don't deprive yourself on my account." Harry offered her a genuine smile. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I suppose I'm just stuck in my own head at the moment. And there's nothing wrong with that, so long as you don't get lost there." "I won't," Harry assured her. "Good. Now, what are you planning on doing about him?" "What can I do?" Harry returned. "He's somewhere in Britain, and I'm on my way back to Durmstrang. As much as I want nothing more than to hunt him down, it won't achieve anything. He did what he did, and I want him dead for it. Maybe he will evade capture long enough for me to be the one that kills him, and maybe not." It was odd to hear Harry speaking about killing someone so casually, but there was nothing about the tone of his words that made Lucinda disbelieve him. "You'd really kill him?" Harry nodded. "There are many that I would kill and one day may have to," he answered with a shrug. "I've always known that, and it is something I've come to terms with. It's not the life I or my parents would choose for me, but we can only work with the hand we are dealt." He spoke truly. Although Lucinda didn't remember being mortal, she often pondered what her life would be had her parents not turned her. She didn't hate them for it, and didn't even dislike her existence, but it certainly presented problems for her, even more so as she was growing older. For a moment, she simply watched Harry and allowed her thoughts to wander. "What are you thinking?" he asked curiously. "Nothing," Lucinda denied with a sad smile. "Not anything that won't keep. Come on, I think we've moped around enough down here, don't you?" Harry looked as though he was going to question her further, but instead offered her his arm. Lucinda accepted it, and the two of them made their way back towards their cabin, each lost in their own rather maudlin thoughts. Chapter 13, 12 years on 31st October 1993. "Keep going, you lazy shits," Olafson called. Harry growled as he continued pulling the rope, bringing the large boulder tied to the other end ever closer. It was only him and Viktor treated to the pre-dawn attentions of the Icelander, who would drag them both unceremoniously from their beds to put them through their paces, the Bulgarian by necessity and Harry by choice, though he often regretted making the request of the man. "Good," Olafson praised. "That's enough for today." Without another word, he walked back towards the school, leaving a pair of exhausted teens in his wake. "Sadist," Viktor grumbled as he joined Harry, who snorted amusedly. Dropping the thick length of rope he had been holding, Harry winced as he looked upon his blistered and torn skin from his efforts. "Why do you do it to yourself?" Viktor asked. "You can't enjoy it." "I don't," Harry confirmed, "but suffering now will reduce the amount I may suffer later," he added ominously. Viktor offered him a sad smile. "Come on," he urged. "Let me show you one of the small joys you can have here." Harry followed the other boy towards the mountains in the opposite direction of the school, the icy wind making his sweat freeze, eliminating any warmth he had accumulated during their exercises. "Are you taking me somewhere to murder me?" he quipped. Viktor chuckled. "You're no use to me dead, Potter," he replied. "So long as you're helping me with my Quidditch practices, I'd like to keep you around." "Thanks, I think," Harry returned dryly. Viktor merely grunted as he continued walking for another few moments before he suddenly paused. "Here we are," he declared, pointing to a pool of steaming water. "A hot spring." Viktor nodded as he disrobed. "I found it whilst I was flying last year," he explained. "You're the first person I've told about it, and I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself." "I will," Harry assured him as he removed his own dirtied robes and slid into the almost uncomfortably hot water, releasing a blissful sigh as he did so. "Bloody hell, that's good." Viktor laughed as he watched him curiously. "Why do you punish yourself so much?" he asked. "You take extra sessions with Olafson, and you're always practicing some form of magic or other." Harry deflated. "I will be the head of 2 prominent houses one day," he reminded the boy. "Both are traditionally very different from the other in almost every way, and I will likely lose any long-standing alliances from both sides. I already have enemies, and I will gain more. I need to be able to handle them either politically or by other means if it comes to me. I will not chance failing by not being as prepared as I can be." Viktor shook his head. "You're Harry Potter," he snorted. "I bet lots of people will want to be your ally." "No," Harry disagreed. "People will only wish to be associated with me if I am in a position of strength and can prove my worth to them. As much as I couldn't give a toss about them, I will need some of them to an extent if I wish to be successful in my roles. Many great families have fallen from grace and faded into obscurity because their heads have been incompetent failures. I will not be responsible for the demise of 2 of them." Viktor nodded his understanding. "I get it," he murmured. "I just find it hard to see you pushing yourself so hard at times. As much as I appreciate your help, I do care about you, you little shit." "Thanks," Harry said dryly, punching the Bulgarian on the arm as he guffawed. Viktor scowled and rubbed his shoulder. "You should think about coming to the dueling hall sometime," he suggested. "It might help blow off some steam." Harry shrugged. It was something he had considered. He would need to be prepared for the fighting to come, and the dueling hall was as good a place as any to begin. As a 3rd year, he was allowed to attend now. "Does Barkus do it?" Viktor snorted. "He thinks he would like another go with you, but he's just all talk," he sighed. "You'd do well with some of the older students. I bet you'd give them a good fight." Harry nodded thoughtfully. Maybe it was something he should look into, or watch at least once to see if it was something worth investing his time in. Break. The impending meeting had been a long time coming. For the best part of the last 2 years, Albus had been in communication with Madame Maxime and Igor Karkaroff in a bid to rekindle the famed Triwizard Tournament, a venture that both seemed as eager as him to pursue. The head mistress of the prestigious French school arrived first via the flue, ducking low to avoid hitting her head on the stonework surrounding the fireplace. "Madame Maxime," Albus greeted her warmly. "It is wonderful to meet you at last." The large woman offered Albus a smile, and her hand, which he brushed his lips across the back of. "And you, Professor Dumbledore," she replied, her eyes shifting around his office interestedly. "Please take a seat," Albus urged. "Igor should be along shortly." Maxime hummed as she did so. She did not appear to be so keen on their colleague, but if the tournament was to go ahead, the three of them would need to find some common ground. As expected, Karkaroff did arrive only a moment after Madame Maxime was seated, and Albus welcomed him with a firm, yet hesitant, handshake. The last time he had laid eyes on the man had been at his trial for his activities as a Death Eater during Tom's Rise, so many years prior. He was not a pleasant man to look upon, his thick graying hair and beard neatly kept, but his eyes were what were difficult to trust. Although he seemed amiable enough on first impression, he did not cut a warm or friendly figure. "Dumbledore," he acknowledged Albus with all the caution one would expect from someone like Igor Karkaroff. "Madame Maxime," he added much more warmly. The woman gave Karkaroff a guarded smile, her own thoughts evidently similar to Albus's. "Shall we?" the hosting headmaster suggested. Both Karkaroff and Maxime nodded, and Albus took his seat behind his desk to get the highly anticipated meeting underway. "I believe we should begin by discussing the suggestions that both Barty and Ludo have put forward," Albus suggested, removing a roll of parchment he had received from the ministry representatives and creating a copy for his guests before handing each of them one. They read through them thoroughly for several minutes before Maxime nodded, followed by Karkaroff shortly after. "It makes sense," the latter mused aloud. "Is the age limit really necessary?" "For the first tournament at least," Maxime answered. "It would not do for someone not recognized as an adult to be severely injured or even killed." Karkaroff nodded somewhat reluctantly. "Then I have no disagreements with their suggestions." "Nor me," Maxime added. "Excellent," Albus declared. "Now, all that needs to be decided is when the tournament will be held and who will be hosting. I believe Beauxbatons had the honor last time." "We did," Maxime conceded, "and it was Durmstrang before that, so it is only fair that Hogwarts hosts the next." Karkaroff scowled, but offered no argument. "It is fair," he agreed unhappily. "Would it be too soon to hold it during the next school year?" Albus frowned thoughtfully whilst he scratched his beard, pondering the logistics of doing so. "I think we could manage it," he mused aloud. "It would take some effort from all of us, but I do not see why it needs to wait any longer." "Then let us do it," Karkaroff urged enthusiastically. "I see no reason to stand on ceremony." "Madame Maxime," Albus questioned. "I do not foresee any problems," she replied, "and I do have some promising students that will be eligible." Albus nodded. "I shall write to Barty with our proposal," he informed them as he removed an exceptionally good bottle of wine from within his desk and conjured 3 goblets. Having poured each of them a generous measure, he handed one to each of his guests before leaning back in his chair, surprised but pleased that the discussion had gone so smoothly. "To the tournament," he toasted. Maxime and Karkaroff echoed the sentiment, sealing it by drinking deeply from their cups. "I must say I am looking forward to the proceedings," the latter mused aloud. "If I were you, I would, however, prepare to be disappointed. My students will not be beaten." "Nor mine," Maxime returned challengingly. Albus chuckled. "Is this not what the competition is about?" he asked. "A healthy rivalry between our respective schools in honor of reforging the friendship that once existed between us." Maxime and Karkaroff nodded their agreement. "Why now?" the French woman asked curiously. You have been the headmaster for decades and haven't broached the subject until recently. It seems to be as good a time as any. Albus answered innocently. I would like our schools to share in a common interest, nothing more. Neither Maxime or Karkaroff seemed to be convinced by his explanation, but they didn't press the matter any further, and Albus decided to take advantage of the silence that fell between them. Igor, I wanted to inquire about Mr. Potter. I was close to both of his parents and have been wondering how he is doing. Karkaroff frowned suspiciously before taking another sip of his wine and placing it on the desk. Madame Maxime seemed to be curious too, and leaned forward slightly in her own chair. After a moment, Karkaroff nodded. When I first met the boy to show him around the school, I was concerned about his motivations for wanting to attend and had my reservations about allowing him to do so, he began thoughtfully. Well, he was registered at Hogwarts by his parents, Albus pointed out. I was very surprised when I received his letter declining his place here. I had thought he would come to Beauxbatons, Maxime broke in with a sigh. He seemed rather taken with the palace when he came for a tour with his aunt. Albus was not entirely surprised that Harry had visited the French school along the way. Karkaroff snorted. If you were disappointed that he did not choose Beauxbatons from the short meeting you had with him, I expect you will be even more so now. Is that so? Maxime replied with a quirked brow. Karkaroff nodded smugly. Like I said, I had both my concerns and reservations, but the boy has proven himself worthy, he said proudly. He is quite brilliant, and I do not believe he knows just how talented he is. I would go as far to say that if we were not implementing an age restriction for the tournament, the goblet would likely have chosen him above the others. Truly? Albus asked. Truly, Igor confirmed. He is leagues above his peers in most subjects, and even many of the older students. His work ethic is second to none, and he has a natural grasp of magic. By the end of this year or his fourth at the latest, he will be beyond our standard education. That is remarkable, Maxime commented, a hint of envy evident in her tone. It is, considering that the last student to grace our halls who proved to be so gifted was the one who found himself expelled. Grindelwald, Maxime questioned with a frown. Karkaroff chuckled. Indeed, I trawled through the records myself, and Mr. Potter is on par with him, even beyond in some of his subjects. The revelation surprised Albus. Gellert was perhaps the most talented wizard he had ever met. Well, despite what feelings the wizarding world has towards the man, there is no denying that he was an exceptional individual, Maxime offered reservedly. Albus and Igor nodded. Even though he can be a handful at times, Potter is doing well, Karkaroff declared. A handful, Albus pressed. A smirk tugged at Igor's lips. He does not take kindly to any attempting to assert themselves over him or his friends, he explained. There was an incident during his first year when an older pureblood student tried. It did not end well for him. As polite as Potter can be, there is a ruthlessness to him, and the other students respect him for it. Don't look like that, Albus, Igor sighed irritably as his expression fell. He's proven himself to be a strong leader. He even personally funds our crop of werewolf students, so they have a monthly supply of wolfsbane. He does. That must be quite expensive, Maxime pointed out. It is, Igor confirmed, but he has done it since his first year. Do not let his ruthlessness distract you from the fact that he is a decent human being. His closest friends come from all walks of life, from werewolves, vampires, and even a half-elf. I believe one of the boys he spends much of his time with was born to a hag. Albus hummed thoughtfully, experiencing a mixture of emotions, though he should have expected such a report. Harry was being raised by Cassiopeia and unknowingly guided by Gellert. The headmaster knew that he should be relieved that Harry was demonstrating such compassion towards the werewolves. Both Lily and James would be exceptionally proud of him. Thank you, he offered sincerely to Karkaroff, who merely nodded in response, having not allowed the opportunity to boast about one of his students to pass. Maybe we should lower the age limit, Maxime chuckled. I would be interested to see how truly you have spoken. Karkaroff shook his head. Even if we did, I have my doubts that Potter would be interested, he explained. The tournament is not his style. The only person he competes with is himself. From what I have seen of the boy, he would not relish the opportunity, and 1,000 galleons does not seem to be much gold for him. No, I don't suppose it would be, Maxime replied. Would he not wish to participate for the chance of glory? Igor snorted as he shook his head. I had my preconceived notions about him, but I feel no shame in admitting I was wrong. A boy of such fame, I expected him to be arrogant, egotistical, and with an overinflated sense of self-importance. All of my thoughts were proven false. Potter is not a glory hunter. He much prefers his own company for the most part, and he does not show off unnecessarily. No, I doubt there would be anything that would tempt him to submit his name, even if the age limit was lowered. Albus was pleased to hear it, and as he drained his cup of wine, he felt that his mind had been put at ease of most of the concerns he'd been harboring about Harry. One day, he would need all the talent he possesses, and Albus could relax more knowing that he finally had a measure of the boy from someone who had, albeit feeble, a reason to see the worst in Harry. Break. He had waited until the early hours before venturing from the cave he currently called home. The presence of the Dementors in the village below keeping him there for days at a time until he was desperate enough to scavenge for food once more. Tonight, however, was not about feeding. It was about righting the wrongs from over a decade ago. Even in his animagus form, the chill of the Dementors seeped into every fiber of his being, but Sirius's determination would not allow him to falter under the effects of his former guards. He needed to get to Wormtail to ensure that he brought no more harm to Harry than he already had. Having been unable to obtain the password to the tower, the fat lady in the portrait had been easily spooked with the knife he had managed to steal from the kitchen of the pub. It wasn't Sirius's preferred approach, but he had little other choice. Still, with her gone, he'd been able to open the portrait hole and make his way to the third-year boys' dormitory, the common room having been mercifully empty at this hour. With his previous antics, he knew that his time was limited, but at first glance, none of the slumbering boys within could be Harry. It was confusing, to say the least. With James and Lily having been Gryffindors, Sirius had not even considered the possibility that Harry would be placed elsewhere. He himself had bucked family tradition by not being sorted into Slytherin, so it was not beyond belief that Harry had done the same. But what house was he in? Sirius shook his head of those thoughts as he turned his attention to the bed containing the snoring redhead. Wormtail had somehow ingratiated himself with the Weasleys, and the boy he found himself looking upon had become an unwitting caregiver to the rat. "I know you're here, Peter," Sirius whispered, his grip tightening on the knife he held. "You know you cannot escape me." He took a step forward, only to be met by the sound of silence, and a pair of terrified eyes bulging at him in the moonlight. Before Sirius could gesture for him to remain silent, a blood-curdling scream rent the air, and the other boys began to stir immediately. Cursing under his breath, Sirius fled the way he had come, swiftly turning into the dog that had become his familiar form and bounding through the corridors of the castle before the rest of Gryffindor House became aware that he was present amongst them. Much to his relief, he met no other, and disappeared into the passage below the one-eyed witch, sealing it behind him as he did so. He had failed in his efforts tonight, but at the very least, he would be able to help himself to some of the goods in the Honeyjuke's basement. Not that any confection would ever taste as sweet as making Peter suffer for what he had done, but for now, that would merely remain a fantasy until Sirius could come up with another plan. Break. For the second time in the same night, Albus found himself playing host to a meeting in his office, though this one was not being held in the spirit of re-establishing forgotten friendships. No. This gathering was to discuss the concerning security breach that had taken place at the hands of Sirius Black. "I do not understand it," Minerva murmured confusedly. Even in the dark, no one could mistake Ronald Weasley for a Potter. Albus nodded his agreement. "Black is out of his mind," Severus declared. He has no clue what Potter looks like. Weasley said that Black was walking towards him, and that it wasn't so dark in the room, Phileas pointed out. Albus hummed. It was a foolish risk to take, he mused aloud, especially as he is certainly lacking communication if he believes that Harry is even here. So what was he doing? Pomona questioned. That was indeed the pertinent question. Sirius could be rather rash and reckless in his ways, but he was no fool. He would not have taken such a risk if he wasn't certain he would find what he was looking for. Perhaps there is more to this than we know, he sighed. What, he sees Weasley as an enemy, Severus snarked. Black's mind has been warped beyond reason by his years with the Dementors. He is undoubtedly convinced that Potter is here. Then maybe we should ensure he learns that he is not, Minerva suggested. We cannot risk him entering the castle again. We cannot, Albus agreed. I shall discuss the matter with Cassiopeia and see if she is amiable enough to allow the knowledge that Harry is studying at Durmstrang be made public. We could use the anniversary of James and Lily as a way to release the information in the Daily Prophet. I have no doubt that Sirius will be keeping abreast of the news. That could work, Remus agreed. But shouldn't we be more concerned that he is staying nearby and found a way to avoid being detected by the Dementors? Albus nodded. I will advise Cornelius that a search of the village and surrounding areas should be carried out, he assured the gathered professors. Have you found a replacement guardian for the tower? Minerva's nostrils flared. Only one was brave enough to take on the task, she replied unhappily. Sir Cadogan will fill in for the time being. Albus's mustache twitched in amusement at the mention of the rather rambunctious painting. He would be problematic, but his bravery could not be questioned. A suitable replacement, the headmaster declared, and I will look to add further security to the tower. For now, it is safe to say that Sirius has not hung around. When Hagrid has finished his search of the forest, I will lift the lockdown measures, and we will cancel all lessons for tomorrow, if there is nothing else. The staff took the hint of dismissal and began to file out, though Albus gestured for Remus to remain behind. The man was pale, and the full moon was still a fortnight away. Is there anything else you can tell me that I may be missing? Albus asked the werewolf. Remus hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No, he answered. I will check what passages I know of one last time. Albus nodded gratefully, and Remus took his leave of the office. He knew more than he was letting on. Albus didn't believe he was assisting Sirius in any way, but he was withholding vital information that would assist in his childhood friend being captured. What that was, Albus knew not, but he was disappointed to say the least that Remus still showed some loyalty to Sirius, who had shown none to his friends. Albus released a deep sigh as he shook his head. Was it truly so simple? Sirius had always been so fiercely loyal to James and Lily, and there was nothing that Albus could think of that would have changed that. So what had happened? The headmaster couldn't help but think that it wasn't only Remus's unwillingness to share what he knew that was dirtying what he had for so long believed to be a clear pool of knowledge and events. No, there was much more to it than he had first thought, and Albus was determined to get to the bottom of it, no matter the outcome. Break. Do you think this is a good idea? Lucinda asked as the group made their way towards the dueling hall for the first time since they had arrived at Durmstrang. You know there will be people who want to challenge you. Harry frowned questioningly at the girl who tutted. You're Harry Potter, she gushed mockingly. Most of them will want to beat you just because of the Voldemort thing, and even more because of your reputation here. Don't you realize how big of a thing to brag about it would be? My reputation, Harry asked. The vampire shook her head and looked towards the others for support. You really don't know what people think about you, Kane huffed. I don't pay attention to that stuff, Harry replied with a shrug. Well, you probably should, Summerby chimed in, especially since you're walking into a place where you can be challenged. I might be tempted to do it myself, she added with a grin. Harry merely nodded and continued on his way, his fingers twitching towards his wand in anticipation. He wanted to believe that his friends were exaggerating, but he could not dismiss their concerns so easily. Not when they paid much more attention to the talk and gossip of the school than he did. If there were people who truly wished to duel him, then the consequences of that eagerness would be theirs to deal with. They may believe that a victory over him would boost their status in some way, but Harry was not here to swell his own ego. One day, and it could be much sooner than he wished, he would find himself faced with enemies that would wish him dead, and he had been preparing accordingly for that eventuality. As such, he was not particularly concerned with other school children. He had come a very long way in the couple of years he had been here, and so much further throughout his entire life than they would be ready for. Dueling, as it turned out, was indeed a popular pastime at Durmstrang, with at least a few hundred students packing the hall dedicated to the art, and almost every member of staff that worked here in attendance too. None paid the group any mind as they entered and mingled with the crowd who were watching an ongoing contest between two of the older students. A girl with tanned skin and dark hair pulled into a high braid was defending herself well from one of the boys of Barkis's group, whose approach seemed to consist of overwhelming his opponent with volume. To Harry, it became immediately clear who would win this bout, and as expected, only a moment later the girl retaliated, and the boy was sent tumbling from the platform. "Winner, Zabini," one of the professors declared. "Who is next to make a challenge?" A seventh-year boy stepped onto the platform and took his position, his eyes scanning the crowd until they fell on to one of his peers. "Porta," he declared. A tall, gangly boy emerged from the far end of the room, grinning from ear to ear as he took his place opposite his opponent, and the duel began shortly after. Porta was a crafty combatant, nimbly avoiding curses and not wasting energy by shielding, laughing as he danced between the curses sent his way. "Your presence has been noted," Lucinda warned Harry quietly, nodding towards the group where Barkis and his usual lackeys were standing. "They're not that stupid, are they?" Kane snorted. Lucinda rolled her eyes. "Of course they are," she snorted. Harry continued to watch then as they seemingly decided who would be the one to challenge him, and as Porta dispatched of his foe, one of them stepped up before the professor had even bid any to do so. "Potter," he said immediately. Harry merely shrugged his robes off as he flicked his wand into his hand and stepped onto the platform. Aliv was large for his age, with eyebrows thicker than Krum's. The Bulgarian was here too, and had not noticed Harry's arrival, but offered him an encouraging nod as his Russian opponent sent forth his opening salvo. To Harry, the older boy's spell work was slow and sloppy, and he simply stepped through a gap in them to avoid the attack. Aliv growled and fired another plethora of spells, some of which would leave Harry in a rather bad state if they were to land. Flaring his nostrils angrily at the attempted slight, Harry offered his rebuttal, his wand work faster, more precise, and more fluid than his opponent's, who screamed in agony as he thudded to the ground, clutching a broken arm as the wound where his ear used to be bled freely. It wouldn't be a permanent injury, but would leave the boy with a scar as a reminder of what Harry had done to him. "Winner, Potter," the professor announced, seemingly impressed by his performance. Before Harry could step off of the platform, however, another of Barkis's friends replaced Aliv, who was being helped out of the room and likely to the medical bay. "Not so fast, Potter," Gruber called. He was from Bremen, and from quite a prominent German family himself. Not as respected as Barkis's, but still from a well-thought-of line. Harry released a sigh as the boy drew his wand. He was a 6th year, and rather gifted in transfiguration, from the little Harry knew of him. "Fine," Harry agreed. It wasn't as though Aliv had been much of a challenge, after all. As expected, Gruber did indeed employ transfiguration as his preferred approach, but his efforts were feeble compared to what Harry had expected from a 6th year. Elena was better than Gruber. At least when she had conjured an animal to attack him after one of his pranks, the chihuahua she'd sent could walk correctly and in a straight line. Gruber's wolves were out of proportion, clumsy, and burnt to ash from the balls of fire Harry defended himself with. Gruber looked to be surprised by the ease with which his creations were dispatched, but that did not deter him. Instead of wolves, a flock of ravens, a simpler conjuration was implemented, but with only a wave of his wand, Harry turned them on their caster. Gruber squealed as the birds began to peck at him, and whilst he was distracted with trying to fend them off, Harry sent his own beast at the boy. A wolf, this one much bigger and more vicious than Gruber's had been. The large canine bounded across the dueling platform, its paws pounding against the wood rhythmically before it lunged and pinned the German to the ground. Gruber could only whimper pathetically as the wolf bared its teeth, snarling and drooling only an inch from his face. "Winner, Potter," the professor declared once more. If Harry thought his victory would be enough to prevent any other from challenging him, he was sorely mistaken, and he found himself facing another of Barkis's cohorts, and then another. He defeated each of those that stepped onto the platform, racking up win after win, until Barkis had none left to fight for him. "Are you next?" Harry asked him, "or are you too cowardly?" Barkis only glared in response, but did not rise to the bait, storming from the room when the other students began to goad him. "I'll have a go," a voice declared. Harry frowned questioningly as the Zabini girl he had seen duel earlier in the evening took her place on the opposite side of the platform and offered him a respectful bow. He returned the gesture, and without preamble, the contest got underway. It was odd that she too seemed to be moving slower than he had expected, so much so that he could see her wand movements clearly, and quickly deduce what she was casting at him. For Harry, whenever Cassiopeia had been teaching him, it had been similar, but he thought she was simply holding back so that he could learn how to avoid the spells sent his way. Now, however, he was questioning why he felt so comfortable partaking in something so dangerous, why he was enjoying it so much, and why he was so seemingly good at it. He had, of course, practiced diligently for years, but he had never actually dueled anyone else other than Cassiopeia, so how was he so good? Or was it that those he faced were just terrible? No, he had seen Zabini duel, and her wand work was almost flawless, her movement graceful, and her choice of spells coming in many varieties. It was something he would need to ponder, but for the time being, he had another duel to complete. He watched closely as the older girl twirled around the platform on her toes, as she unleashed flurry after flurry of spells his way, offerings he avoided with apparent ease. Steadily, Zabini began to grow frustrated, and her form began to slip into something much less refined, and that was when Harry struck back. He baited her with a bludgeoning curse that she sidestepped, only for her eyes to widen as she realized her error. In her effort to avoid the first, she found herself in the path of a throttling curse that Cassie had took no small amount of pleasure in teaching Harry. Zabini attempted to counter it several times before she fell to her knees, her wand clattering to the floor as her face purpled. With her disarmed, Harry undid the spell and helped the spluttering girl to her feet. Zabini took several breaths as she trembled from the shock, but offered Harry a weak smile. "Not bad, Potter," she wheezed, patting him on the shoulder. "Now help me," she commanded, leaning her weight on his arm. Harry did so, escorting her off the platform and to her waiting friends who were eyeing him curiously, many evidently surprised by the outcome of the duel. "I'll get you next time," Zabini choked as Harry retreated. He turned to face the girl, who was now grinning challengingly at him, her eyes full of determination. "Maybe," he agreed with a shrug. "Maybe I'll get you again." Zabini raised a delicate brow in his direction before she laughed. "Well, then we both have something to look forward to." Harry shook his head amusedly as he returned to his own group of friends. "What?" he asked as they stared at him wordlessly. "Where did you learn to fight like that?" Kane asked. "I thought what you did to Barkis before was something, but this." He broke off as he looked towards the others. "You must have had specialist training," Bruno declared. "And had his wand since before he could walk," Lucinda snorted. The others nodded their agreement, and Harry chuckled to himself. I got my wand when I was 11, just like the rest of you, he assured them. Is this what you do when you disappear for hours at a time? Anna asked. Sometimes, Harry replied with a shrug. I practice magic, but this was the first time I've dueled with anyone other than my aunt. Really? Kane questioned disbelievingly. It looked like you've been doing it for years. Shit, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. You move so quickly. I couldn't even see what you were casting because the spells came so fast. It even looked quick to me, Lucinda added. I can move fast, but that was something else. She could too. Despite the amount of physical training Harry did, Lucinda could catch him in a matter of seconds without fail. Maybe I'm just a natural at it, Harry offered. You can say that again, Kane snorted. Come on, we can discuss the marvel that is Harry Potter later, Lucinda sighed as she led them from the dueling hall. It's getting late, and Summerby here is unbearable if she hasn't slept enough. I am not, the blonde protested. You're worse than my mother, and she's a hag, Bruno quipped. The others laughed, and Harry joined in, though his mind was focused on what had transpired whilst he was dueling. To him, it was something else that he would need to look into for an explanation. He may well merely be a natural duelist, but something told him there was more to it than simple talent. His thoughts shifted to his Parseltongue gift, and he could not help but wonder if his dueling ability was something else he had somehow inherited from Voldemort. Maybe he would need to discuss it with Cassie if he could not discover an answer for himself. Break. The Fall of the Dark Lord, 12 Years On. By Rita Skeeter. In the midst of the fear and anxiety of the escape of the notorious Sirius Black, we as a nation seem to have forgotten that another year has passed since you-know-who was defeated. So what has changed? Nothing has changed, a ministry source who wishes to remain anonymous believes. There is still the same bigotry from the purebloods, and less opportunities and rights for us who were not born to one of those families. It's just not so openly spoken of now, but it is still the same. The crimes of those that claim to be under the Imperious curse have all been forgiven, and they still remain on the Wisengamot. Where is the justice for the dead? Several others I spoke with who also wished for their identities to be omitted echoed the same sentiment, and no member of our governing body were willing to discuss the statement when I approached them with it. One man, however, none other than the chief warlock, Albus Dumbledore, did consent to sharing a few words with me when I asked him about the fall of the Dark Lord. They were difficult days, and ones that I'm sure all are relieved to see the back of. Now is not the time to reopen old wounds, but to allow them to heal. When asked about the status of Sirius Black, Dumbledore had this to say. The Ministry of Magic is doing all that it can to ensure Black is recaptured as quickly as possible. It is only a matter of time before that happens. Does the Ministry believe that he is targeting Harry Potter? I would not hazard a guess at Black's motivation for escape, but finding Mr. Potter would be quite the task in itself. The boy has not been seen in public since before Halloween of 1981. Potter's absence from the public eye caused quite the stir when he did not arrive to attend Hogwarts, when he was expected to a little over 2 years ago. Leading me to conclude with a final question for our revered headmaster. Is Harry Potter alive and well? I can assure you that he is healthy and thriving, but that is all I will say on the matter. Sirius allowed the newspaper to fall from his grip as he read the final words from Dumbledore, breathing a sigh of relief, but finding himself equally confused. If Harry was not at Hogwarts, where was he? That was something he could not answer, but what he did know now was that getting to Peter was no longer so urgent. Wherever Harry was, he was not in danger from the rat, and that gave Sirius time to prepare properly before he made another attempt. Still, knowing that Harry was safe made him feel considerably more relaxed, and relieved him of the burden of his biggest concern. For the first time since he had escaped Azkaban, Sirius had the time to think with clarity, but as things were, he was too tired and his mind still too muddled to do so. Yawning, he added a few more logs to the fire to keep him warm whilst he slept, something that came easier to him this night than any other in the past 12 years. Peter may still be at large, but Harry was safe, and that was all that Sirius was focused on. Chapter 14. A look towards the moon, January 1994. It was a breathless Harry that pushed himself to his feet, wincing as the aches and pains he'd accumulated since returning home for the Christmas holidays made themselves known. Cassie, too, was breathless, and she nodded approvingly at his efforts. Nonetheless, she had beaten Harry soundly during every one of their dozens of bouts over the festive period, her skill with her wand not having waned over the many decades she had lived. "You're getting better," she praised. "You are far beyond your years in terms of skill and ability. You should be very proud." "I still can't beat you," Harry pointed out. "The day you do, you will no longer need me to protect you, Harry," Cassie replied sadly. The thought of such a thing was a maudlin one. Harry, no matter how skilled he became, would always have need of the woman in his life. It had always been just them against the world, and there was nothing that would change how much he relied on her. "Well, that day isn't today," he chuckled, "and I don't think it will come soon." Cassie offered him a smile as she cupped his cheek. "It will come sooner than you believe," she replied. "Now, do you have everything ready for the trip back tomorrow?" Harry nodded. He had packed earlier in the day, so that he wouldn't have to lose out on any time with Cassie in the evening. "Good," the woman declared. "Let's have dinner." Harry joined her at the table, where Elgar served them a hearty beef stew and freshly baked bread. Neither hesitated to tuck into the meal, and whilst they did so, Harry pondered what the rest of the school year would entail. The lead up towards the winter break had been spent studying deeper into his chosen subjects, something he was enjoying immensely despite the increase in homework. When he was not in class or pursuing his own ventures around the many hidden rooms throughout the school, he often found himself in the dueling hall, watching, and inevitably being challenged by the other students. Already, he had carved himself quite the reputation, and even Headmaster Karkaroff had come to see him duel. The man had been impressed, having witnessed Harry defeating older students. Some he had combated several times now, and new faces who wished to test themselves against him. Zabini never failed to challenge him, and though she had yet to beat Harry, she fared much better against him the more they dueled, something else Harry was looking forward to resuming. Although he won, he still learned much from the older girl, and the older students who were surprised at how adept in the art he was proving to be. Other than Cassie, however, it was Viktor that proved to be his toughest challenge. Many believed him to be only talented in Quidditch, but he had shown otherwise that he was no slouch with his wand. The duels between him and Harry never failed to elicit a wave of anticipation amongst the others, and though Harry had emerged victorious during their 3 bouts thus far, all of them had been closely contested. Regardless of his success, Harry still found it strange just how he had become as good as he was almost immediately. Of course, he had improved over the months he had actively been taking part in duels, but he was still convinced there was more to it. It was as though the entire art was familiar to him, that he had an ingrained, instinctual grasp on it that he simply could not explain. Perhaps he was merely a gifted fighter, or he had indeed somehow inherited some of Voldemort's own ability the night the man had attempted to murder him. There was no doubt that he had obtained his ability with Parseltongue, so was it truly beyond the realm of belief that other things could have found their way to him? It was something that Harry knew he couldn't answer for himself, and he had his doubts that any other could come further than establishing a theory. What had happened to him was an unprecedented occurrence, so the fallout of it could not possibly be known with complete certainty. To avoid inducing a headache from pondering the matter, he instead released a deep breath. "Did you write to Pansy?" Cassiopeia asked, offering Harry a much-needed reprieve from his own thoughts. "I did," he confirmed. "She enjoyed her time with her grandmother, but Lord Parkinson doesn't believe she has much time left. If she is still around for the summer, they will be visiting again." Cassie offered Harry a sympathetic smile. "You miss her?" Harry shrugged. "I do, but we will have time to catch up eventually," he replied. "Things happen, and they get in the way of other things. We still write regularly, so that's all that matters for now." Cassie nodded as she pushed her empty bowl away. "Have you been keeping up to date with the news?" Harry's expression darkened, knowing immediately whom the woman was referring to. "I'm surprised he hasn't been captured yet," he muttered irritably. "As am I," Cassie agreed. "I have all the houses being watched, so if he does turn up, I will know about it." Harry nodded. "Is it bad that there's a part of me that don't want him to be captured?" he asked. "Is it wrong that I want to be the one to find him?" "No, it isn't," Cassie assured him. "It's understandable that you would with what he did, but I expect I will find him long before you are in a position to begin your own search. I will ensure he pays for what he has done." Harry nodded gratefully. As much as he did wish to be the one to find Sirius, killing him would be a very poor way for his reputation to be cemented as the future head of House Black. There would likely be the lords and ladies that understood, but it would still be a permanent stain on his character that could create problems in the future. "Why don't you go for a fly to clear your head?" Cassie suggested. "It won't do you any good dwelling on things you have no control over." "I think I will," Harry decided as he stood, wrapping his arms briefly around the woman before placing a kiss on her cheek. "Thanks, Cassie, for everything." The woman smiled once more, and as Harry took his leave of the room to fetch the firebolt she had bought him for Christmas, he let go of the darker feelings he was harboring, something that only the prospect of a good flight could truly manage. Break. Despite the lingering exhaustion from his latest transformation, Remus had insisted that he return to teaching when the school year resumed, and as such, he found himself stood before his fifth-year class consisting of Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Having set them to task, he took a moment to lean against his desk so that he could catch his breath. The days leading up to the full moon had always left him feeling rather unwell, and the few that followed were perhaps worse than those, but recently they had only become more so. He suspected that his emotional state was the catalyst for the unwelcome changes he was experiencing, but he was doing his best to take them in his stride. For 12 years, he had done all he could to ignore the sting of betrayal he had felt, ignore that the man he had considered to be one of his few and closest friends had done what he had. Remus had often questioned just why Sirius had turned on them, on James, Lily, and Harry, but nothing he could begin to comprehend made any sense to the werewolf. Sirius had been the most vocal against Voldemort, had been the most eager to fight against the man and those that had chosen to follow him, so what had changed? Remus had no answer. In the year leading up to Voldemort's downfall, he had not seen James and Lily, who had gone into hiding, nor had he spent much time with Sirius. Anything could have happened in those intervening months, and something evidently had. With a gentle sigh, he shook his head of the thoughts that had plagued him for so long and shifted his attention back to his students, frowning suspiciously as he watched the Weasley twins who had their heads together, looking down on something they were concealing below their desk. Although Fred and George had not often caused mischief in his class, he had been warned about them by every member of staff in the castle, and Remus had learned that when they were quiet, as they were now, they were likely up to no good. So not to draw attention to himself, he casually made his rounds of the classroom, offering advice to the other students who were completing their work. When the redheads noticed him drawing closer, they hurriedly finished what they were doing and looked up, offering Remus a pair of equally unconvincing, but seemingly innocent smiles. The werewolf raised an eyebrow at the duo, as he caught one of them attempting to conceal something within his robes. "Hand it over," he sighed. For the briefest of moments, he thought the boy would refuse, but with an unconcerned shrug, he relented, placing an old piece of parchment in Remus's hand. It took every last part of his self-control to not react when he realized what it was he held. "What is this?" he asked the twins. "Just an old piece of parchment, Professor," one of the boys answered. "Is that so?" the werewolf asked amusedly. "Well, as it seems to be such a distraction for you both, I think I will hold on to it for the time being." "Suit yourself, Professor," the other responded, and without another word on the matter, they finally settled down to work. Remus shot them a final questioning look before returning to his desk and pocketing the piece of confiscated parchment. The twins knew exactly what it was they had, and though they had appeared to be casually dismissive of Remus taking it from them, he had not missed the hint of panic both displayed. How they had come into possession of the map, Remus knew not, but what was more concerning was just how they had managed to figure out how it worked. The Marauders map had taken the best part of 3 years to complete and perfect, and was nothing short of a magical marvel. Although Remus had been heavily involved in its creation, he still did not understand how they had managed to make it work as well as it did. It was a mixture of purposeful charms and many unintentional outcomes from the combined effort of him, James, and Sirius. Until it had been confiscated during their 6th year by Mr. Filch. It was one of the few times that they had been truly furious with Wormtail for being so careless, and neither of the group had seen the map again since. They had assumed that it had been destroyed, but Remus now held the proof that it somehow still existed. The thought brought a melancholic smile to his lips. "Professor, I think that the lesson is over," Angelina Johnson called. Remus's gaze shifted towards the clock, and he nodded. "Of course, be on your way," he allowed. The students packed their things and took their leave of the room, leaving only 2 of their peers behind. "Professor, our parchment," one of the twins reminded. Remus removed the map from his pocket and stared at it for a moment before shifting his attention to the waiting boys, narrowing his eyes at them. "I think I will hold on to it," he declared. "We can't have you distracted by such a frivolous thing, can we?" The twins shared a worried look with one another, but quickly realized the situation was out of their hands. "Of course, Professor," one of them eventually responded, "but we would like it back. It has sentimental value to us." "It was the first piece of parchment we brought before coming to Hogwarts," the other explained. "It may seem stupid, but things like this mean something to us." "Then I will be sure to take care of it," Remus assured them. "Now off you go." Reluctantly, they did so, evidently safe in their assumption that Remus did not know just what it was he held. And with a free period from teaching, the werewolf locked the door to his classroom. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he murmured, tapping the seemingly inane piece of parchment with his wand. For the first time in as long as he could remember, a genuine smile graced his lips as the ink welcoming him to the wonder that was the Marauder's map danced across the surface, and Remus ran the tips of his fingers across it reverently. Despite the bittersweet feeling of having it returned to him, he chuckled as he watched the many dots of all within the castle going about their day, though he frowned as he caught the briefest glance of one that should not be there. "Wormtail," he whispered, as the one labeled Peter Pettigrew vanished beyond the boundary of the school grounds. Remus continued to stare at the spot in disbelief for several moments before shaking his head. No, Peter was dead. Sirius had seen to that more than a decade ago. Perhaps the magic of the map was fading, or it simply was not as perfect as the Marauders had believed. Still, why that very name, and not one of the hundreds of others that had passed through the castle since it had been created? Remus felt a weight of dread settle into his stomach, and although he hoped the map was merely malfunctioning, he could not shake the feeling that something was horribly amiss. Break. The hot spring that Viktor had introduced him to had quickly become Harry's favorite place at Durmstrang. No matter what Olafsson put them through during their rigorous training sessions, the water always washed away any signs of soreness from his aching muscles and bones. "Do you think there is magic here?" Harry asked the Bulgarian curiously. Viktor merely shrugged in response, and Harry frowned. "What's up with you?" he pressed. "You've not been yourself since we came back." Viktor deflated. "How do you cope with it?" he asked. "The fame." "I don't," Harry snorted. "Outside of Britain, no one would be able to pick my face out of crowd. At home, it will be different because I look just like my dad. I'll have to deal with it one day." Viktor nodded his understanding. "I tried to go Christmas shopping for my family and didn't have a moment of peace," he explained. There were journalists everywhere, watching everything I did. That's the price for being the best seeker in the world, Harry pointed out. You might not like it, you miserable git, but there's not a person in the world that doesn't know who you are. Your mug has been plastered across the world media for months now. Not the best in the world, Viktor denied, a slight grin of amusement tugging at his lips. One day I will be. Harry shook his head. There is not a single seeker I have seen that would stand a chance against you, he said honestly. If Bulgaria doesn't win the World Cup, it won't be because of you. His words seemed to touch the other boy, who nodded appreciatively. Thanks, Harry, he replied, patting him on the shoulder. Don't get all sentimental on me, Harry grumbled, and don't even think about letting your head swell. You're the best because you worked hard for it. You'd better not get any ideas about slacking. I'll slap you silly if you miss even a day out here. Viktor chuckled as he held up a hand. I wouldn't leave you alone with him, he promised, jerking a thumb in the direction that Olafsson had left in only moments prior. Good, because I'm not beyond making your life a misery if you give me a reason to, Harry warned. Quidditch superstar or not, you're still the same prat who roped me into helping him with his training. Viktor grinned triumphantly as he ruffled Harry's hair. It worked, didn't it? Harry hummed as he pushed Viktor's hand away. Piss off, he muttered. Viktor laughed heartily. If only the world could see us now, he sighed. Harry Potter and Viktor Krum sharing a hot bath together. Could you imagine the scandal? Harry snorted amusedly. Don't talk it up. There could be one of your journalist friends watching us. Viktor scowled at the thought. They are not my friends, he denied. I don't have many of those left. You're the most popular student here, Harry pointed out incredulously. Yes, but most of them only wanted to spend time with me when they saw how good at Quidditch I was, Viktor explained. My family is pureblood, but not rich. That means everything here unless you have something else to offer. I have Quidditch, and they came flocking to me. I would be at the bottom of the pile if it wasn't for that. Well, that's for you to figure out, Harry replied. For what it's worth, I still think you're a prat and still would without Quidditch. Thanks, Viktor returned dryly, but once more Harry could see the words meant something to him. Come on. If we don't get back, they'll send a search party for us, and then the media will find out about this. Viktor grimaced at the thought as he pushed himself out of the pool, before drying himself off with a wave of his wand. Harry followed suit, and the two of them made their way back into the school, parting ways in the entrance hall to prepare for the day ahead. It was still early yet, but Lucinda was already in the common room when he entered, her hair still wet from the shower she had evidently taken. Do vampires need to wash? Harry asked curiously. The girl raised an eyebrow in his direction. What a stupid question, she mumbled to herself. I could forgo showering if you like. I'm sure my natural scent will be most appealing. Well, I don't expect you would smell like garlic at least, Harry quipped. Lucinda's nostrils flared. So, it's going to be one of those days, is it? I have no idea what you mean, Harry replied innocently as he took a seat next to her. Lucinda simply glared at him, and Harry busied himself by retrieving the books he would need from his trunk, doing his best not to wilt under her gaze. The girl was rather intimidating when she wanted to be, though she was distracted by Kane as he entered the common room, the werewolf too offering Harry a look of displeasure. It's still there, he growled, pointing to the ginger fuzz resting above his top lip. I can see that, Harry replied. I could always have another go at removing it. No, Kane snapped. You and your wand can stay away from me, Harry. Fair enough, Harry chuckled. It's not funny, Kane huffed. What if it never goes? It's not permanent, Harry insisted. It will go soon, I think. Kane cursed under his breath and folded his arms petulantly. The mustache he was sporting was an experiment of Harry's that had gone awry. He had been working on some rather complex transfigurations that would change someone's appearance. Unwilling to try it on himself, a sleeping Kane had become his unwitting volunteer, and the red facial hair had been the result. It had been a week now, and it remained as prominent as ever. Even the healer in the medical bay was reluctant to try revering the magic when her first efforts had only resulted in the color becoming brighter. Her advice had been to wait for it to fade by itself. Harry suspected that he could remove the hair if given the chance, but Kane was reluctant to allow him to do so. As a result, he was left to play the waiting game and was growing more irritable with the addition the more days that passed. "Breakfast time," Elinor declared brightly as she entered the room with the rest of the group in tow. She was always in an overly enthusiastic mood, something that Harry found he appreciated with the constant presence of temperamental creatures around them. Even Anna, who was quite happy for the most part, had her off days and could be quite short with them, especially when she was completing homework or studying for exams. It was understandable. Harry, too, had not been the best company recently, but regardless of their shifting moods, they all understood one another. Still, despite often having to navigate his friends' base tendencies, it didn't stop Harry from having fun with them. "Blood pop," he offered to Lucinda as they made their way towards the main hall. "Since when do you eat them?" she asked suspiciously. "I don't," Harry replied. "I got them for you. I thought they might help if I find myself on your bad side." The vampire frowned at him, but accepted the treat nonetheless and placed it in her mouth, her pupils dilating joyfully as she did so. "Ah, so it will work," Harry murmured. "Don't push your luck, Potter," Lucinda warned. "Would I do that?" Lucinda removed the confection from her mouth and allowed some red liquid to trickle over her lips. "You wouldn't if you knew what was good for you." "Duly noted," Harry acknowledged. "Are you still working on the Patronus charm?" Lucinda asked. Harry nodded, but didn't comment further. With Sirius having broken free from Azkaban and the news that the Dementors were stationed around Hogwarts looking for him, Harry had remembered that the creatures had once allied themselves with Voldemort and may well do again in the future. Through all of his research and inquiring about them with Professor Sidorova, the charm seemed to be the best defense against them, though it was a notoriously difficult spell to master. Nonetheless, Harry had time to do so, and it was something he had included in his daily practices. Thus far, he hadn't managed to produce anything other than a weak shield that would likely have no effect on a Dementor that was bearing down on him, but it was a start, and something he would continue to build upon. Break. It was with a pounding head that Remus awoke on the hard floor of what had once again become familiar surroundings after a transformation. The shrieking shack evoked many memories of happier times within the man, but those times had certainly passed. Still, there was a thread of hope within him that when he turned, he would find his 3 childhood friends there with him, the trio having spent the night in their animagus forms to make his monthly horror just that little more bearable. It wasn't to be, however. Instead, he was alone as he had been for over a decade now, weakened by his antics of the previous night, and shaking as he used the remains of a nearby table to help himself to his feet. There was a time that James and Sirius would do that before all, but carrying him into the castle and placing him in his bed where he could rest. Remus swallowed down the lump that formed whenever he pondered those days. Sirius, James, and Peter had been the best friends he could have hoped for, and now only one remained, the very same that had shown his true colors. With his breathing labored, and though he wished to rest more, Remus could no longer face being in the shack, and stumbled from the room, somehow descending into the tunnel below where he paused at the sight of a piece of parchment containing only one word scrawled across the front. Mooney. There was only one who would address him with the moniker he had been given during his formative years, and Remus felt a weight of dread hit his stomach, and his blood boil with rage. How dare he? How dare Sirius write to him after what he had done? Did he truly expect to be forgiven, or that Remus could ever understand any reason why that he could offer? With a growl, the werewolf tore the note from the wall, his jaw tightening at the thought of Sirius once more trespassing onto the school grounds. For a moment, he wanted nothing more than to either shred the letter as it was or hand it Dumbledore. Something, however, prevented him from doing so. Perhaps it was the somewhat sentimental mood he had woken in, or the deep-seated longing he felt for just a moment of what had been his best years. Remus couldn't be certain, but with a shaking hand, he opened the letter. Moony, I expect that you believe that it was me who betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort, and you would be right, but not in the way you think. However, I did not give him their location. My part in their betrayal was by showing trust in the wrong man and convincing James to show that same trust. Contrary to what you may know, James and Lily were living under the Fadelius charm, and it was Peter who was their secret keeper, not me as you would expect. It was my idea to use Peter. Voldemort and his followers knew that I was close to them, so I played the part of the decoy and went into hiding myself, as did Peter, or so I believed. He sold them out, Moony. You have to believe me. I would have given my life to keep them all safe, and when I learned what Peter had done, I went to look for him. He's not dead, Remus. I cornered the sniveling coward, and he declared that I had sold James and Lily out before he blew up that street. Before I knew it, the Aurors had arrested me, and I was in Azkaban. It wasn't until shortly before I escaped that I learned that Peter was still alive. Check the photo I have included, and you will see it is him. I'm begging you, Moony, to believe what I am saying. Look at the photo and get the rat, and you will know the truth. Padfoot. Remus read the letter several times to take in what had been said, not wanting to believe that what he had thought happened all those years ago had been a lie. However, when he looked at the photo that had been taken from the Daily Prophet back at the beginning of July, there was no denying that the rat sitting atop Ron Weasley's shoulder was indeed Peter. Remus had seen the boy turn into the creature dozens, if not hundreds of times. Could Sirius be telling the truth? Swallowing deeply, Remus shook his head. No, he didn't want to believe it. It had been Sirius who had betrayed James and Lily. Sirius who had left little Harry an orphan. Remus's breath hitched in his throat as he remembered what he had seen on the map only a few weeks prior, the name of the very man that Sirius had allegedly murdered in cold blood. It had to be a mistake, surely a coincidence. The map doesn't lie, he whispered to himself. Ever since it had come back into his possession, he had looked at it in his free time, just watching the dots as they moved about the school. Not once had anything else been amiss, but he hadn't spotted the dot belonging to Peter again either. Pocketing the letter, he made his way back towards the castle, and though he was feeling fatigued from his transformation, he was determined to get to the bottom of what had happened. As much as he did not wish to believe what Sirius had written, he could not dismiss it out of hand, whilst the evidence was beginning to stack in favor of what his former friend had said. One way or the other, he would learn the truth of what had happened, and if by some miracle Sirius had been framed, then Wizarding Britain owed him an apology, none more so than Remus, who had readily accepted what the media had assured the public had transpired. Break. June 1994. The remainder of the school year had passed Harry by in a blur. With the increased intensity of their lessons, his own pursuits, and continuing to assist Viktor, he had little time to himself, but he preferred to remain busy. It was the latter of the things he had committed to that was occupying his morning, and as had become a common sight, he and Viktor were flying around the Quidditch pitch, both seated atop a matching firebolt, not that the equally good brooms equated to a fair contest. Although Harry was vastly improving, Viktor's ability seemed to be limitless. Still, Harry was never one to shy away from a challenge, and he enjoyed being pushed to his physical limits by the other boy. For the most part, it was only the two of them that trained daily. They were sometimes joined by the other older students a few times a week, but as Viktor had predicted, Harry had quickly caught them up before surpassing them completely. It had taken the best part of 2 years of hard work, but he had made it, and more often than not, he would find himself facing off against the Bulgarian as the only one that presented something of a challenge to him. Despite the weather having become significantly milder having entered the early summer months, it never truly became warm in this part of the world, but both Harry and Viktor were sweating profusely from their efforts, nonetheless. They had been at it for close to an hour now, and already Harry had needed to prevent the older boy from catching the snitch 4 times. Regardless of his successes, it was only a matter of time before it would happen. Ready to give up, Harry, Viktor called as they passed one another. Up yours, Krum, Harry replied. The Bulgarian laughed heartily, and Harry stiffened as he spotted a glimmer of gold shoot by behind him. Without thought, he urged his broom forward, flattening himself against the shaft to build as much speed as he could. Viktor was on him only a moment later, but Harry's eyes never left the snitch as the two gave chase, the Bulgarian drawing level as the elusive ball shot vertically into the sky. Are you sure you want to do this? Viktor's voice sounded over the howling wind. Harry merely gritted his teeth in response as the snitch plunged back towards the ground. It was then that Harry realized just how high they had climbed in pursuit of it. But with the speed of the broom, the ground returned to them quickly as they remained side by side in a potentially deadly test of wills. Neither would relent, and as they both reached for the snitch, their brooms became entangled and Harry and Viktor crashed to the ground, sliding through the slush and grime before coming to a stop. Well, bollocks, Harry groaned, as he felt a sharp throbbing in his left arm. Even breathing was painful, and he coughed as he heard the sound of rushing footsteps. Viktor, he called. He received a groan in response. Are you dead? It was a pained laugh that answered him, and Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him knowing that his friend was okay, or as well as could be in the circumstances. That was bloody stupid, wasn't it? Harry snorted. That's Quidditch, Viktor wheezed from somewhere to his left. Harry chuckled, wincing as another stab of pain lanced through his ribs. Is it wrong that I found it fun? That just means you're as mad as me. Harry nodded as he attempted to sit up, managing it on his 3rd attempt, though his head was spinning and he felt nauseous. Get up, you lazy bastard, he huffed, spotting Viktor laying 6 feet away. The Bulgarian managed it as a rather irate Olafsson reached them. Stupid boys, he declared, his nostrils flared. Are you hurt? A few broken bones, maybe, Harry answered, grimacing from the pain in his arm. Viktor nodded as he pushed himself to his feet, his legs trembling, and blood flowing from a wound above his eyebrow. Nonetheless, he laughed as he helped Harry to his feet. Ow, watch my arm, Harry groaned. Viktor said nothing else, wide smile cresting his lips as he nodded towards Harry's uninjured right arm. Within his closed fist, 2 golden wings were beating against his hand. I caught it, he whispered. Looking up at Viktor, he thought the boy would be angry with him, but the smile remained, and he wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulder. You finally got one, he said proudly. Harry shook his head. I don't remember catching it. We both tried, Viktor reminded him, and you got there first. Well done. Does that mean we have to do it again? Viktor nodded as he wiped the blood out of his eye. Every day. Bloody hell, I don't think I can go through this every day. Viktor laughed, and Olafsson shook his head, eyeing Harry with something akin to respect. Come on, off to the medical bay with you both, he instructed, ushering them back towards the school. At least we will get a day off, Viktor said thoughtfully. I doubt it, Harry countered. They'll just bring our work to us. They will, Viktor agreed with a sigh. Still, it was worth it, wasn't it? You can tell the world you got the better of me. Harry frowned as he shook his head. Why would I do that? He asked. It doesn't change anything. We've trained together for 2 years now. It was bound to happen at some point. The other Seekers you play against don't have that benefit. True, Viktor conceded. Besides, who would believe it? The only witness was Olafsson, and he doesn't strike me as the type to speak to the media. Viktor laughed at the thought. The Icelander barely spoke to the other members of staff. So, it will only be us, and that monster who will know. Harry nodded. I don't see why anyone else needs to. Viktor said nothing else, but offered Harry an appreciative nod as they finally reached the school, both eager to have their wounds seen to by the healer. Break. It was an irritable Cornelius Fudge who had arrived with Walden Macnair at Hogwarts to oversee the execution of the beast that had injured Lucius's boy, who, by all accounts other than Draco's own, and his friends had deserved exactly what he had gotten. Nonetheless, Cornelius was not going to risk falling out with Lucius for the sake of a single hippogriff, and it wasn't as though the entire affair would not be forgotten about quickly. "That's it, is it?" he asked the executioner, nodding towards the large creature tied up in the pumpkin patch behind the hut belonging to the gamekeeper. Walden nodded, his thumb rubbing against the shaft of his axe in anticipation. "Then let us get this over with," Cornelius sighed, knocking smartly on the door. The man that answered it was enormous, and the minister swallowed nervously. If he chose to make this difficult, Cornelius doubted that even the combined efforts of himself and Walden would do little good. Perhaps he should have brought a few oars along. Clearing his throat, Cornelius stood as his full height before addressing the crying man. "Mr. Hagrid," he greeted him, "you know why we are here." Hagrid nodded. "He's in the back," he croaked. "I can't watch it." Cornelius breathed a sigh of relief. Intimidatingly large he may be, but the man was a coward. "There is the formality of the paperwork," the minister informed him. "You must sign the declaration." Cornelius removed the roll of parchment from within his robes, and the man stepped aside to allow them entry into what he considered to be his home. "Good gracious," Cornelius gasped as a large dog made their way towards them. "What is that?" "Fang, get back," Hagrid commanded, pulling the drooling creature away. "It's just Fang, my dog." Cornelius nodded as he placed the parchment on the table, though his breathing had become more labored. "I just need you to sign here confirming that we arrived at dusk and that the execution was carried out to the ministry's standard," he explained. With a trembling hand, Hagrid did so, followed by Cornelius, and then Walden, who was quickly becoming impatient with the affair. Tapping the parchment with his wand, the decree was sealed with the minister's own stamp, and Cornelius placed it back within his robes, scowling as a frantic knock sounded at the door. Before Hagrid could answer it, a shabbily dressed man barged in, having evidently ran from the castle. "Lupin, what are you doing here?" Hagrid demanded. "Sorry," the new arrival wheezed, "but there is something you have to see." Cornelius looked on in confusion as the man began rifling through one of the cupboards in the kitchen area before unleashing an exclamation of joy only to yelp as something squealed loudly. "No, you don't," Lupin growled, aiming a spell at a fleeing rat. The man was deranged, had undoubtedly taken leave of his senses, but as the spell collided with the scurrying creature, Cornelius looked on in shock as it began to shift and transformed into a man with a somewhat familiar face. "Pettigrew," the minister whispered. Before the rodent-like man could respond, Lupin had stunned him. "What are you doing?" Cornelius demanded to know. "It was him, Minister," Lupin hurriedly explained. "He was the one that sold the Potters out to Voldemort, and when Sirius Black went looking for him, he faked his death by blowing up the street and killing the Muggles." The man truly had lost all sense of logic, and Cornelius shook his head. He did not know how Pettigrew was alive, or why he had hidden for so long, but there had to be another explanation. "No," he denied, his gaze shifting towards Macnair. The man seemed to be positively alarmed by Pettigrew's appearance. "Minister, it is the truth," Lupin insisted. "Look at his hand, the only part of Pettigrew they found." "Was a finger," Cornelius whispered as he eyed the unconscious man. "He has been hiding from fear that people would discover the truth," Lupin sighed tiredly. "I didn't want to believe it either, but Black is innocent. He didn't kill Pettigrew or the Muggles. Pettigrew cast the spell that did it." Cornelius didn't know what to say. It was not often that something occurred that left him so speechless, yet here he was having to face what was shaping up to be quite the injustice. Crouch was of course to blame. He had been the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the time of Black's imprisonment. Still, this would not look good on the ministry, and Cornelius would need to find a way to mitigate the fallout. Already, his mind was working on a way for him to come out of this mess with his reputation intact. "Wake him up, I want a word with him," he instructed. "Walden, send for the Aurors." "Minister, I do not believe." "Do it," Cornelius snapped irritably. Without another word, Walden left the shack, and Lupin tied Pettigrew up in thick ropes before Cornelius tapped Pettigrew with his own wand. "Enervate," he murmured. The man's eyes fluttered open, and Cornelius glared at him. "Do you know who I am?" he questioned. Pettigrew nodded. "Good," Cornelius declared. "Are you or are you not Peter Pettigrew?" Another nod. "I have been told a most interesting story," Cornelius informed him. "It is my understanding that it was you who sold out the Potters. Is that correct?" Pettigrew began to shake fearfully. "You don't understand," he whimpered. "I didn't have a choice. He would have killed me." "Then you should have let HIM," Lupin roared furiously. Cornelius merely glared at the portly man before stunning him once more, taken aback by the sudden return of Walden, who had Lucius Malfoy in tow. "Is it true?" the blonde asked worriedly. "Where are the Aurors?" Cornelius questioned confusedly. Lucius did not reply, his wide eyes locked on the stout man bound in ropes on the ground. "I was in the village when I bumped into Walden," he explained smoothly. "He said that the minister needed assistance, so here I am." Cornelius nodded gratefully, and even Walden seemed to be more relaxed with Lucius here. "Indeed, we will need to get him to the ministry," Cornelius sighed. "What a mess this will create." "Do not worry, Minister. I will be pleased to help you navigate it," Lucius assured him. "At what cost?" Cornelius asked himself internally. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "Let us get on with it." "What about the hippogriff?" Walden questioned. "I think this is more important than a hippogriff, Macnair," Lucius responded. The executioner did not argue, and between them, they levitated Pettigrew from the hut. "We will return to carry out the execution," Cornelius informed, twirling his bowler in his hand nervously. "Your beast has had a lucky escape. It will live to see at least one more day." Hagrid merely nodded. "I'll be coming too," Lupin declared. His eyes narrowed towards Lucius and Walden suspiciously. "That will not be necessary," Cornelius said dismissively. "We are perfectly capable of—" "Minister." The trio that had remained in the shack hurried outside to find Walden and Lucius on the ground, with a bundle of ropes between them. "What happened?" Cornelius demanded. "He woke up," Lucius groaned. "He transformed into a rat and fled." "Idiots," Lupin growled, his eyes flashing a dangerous amber color. "Oh no," he gasped, his eyes shifting towards the night sky. With a scream of agony, the man collapsed to the ground and his body began shifting. Cornelius could only look on in horror as he transformed into a beast he had only heard the most horrific tales about. "He's a werewolf," he whispered in disbelief. "Get back inside," Hagrid roared, bodily throwing the minister back into the shack. Walden and Lucius joined him immediately and slammed the door behind them. "What's happening?" Cornelius asked, pushing himself to his feet as he approached the window. "Goodness me!" He and the two other men could only look on as Hagrid and the werewolf traded blows, yelps of pain and cries of agony renting the air. "He'll be killed," Cornelius whimpered. "Us too if we go out there," Walden pointed out. Cornelius nodded, wincing as the werewolf landed a savage blow on the enormous man who collapsed to the ground, his large overcoat torn across the chest. Pouncing, Lupin landed on his chest and attempted to maul Hagrid, who somehow still had some fight left in him. With one hand, he seized the werewolf by the throat to keep its teeth away, but Lupin continued to claw at the man, tearing pieces of flesh from his face and body. Just as he believed the fight would end in the death of the gamekeeper, another screech sounded, and another creature joined the fray, attacking Lupin with its own claws. The hippogriff had managed to break free to help its owner. Despite the viciousness the werewolf possessed, it fled into the nearby forest, unleashing a final howl as it did so. "Is he dead?" Cornelius asked, nodding towards the still form of Hagrid. The man had saved their lives, after all. "No, he's still moving," McNair whispered. Cornelius nodded in relief. "And here comes Albus," he groaned, noticing the man exiting the castle in the distance with what appeared to be the entire Hogwarts staff with him. "What do we tell him?" Walden asked. "The truth," Cornelius replied firmly. Lucius shook his head and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Minister, do you not think it would be best to forget what happened here tonight?" he questioned. "You can give Hagrid a silent commendation for his actions, and even let him keep his hippogriff. This could prove to be quite embarrassing for all involved if it were to get out." Cornelius nodded his understanding. "Perhaps you're right, Lucius," he conceded. Chapter 15, The Final. It was rather disconcerting how much Harry resembled Charles Potter as he paced back and forth, his expression thunderous and small bolts of lightning crackling at his fingertips. At only 14 years old, he already cut quite the intimidating figure, and Cassiopeia could only imagine how much more prominent that would become the older he grew. "Is that all Dumbledore had to say?" Harry asked. Cassiopeia nodded as she reflected on the conversation she had shared with the man. She too was feeling a mixture of confusion and anger, and she had ensured Dumbledore had known her feelings before they parted. Flashback. "You're telling me that the man that Sirius murdered is not dead?" Dumbledore nodded severely. "According to two people whom I trust implicitly, Pettigrew is very much alive," he confirmed. "He admitted that it was him that sold the Potters out to Voldemort. I believe that it was also him that murdered the Muggles." "So Sirius is innocent?" "It would seem so," Dumbledore sighed. Cassiopeia released a deep breath. "How did Pettigrew escape?" "In a most unfortunate incident," Dumbledore murmured sorrowfully. "Having been exposed to the minister, he sent the man who had accompanied him to fetch the Aurors. That man was suspected to be a follower of the Dark Lord, but nothing was ever proven. Instead of the Aurors, he returned with Lucius Malfoy. I have no doubt they took advantage of the situation and allowed Pettigrew to escape. And this, Lupin did nothing to prevent it." Dumbledore deflated. "Remus is a werewolf, and as luck that night would have it, it was a full moon," he explained. "He transformed in front of Cornelius, and Hagrid was forced to intervene. There was a violent confrontation in which he was severely injured, and Remus fled. Naturally, Cornelius believed it would be best for all involved that the entire incident was forgotten about, including the re-emergence of Peter Pettigrew." "Which means that Sirius is still wanted." Dumbledore nodded. "But still innocent," he pointed out. Cassiopeia snorted. "He is still a fool," she declared. "Why has Lupin or this Hagrid not pressed the matter?" "You know how the public perceives werewolves," Dumbledore reminded her, "and Hagrid's words, too, would fall on deaf ears. He is of a similar position to Remus." "A werewolf?" "Thankfully not," Albus denied. "No, his own blood prevented him from being contaminated with lycanthropy. He is a half-giant." Cassiopeia shook her head irritably. "So, there is nothing that can be done." "For the time being, I do not think so," Dumbledore murmured unhappily. "Remus's status was released to the media, and he has taken his leave of the castle of his own volition." "Lucius?" Dumbledore nodded. "He is a school governor, and he would not want his son to be educated by a werewolf." "What a mess," Cassiopeia muttered. "Harry will not take this well." "But he deserves to know the truth." "He does," Cassiopeia agreed. "I will speak with him, but I wouldn't expect him to jump for joy." "Thank you," Dumbledore replied gratefully. "What will you do about Sirius?" "I do not know," Cassiopeia answered uncertainly. "Despite what you have told me, his innocence has not been determined. Ultimately, it will be up to Harry what happens to him. As things stand, the world believes him a murderer, and he is wanted by the Ministry." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. "I will attempt to find him," he assured her. "Perhaps I will have more success than the Ministry. Then I hope you find him before I do, Cassiopeia snorted. He may be innocent, but he is still a fool. With that, she took her leave of the Hog's Head, before activating the portkey that would take her home, pondering all she had learned of what had transpired at Hogwarts. End flashback. Do you trust what Dumbledore told you? Harry asked. Cassie nodded. I don't see why he would lie. Harry hummed thoughtfully. So, Malfoy and McNair. You already know everything you will ever need to know about Malfoy, Cassie assured Harry. The McNair family are nothing. And this Pettigrew. I can only assume that he was a close friend of your father, Cassie answered with a shrug. He must have been if he was trusted to be your secret keeper. Was he, though? I don't know, Harry, but the fact that he is alive and has gone to such great lengths to conceal it is troubling. Harry nodded. I want the truth, all of it, he declared. If Sirius didn't give my parents up, then he has suffered a miscarriage of justice, and if Pettigrew really is as guilty as he appears, I will make the last moments of his life more miserable than he could ever imagine. Cassie felt herself filled with pride at his words. I will keep looking for Sirius. Good, Harry murmured. If he is guilty in any way, have him taken back to Azkaban and warn him if he escapes again. I will personally feed his soul to the Dementors. It was a cold approach, but it was a decision that only Harry had the right to make, and one Cassiopeia agreed with. Harry may not be able to be seen killing a member of the family he would be head of, but the other lords and ladies would expect a suitable punishment for Sirius's crimes. If, however, Sirius was indeed innocent, and it could be proved, they would equally expect Harry to see that his godfather was free, and that the Black family was suitably compensated for the slight against them, unintended or not. I will leave it with you for now, Harry decided. I need to let this all set in, and I still have the match to go to tomorrow for Viktor. The others will be joining you. Harry nodded. For this one, he confirmed, but they are still waiting for the visitors' visas from Britain for the final if Bulgaria wins tomorrow. They still haven't arrived. Harry shook his head. I don't think they will, he sighed. Britain is less tolerant than most other countries, and they're not likely to allow a werewolf, vampire, half-elf, and whatever Jonas is in if it can be avoided. Cassiopeia offered Harry a sad smile. Well, I hope it works out for them. Harry shrugged. If it doesn't, there is something else waiting that will make the trip worth it, even without the Quidditch. Why do I have a feeling that you're up to something, Harry? Cassie sighed. Because I am, Harry answered unashamedly. I'm rather interested in meeting Fudge, and it just so happens that the Bulgarian minister will be attending the final. Now, where do you think he will be sitting? With Fudge and likely Malfoy, Cassiopeia pointed out. Exactly, Harry replied with a mischievous smirk. And guess who is the Bulgarian minister's favorite person right now? I could get a seat with him rather easily. Cassie could only shake her head as Harry took his leave of the room. She had been encouraging him to prepare for his eventual interactions with the likes of Malfoy, but she had not expected him to seek it out so soon. Still, it would be in a favorable situation, and Malfoy would be compelled to behave in front of such an important foreign dignitary. Perhaps Harry was not acting as rashly as she had first thought. In a way, she felt sorry for Lucius. The man had no idea just what a menace Harry was. Break. Albus watched as Alastor emerged from the pensive and returned to his seat on the opposite side of the desk. Every other step he took echoing with a dull thud. I think it is proof enough, the exoror declared. Not that it will mean anything to the ministry, especially with Fudge now ignoring it. Why would he not seek the truth? Because acknowledging one truth will lead to others coming to light, Albus sighed. Truths that Cornelius will never be able to accept. Alastor frowned at him questioningly. Voldemort, Albus added simply. You believe he is alive? I know for certain that he is, Albus returned severely. I encountered him twice in the past 2 years. Alastor leaned back in his chair as he released a deep breath. I can only guess that he is in no state to be in the position he was before the night at the Potters. Indeed, Albus confirmed, but he is as resourceful as they come. It is only a matter of time. Bloody hell, Moody cursed unhappily. What of Lupin? Gone, Albus murmured. He is most upset by what happened. He visited Hagrid to offer his apologies, took his belongings, and left. I expect that he too will be looking for Sirius. Alastor grunted his agreement. Pettigrew. Nothing has been seen nor heard. Alastor nodded his understanding. I have no doubt that Malfoy and Macnair aided him, he deduced. Just imagine what Pettigrew would have revealed had he been arrested and fed Veritaserum. My thoughts reflect your own old friend, Albus replied. So, what do we do now? There is little that can be done. Pettigrew will return to the one person he believes can protect him, and Voldemort will have a loyal servant once more. Even someone as incompetent as Pettigrew will be of great help. I expect he will return sooner rather than later. That's why you want me here this year. Partly, Albus confirmed, but also because we will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament, and Durmstrang has consented to join in. Karkaroff, Moody growled. Albus nodded. He may no longer harbor loyalty to Voldemort, but I would be remiss in my duties if steps were not taken to ensure he remains civil and respectable. Then I will do it, Moody declared. I'll take the post, but for this year only. Thank you, Alastor, Albus returned gratefully. Don't thank me yet, Moody warned. I do not think your students will. I will work them harder than they have been worked before. I would expect nothing less, Albus chuckled. Now, would you come with me to visit Hagrid? He is still feeling rather put out, despite being awarded his Order of Merlin, 2nd class. Alastor nodded and stood. Albus led the man through the corridors of Hogwarts until they came to the hospital wing. Entering and spotting the enormous man in a bed that had been created to accommodate him, Alastor, a man who was no stranger to rather gruesome injuries, winced at the sight of the gamekeeper. His face was heavily scarred from his fight with the werewolf, some of the seemingly healed wounds still weeping slightly. Madame Pomfrey had been doing an admirable job caring for the man, but the injuries he'd sustained were not negligible, and Hagrid would carry the heavy scarring for the rest of his days. Still, he remained rather upbeat under the circumstances. Albus suspected he was merely happy that he had not contracted lycanthropy, nor did he seem to be suffering any significant side effects from his wounds. How are you today, Hagrid? Albus inquired. I'm all right, the man answered with a shrug. Just looking forward to getting back to work. Albus chuckled amusedly as he gestured to Alastor, who was still eyeing Hagrid thoughtfully. I'm sure you remember Alastor Moody. He will be joining us as the defense against the dark arts professor this year. Hagrid nodded. Remus left then. He did, Albus confirmed. We could not risk another incident, not after what happened to you or could have happened to the others. Hagrid scowled unhappily. They won't tell the truth about Black, will they? Albus shook his head. I'm afraid not, he sighed. The truth would be problematic for those who currently control what the truth is. It was no coincidence that Pettigrew was able to get away. Hagrid nodded his understanding. What about little Harry? Does he know? I suspect he does by now, Albus mused aloud. What he will do with that information, I can only speculate, but I expect he will use it to his advantage. Whatever happened to the lad? Alastor asked curiously. I've not heard any whispers of him being here. Because he isn't, Albus explained. He chose to be educated at Durmstrang. Alastor unleashed a bark of laughter. Oh, he'll learn a thing or two there, he declared, rubbing his gnarled hands together. Of that, I have no doubt, Albus murmured as he turned his attention back towards Hagrid. Worry not, I imagine everything will work out in the end. I certainly do not expect the silence on the matter will last. Break. It was the first time Harry had been in Britain since he had been a baby, and if he was honest with himself, there was no semblance of it feeling like his home. If anything, he felt like a foreign visitor. Still, he would only be here for a short stay. A single overnight visit, and then he would return to Greece for the remainder of his summer holiday. Nonetheless, he felt put out being here alone. All of his friends from school had received a letter only the previous day, denying them a visitor's visa to watch the World Cup final between Bulgaria and Ireland. He had expected such, but it certainly had not endeared his homeland to him. Despite this, Harry had decided to come to see Viktor play, and perhaps have a little fun of his own should the opportunity present itself. Purposely, he had allowed himself to be seen publicly around the stadium, and as he had believed, it hadn't taken long for the pointing and whispers to begin from those old enough to remember the look of the male Potters. Not that Harry had hung around long enough to be approached, but he had left those that had recognized him with no doubt as to who he was. Soon enough, the rumors of his presence would spread, and if Fudge hadn't already planned on inviting the Bulgarian minister to sit with him, he certainly would now. The man would be unable to resist being the first in Britain to be photographed with Harry. For those that lived through the war, it would be a strong political statement. The thought of offering Fudge any such favor sickened Harry, but sometimes sacrifices needed to be made towards a future goal. "You are very popular, Mr. Potter," Minister Popov murmured from his left, where they were surrounded by a contingency of white-robed aurors. Harry nodded in response, as they were shown into an empty box in the stadium. These were excellent seats, but they were not granted much time to enjoy them before they were intruded upon. "Minister Popov, Minister Fudge offers an invitation for you and your guest to join him in the top box." Popov replied in his native tongue, and Harry nodded. "What did he say?" the English auror questioned. "He said that he would be delighted." "I'd rather be left alone," Popov grumbled, releasing a deep sigh as they were led from the room. "Don't worry, Minister. I'm sure I will be providing you with additional entertainment. If you wish to enjoy it more, pretend you do not speak their language." Popov smirked as he nodded. "Viktor said I would not regret spending time with you, Mr. Potter." "Then I am glad to be of service." Popov chuckled, and Harry offered a smile to the scowling auror who eyed them unhappily. "Are you Potter?" he asked. "I am," Harry confirmed. The auror grunted dismissively, his gaze trailing over Harry critically. "Here we are," he declared only a moment later, showing Harry, Popov, and their group of aurors into an even larger box than the one they had originally been allocated. "Ah, Minister Popov," Fudge gushed, shaking the Bulgarian minister's hand enthusiastically. "It is so very nice to meet you." "His hands are sweating," Popov muttered. "Cowards tend to sweat." Popov nodded as he smiled. "The minister is pleased to make your acquaintance also," Harry replied to Fudge. The man froze, his eyes shifting towards Harry's scar. "Harry Potter," he greeted him in a whisper. "I'd heard rumors that you were here." "And of whom I am here with, I expect," Harry chuckled. Fudge nodded thoughtfully. "It is possible," he agreed. "May I introduce you to my other guests? Of course, we have Lucius Malfoy and his beautiful wife, Narcissa." Whatever beauty the Blackborn woman possessed was nullified by the sour expression she wore. Harry couldn't blame her, really. Anyone married to a Malfoy couldn't have a fulfilling life. Were it not for Harry knowing the truth of the man's character, Lucius Malfoy would cut quite the impressive figure. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and stood straight as he leaned on an intricately crafted cane. His blue eyes brimmed with cunning, but Harry once more reminded himself of what he knew. Malfoy was the very definition of the word coward. "Potter," the man greeted Harry quietly, narrowing his eyes at him. "Malfoy," Harry acknowledged in return. "Mrs. Malfoy," he added, emphasizing the name she now carried. Fudge watched the back and forth between them almost nervously, but the tension was broken by a chuckle from Popov. "He postures like a prized cock." "He does," Harry agreed. "The minister says he has heard of you and is pleased to make your acquaintance." Malfoy somehow stood taller from the recognition and offered Popov a shallow bow. "Tell him it is an honor to share this momentous occasion with him." "He's trying to kiss your arse now, minister," Harry spoke to his companion. "And doing a terrible job at it," Popov said airily. "The minister says that the honor is his," Harry translated with a smile. Malfoy lapped it up, and Fudge momentarily panicked and dropped his bowler hat before addressing the crowd and introducing the two teams. The stadium erupted as Viktor was announced, and Fudge grinned as though the masses were cheering for him. When the balls were released and the game had begun, Fudge took a seat and leaned back in it. "It is a shame that Draco isn't with us," he declared with a gentle frown. "I suppose it would have been nice for Harry here to have someone his own age to speak with." "Draco had already promised that he would sit with the Knots," Lucius explained. "As a Malfoy, it would have been rude to go back on his word." "Indeed," Fudge agreed. "Well, my friends were supposed to be here," Harry cut in. "The British ministry, however, denied them visitation visas." Fudge's frown deepened as he sat up. "That is unacceptable," he declared. "You should have written to me. I would have personally allowed them entry." Harry offered the man a bright smile. "It is nice to know that the minister here is not as prejudiced as everyone else I have met." "Prejudiced?" Fudge asked cautiously. Harry nodded. "My friends, well, one of them is a vampire." "A V-vampire," Fudge choked. "Another is half-elf," Harry continued. "Oh, and one of them, his mother, is a hag." "Half-breeds," Fudge scoffed, and Popov's own scowl deepened. "I can't forget the werewolf," Harry spoke once more. "But we already know you don't like them, don't we, Minister? No, you seem to favor rats instead." Both Fudge and Lucius looked at one another. "I do not think I understand," the former denied, and Harry chuckled darkly. "You know exactly what I mean," he countered. "The fact that Sirius Black is in fact innocent of the crimes he was imprisoned for." Evidently, this was news to Narcissa, whose eyes widened in shock. "How," Fudge stammered. "Secrets do not remain that way, even if you have those that would do everything they could to cover them up. I do find myself wondering, however, why you would allow Pettigrew his freedom. It would have been better if you'd killed him. Dead men tell no tales, after all," he added to Lucius, who narrowed his eyes. "You have proof of nothing," the man hissed. "Not to bring before the Wisengamot," Harry conceded. "But why does such a thing have to be handled there? In a few years, I will be finished with school and I will be free to spend my time however I wish. If you believe that I will let what happened to my parents go unpunished, then you are in for a rude awakening. Pettigrew will suffer for what he did, as will anyone else who had a hand in it. That is a promise I make here and now, and there is nothing that will stop me." Lucius and Fudge said nothing else, and Harry offered a friendly chuckle. "Not that anyone here has anything to fear from me, of course," he declared. "I can sense that I am in good company with good men. Now, shall we enjoy the rest of the game and watch as Bulgaria loses?" Once more, Popov scowled at him and Malfoy scoffed. "Viktor Krum is the best seeker in the world. Bulgaria will not lose." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I will not argue that Krum is the best," he replied, "but the Irish chasers are leagues above the Bulgarian ones. They will establish an unassailable lead, and quickly," he added as the Irish team scored. Malfoy shook his head. "No, Krum will catch the snitch before that happens." As much as Harry believed in Viktor, the Irish seeker was excellent defensively and would be able to keep him away from the snitch long enough. "Well, we will have to agree to disagree," Harry shrugged. "My bet is that the Irish will win, but Krum will get the snitch." "Preposterous," Fudge muttered. "No seeker would make that catch if it meant their team would lose." Viktor would, and he had told Harry as much. He had yet to be beaten in a professional match, and at the very least, he could ensure his national team did not lose by an embarrassing margin. "That's my prediction," Harry reiterated. "A fool's bet," Malfoy declared, eyeing Harry as though he was such. "We will see." "Then why don't you put your gold where your mouth is?" Malfoy challenged. "How much?" 100 galleons, Malfoy decided calculatingly. "Make it 500, and it might be worth my time." "I was not aware that the Potters had such a sum to spare on such a frivolity," Narcissa Malfoy interjected. I expect what you don't know about my family would be rather surprising, Mrs. Malfoy, Harry returned with a smile. The woman quirked an eyebrow at him, reminding Harry of Cassie. There was something of a resemblance between the two. Not that it surprised him. All of the women from the Black Line, he had seen photos or portraits of shared similarities. 500 it is, Lucius broke in, confirming the bet. What about you, Minister? Would you care to make a wager? Fudge shook his head. I'm afraid that being a servant of the people does not afford me such sums as yourself and Lucius. Then, perhaps, we can wager on something that involves no financial loss for either of us. Such as, Fudge questioned cautiously. If you win, I will personally advocate for you for your next term as minister. Fudge's eyes lit up at the offer. What if you win? Lucius interjected. I want a pardon for Sirius, Harry requested. It does not have to be made public in any way, but I would have his name cleared. That way, I do not have to make such a fuss about it when the time comes for me to join you in a few years. Out of the question, Malfoy snapped. Minister, we cannot pardon him. Despite what Potter thinks, he is a dangerous man who is on the loose. You seem to be very interested in the fate of Sirius Black, Harry observed. I would think that as a lord of a great house, you would wish to see justice for another in the same position. You never know when you yourself may need the help of another. I can think of no one more powerful than the Lord Black. Lucius's eye twitched irritably, but Fudge spoke, cutting off any reply he may have offered. I think Lucius is right, he sighed. Sorry, Harry, but it would be career suicide for me to do so, especially without an explanation. What I will do is lessen the search for him. I will have the Dementors return to Azkaban and give him a chance to slip through the net. So long as he does so, he will be nothing but a slight stain on the Ministry's reputation. Malfoy was severely displeased by Fudge's offer, but he did not comment on it, wincing as the Irish scored their 10th goal of the match. That is very kind of you, Minister, Harry replied to Fudge. As much as he disliked the man, he was still amongst the most powerful people in Britain. There was more of an advantage to being on his good side than making an enemy of him unnecessarily. He was a fool who fell for the charm of the likes of Lucius Malfoy, but perhaps he could be swayed in the future. It seems that my prediction is becoming more likely, Harry chuckled. 130-10 is not a promising score. Lucius's jaw tightened as yet another Irish goal came. Krum still won't catch it, he denied irritably. Harry said nothing as the rest of the game unfolded, but smiled triumphantly when his prediction came true. You can deposit my winnings into my family account, he instructed Lucius, who stormed from the box, much to the amusement of the Bulgarian minister. That was quite the risk that paid off, Mr. Potter, Narcissa Malfoy commented, gazing at him through calculated eyes. I learnt from the best, Harry replied. I'm sure your Aunt Cassie would like for me to pass on her regards. Cassie, Narcissa whispered, unable to conceal her surprise. Come, Narcissa, the voice of Lucius sounded from the door. I would have thought he was getting used to losing by now, Harry chuckled. Was it not him and Macnair that Pettigrew got the better of to escape? Now, that would be embarrassing if that information got out. No wonder he wishes to keep the entire affair under wraps. Narcissa swallowed deeply as she stared at Harry for a moment. I would tread carefully, Potter, she urged. Lucius is not an enemy you wish to make. Is he not already my enemy, Mrs. Malfoy? I do not think so, but I suppose that depends on you, doesn't it? Harry merely nodded at the woman as she took her leave. Narcissa was very much mistaken if she believed Harry and Lucius were anything but foes. He frowned as he caught sight of an elf sitting in the corner, pushing thoughts of the Malfoys aside. Who does she belong to? He asked Fudge. Oh, she is Barty Crouch's, the man replied. He was supposed to join us. I suppose he must have gotten caught up with something. His devotion to the ministry may outstrip even my own. Harry hummed as he eyed the diminutive creature. It wasn't unusual to ask an elf to queue in their master's stead if required, but to take a seat in a private box that did not necessitate it was odd. I'm afraid you will have to excuse Lucius's demeanor, Fudge continued. He is not accustomed to being bested. Well, maybe he should get used to it, Harry replied dryly. The day will come when someone in a position to do so will always best him. You must remember, Minister, that before the war, the Malfoy name was not the one that most feared. His equals were merely pushed aside for a while, but that will change soon enough. In less than 3 years, things will change. Fudge nodded thoughtfully and accepted the offered handshake. I cannot help but express my disappointment in what I have seen thus far, Minister, Harry said firmly. I would like to think that the changes to come can be for the betterment of us all, and not for the select few. What do you have in mind, Potter? More than you could imagine, Minister, Harry returned cryptically. I'm sure you can understand that my enemies are plenty, and there are those that will harbor a grudge against me for what happened to their master. Fudge chuckled as he shook his head. The Death Eaters are already locked up. You have nothing to fear from them. The ones that were convicted, Harry said pointedly. You do not strike me as a fool, Minister. You cannot believe that all of them were brought to justice. Fudge's frown deepened, and Harry made his way to the door, pausing and looking at the man a final time. It was nice to meet you, Minister, and I do hope that we find ourselves on the same page in the future. Fudge said nothing, but offered the slightest of nods, and Harry left, pleased with what he had achieved today. Break. I think that you are worrying for nothing, Gellert offered reassuringly. From what you have told me about him, he is not a fool. But he can be reckless, Cassiopeia sighed. He harbors so much anger towards so many, and he has a fiery temper if provoked. I should not have let him go. Perhaps not, Gellert conceded, but you said yourself that he will need to stand on his own 2 feet whilst handling his affairs there. Having you with him would make him appear weak. Cassiopeia nodded. I know, but maybe I'm just not ready to set him free yet. Gellert smirked at her, and Cassiopeia flared her nostrils. You have raised that boy, the former pointed out. He was a defenseless babe when you took him in, but he is not anymore. He may only be 14, however. How many have you met throughout your life who can handle himself the way Harry can? Very few, Cassie murmured. That doesn't mean I won't ever stop worrying about him. Gellert offered her a smile. At this point, I would not believe you if you told me differently, and I would be disappointed in you if you tried to hide it. You may not have birthed him, but Harry is your boy, is he not? Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at the mocking man, who was unfazed by her efforts to immolate him with her glare. He is, she conceded, but he can still be a reckless prat if the mood takes him. Gellert chuckled amusedly. Would he be reckless enough to search for Sirius? Cassie shook her head. No, Harry has agreed that he will let me find him, she explained. Whether he is guilty or not, I will find the truth of the matter, and Harry will decide what to do from there. He will soon be head of the family, and he needs to learn how to make those decisions. He does, Gellert acknowledged, and if Sirius is innocent. I don't know, Cassie sighed. Is it wrong that a part of me does not want him involved in Harry's life? No, Gellert replied. There's nothing wrong with wanting to keep someone to yourself. I was very much the same with Albus, though it did not end in a way I am happy with. I never wanted for his family to suffer, but I did want him all to myself. Would you have done anything differently? Gellert shook his head emphatically. I would never have been content with watching the world pass me by as it is, he explained. My wish to see my vision come to life would have always been there, no matter what other ventures I may have pursued. No, I believed in the vision so much that I had to follow it, and I regret nothing despite spending the best part of 5 decades in here. You have a purpose now, Cassie reminded him. I do, Gellert conceded, and I would see Harry succeed. He deserves to find some happiness to balance out the misery that haunts him. He does, Cassie murmured, but he will not find it until he can allow someone in. His heart is set on destroying his enemies, not beginning what should be his political career or any other expectation that would be had of him from the others on the Wisengamot. Then let us hope his enemies become few, so that he may find a semblance of peace, Gellert urged. And not get himself killed in the process, Cassiopeia muttered, her mind drifting to just what Harry had been up to since he had arrived in Britain. Break. It was to the smell of burning that Harry was woken to in the early hours, and he grumbled sleepily to himself, cursing the Irish for their celebrations getting out of hand. All vestiges of the tiredness he felt vanished as a scream in the distance sounded. It was not one of merriment, nor were the others that followed. No, something was amiss, and it was causing mass panic. The sound of pounding footsteps began passing his tent as the wails of distress drew closer, and with a wave of his wand, Harry dressed before stepping outside. He was almost knocked to the ground by the stamping witches and wizards, many clinging small children to their chests protectively. It wasn't until Harry spotted what they were fleeing from that he had any reaction. And seeing the cluster of people garbed in dark robes and white masks levitating others above them as though it were a sport, it was an unbridled fury he felt. He had seen them in his dreams throughout his life, gathered at his feet, prostrating themselves, declaring their undying devotion to Voldemort, and boasting of the deeds they had carried out in his name. As a child, the dreams had terrified him, had seemed so real, but it wasn't until he had gotten older that he realized they were not merely dreams. These were events that had taken place. Still, Harry was not foolish enough to attempt to fight a dozen or so others so brazenly, but he could not bring himself to flee with the others. The sounds of laughter from the Death Eaters reached him, and his anger only increased as he watched them destroying more tents that were in their path. What they hoped to achieve, he knew not, but one glance at the woman in her nightgown and her children screaming helplessly only served to remind him of the position he had once been in. None had come to save him in his moment of need, and seemingly, none would do so now for this family. Gritting his teeth, Harry removed the cloak left to him by his father and draped it over himself. Cassie would be furious with him for what she would deem to be reckless behavior, but Harry could not sit idly by and allow the Death Eaters to continue with their torture. Working his way through the stragglers of those that were fleeing, he was pleased to see that not all were doing so. Another group had remained behind to engage the Death Eaters, for what good it was doing. The small group, consisting of 3 red-headed men and 2 women, were unable to prevent the advance of Voldemort's followers. However, they would serve as the perfect distraction so long as they didn't get themselves killed. Where were the Aurors? Harry shook his head as he began working his way to the right flank of the Death Eaters, his hand flexing in anticipation. He had envisioned having this opportunity, and he wouldn't let it go to waste, not when there was a semblance of justice to be had for what many had suffered for. When he was in position, he slid the tip of his wand through the gap in his cloak and took aim, choosing a target that was not levitating any of their victims. Harry cheered internally as his chosen curse slammed into the back of one of the attackers. The man lurched forward and unleashed a guttural, drawn-out roar of agony, collapsing to the ground and writhing as his robes began melting away, revealing skin that was bubbling. The display did not go unnoticed, and the fighting seemed to reach a lull as those on both sides looked on in a mix of morbid curiosity and horror. Without warning, the flailing man was engulfed by fire, and his screams intensified. "Help HIM," one of the other Death Eaters roared. Another cloaked figure stepped forward to do just that, only for the fire to strike out at him and scorch his face. He too screamed as he wrenched his mask off, pointing his own wand at his face and dousing it in water to alleviate the burn. Trembling, he staggered back to his feet as the fighting began once more in earnest, and Harry took the opportunity to strike again, flooring a large man as he and another Death Eater faced off with one of the redheads who was struggling to hold his own against the odds. The man's knees buckled, and he dropped his wand as he gasped for breath before he was seemingly thrown to his back by an invisible force, the sound of his ribs being torn away from his sternum, almost as jarring as the howl that cut through the ensuing battle. "Someone's there." One of the Death Eaters shouted, pointing in Harry's direction, and the teen breathed a sigh of relief as a distraction arrived before any could fire curses towards him. not that he was pleased to see the dark mark hanging ominously in the sky. The Death Eaters, however, seemed to lose whatever composure that remained with them at the sight of the mark they used to gather under. "The M mark," one of them gasped, pointing unnecessarily towards it. "AURORS," another added, pointing towards the red-robed men and women bearing down on them, finally arriving to do their jobs. Only a few seconds later, the campsite was bereft of any Death Eaters that remained standing. The first that Harry had struck already succumbing to his disturbing wounds, and the second would undoubtedly follow his companion soon. The curse he'd used was fatal, and only the Blacks were privy to the counter. "Who's there?" One of the redheads, the eldest by his aging appearance, questioned, his wand pointed close to where Harry was standing. Harry remained still, not answering the challenge, not even daring to breathe despite the adrenaline of what he had just done beginning to wear off. "What the hell happened here, Arthur?" Another redhead, a woman dressed in Auror robes, demanded. "Death Eaters, Amelia," Arthur answered. "I think those two are dead," he added, gesturing to the unmoving figures on the ground. "Bloody hell," Amelia muttered as she inspected the bodies. "Who did this?" Arthur shrugged. "We were fighting them off, but someone else was here," he explained. "We didn't see them, but we saw their curses. Me and my boys will happily surrender our wands for inspection." Amelia nodded. "I'd best take them," she sighed, holding out her hand. "I need to formally eliminate you from the investigation." The three redheads handed the woman their wands without hesitation, and Harry continued to watch, not moving. "Isn't that Thorfinn Roll?" one of the other Aurors questioned, pointing to the larger of the bodies. "It is," Amelia confirmed. "As for the other, I have no idea." The man was burnt beyond recognition, his skin charred and expression one of sheer agony. Perhaps Harry should feel guilty for what he had done, but he didn't. These men had tortured many others, those that could not defend themselves, and had taken no small amount of joy in it. They had never faced justice, but that had changed for two of them today. No, Harry did not feel a shred of guilt for what he had done, not when both had deserved so much worse. "Well, whoever it was, I don't suppose they hung around," Amelia sighed. "What a mess." With a slight smirk tugging at his lips, Harry had seen enough, and without any need to remain any longer, he carefully made his retreat, activating his portkey when he reached the woods in the distance. His trip here had been more productive than he'd expected. With two enemies down, he was a step closer to righting the wrongs done to him by Voldemort, and this was only the beginning. If and when the Dark Lord returned, it would not be to pursue and torture those that fled from him and his followers. No, Harry would be as bold as his mother and father had been, but more prepared. He may not have truly killed Voldemort when he had been a babe, but he would. Should the man resurface from whatever hole he was hiding in, Harry would take great pleasure in ending him permanently, ensuring he suffered more than Harry ever had. Chapter 16. A burgeoning voyage, he had perhaps thought that he may experience some emotional turmoil from his actions in Britain, but no such thing had happened. It wasn't as though Harry believed he could simply kill just anyone in cold blood, but he had no such reservations when it came to the Death Eaters. Whenever he found himself questioning the justification for what he'd done, he reminded himself of the deeds they had carried out, the cruelty they had inflicted on others merely because they believed they were inferior to them, and any semblance of doubt all but vanished with his next breath. He had pondered his own approach deeply, turned the memory over in his mind dozens of times, and still nothing. As far as Harry was concerned, the Death Eaters who had fallen to him had gotten what they deserved, maybe even less so. "You're doing it again," Anna huffed, nudging him with her shoulder. "Doing what?" "Flexing your hand towards your wand. Is there someone you wish to curse in here?" Harry snorted as he shook his head. "No, I'm just thinking about dueling." The girl rolled her eyes at him. His friends had initially been disappointed that they had not been able to attend the final, but having explained what had occurred during the aftermath, they had been relieved for their absence. It was not something any would wish to be caught up in. "I'm surprised it wasn't bigger news," Kane mused aloud. An incident like that after the cup final, I would have thought the media would have made a song and dance about it. Not if they didn't know, Harry replied with a shrug. I doubt the British ministry held a press conference to explain everything. All they reported was the dark mark being in the sky. It was odd to Harry, too, but he wasn't going to complain about the seemingly unexplainable deaths of Thorfinn Roll and whomever the other Harry had cut down had been. He had yet to learn who his second victim was. Not that it mattered. The Death Eaters were equally guilty, and any that donned the robes and mask had never done so without the intention of harming others. Where is Lucinda? Summerby questioned. Harry, too, had been wondering where the vampire had gotten to. She hadn't been on the shore waiting for the ship, but it wasn't as though many stuck around to ensure everyone boarded who is supposed to. It was too cold for such things, and the moment the ship surfaced, the students tended to seek out the warmth of the cabins within. She didn't mention anything in any of her letters, Anna returned with a frown. I got one from her yesterday, and she said that she'd be here. Maybe she found a dark corner to take a nap in, Jonas snorted. Or a different victim to torment, instead of Harry for once. I wouldn't be that fortunate, Harry murmured. I fear that I will spend the rest of my life being stalked in the shadows by an immortal creature. Like you would have it any other way, Kane muttered. The happiest we see you is either when you're dueling, flying, or irritating Lucinda. It's quite disgusting the way you are with each other. The way we are with each other, Harry questioned. Kane nodded. She's always wrestling with you. You mean throwing me around like a rag doll, Harry huffed. That vampire's strength is something else. She's always threatening to turn you. She threatens everyone with that, Harry pointed out. She's always licking her lips around you, Jonas broke in. Because of her blood cravings, Harry defended. Jonas hummed skeptically. Whatever you say, Harry. Harry frowned at the boy before his gaze swept over the rest of the group, none of them meeting it without smirking mockingly. I don't treat her any differently than I do any of you. You don't, Anna agreed, but she treats everyone else differently to what she does you. It's true, Kane spoke once more. If anyone else dared say the things you do to her, Merlin knows what she would do to them. But that's just me, Harry chuckled. I've done it since I first met her. She's just used to it. Maybe, Kane conceded, or she is actually fond of you in her own way. She's fond of all of us, Harry sighed. She wouldn't spend time with us if she wasn't, and she spends more time with Anna and Summerby than anyone else. He's not wrong, Jonas acknowledged. Maybe we're reading too much into it. It's not like any of us really understand vampires. Maybe she just likes to think about draining you of your blood. Harry nodded. Barely a day passed at Durmstrang, where Lucinda didn't echo such a sentiment. Anyway, I wonder where she is, Kane mused aloud. His answer came only a few moments later when the door opened and Lucinda entered. She said nothing as she took a seat next to Harry, who frowned as he took in her appearance. Lucinda looked different. Not in any obvious or truly discernible way, but she appeared to have grown over the summer, her features having become more prominent, pointed, but also delicate. Her hair and eyes remained as they had always been, and although her figure was just as lithe, she had seemingly filled out. All of this, however, was negligible as Harry caught a waft of her scent. It was a musky aroma, not unpleasant and not overpowering, but it was unmistakable, a subtle addition to her presence. You look different, Kane said bluntly, and Harry threw a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans at him as Lucinda narrowed her eyes irritably. You have as much tact as a stamping erumpent, Anna muttered, shooting Kane a filthy look. The cowed werewolf offered the vampire a look of apology, wisely choosing to remain silent. It's not that different, Lucinda sighed. Is it? Harry raised an eyebrow at the sound of her voice. It had deepened somewhat, and somehow made her accent seem thicker. No, Summerby assured her. No one who has never paid much attention to you will notice. We see you and talk to you every day at school, so it is different for us. Lucinda merely nodded gratefully in return, and Harry scooped up a passing chocolate frog and threw it at Jonas, hitting the staring boy between the eyes. "It's rude to stare," he said pointedly as the boy scowled at him. Lucinda offered him a look of gratitude. "So how was the final?" she asked. Having little interest or access to the news in the wizarding world, Lucinda had not been made aware of anything that had transpired during the match and the aftermath. When Harry finished explaining it to her, she offered him a probing look. "You just left?" she questioned pointedly, when he'd finished informing her of the appearance of the Death Eaters. Harry nodded. "I'm not stupid enough to attempt to take on that many people at once, am I?" "Knowing you, probably," Lucinda grumbled, her eyes roaming over him as though she was looking for any sign of injury. "You act without thinking." The others nodded their agreement. "That's not true," Harry defended. "I always think things through, even if I don't spend too much time on it." "That's being reckless," Lucinda sighed. "It's like you have a death wish or something. Remember the Quidditch incident?" "I caught the snitch." "And broke several bones in the process," the vampire pointed out. "Both you and Krum could have been killed." "I don't think the world would have liked that," Kane chuckled. "Their two favorite teen celebrities actually killing each other during Quidditch training." "Don't call me that," Harry snapped. "Are you not famous?" the werewolf returned. Harry's jaw tightened. For his entire life, he had been able to avoid being gawped at or approached by the bolder members of the public. That had changed when he had visited Britain for his stay, but it was something he would have to get used to for when he returned in the future. "Fine," he conceded, "but I would swap places with any one of you to be rid of it. Even you, Jonas, you ugly shit." "Oi, I'm not ugly," the son of the hag bit back. "My looks are characterful." "No, you're ugly," Kane snorted. "I think you somehow get uglier every year." Jonas raised an eyebrow at the heavily scarred werewolf. "Scars are different," Kane argued, understanding the pointed glance. "Girls love scars." "I suppose they love their boyfriends turning into a savage beast once a month too," Jonas said airily. Kane grinned as he nodded. "As it happens, there are some that do," he replied. "There are groups of witches that are attracted to werewolves. I can't remember what they call it." "Bestiality?" Harry questioned. Kane frowned as he shrugged. "It might be that. Either way, I won't ever be going without." "Going without what?" Summerby asked with a mischievous smirk. Kane reddened, and the others laughed at his embarrassment. "Saved by the horn," Harry quipped as the bellowing sound alerting them to their arrival at the school rang throughout the ship. "Come on, before Wolfie here decides he's gone without for long enough." Kane muttered under his breath, whilst the group took their leave of the cabin and entered the throngs of other students who were eager to reach the warmth of the school. As ever, it was bitterly cold as they slogged their way through the snow, and only Lucinda, along with the other vampires, did not need the help of a warming charm or an extra layer to stave off the chill. "Finally," Jonas groaned as they were shown into the main hall, each of them rubbing their hands together to get the blood flowing back through them. "Why can't they relocate to the Caribbean or somewhere else warm?" "Then our lives would be made just that little more pleasant," Harry snorted as the teens found their seats and waited for Karkaroff to give his usual, short, beginning-of-the-year greeting. The headmaster stood as soon as the final students had settled themselves, with an unusually excited expression, in place of his surly demeanor. "Before I begin with the formalities of the upcoming school year, I have an important announcement to make regarding our 7th-year students," he began. "After centuries of not taking place, it is my pleasure to announce that this year, the Triwizard Tournament will be making its return." Many around the hall began whispering excitedly at the news, and Harry shared a look with his peers, who were none the wiser to what the tournament was. He had no idea, but to elicit such a response from those that did know, it must be quite the event. "I say that it affects only our 7th years because of the new regulations agreed upon that an age limit has been put in place. The tournament will be hosted by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, so those of you that are eligible and interested, Remain behind at the end of the meal where I will explain what is to happen in further detail. Many of the students were disappointed by the introduction of an age limit. Yet, Harry still had no idea what the tournament even was to warrant such a thing. Does anyone want to explain to the others what it is? He sighed irritably. It's a tournament that is held between us, Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, one of the older boys, a half-blood named Egan, answered. A champion from each is chosen, and they compete in 3 different tasks. The winner usually gets some gold, and the school gets the trophy until the next one. They usually hold it every 4 years. But it was banned, Kane asked. Egan nodded. Too many people died, he explained. During the last one, a cockatrice went on a rampage and killed several people in the crowd and 2 of the champions. Well, that seems like a brilliant reason to bring it back, Anna scoffed. Maybe this time they'll unleash a horde of griffins or dementors on people. They might, Egan replied with a shrug. They've used dragons before. Then we should be grateful they put the age limit in place. Or Potter here would be the first one in the queue to sign up, Lucinda murmured. Harry shook his head. No thanks, I don't need anyone or anything else that want me dead, Harry replied dryly. I don't care about gold or being a champion. Despite what you think, I'm quite fond of breathing. And his aunt would hit the roof, Kane pointed out. Harry winced at the mere thought of what Cassie's reaction would be. He need not worry about dragons, dementors, or cockatrice. If he ever felt compelled to take part in such a dangerous tournament, Cassiopeia Black would ensure he thought twice about that level of foolishness. Break. Barty has personally secured the goblet until it is to be brought to Hogwarts and placed in the Great Hall for the champions to submit their names, Ludo explained. Albus nodded. If there was anyone who could be trusted to ensure the new rules would be adhered to, it was Barty Crouch. So, now we just have to wait until the delegates from the other schools arrive, Albus mused aloud. Is everything prepared and confirmed for the tasks? Everything, Crouch confirmed with a stiff nod. The Dragon Reserve is happy to supply the creatures, and everything else will be handled here. Dragons, Cornelius interjected worriedly. Are they really necessary? This is the Triwizard Tournament, Minister, Ludo chuckled. There must be a level of danger and excitement. Very well, Cornelius agreed reluctantly. I am hopeful that the tournament will help the British public forget what happened at the World Cup. I suppose I should be pleased that they only know of the Dark Mark and not the full story. Albus frowned lightly at the minister. Cornelius may be willing to ignore what had occurred, but the truth could not be denied. Several Death Eaters had decided to dress in their former garb to terrorize those that had chosen to camp at the site, and despite the ministry assurances that it had been a harmless prank, those that had witnessed the unfolding events knew otherwise. Fortunately, the crowds had dispersed before the fighting had taken place and had not witnessed the chilling climax. Arthur and his 2 eldest sons had jumped into the fray to attempt to save the lives of the Muggles that had been targeted, but unbeknownst to the men, another had joined them. Did the Auror investigation lead to anything? Albus asked interestedly, already suspecting what the answer would be. No, Cornelius sighed. Bones investigated it herself. The Weasleys were cleared immediately. But there was no sign of the other person. I expect they left quickly. And no one saw a thing. Cornelius shook his head. Not a glance, he confirmed. Whoever it was must be an expert in concealment. The fighting took place on open ground, the closest cover almost 100 meters away. To hit those spells, they must have been close. 100 meters was indeed an impossible distance to comprehend for combat purposes, especially with the precise magic that had been used. An ugly business, Cornelius sighed. Roll was the luckier of the 2 victims. He died in a matter of moments. Yaxley was not so fortunate. Yaxley. Albus had not been made aware of whom the second victim had been, but the death of the man would be quite the blow for Tom when he returned. Yaxley had been amongst the most talented of his followers and had a keen mind for politics. So, there is no clue as to who was behind their deaths, Barty inquired. None whatsoever. Amelia has closed the case until new evidence is found. I thought perhaps it may have been Sirius Black, but I have my doubts. After I spoke with Harry Potter, Black would be a fool to draw attention to himself. Harry Potter, Barty pressed. The boy attended the final, Cornelius explained. I all but assured him that I would call off the search for Black. After what happened here, the boy somehow learned of it, and all but assured me it would be brought to the public's attention. I thought it best for all involved that Black be given the opportunity to leave quietly. Barty offered Cornelius a look of disapproval. You met with Mr. Potter? Albus asked curiously before the man could make his displeasure known. I did, Cornelius confirmed. He's an interesting young man, to say the least. He and Lucius did not have the most amicable of exchanges, especially as young Mr. Potter made quite the sum of gold from a bet they had on the game. A sum of gold, Albus pressed. 500 galleons, Cornelius snorted. It was what appeared to be a fool's bet on Potter's behalf, but his prediction came true. Lucius did not take the loss well, and Mr. Potter had a few choice words for him, and for me, he added with a frown. What did he say? Cornelius shrugged. That the Malfoy name was not the one to be feared, and that in a few years, things would change. It was rather ominous, but I believe we managed to part on reasonable terms. Albus hummed thoughtfully. He had wondered if Harry would indeed return to Britain when he reached his majority, and now it seemed as though he had his answer. Interesting times certainly lay ahead, particularly as Lucius would learn that it would not be Draco inheriting the Black title. It was one of the perceived eventualities that made everyone so cautious of provoking the ire of the man. Nonetheless, Harry still needed to tread carefully. Lucius Malfoy, even without the prospect of adding the enormous Black wealth and influence to his family, was an exceedingly dangerous man. One did not find themselves at such a lofty height without being ruthless and possessing a keen brilliance for the political field. No, Harry would indeed need to carve his path carefully, especially with the Dark Lord somewhere out there baying for his blood. Break. Viktor was torn on what he would do regarding the tournament. He was certain that he wished to enter and believed he had an excellent chance of being selected to represent Durmstrang, but for him, the decision was not such an easy one to make. Having attended the meeting with Headmaster Karkaroff the previous evening, and even allowing himself to be caught up in the excitement of what was to come, he was no closer to making up his mind. The tournament was a risk, but it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he did not wish to pass up. However, he was a Quidditch player first and foremost, and he could not neglect the sport for his own selfish desires. Releasing a deep sigh, he knocked on the door he had been standing before for the past several moments. Who is it? The voice of the headmaster barked irritably. Viktor entered the office, and the scowl of the man immediately morphed into something more accommodating. Viktor, Karkaroff greeted him warmly. Come, take a seat. Viktor nodded gratefully. Despite Bulgaria not winning the World Cup, he was still being treated better than any other student here, and had even received a hero's welcome when he had returned to his homeland. The Bulgarians were prideful people, and Viktor had personified that with his actions in the final. His country had taken the loss rather well, and had been grateful he had spared them an embarrassing defeat. What can I do for you? Karkaroff asked, breaking into Viktor's thoughts. I wanted to discuss the tournament with you. Karkaroff nodded eagerly. I had hoped you would consider submitting your name for consideration, he replied proudly. I would like to, Viktor confirmed, but I need to clear it with the team manager. Karkaroff waved off Viktor's concern. I will personally discuss it with him, he said dismissively. I will assure him that you will still be able to play, and the season will not begin until after the first 2 tasks anyway. Thank you, Headmaster, but there is one other thing. Name it, and it will be done. Even though the Quidditch season will not begin until March, I will still need to train. Hogwarts has excellent facilities, better than the ones we manage to maintain here. But they do not have the one thing we do here, Viktor sighed. Karkaroff frowned questioningly. What would that be? Harry, Viktor answered simply. Potter. Viktor nodded, and Karkaroff leaned back in his chair as he released a deep breath. Viktor, Potter came here to avoid going to Hogwarts, he explained. I cannot force him to go. You will not need to force him. Harry will want to help me, and it would make it easier if he was there, Viktor murmured. The others, they will only care about my fame, and if I trained with any of them, it would become about egos. I do not have to worry about that with Harry. Karkaroff eyed him for a moment, before nodding somewhat reluctantly. You have struck up quite the friendship, as surprising as it is, he conceded. Well, I would not wish for you to miss out on the opportunity, but as I said, I will not attempt to force Potter to go. I suggest we discuss the matter with him, and we can make some decisions from there. Viktor nodded his agreement. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me yet, Karkaroff snorted. You still have to convince Potter. I will fetch him now. Viktor smirked at the thought of the impending conversation. He knew Harry well enough to know that he would help, but he wouldn't agree to do so quietly. He would rant, and he would curse Viktor's name to the ground, but despite this, he would agree, though unlikely without gaining something for himself from it. That would be for Karkaroff to handle. Viktor merely needed to convince his friend to help him one final time before he left Durmstrang at the end of the school year. Break. Today, we will begin our work on proximity and concealment charms, Professor Sidorova explained. Now, can anyone give me an example of either? The disillusionment charm, Kane answered, eliciting a nod of approval from the Vila. Excellent, Sidorova praised. It is a most useful charm to master, but difficult to do so. With a little work, most can cast it to a satisfactory degree, but to truly master it is something that takes considerable effort. With that being said, who can explain the effects of the spell? Go ahead, Potter. It is a concealment spell that has the potential to render the user invisible, Harry explained. It is good for surface use, but is easily detected by certain revealing spells. For those that do not master it, it can be detected through sight as the air around you will shift when you move. Sidorova offered Harry a smile. I could not have put it better myself, she declared. Are there any better alternatives? She added. Only an invisibility cloak, Anna replied. A cloak will fully conceal you, and many have charms imbued into them to prevent the user being found by revealing charms. Indeed, Sidorova confirmed. However, invisibility cloaks are exceedingly rare, very expensive, and do not tend to retain their abilities for more than 5 to 10 years at the very most. Harry frowned at the information. The note he had received with his own cloak said that it had belonged to his father. The man had been dead for around a decade when Harry had received it, and in the few years since, it had not shown any signs of failing him. Before he could question the professor, however, a loud knock sounded at the door and Headmaster Karkaroff entered, his expression as unfriendly as ever. Potter, you will come with me, he instructed firmly. Now, he added when Harry hesitated. Not even been back a day and already in the headmaster's office, Lucinda mumbled. What have you done? Nothing, Harry huffed. I don't think I have. Potter, Karkaroff snapped. With a sigh, Harry gathered his things and followed Karkaroff from the classroom. The man said nothing as he led Harry through the drafty corridors of the school, but led him to the 4th floor and into a much warmer office, where Harry was surprised by the presence of Viktor. Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with me, Harry defended immediately. Shut up and sit down, Potter, Karkaroff huffed irritably. If you had been brought here for every transgression of yours, I expect I would have had to install an additional desk for you to work from. So I'm not in trouble. Not this time, Karkaroff replied with a shake of his head. We merely wish to discuss something with you. Harry's gaze shifted to the smirking Viktor. Why do I have a feeling that I'm not going to like where this conversation is going? You will love it, Viktor replied, not even attempting to hide the edge of sarcasm to his tone. If it involves you, I bloody doubt it, Harry muttered. What have you gotten me into this time, Krum? Viktor's grin only widened in response, and Harry felt his stomach sink. That grin from the Bulgarian never boded well, but it wasn't Krum that spoke. Viktor intends to enter the Triwizard Tournament, Karkaroff announced. Harry leaned back in his chair and frowned, his gaze shifting between the two. I do not know what impression you have of the nature of our relationship, Headmaster, but what Viktor does is his business. I don't see why I had to be dragged from my lesson to be told this. Karkaroff's nostrils flared irritably, and Krum attempted to conceal a snort behind his hand. You are being told this because it concerns you also, the headmaster snapped. Viktor's Quidditch training cannot be allowed to suffer. As his main assistant, it would be most useful for you to come along, if you consent to, of course. Harry's frown deepened. I'm being given a choice. Karkaroff nodded. I explained to Viktor that I would not force you to come, he replied reassuringly. I have not forgotten that there is a reason you chose to attend Durmstrang instead of accepting your place at Hogwarts. Neither I nor Viktor wish to force you. But I would appreciate it if you did, Viktor broke in. I really want to enter the tournament, Harry, but I still need you to help me. What about the Hogwarts students? Surely there will be someone there who can fill in for me. Do you really believe that? Viktor sighed. Harry deflated as he shook his head. It was unlikely any would be able to match Viktor, and they certainly wouldn't be trying for his benefit. Krum could be injured if someone attempted to do something foolish. Bloody hell, Harry cursed. Can I not just portkey in when I'm needed? Portkeying from here to Hogwarts is impossible, Karkaroff explained, and trying to make the journey daily elsewhere to get there would be quite the inconvenience. It would simply be easier for you to come as part of the delegation. You will be given the opportunity to expand on your studies and learn from some of the very best in their fields. Hogwarts has an excellent staff. Viktor offered him a pleading look, and Harry suspected there was more to it than he was saying. With Harry going, Viktor would not have to handle all of the attention being on him. Much to his chagrin and Krum's knowledge, Harry was famous there too. Still, he knew he had to confront it soon enough, and doing so at Hogwarts would be easier than in the public sphere outside of the British school. Fine, but I have some conditions, Harry declared. Name them, Karkaroff sighed. I want complete access to all works available in the library for the rest of my time here. Done, Karkaroff agreed immediately. What else? Truthfully, Harry couldn't think of anything else that would be of advantage to him, but he wasn't going to concede so easily, and a grin formed as another idea formulated in his mind. Only one other thing, he mused aloud. Viktor here will be the one to tell my aunt. Karkaroff offered the older boy a look of sympathy, but Viktor nodded. I'll do it, he sighed. I'll write to her tonight. You will not, Harry snorted. You will speak to her over the flu. Viktor cursed in his native tongue, and Harry took no small amount of glee from his discomfort. If he was to help the other boy, he wanted to receive some amusement from the situation. There would undoubtedly not be much to have when he arrived at Hogwarts, other than seeing Pansy again sooner than he had expected. It had been over a year since their last visit together, and though they wrote often enough, he still missed his first friend. I will do it, Viktor huffed. Good, there's no time like the present, Harry replied, nodding towards the fireplace. Break. You wish for him to do what? Cassiopeia whispered. Krum withered under her gaze, the flickering flames doing little to hide his apprehension. I would like Harry to come with me to Hogwarts so that I may enter the Triwizard Tournament. I need him to help with my Quidditch training, he explained. Cassiopeia hummed thoughtfully. Has Harry agreed to go with you? Krum nodded. He said that I had to be the one to ask you. I see, Cassiopeia murmured. I suppose he is feeling rather amused watching you squirm. Krum turned away for a moment before looking at her once more. He is finding the whole thing rather funny, he confirmed with a scowl. I thought as much. I would speak with my nephew, please, Mr. Krum. The boy's head vanished and was replaced a moment later by Harry, who offered her an innocent smile. I did not expect you to be so keen, Cassie commented. I'm not, but Viktor needs me. Cassie nodded her understanding. For the record, I do not like the idea, but it has its merits, she sighed. It is an opportunity for you to begin making the acquaintances of those you will one day serve on the Wisengamot with, and to learn of the political field in Britain, but you must be careful, Harry. I will be. Do not intend to make enemies, but do not allow any to take liberties with you, Cassie urged. You will be the lord of two influential families, and you must find the right balance to satisfy both. Find those that you share beliefs with, and perhaps you will lay some foundations for the future. Harry nodded. Good, and I will be close by if I am needed, she informed him. I think it is time I check on Grimmauld Place again anyway. You're coming with me. With you, no, but I will be in Britain, Cassie said firmly. You are still only 14, and should any attempt to take advantage of you, I will be on hand to deal with it. I may even have better luck finding your idiot godfather. Now behave, but not too much. You do have a reputation to uphold and one to forge in Britain. With that, Cassie closed the connection and released a deep breath. She truly did not like the idea of Harry returning to Britain so soon, but it provided an opportunity to establish a foundation for his future that he shouldn't miss. Besides, Hogwarts truly was an excellent school, and in agreeing to helping Viktor, he would get to experience 1 year of it. Break. Lucinda looked on as Harry checked the contents of his trunk in the common room. He would be making his way to the ship with the 7th years, who had opted to submit their name for the tournament in a little over an hour. She hadn't expected that him being pulled from class would result in him announcing his departure for the remainder of the school year, and she hadn't commented on it, though a knot in her stomach had only grown tighter the closer the time for Harry to leave came. Would she miss him? She snorted to herself at the thought, but could not deny the truth of the matter. Lucinda would miss him, despite his proclivity of being able to get under her skin, his mocking of her, and that stupid grin he wore when he knew he was in trouble with her. Regardless of all of these things, Harry was the one who understood her, knew how to lift her mood or distract her from the worst of her cravings when they surfaced. He was always on hand to give her a blood pop, or give her something else to focus on when she needed it most, and Durmstrang simply wouldn't be the same without him. You really should speak to him, Anna whispered. Why would I speak with him? Because he probably thinks you don't care that he is going, the half-elf sighed. You've not said a word to him in almost 2 days. Lucinda shrugged. He's going. Nothing is going to change that. You should at least tell him that you will miss him, or something. She's right, Summerby interjected. You've been a miserable cow since he told us, more miserable than usual. I have not, Lucinda defended hotly. Fine, do as you please, Anna huffed, but you'll regret it when he's gone. Lucinda quirked a brow at the girl and shook her head, her attention shifting to Harry as he pocketed his trunk. That's everything, he declared. Bloody hell, you're all acting like I'm dead. We just don't want you to go, Kane replied. It will be hell here without you. Barkis will be a shit again. Oh, I wouldn't worry about Barkis, Harry chuckled. There are more than enough things dotted around the school to keep him occupied. You'll be fine. You've got your potion, and I'm hoping that by the time I'm back next year, I'll be able to help you more, he added ominously. Kane merely shook his head in response, his demeanor similar to how it had been during the days leading up to the full moon, before Harry had begun supplying the werewolves with the wolfsbane. Well, I'll just miss you, Summerby declared, throwing her arms boldly around him. You'd better write and tell me about all the trouble you get into. I will, Harry assured her with a smirk as the girl released him. And me, Anna insisted as she followed Summerby's example. Bring me back something nice from Britain. Like what? Harry asked curiously. Whatever you think I will like. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I'm sure I can find something. And what about you, Jonas? Would you like something to help conceal that mug of yours? The boy laughed heartily as he clapped Harry on the shoulder. Just you coming back will do me, Potter, he returned. Don't leave me with this rabble of half-bloods and half-breeds any longer than necessary." "You're a half-breed," Harry pointed out. "True," Jonas conceded. "How about some British liver? Human or animal?" Jonas grimaced. "I've not resorted to cannibalism, but don't tempt me," he warned. "You'll still be sharing a room with me for 3 more years when you come back. I might get the urge to harvest yours whilst you sleep." Harry chuckled. "Well, if you can take it, then you've earned it," he quipped. "Take care of yourself, Jonas." Harry then turned his attention to Lucinda, and she fought the urge to meet his gaze, but could not ignore him pulling her into his arms. "I've hidden 295 blood pops under your bed, one for every day that I'm not here for the rest of the year," he whispered. "If you need any more or anything else, just write to me." He said nothing else, but gave her a final squeeze before releasing her, and Lucinda felt a conflicting mixture of warmth and the pang of loss fill her as she watched him take his leave of the common room. She could feel the burning gazes of Summerby and Anna on her, and she made the mistake of looking at the 2 girls. "If you don't go now, he'll be gone." With a huff, Lucinda rolled her eyes at them before following in Harry's footsteps, her walk turning into a run as she left the common room. She caught up to him in the next corridor, but as she did so, she didn't even know what it was she wanted to say. Harry paused and looked at her questioningly, and with no words still coming to her, Lucinda pulled him into a tight embrace. "I will miss you," she muttered, "but if you tell anyone I said that, you'll bite me and spend the rest of eternity making my life a misery," Harry questioned amusedly. "Exactly," Lucinda agreed with a nod. "You can write to me if you like." "I will," Harry promised, "and I'll be back before you know it, and you'll want to kill me within 5 minutes." "Probably," Lucinda conceded, "but there's not anyone else I'd rather think about killing." "I'm not sure if that is a compliment or an ominous future for myself," Harry replied with a frown. "Look after yourself." Lucinda could only watch as Harry left, and though she was pleased that she had not allowed her pride to make a fool of her, she didn't feel any better about him going. Despite her rather closed-off and often aloof nature, she would miss Harry, and she hoped that he would truly miss her too.